India had drawn a new red line by showing to Pakistan that if you hit us with terror, we can hit inside Pakistan beyond Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So that new red line had been drawn or redrawn then. Today, with these strikes, with Operation Sindoor, India has actually gone into the heart of Pakistan, Punjab. Now, you have to remember the symbolism of this. Pakistan's politics are dominated by Punjabis. Pakistan's military is dominated by Punjab. To be able to hit Pakistan in the heart of Punjab is the biggest statement that India could have made about flexing its right of response. And please understand, Operation Sindoor is India's right of response. And the fact that Murid-K, the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, is among those that has been hit, I think is the biggest statement that India could make. A few other details. For the first time since 1971, this has been a tri-service deployment. Precision weaponry of all three services, Army, Air Force, Navy, have been deployed. You may wonder why this is called Operation Sindoor. The images that you see on your screen have some sort of self-telling explanation there. A sindoor is what Hindu women wear in the mang. It is a sign of marriage. The fact is that many new brides, their honeymoons were turned into funerals. At least 5 that we counted. Children lost their fathers. Families were ruptured. It is also significant, Zafar, Harshid, Colonel, that this is a Hindu metaphor that has been used in this military operation because the tourists that were killed, they were targeted for being Hindu. We know this, that they were targeted for their religion. And so, of course, the Sindoor was wiped out for many women who were widowed in a matter of moments. And that metaphor, which has read, it is so many things as I can see it. It is the color of Sindoor. It is the color of blood. It is a Hindu metaphor. And the operation has been thus named to strike at the very heart of Pakistan, Punjab, right, with the emphasis coming from the Indian military, that in military installations of Pakistan have been not targeted in a display of maximum restraint. Good morning. General Atta Hasnain is with us, a former general officer commanding of the 15th Corps. It is a big day that India has woken up to. General Hasnain, good morning. I hope you can hear me. General Hasnain, can you hear me? General Hasnain, good morning. Can you hear me, sir? I'll give him a second there. If you have just tuned in, India has hit Pakistan at 9 different terror bases inside Pakistan and POJk, Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. My colleagues Zafar, Iqbal, Harshid Sharma are with us. Colonel Kolar is with us as well. General Atta Hasnain, former general officer commanding of the 15th Corps. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Morning. I can hear you perfectly.
All right, sir. Good morning, sir. Jai Hind. India has woken up to huge news. The world has woken up to the much anticipated military response from India. Operation Sindoor has targeted 9 terror bases inside not just POJk, Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but at the very heart of Pakistan's Punjab, in precision strikes on the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed bases, among other targets that have been hit. All the targets are terror bases. India's official statement says that India has taken care to show maximum restraint and responsibility in not targeting any military installations in Pakistan. For the first time since 1971, General Hasnain, you would know this, tri-service deployment, tri-service response. Operation Sindoor, perhaps the perfect and apt metaphor for all those women, new brides who were widowed overnight. Also a Hindu metaphor, making its own statement about the fact that hapless tourists were targeted for being Hindu. General Hasnain, I want your first reaction, sir.
Thank you, Barkha. And let me start by complimenting the Indian Armed Forces, the nation, for taking the decision, a good decision, a very fine decision. And I think balancing it out very appropriately in the manner in which the whole thing has been played out. First of all, I think there has been tremendous restraint. 14 days, it has taken the better part of 14 days to do this. Good meticulous preparation, good optics which have been played out throughout, and the fact that they have gone into a combination of POJk and mainland Pakistan, that is in the Punjab area, I think is a symbolic gesture which is very, very important. Also, care has been taken to ensure that it is terrorist bases which have been hit. And there is, therefore, the whole concept, the whole aspect of escalation has been kept under control. This has been one of the important demands of the international community too on India. And we all wondered, well, how India would actually balance this out. But it has actually shown its restraint, executed it in a very meticulous kind of a manner. Damage assessment subsequently will tell us what the final effect is, but that is a secondary aspect. The important aspect is the decision and the methodology which has been used. Tri-service, joint operation, symbolically a very well-named operation, Operation Sindoor, and I think we will just wait to see what the final damage assessment is.
General, General Hassan, General Hassan, I want you to talk a little bit about the symbolism of the word Operation Sindoor. The fact that it is being called Operation Sindoor, obviously, some of that symbolism is self-evident. But you know, you've been a veteran. You know how these operations are named. Every operation has a meaning, and Operation Sindoor has a deep meaning. I want you to talk about it.
First of all, Barkha, let me state clearly that these decisions are taken on the spur of the moment. Obviously, someone in the chain, no one points fingers, as no one focuses on who finally has suggested it. Someone very, very innocuous may have suggested it, and it's just been taken from the spur of the moment. The thing has been adopted. It's not sort of put to any face as to who has really suggested this. But symbolically, it's a very important term which is being used, because we have seen that this was one of those terrorist attacks, which was an attack with a difference. There was profiling, religious profiling, which was done. It was targeted against Hindu males, and we know that women in the Hindu faith have this particular symbolism of putting sindoor on their hair, in the middle, and the parting of the hair, to denote and signify that they are actually married. And the moment that they lose their husbands in any way, then that sindoor is removed. Now, this is a kind of a restoration of the sindoor. You can say symbolically a restoration of the sindoor into the parting, into the hair parting on the forehead and above of Hindu women. That's what has happened in this case. And I think it's very appropriately, been very appropriately selected.
Right. Sorry, General Hassan, go on. Sorry, please go on.
Yeah, I just mentioned this aspect.
Right.
I can see Jan Sharma has also joined us, and maybe he would like to also pitch in as to what are his responses.
Just a small intervention here. There has been a firing going on at the line of control, and we want to bring this up that 3 civilians have been killed in Pakistani firing that started early today. This firing is happening at the line of control and the international border. We've been seeing these visuals coming from Kupwara and Karna, where there's massive damage to civilian property. There are vehicles that are on fire, but there's confirmation from army that 3 civilians have been killed in Pakistani firing today. Barkha.
Right. This is very significant news. I can see General Rakesh Sharma join us. General Ata Hasnain is with us. Colonel Kolar is with us. I want you, Zafar, is this officially, do we have this officially that Pakistan has fired at the LOC was, of course, anticipated?
Yes. I want to read out the army statement during the intervening night of 6th and 7th May 2025. Pakistan Army resorted to arbitrary firing, including artillery shelling from posts across the line of control and IB opposite J&K. 3 innocent civilians lost their lives in indiscriminate firing / shelling. Indian Army is responding in proportionate manner.
Right. I do have that statement now in front of me as well. The army has released it moments ago. 3 civilians, if we can please update that on our screen. 3 civilians have lost their lives in indiscriminate firing. Now, the important thing here is that artillery shelling is back at the line of control. So let me read out that statement again here. Um, Overnight, this after Operation Sindoor, we have seen Pakistan firing at the line of control and the international border opposite J&K. So it's the entire region. It's no longer isolated regions. Could we please update our banners at the back end, please? 3 people have been killed, and there has been artillery shelling from Pakistan. I want this is unfortunate for the civilians who live there, but this is as expected. Let's welcome our audience that is just joining us. India has hit at Pakistan at the Lashkar and the Jaish headquarters among 9 terror bases inside Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We are discussing the significance and what may happen from this moment onwards. Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar camps in Bahawalpur, Murid-ke, Kotli are among the 9 targets. Remember, the significance of this is that India has struck right inside Pakistan, Punjab. That is where Murid-ke is. That is where the Lashkar headquarters are. And that is the situation we are at right now. General Sharma, good morning. First reaction, sir.
Thank you, Barkha, for inviting me. And first reaction, of course, this is the day we've been waiting for, and we have hit across the board. In Punjab, both places, Bahawalpur is also Punjab, as southern Punjab, Saraikera, and also Murid-ke, the targets that we have been talking of for years altogether, in fact, decades altogether, that we have been saying these are the 2 places that ought to be hit. And I think we've done very wise selection of targets in these 2 places. Now, the other part, remember, Barkha, when we spoke last time, we mentioned this issue of the villages of India who are across the fence, and especially in the belt of 16 corps south of Pir Panjal, right up to the IB area, which will be now targeted. So when we heard yesterday night saying Punch city was hit by some artillery shelling, when Punch city is right at the up front, and it would be hit. There would be targets. There will be other places all along the border. There are cities very close to built-up areas and townships very close to the LOC. So the artillery shelling that will come across from to the civilian areas will be aplenty. So we'll have to be now ready for responding to the artillery shelling by counter bombardment to take the artillery out of their links, and also use drones and loitering ammunition to make sure that the artillery gun positions are pushed further backwards so that they are not able to target our villages and our people across on the line of control. It is a serious issue, but nowadays artillery, after you see what's happening in Ukraine, actually have to scoot immediately after firing once. So we have to be at it to make sure that the Pakistani artillery is not able to hit. We have used some loitering ammunition. We have used some kamikaze drones yesterday night. So we have actually exhibited technological capability of a kind, which even people who are discerning customers are discerning people have doubts as to whether we had. But the kind of technology used, especially along the line of control, has been very good. And I think it boosts our heart to say that we have done a technological fight than getting involved into the other kinds that we're doing earlier. So hats off to the Indian Armed Forces. They did a fantastic job. I absolutely endorse what General Hasnan said about Sindur. We have avenged the Sindur. If it was left to Fajis, we would have come out with a terminology like thunderbolt, thunderstorm, those kind of names that we select for our operations. But this actually has an imprint of the Prime Minister. Nobody short of Prime Minister would have said use Operation Sindur. And it's very emotive. It's very important, and it's a message to the other side that you do something to the Sindur, which is we idolize it. They will be held to pay. Now we have to prepare for the response. I'll end here, Barkha. There would be a response. Response will be forthcoming. They would also probably not cross the LOC. They don't have terror camps or terror targets to hit inside India. So they will actually hit some military installations which are in the proximate areas. For example, the airfields or some kind of military cantonments and all that. So we have to now get prepared for the response that will come. It's not question of this 4 o'clock evening alone, but they would be isolated missiles or isolated fire path that will be able to come across from whatever protective mechanisms we have created as 400s, etc. And we have to be prepared to take on that onslaught as part of it. Barkha.
Right. Just a small point that in view of the prevailing situation, the schools and colleges have been closed in Baramulla, Kupwara, Gurez, and in areas of Jammu. Obviously, Jammu is very close to the international border. Jammu city is just 30 minutes from the international border. I've reported all my life from Jammu to Araspura and Abdullia sector. It takes just 30 minutes, less than that to reach. So obviously, in view of the prevailing situation, all the schools and colleges have been closed. Those measures have been taken, as you were pointing out, that civilians are directly on the target of Pakistan, as the 3 civilians have already been killed, and we saw those images from Kupwara and Karna, the amount of destruction that's been caused there. So in view of those, in view of the firing and shelling from across the border, schools have been closed in Jammu and Kashmir, in many districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Barkha.
As well as civilian flights to Jammu and Srinagar are among others that have been suspended. It was to be till noon, but I imagine that it could take a lot longer. Let's get for more reactions now. Yes, Colonel, you wanted to come in? Go ahead, sir.
Barkha, I just wanted to add a very valid point what you said, that the heart of Pakistan has been hit when they had picked up a target in Breedke, right? Number one. We also should mention here the effect of the water being regulated with the abeyance of the IWT, because these are the months which are very crucial for farming in Punjab as well as northern Sindh. You know, the regulation of water is going to put the entire crop, seeding topsy-turvy. That is one point. So rightfully said that the center of gravity, as you mentioned, of the Pakistan establishment as well as the politicians, they come from Punjab, Pakistan. So a very symbolic and very strong message has been sent towards that. That is one point. Now, second question, Barkha, to the journals on the show is, how do we go about it? We have attacked. The escalation, cross-firing LC has already started. The use of artillery has started. And as you mentioned, three people have been killed in the area in North Kashmir. So how do we calculate the cost-benefit analysis, the outcome of such operations, and what are the precautions?
I think the focus now has to be on managing the escalatory ladder. General Sharma has already said that India has hit back, and now Pakistan, we have to now prepare for what will come from the Pakistan side, some of which we are seeing take place at the line of control. Let's first talk a little bit about this loitering ammunition. Can we not carry this, please? Could we remove this from the share screen? I want General Hasnain to come in. At this point and talk a little bit about the precision strikes, how they were carried on, and what is loitering ammunition. I think a lot of people don't know how these strikes have taken place. I'd request both generals to explain a little bit. General Hasnain, I'll start with you.
Yeah. Broadly, let me describe this, and then General Sharma can weigh in on it completely. You see, the world of munitions actually underwent a huge transformation with the coming of satellite navigation, GPS per se as such, right? And therefore, earlier it was a question of physical acquisition of a target, getting its coordinates, and firing. And there were times when you had to carry out a fair amount of ranging, etc., to be able to home onto a target, have actual visual observation on it to be able to ensure that there was a degree of accuracy. That world has changed completely, because now you have the capability of satellite navigation, you have the capability of pinpoint accuracy in terms of GPS. So if you have munitions which can be launched, right? It can be launched by different means. It can be tube launched, it can be air launched, it can be sea launched, it can be ground launched. Anything, any means of launching that you have. All that you need at the end of it is something which will go over that area, the designated target area, hover in that area, hover around that area, and then you have a choice. Either you have a feedback, a visual feedback going to the pilot, who's a ground-based pilot or maybe a air-based pilot, and the pilot can then physically select what the target is. That is the air view that you get from a drone loitering over that area. That's why it's called a loiter ammunition, because it is roaming around that area looking for a potential target. You could also have pre-designated. You would have pre-fed the coordinates, the data inside that, and the moment that loiter ammunition recognizes that particular objective, it will home on to it. So it's this is all AI based, essentially artificial intelligence based, that this feeding is done into it, and the effect of that will obviously be much greater. The accuracy will be that much greater. So in this particular case, for example, if you are looking at Muridke or some place like that, all the details of Muridke, the coordinates of Muridke would be fed into that particular drone. The drone would be launched over that area. The drone would loiter into that area, acquire the necessary designated target, and then home on to it. That's the basic and essential explanation of what a loiter ammunition is.
Thank you. That's yes. General Sharma, you want to add to that? And then I'm going to ask Zafar to actually read through the list of terror bases. We have those details from the Indian Army that have been targeted. But General Sharma, this loitering ammunition, as General Hasnain explained, also if you can add to that how it was a tri-service operation, how that would have been war game. The other very important thing we should talk about is a communication decoy that has been used by India. So India announced that that 7th was going to be the day of nationwide drills. Now, those nationwide mock drills are important and they may still take place because Pakistan is fighting. I'm not underestimating the importance of those drills, but perhaps Pakistan, it also led Pakistan to believe कि जो भी होगा वो अभी इस drills के बाद ही होगा. अभी तो ये drills कर रहे हैं, right? So while the external communication was focused on these mock drills, India went in for the jugular. Pakistan talks so much about Kashmir, quote unquote, being the jugular vein. It is India that has gone in for the jugular. I think that is the irony that we must emphasize here. So, General Sharma, talk a little bit about this tri-service nature. The first time since 1971 that we have seen all three services used, and of course now we have the kind of sophisticated weaponry, the arsenal, the loitering ammunition that General Hasnain just described. Over to you, General Sharma.
Okay, Barkha, I agree with the explanation that General Hasnain has very clearly said. See, the loitering ammunition, as he's rightly pointed out, can be two types. One is autonomous and one is which is got a human on a loop. So either a human on a loop or human outside the loop. If it is human outside the loop, which is a totally autonomous ammunition, which is based on AI, the coordinates can be fitted in, or there could be satellite guidance being done, or for example, you put the memory of a tank inside a loitering ammunition, which is like a drone. It's like a drone only, kamikaze drone. He's got the photograph of the target there, and he goes and locates it, it loiters it, and it targets it in a prefixed, guided method. Okay, you will hit at say 7:30, or you will hit it at a particular time when you see movement of people. So it is all autonomous. If it's autonomous, it is no human in the loop. It is pre-fed. There could be a human on the loop, which means that the ammunition is loitering, the drone is loitering around and seeking target, and the target is sought and seen by the human. Then human directs the drone to go and hit that target. So either way it is possible. I do not know for sure whether we're using autonomous drones or not. We do have the capability. There is a whole lot of legal issues involved in autonomous ammunition worldwide, but then so be it. Everything is legal. So there is one part of the story. Second is, very rightly pointed out by you, Barkha, is about the tri-service thing. See, most of the time we get accused, the armed forces, saying that we are actually dragging our feet on getting tri-service coordination being moving in the right direction. This, I think, is a messaging that while we might be people outside the realm may be thinking, no, the theater commands and all this high flow languages, there is work on getting tri-service energy together. Now, if you see, Muzaffarabad is so far that it can't be hit by an artillery shell. So it would be hit by either a loitering ammunition or by Air Force. The other targets, Kotli, Mirpur, or Bagh and Bimbar, are artillery targets which are in between. So is Chakamru. Then there are targets which are outside artillery ranges, beyond drones also, say Muridke and Bahawalpur. So, the kind of coordination in carried out on which target to be given, which type of ammunition to be used, what timings, how coordination, all being done together. I am reminded of what the Israelis do. You see, they throw cruise missile, they will throw drone, they will throw ballistic missiles, each traveling at a different time, but all landing up together at the target area. So, the kind of coordination required tri-service to make sure, though they would have different timings to travel across to the target, but they're all hitting together. This immense amount of coordination has been done. And I'll end by talking about the communication business. I think if you are reading into it, yesterday when you also spoke and somebody else also speaking, that NOTAM was announced on the Western Front. When they announced a NOTAM, there's some kind of firing practice on, which is like in the high seas. So if you are reading it, we were already announcing that the airfields along the border are sacrosanct and cannot be used. So if you're reading into that NOTAM issued yesterday night, and diversion of flights coming to Amritsar to Delhi and all that, one could have add 2 and 2, 4. It could be a deception. So what is deception? What is actuality? One doesn't know. I mean, एक वो शेर आया चक्कर भी होता है. I mean, every day people are counting 12 days के बाद होना चाहिए and 10 days के बाद होना चाहिए. Last time 11 days के बाद हुआ था. So all this, I think, the kind of deception that we organize, I think this is one of the very great learning points for me, that we have the capability. We've gone back to Chanakya. We ought to deceive. It's not hitting. It is the deception that matters. I think we have learned immense lessons, already immense lessons in the course of last 3 to 4 hours of what we have achieved. And I think there is much more. It gives us tremendous amount of confidence. I'm anxious of what the response will come and how the things will play out. And nobody wants a war. We in the armed forces, men in uniform, hate wars. But the fact is, we have to be prepared. But having said that, I think the time is to be proud of what we have achieved in this last night.
Absolutely, but let's also talk about something that you flagged, General Sharma. Of course, I think it is a moment for every Indian to be proud. India has very quietly, in a very structured way, without making noise about it, has gone for the jugular. And as you said, trained minds like yours could read the signs when a NOTAM was issued over the western border, I beg your pardon, over Rajasthan, when, there were signs. But of course, nobody can and should speculate. At this moment, we should always all be very proud. The Prime Minister will be chairing a meeting of the cabinet at 11 a.m. this morning, and I expect the Prime Minister possibly will address the nation. But you have also flagged that, when people ask for justice, and it is a rightful emotion, the public has been asking for justice, we must also as a country be prepared for the fact that justice and military response comes at a cost. The armed forces will try their best to minimize that cost, especially to the civilians. But Pakistan has already started targeting civilians. The army statement officially says that 3 civilians have been killed, and artillery firing is back at the line of control. Artillery sharing from Pakistan, I would say perhaps for the first time since the 2003 ceasefire. Before I come to General Hasnain, on what on managing the escalatory ladder now, what happens next? What do we have to prepare for? Zafar, very quickly, the terror bases that have been targeted and their locations, the Lashkar and the Jaish. Do go ahead, Zafar Iqbal.
Locations have been targeted. Now, importantly, Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is the headquarter of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Remember, Barkha, India has been saying that this terror attack was conducted by Lashkar, but it's not only Lashkar bases that have been targeted. Jaish bases have also been targeted. Their terror camps have also been targeted. Bahawalpur, which is the headquarter of Jaish, and the camp of Masood Azhar. Remember, Masood Azhar, the chief of Jaish and the terrorist who was released during the Kandahar hijacking. Bahawalpur is the first one that's been targeted. Murid K is a very important headquarter of the Lashkar in Pakistani Punjab, where from Hafiz Saeed operated. That's been targeted. It's a residential area, but it was precision weapons that have been used. These are urban centers. We saw from those visuals the chaos that was caused after the strikes. Then the other areas are Gulpur, Bhimbar. Bhimbar is a place which is very close to the line of control in Rajouri. Bhimbar, part of Bhimbar is in J&K and part of Bhimbar is in POK. There are terror camps operating from Bhimbar, which is also being targeted. Chak, Amru and Bhag. Bhag is a huge area in POK just adjacent to Poonch. So there is a terror camp that's been targeted in Bhag, which is in POK. Kotli again in POK. Kotli is towards the Kashmir side, and then there is Sialkot just next to Jammu, just 20 or 30 kilometers from Jammu in Pakistani Punjab. There's a camp there which has also been targeted, and importantly, Muzaffarabad. There was a blackout in Muzaffarabad after that strike. Muzaffarabad is next to Uri. Once you cross the command post, you enter into Muzaffarabad. So these attacks have taken place towards the Kashmir side, towards the Jammu side, in Pakistani Punjab. Bahawalpur, which is which is on the highway between Punjab and Karachi. So essentially, all these bases have been targeted in different regions of Pakistan, irrespective of them being in POK or in mainland Punjab, Pakistan. That's really not made any difference. And this time around, it is not just Pahalgam that has been avenged. But remember, Pulwama was carried out by Jaish. The parliament attack was carried out by Jaish. So Jaish camps have also been targeted, even as India said that this particular attack, Pahalgam, was conducted by Lashkar. But it's not only Lashkar that's been targeted, even the Jaish has not been spared. Barkha.
Right. I want to bring in Padma Rao, welcoming her to the show. General Sharma, General Hussain are with us. I'm going to request us to mute the guests who aren't talking because there's a loop coming back from Padma's side. Padma, could you mute yourself? Thanks. General Hussain, thanks. General Hussain, General Sharma, let's bring you in. Zafar just ran us through the list of terror targets that have been targeted, talking, of course, about how this is not only about Pahalgam in the sense that Lashkar, with its proxy resistance front, was behind the Pahalgam terror attack. But in targeting the Jaish-e-Mohammed, India is making a larger point that we are going to get to the root, right? To the root of what has happened, to the root of terror in Pakistan. And I'm just going to, there might be people who are still waking up in India, not like us, journalists and military veterans, tracking this through the night. So it's 8 in the morning, and I would like to read out officially what has happened for somebody who may not know. If you have just woken up, India has hit Pakistan, not just inside POJk, Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but also inside Pakistan. And I will just read out the statement. India has launched Operation Sindoor, a precise and restrained, this word is important, the use of the word restrained, a precise and restrained response to the barbaric Pahalgam terror attack. Focus strikes were carried out on 9 terrorist infrastructure sites in Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, targeting the roots of cross-border terror planning. Importantly, no Pakistani military facilities were hit, reflecting India's calibrated and non-escalatory approach. This operation underscores India's resolve to hold perpetrators accountable while avoiding unnecessary provocation. General Hussain, I want you to come in on this. Zafar just took us through the list of terror bases. And, I was saying earlier before you joined that with Balakot, already the red line was redrawn because India demonstrated that Pakistan can be hit inside Pakistan territory beyond POJk, which of course, is occupied as far as India is concerned. My question to you is, by striking at the heart of the Lashkar inside Pakistan, Punjab, Pakistan's Punjab dominates Pakistan's politics, Pakistan's Punjab dominates Pakistan's military, the symbolism of that, right? The symbolism of hitting Punjab, not only POJK. I want you to talk about that.
Yes, very important. Barkha, you've raised a very important issue. But before that, if I may just make a slight correction, a perception may go wrong. Muzaffarabad is 70 kilometers from Uri.
Yes.
Just remember, it is not across the line of control, not immediately across the line of control.
Absolutely.
70 kilometers. So it is some
Absolutely,
distance away.
Absolutely, General Saab. And some of these areas are not just 70 kilometers away, they're 100 kilometers away. 100 kilometers away. So these standoffs that have been used have gone across the distance of even 100 kilometers. I'm just talking about this. Muzaffarabad is adjacent. That's the region of Muzaffarabad, but not the region of Muzaffarabad and Muzaffarabad. Yeah.
Place like Bagh is hitting Bagh is a very important issue because not only are there terrorist camps, it's the headquarters of 6 POK Brigade. Right there is the headquarters of 6 POK Brigade, which looks after the area of the Hajipir Bulge and the areas opposite Uri and Punch to a great extent. It's a very, very important formation headquarters. So symbolically, I think they've selected just the right places as much as the importance of hitting heart of Punjab, the heartland of Pakistan. I think even the selection of targets inside POJK have been very, very appropriate. Now to come back to your specific issue, for the better part of the last 5 years, Barkha, my discussions with you many times, and by and large, my overall contemplation has been what will happen the next time. Because all of us knew that this is going to happen again at some time or the other. What will happen the next time? Will we go for hitting Pakistan military bases in the POJK area? Or will we look at actually hitting the mainland Pakistan? I'm glad that this decision has been taken this time to hit mainland Pakistan. Not only does this signify a transformation, it's important that we are targeting the deep state in its home. So far, we were targeting the deep state only symbolically by looking at POJK. Now you're targeting the deep state, and in this particular case, the NIA's preliminary report very clearly states that is the Pakistan Army, the ISI, and the Lashkar-e-Taiba. And they are the elements of the deep state which are being looked at the moment. Of course, there are other elements inside the deep state too, but most of them are based on Lahore, Muditke, Bahawalpur, Islamabad, Rawalpindi. This is the heartland of Punjab, which they all belong to. And therefore, hitting them there symbolically is a very good idea. That what the Prime Minister or the Home Minister has said many times, घर में घुस के मारेंगे, घर में घुस के मारेंगे तो ये है, घर में घुसे और मारा वहां पर. Now the question is, what will be the response? And this is something I have been also discussing in all my assessments in the last 5 years. That if we hit Pakistan, Punjab, will the deep state just whittle under pressure, or are they going to hit back? The next 24, 48, 72 hours will tell us, okay, are these people men enough, or are they just going to whittle under this pressure?
Well, explain that. What do you mean? I see General Neeraj Bali with us. Good morning, sir. Padma Rao is with us. We'll get comments from them in just a moment. What do you mean? Are you raising a very fundamental question here? As you say, कि हमने इतना सुना कि घर में घुस के मारेंगे, this is घर में घुस के मारेंगे, and you made a very, very critical point that India has hit Pakistan's deep state in its home. That is the significance of the targeting of the Lashkar headquarters inside Pakistan, Punjab. Punjab is what dominates Pakistan's military, politics, resources, everything. When you say, will Pakistan just whittle away, or what will happen? Are you saying Pakistan is at this moment when it could unravel under the pressure of this moment? Explain what you mean. General Hasnain.
There has been a bravado in this deep state community, the West Punjabi Musliman community, in which there has been a bravado that it is from this front that this whole analogy comes of one Pakistani soldier against 10 Indian soldiers. This is what Ayub Khan used to speak of. I'm talking about virtually an ideological belief among them. This is the kind of thing that it all comes from here. They being hit by us now. They being hit, ghar mein ghus ke inko mara. That should be a message enough to them. Now, Let's see, but they have been sending out these messages of bravado all over Pakistan. Now let's see if this community is going to wake up to it, and will they actually in war, or are they? This is what I said, Whittle under pressure. Are they going to invite a war? Will they now actually go into an escalatory spiral, or just now de-escalate at this stage?
What is your sense?
I think they will de-escalate. They're not man enough to come up on this. They're not men
They're
enough
also
on this.
crazy. They
are crazy. I agree. We've always said
they're not
irrationality
rational
is a weapon here. Irrationality
Yeah.
is a very strong weapon in the Pakistani quiver. There's no doubt about it. And that aspect cannot be sort of underplayed. But on the face of it, from any angle of rationalism, Pakistan, with its economy, the state it is in, must understand that they cannot take this beyond what the state is at the moment.
Let's get first comments from General Neeraj Bali from Padma Rao. General Bali, over to you. As General Hassan said, India has hit Pakistan's deep state in its home, and that is the significance of hitting Lashkar targets in Pakistan, Punjab. I want your first reactions. We have, of course, also a statement coming from FM Jaishankar urging the world to show zero tolerance for terrorism. This is a statement from Foreign Minister Jaishankar. India would have, of course, already worked the hotlines to various heads of states across countries in the world. Pakistan tried its luck at a closed-door meeting of the United Nations, didn't get far. The UN statement before the meeting was sort of irritating, but nevertheless, Pakistan didn't get anything from the UN. General Bali, your first thoughts. Could we unmute General Bali? Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
First of all, retaliation would very much be on the cards. And I think there is no reason why we wouldn't expect one. The point is, what kind of retaliation? Now, we all know that Pakistan has had what we call cultivated irrationality. And by dealing with people, it's a lot of people's view, including mine, that we must not impose the template of our rationality while analyzing the opponent or the enemy, because they're likely to do something totally different. That's what they did in Kargil, when we assumed they would infiltrate, they will carry out counterinsurgency, blah, blah, blah. But in the end, they did
Pakistani reaction. I mean, I can't speak on the military aspects as well as the two gentlemen who are on your panel, but I can say that in today's world, which is a more globalized world, which is a more, especially given Pakistan's economic crisis, I think much will depend on the kind of inputs and the kind of influence the Western countries predominantly wield, and specifically also China, and that much will depend on how this will play out. Will depend, much of it will depend on these responses coming in from the global community. Having said that, we did have a rather interesting response from Russia, which openly spoke out in favor of India reacting to the Pahalgam tragedy, to the attack, the terrorist attack. So I think that this is a new era of wars. Much of the war is being played out in the media. A large section of the war will be played out at international negotiation tables and at the bilateral and multilateral level. So I'm really waiting and watching to see what kind of an international response this has. So far, it's been very muted and very expected, actually. Especially
I want to play that out, and then we'll come back to General Hassan, General Bali. Donald Trump's reaction. Let's world reactions are pouring in, will be pouring in. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump said.
Any questions for Steve? No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Now, there's a problem with that formulation. And General Hussain, the problem with that formulation is that it is presented as a dispute. It is not presented as India's right of response to a barbaric act of terrorism. it is presented as some spat that is happening between India and Pakistan over Kashmir. This is the very 1990s narrative. It is dead and gone for every Indian. Trump shows that he hasn't been briefed properly, or he doesn't want to get into the weeds of it. I think from an Indian perspective, what they say will matter less than what they do behind the scenes. Will they pressure Pakistan? Hang on, step back. What happens behind the scenes? We've got to understand. Come in on what you think might happen. General Neeraj Bali was just making this point that he doesn't believe the response will be conventional. We've already seen, General Bali, some typical responses, which is the LOC is hot, artillery firing is back, 3 Indian civilians have been killed in Pakistan firing. But General Hassan, do you agree with General Bali that the approach could continue to be asymmetric, which is another terror strike or something else that we're not anticipating? What should we be preparing for at this moment to manage the escalatory ladder?
Barkha, the problem is that General Bali and I have served together very often. So our thoughts somehow match, right? I entirely endorse what he's saying. Absolutely. And you see, I am strongly of the belief that perception management is the one domain which India has not touched very, very professionally. In this current situation, it's come of age in a great way. This particular aspect which you pointed out of the slight deception plan which has succeeded, etc., it's come of age to a great extent. But the larger issue of taking on Western perception has somehow not gone beyond. That is why you find this kind of an awkward response, the way you saw Donald Trump, mulling in his mind. He should have been an automatic thing, where anyone and everyone knows that it is Pakistan which has been the instigator. It has been Pakistan since 1989 which has done this. 36 years. In 36 years, the perception does not prevail in the Western world that Pakistan is the one to blame. So we must therefore work a little more on this particular aspect of perception management, social media management, outreach management. It is the information warfare. This is the domain which is comparatively lacking in our overall strategy. But having said that, I entirely agree with General Bali. I don't think there's going to be anything in the conventional domain at all. Irrationality, of course, you cannot explain. But from a rational wargaming kind of a mode, we could always say that he will not take the risk, and considering particularly the economic status of Pakistan at the moment, I don't think this will come about. But having said that, again, the sub-conventional is absolutely open for exploitation. The we are looking at it already. Fake news has started in a big way. And fake news is the start point of this entire thing. The LC has started off symbolically. The line of control is already alive. Shelling has started on the line of control. And dare I say that this is one domain in which Pakistan tries to express its frustration to a very great extent. And that's exactly what will happen. Then an attempt to try and enhance the number of terrorists inside Kashmir. So let's await a hot infiltration season. I would strongly recommend to Northern Command of the Indian Army that they should be absolutely prepared for a hot infiltration season all over North Kashmir, all along the 16-corps boundary in Rajouri, Poonch and these areas. And this is something that we have to guard against.
Now, I want to bring in General Bali to respond to that, and then we'll come to Padma on the geopolitics. We have comments coming in. India's politicians have stood united, more or less. Rahul Gandhi's comment, proud of our armed forces, Jai Hind. The very similar tweet coming in from the army itself about justice. I want to bring in General Bali to elaborate on what we have to guard against and prepare for in the next 24 to 48 hours, right? And the management of the escalatory ladder, and the fact that Pakistan has always fought a propaganda war with fake news. And that is happening, as we were discussing even this morning, with all kinds of bizarre proclamations being made by Pakistan media, which India, has to either ignore or anticipate at least and catch it before it sort of spreads. And, there is also the psyops dimension to it. General Bali, go ahead.
At the risk of sounding as if we are speaking with the same voice, but we are, I would completely agree with General Hasnan, and I would add one more point to this. Uh, Please remember that we are in the summer season. We are still far away from winters, and this is an open season for infiltration, or has been conventionally. So this is the time to be very careful about infiltration. I would only add that Pakistanis have never respected even the sanctity of the international border, the way they have infiltrated and done stuff in Jammu and that region, where our grid has been somewhat diluted. It's not classified, everybody knows it. And therefore, we need to be vigilant both in the Northern Command as well as going further a little south down towards the international border. Now, coming back to the strategic messaging or perception management that he talked about, I completely agree. The Pakistanis seem to be going hammer and tong trying to spread fake news. I don't think we need to respond and retaliate to every bit of information coming from there. Instead, we should set the agenda. We should proactively reach out. Let me give you an example of what they've done. Now, what Donald Trump said in that clip that you played, he said, when he was asked what's happening there, he said, oh, it's a shame. Now, it's just a phrase to say the conflict is a shame. But if you look at Pakistani media today, including Dawn, it says, the headline is, or one of the bylines is, Trump says India's actions are a shame. Now, that's not what Trump said, but there's an effort to twist it. And similarly, if you go down their reporting, they are highlighting the fact that several mosques have been hit and so on and so on. So they're giving a certain color to it. We should instead use at least those parts of international media and people who have clearly come on our side. If you looked at Yalda Hakim's interview of the Pakistani defense minister, which has gone viral, and thereafter she went and interviewed Bilawal Bhutto. This morning, she again interviewed Pakistani spokesperson. And when he said that we've been attacked, etc., she said, but India said they attacked only non-military targets and only they've attacked terrorist camps. And he said, but there are no terrorist camps in Pakistan. And she corrected him and said, look, your defense minister said that, Bilawal Bhutto said that, Pervez Musharraf said that. How can you say that Pakistan doesn't have terrorist camps? So I think time has come for us to have a more sophisticated, a more proactive, strategic messaging, perception management approach, where we shouldn't let these people run away with the narrative. They're not running away with the narrative. They're saying all kinds of falsehood. But I think we should reach out and say more from our side. And that is what we should be doing.
Army officials have just shared. I was looking at that clip, and we'll have it up soon for you on our screen. There is a video that shows a Pakistan Army officer visiting a hospital to check on casualties. And there is a slogan against India, and it says, it's an anti-India slogan, but the operative part is after that it says Jaish Ayo, Jaish Ai, Jaish Ayo, Jaish Ai, confirming, according to this army official, that India has indeed hit the Jaish-e-Mohammed and Pakistan is sheltering Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. General Hussain, I want to come to one point. Yesterday we saw an undated video surface, which, and we can play that on mute now, where Hafiz Saeed's son is saying that Modi wants to kill my father. Right? Could we have that video up, please? Yeah. We saw this is an undated video, but it makes a reference to Pahalgam. We don't know when this video was filmed. It seems recent because it says Modi wants to kill my father. And my comment on that was not just Modi, but Modi as a representative of all of India would want to kill Hafiz Saeed. But, we don't know where Hafiz Saeed is. Possibly Pakistan would have already taken him away, anticipating that India would strike the Lashkar. But to General Bali's point about subconventional, and you also made the same point, subconventional responses. In the next 24 to 48 hours, you see, India has hit terror bases. There are no terror bases in India for Pakistan to hit. What will Pakistan target apart from line of control villages? Could we unmute General Hussain, please?
The last time they had this fantastic response of bringing in a couple of aircraft and trying to drop a bomb near the headquarters of one of our brigades in the Krishna Ghati area. And that led to a response from our side, and it, the whole situation spiraled off. This time, they could do something similar again, but we are much better prepared for that kind of a thing. But something symbolic is likely to happen. something symbolic. But knowing Pakistan, they're not going to sit back on their haunches and not do anything. The fact that they're doing this on the line of control at the moment, escalating the situation there, bringing in artillery, firing, etc. The next thing on the line of control, which I'm sure General Bali will agree with me, would be a BAT action, border action team action, which usually leads to,
by
close
Pakistan.
combat. Yeah, by Pakistan, obviously by Pakistan. An attempt to do that or near the line of actual control, near the LOC fence, on a patrol or something there. This is something which I would warn the Indian Army to be very careful about. Because if that happens, then the situation is going to spiral out of control to a great extent on the line of control. But this is something which should be expected. And from our experience, we can say that this is the next level to which it can go from the firing which is already going on.
Right. Padma, let's bring you in. You spoke about a kind of tepid global response, right? And Trump's sort of ignorant statement. But I think one of the generals made the point that even that statement is being misrepresented. Trump isn't saying what India did is a shame. Trump is saying, oh, these countries are fighting, they shouldn't be fighting, we hope it doesn't get bigger, the typical American response. It's being misrepresented in the Pakistan media. One, we should make that point very clearly. But, I will again say what is said is less important than what is not being said in front of the camera. So just let's bring you in on that aspect. Padma Rao, go ahead. I can't hear Padma. I'm so sorry. I can't hear Padma.
I've unmuted myself now. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
So I agree that there's going to be a lot of misrepresentation. This is even at the best of times there is misrepresentation. This is now officially wartime, and there will be misrepresentation. That's what the media does. So I'm not surprised about that at all. There are just 2 points I wanted to make. I think General Hasnain touched upon Western perception. I think Western perception, and I think one of the two generals suggested that we India work harder to clear all those misconceptions and to sort of increase awareness amongst the Western media. Having worked with the Western media all my life and continuing to do so, I can only say one thing. There is very much a perception of what's going on in India. There is very much, and in Pakistan, there is very much a perception at Western news desks across the world about what Pakistan is up to, about about cross-border terrorism, its support to terrorism. It's only that it's a marriage of convenience with Pakistan. It always comes when it comes home to hit them. That is when that awareness arises, and that is when their media starts reporting on it. That's one point. The second point, I think the other gentleman, Major General Bali, spoke on fake news. One thing about fake news, one thing that is a bit of help is giving us all a bit of help is artificial intelligence. It says there is a system in place now by which you can weed out to a great extent, not everything, bits of news which are, and I think Twitter and other social media are making ample use of them. So and also the last point is, I think one of the gentlemen suggested to engage the international media. You know what? Again, having worked with the international media, I can tell you it's pretty useless to engage the international media. Indian media is often accused, and perhaps rightfully so, accused of being too close to political establishments. I'm afraid that is exactly the case across the world. Never mind what they say about being fiercely independent and all that. I mean, I think we had a discussion on your channel last week. There are many of these international channels which are part funded by their governments from big industrialized countries, and never mind what they say about independence and media independence, it simply doesn't exist. So as far as Pakistan is concerned, there is very much awareness that Pakistan is the motherboard of terrorism, and it is where all terrorism emanates from. But there is not going to be that realization only comes home when it hits them hardest and when it hits them directly. Otherwise, it is a marriage of convenience with Pakistan. It always has been. To date, the media that have followed NATO operations and American operations in Afghanistan, for instance, and they're usually the same media house, groups that also cover South Asia and India and Pakistan. Now, all these journalists are doggedly and steadfastly still viewing Pakistan through the prism of being a gateway to establishing democracy in Afghanistan and proving the gateway to fighting terrorism in Afghanistan. And that is, you can call it naivete, you can call it whatever you like, but that perception is really only is based on a marriage of convenience with Pakistan. When it hits them, that's when they look at Pakistan differently. So I think, I don't think there's much need. I don't think India needs to waste much time focusing on how to, change the minds of the international media. And I'm glad to see that we haven't done that. Actually, by and large, we've ignored what has been said and what is being reported in the Western media, except to send out, some words of warning to some of the organizations that are based in India that were reporting kind of rubbish out of here, But I think we should really focus on our own. In fact, the less said, the better, I would say, and that is one of the things that has marked the success of this operation. Indeed.
Okay, Padma, thanks for that. Now, reactions are pouring in from the families of those who were killed in Pahalgam. Remember, this operation has been called Operation Sindur. The symbolism there is very self-evident. Sindur is what Hindu women traditionally wear as a mark of marriage. It is a symbol of being married. It is also a very evidently Hindu metaphor, and there is a messaging in that because those who were killed were lined up. They were asked, are you Hindu or are you Muslim? They were targeted for their religions. It was a clear ploy by Pakistan, a failed ploy to try and divide Hindus and Muslims of India. The Indian Army operation has been called Operation Sindoor, and heartbreaking, stirring reactions are coming in from the families of those who were killed, from the Jagdale family in Maharashtra to the Manjunath family in Karnataka. Take a look.
पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ, उसके लिए मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने पाकिस्तान को ये दिखा के दिया कि हम भी चुप बैठने वालों में से नहीं हैं। हमारे जो मिडिल क्लास लोग हैं उन पर उन्होंने अटैक किया। आज अभी तक तो वो 26/11 का था, उस वक्त भी उन्होंने ऐसे ही सामान्य लोगों पर अटैक किया था, तभी भी कोई ये नहीं हुआ था। पर अभी तो मोदी जी ने उनको ये लेसन दिया कि अभी हम चुप नहीं बैठने वाले। और ये ऑपरेशन सिंदूर उन्होंने जो स्टार्ट किया है, वो पूरा दहशतवाद खत्म करके ही वो अभी चुप बैठेंगे, मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है। और उन्होंने ये जो किया,
धन्यवाद करती हूँ, उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है।
तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमने अपनी बात सरकार तक पहुंचाई और सरकार ने उसका बदला लिया और आज उनकी
धन्यवाद कहूंगी। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है। एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
जिस तरह से आपसे आतंकी में बात की,
बिल्कुल सर, असली श्रद्धांजलि। और शायद वो आज जहाँ पे भी है,
आप मानते हैं कि भारत ने एक तरह से पहलगाम में जो हमारे शुभम थे या जो भी लोग वहाँ शहीद हुए थे उनका बदला लिया?
जब 22 अप्रैल को हमारा बच्चा शहीद हुआ वहाँ पे, तब भी हमने ऐसा कहा था, हमारे बच्चे के साथ जो बाकी के जितने भी लोग शहीद हुए, तभी मैंने कहा था कि नहीं, एक अब क्रांति आएगी हमारे देश में। और मुझे विश्वास था कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हमारी भावनाओं का, हमारे जो हम लोग एक दुख के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं, उन भावनाओं का आदर करेंगे और आतंकवाद के समूल नाश के लिए वो निश्चित रूप से बहुत कठोर कदम उठाएंगे। आज रात मुझे 2 बजे जब जानकारी हुई कि हमारी भारत की सशक्त सेनाओं ने उस आतंकवाद के समूल नाश का जो बीड़ा था उठाया था, उसकी शुरुआत कर दी है, तो मुझे लगा कि नहीं, अब निश्चित रूप से आतंकवाद का सर्वनाश होकर ही रहेगा। मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को। हम लोगों के हृदय में, मेरे हृदय में जो 22 अप्रैल से एक प्रतिशोध की आग ज्वाला धधक रही थी, आज उसको निश्चित रूप से शांति मिली है।
एक कहीं ना कहीं शुभम को और जो पहलगाम में लोग शहीद हुए थे,
Right. So we've been continuously tracking this big story, Operation Sindoor, that's been launched by India. Now, this is the press release that was released at 1:44 a.m., which, if I'll again read it out, Operation Sindoor Indian armed forces carried out precision strikes at terrorist camps a little while ago. That is, uh, in the early hours today, the Indian armed forces launched Operation Sindur, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed. Altogether, 9 sites have been targeted. Our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facility has been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and method of execution. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam terrorist attack in which 25 Indians and one Nepalese citizen were murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. Detailed briefing on Operation Sindur later today. So those are clearly the details that we have. But General Bali, if I may come to you, will get a proper explanation and a proper briefing from Army what exactly happened. That will be at 10 in a short while from now. But essentially, this operation, the first phase of Operation Sindur, has been done. All those terror camps have been struck in Pakistan. Now we'll have more details about the operation. But in the meantime, LOC has been flaring up. Pakistan has been striking at civilian positions and uh, other installations. How do you see situation developing here on at the LSC?
As we've been discussing earlier, one thing is absolutely certain, and obviously no soldier can disregard that there will be a retaliatory response. All that we need to think about is in what direction can that retaliatory response might come from Pakistan. And given their history of cultivated irrationality, given the fact that we should never foist our template of thinking on the enemy or on the opponent, which we have done in the past and with not great results like in Kargil, uh, we should really expect something different, something new. Now, one thing that I can say with a little bit of certainty is that conventional attack or conventional operation by Pakistan perhaps may not be on the cards given the parlous state of their economy. And looking at the messaging that they're putting out on their own media, which appears to be telling their own people, look, we are already doing enough. We are doing a great deal and we will continue to do a great deal in that direction. If you look at all the false reporting that they have done, including respected newspapers like Dawn, to say that 5 Indian aircraft have been down, a brigade headquarter has been destroyed, etc., etc., etc. It's a message to their own people that, look, our response is already muscular enough and now we are going to do a little more. And that little more will not be perhaps, and again, it can't be said with any uncertainty about our enemy, that it will not be a conventional attack. So I think this is what we are looking at. I just want to make one quick point before you came and Barkha was speaking. It's about the international response in media, and some good points were made about not engaging international media too much. As a matter of fact, if you look at the responses and if you look what is happening elsewhere, the bigger countries in this world are distracted right now in any case. And in the best of the seasons, they haven't been focused on India, Pakistan, and they haven't been focused in an even-handed manner. There's never been a case where they have outrightly criticized Pakistan. So don't expect anything new. And I just want to give you one little example of how dynamic the situation in their own minds is. If you look at I was looking at the Times of Israel this morning and seeing what might they have said. And of course, they've reported this entire attack. But the headline is that President Trump has declared ceasefire with Houthis. Surprise, surprise. People who just attacked an Israeli airport 2 days ago. So, there is this whole lot of flux going on in their own countries. So I don't think we should expect a great response from the international community. I don't think we are dependent on that. We have never been. We shouldn't be. And all we need to do is be completely vigilant, not just in our northern borders and the northern command, but also going further down the international border, because Pakistanis are no respecter of international borders. So that's what I think.
Right. Padma Rao, if I may cut across to you. How do you see the international response so far? We know that NSA has spoken to the American and NSA. There must also be other lines busy right now with capitals of different countries. How do you see the international response up till now, and how do you see it further sort of international response coming in way of what is happening right now?
Yeah, Zafar, good morning. Just before you came on, in fact, we were speaking about it. General Bali just referred to what I said earlier on, that Western perception vis-a-vis Pakistan has always been ruled by a marriage of convenience. They choose to see Pakistan as the hotbed of terrorism when that terrorism affects them directly. When it does not, largely they turn a blind eye to it simply because it has been seen not only by, the NATO countries and by the United States, who, as long as they were in Afghanistan, first to get push the Soviets back, then to push Al Qaeda back, then to push ISIS back, and now against the Taliban. So Western media, people often blame the Indian media for sort of reflecting what the establishment here says, but the Western media is pretty much guilty of the same thing. And as you know, I've spent all my 35 years of working life with the Western media and with the prominent Western media. So I think as General Bali reiterated, I don't think there's any need for India to waste much time in trying to launch a media campaign in the West, and also against disinformation requoted and rehashed and rewarmed by Pakistani media. That is bound to happen. That is natural. That we are in a war situation, and that will happen. The other thing is that also, as I said, there is artificial intelligence now that is a big tool, and it is weeding out a lot of the fake news from real news. The only thing I would like to pick up on what General Bali from what General Bali said was that he said that the West is by and large distracted by Ukraine and Russia, and that what's happening there. General Bali, I must submit that that it's not just, it doesn't always need a distraction. India has been at the receiving end of negative media forever and ever. I mean, I remember in 1998 when we had the nuclear explosions in nuclear tests in May, and that was the time when I had just entered a very, very prominent magazine, an international magazine, as their South Asia correspondent, and I got an interview with Mr. Vajpayee, his first and only interview to date, just after the nuclear tests. But the response, of course, they were happy that I got the interview, but the response in the international media to India's nuclear tests, there were no distractions at that time. There was nothing else, of great prominence or significance happening in the world at that time. But having said that, the response was just the same, that India does not have the right to sit with the big players at the big tables. So I think, India is pretty much used to that, and we should start ignoring it, and we should indeed focus on the task on hand, as we have done, which is why these strikes came as a surprise, and they came very quietly in the night.
Right. And while 25 tourists were mercilessly gunned down, there was one local Kashmiri man who was a Muslim and who was also killed, Sayyid Adil Hussain Shah, who lives in Pahalgam only. His brother has spoken after this, after Operation Sindur. He said that he thanks security forces, Prime Minister Modi, central government and state government for taking such a good step. They have avenged the death of these innocent people. We feel proud of our government. We have faith in them. If we have that soundbite, we can play that up.
लिया है, कितने खुश हैं आप?
जी, मैं सबसे पहले जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ हमारी सेना का, मोदी जी का, हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का। मैं सबका जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो है ये एक अच्छा कदम उठाया है। उन्होंने जो है ये निहत्ते मासूमों का जो कत्ल किया था, उनका जो है बदला लिया है उन्होंने। ये तो हम बहुत जो है प्राउड फील करते हैं हमारी सरकार पे, हमारी सेना पे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे, अमित शाह जी पे, हमारी सेंट्रल की गवर्नमेंट पे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पे। हम बहुत फख्र फील करते हैं, और हमें यकीन भी था और भरोसा भी था उन पे।
अच्छा, भरोसा था
जी।
आज आपको लगता है कि जितने भी मासूम जाने चली गई वहाँ पे उनको शांति मिली है, उनकी आत्मा को शांति मिली है, और आपके आपका जो भाई है आदिल, उसको भी?
जी बिल्कुल। ये जो इन्होंने बदला लिया है, इससे जाहिर ही है कि उनको जो है ये जो निहत्ते लोगों का कत्ल किया गया था, ये जो 26 लोगों को मारा गया था, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे उनका बदला लिया गया है, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे शांति मिलेगी।
देश के प्रधानमंत्री पे भरोसा था आपको?
जी बहुत। हमें नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे बहुत ही ज्यादा भरोसा था, और उन्होंने करके भी दिखाया, तो हम उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं।
क्या मजीद और स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए?
जी, ये जो मसला है इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये मतलब बार-बार ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, बार-बार जो है निहत्थे लोगों का, मासूम लोगों का कत्ल नहीं होना चाहिए। इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना
कितने
चाहिए।
खुश हैं आप?
एक ही बात। जी, बहुत खुश हैं, जितना मतलब गम था उससे ज़्यादा आज खुशी भी है, क्योंकि मतलब हमारी सरकार ने ये जो मासूमों का कत्ल हुआ था उनके बदले में मतलब उन्होंने ऐसा सोचा, तो ये बहुत खुशी।
He, brother of Adil, I went to his home just a couple of days ago and I met with Adil's brother, the one who was giving the soundbite, and his sister and father. They were very sad that they lost Adil, but at the same time, they were glad that the way that he died as a hero, he fought the terrorists. He just tried his best to save the lives of the tourists and gave his life. Clearly, he died like a martyr. They were saying, they were telling us, and today, of course, they believe that his death has now been avenged. India has hit back. It was his brother who was speaking. So it means a lot for the families of all those who lost their lives in that horrific terror attack in Pahalgam, and they have since been reacting after this strike was uh, carried out. But Colonel Kular, we've been speaking in the morning. We do expect, the short while from now, there will be a proper military briefing where we'll get more details about Operation Sindur, the way that it was executed, and the damage that was caused to the terror infrastructure across the line of control and the international border in POK and in Pakistan. But as I was asking earlier, the escalation we're seeing at the line of control is just spreading to other sectors as well. It's the Akhnur, the Poonch, Kupwara, Uri, all across the line of control. And also in the Pargawal region. Now, this Pargawal, the Chicken Neck area in Jammu, that's where the international border, 200 kilometers of international border ends, and 700 kilometers of line of control starts. Those are very sensitive locations. The Chicken Neck area in Pargawal, that's precisely where firing is taking place. Yes.
Zafar, I have a point about something very different. I apologize for going off the rails. It's based on the clips you played of the families who lost lives in Pahalgam, and also of Adil's brother. Very touching and very moving. My point as a veteran, as a citizen, which I'm sure is the case with most people, is this is the time all countrymen must stay united and understand where the enemy is. The enemy is where our government has spotted it across the border, not within our country. So, with that very asinine criticism that took place of the naval officer's wife, Himanshi Narwal, I just want to make that point that we need to stay united. We need to understand who our enemy is and need to focus on that. And that's I've been dying to say that, but that's my point.
The General Bali, we've seen unprecedented scenes in Kashmir, people really coming out on the roads. I myself, a Kashmiri, lived all my life here. This never used to happen in the past. There have been big terror attacks that have happened in the past. People would speak in a muted way, but this time around, people came out openly. I met a lot of people in Lal Chowk in different places. They were very clear and open about it. They said that not in my name. They don't recognize this violence and terrorism. This has to end. And the way these terrorists were massacred, this is not done. And that is the sentiment that is dominant on the street in Kashmir.
I've spent 10 years of my life in Kashmir, and as they say, you can come out of Kashmir, but Kashmir doesn't come out of you. And I absolutely, endorse every word of what you said, Zafar. The fact is, we would be making a silly strategic mistake if we don't recognize this fact that Kashmiris have joined as one to criticize what has happened, to show anger against Pakistan. So everything we should do should be to build on that environment and that atmosphere.
Right. In fact, Barkha has again joined us. Barkha, you may want to say something here.
I think the point has been well made by General Bali that the enemy is across the border. What the adversary wanted was to pit Indian against Indian, Hindu against Muslim. That was the whole basis for targeting terrorists, I beg your pardon, tourists based on their religion in Pahalgam. And the fact that the Kashmiri people rose more or less as one. I'm not going to romanticize it. There were two local terrorists involved in the Pahalgam terror attack. So, of course, an attack of this nature could not have taken place without some local support, some local logistics. But the kind of mass outpouring of solidarity that we saw on the streets of the Kashmir Valley, the kind of local heroism from a shawl seller like Sajjad Bhatt to Adil Hussain, the poniwala who wrestled with their terrorists, I think that has given its own powerful message to Pakistan. And I'm glad General Bali made the point that he did. Bali, stay with us a few more moments, if you may. I want to talk a little bit about what's happening, right? There are large parts of India that is only just waking up. There are large parts of India that doesn't actually know that while they have been asleep, our armed forces have unveiled, unleashed Operation Sindoor. The metaphor of Sindoor, obvious. It is a sign of married women. The religiosity or the cultural symbolism of that potent because of how many women were forced to watch their husbands being executed, shot at point blank in Pahalgam. Several of them were new brides. Himanshi, wife of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, a naval officer, had been married just a handful of days ago, this very month in April. And so, I think that symbolism is very, very potent. Loitering ammunition has been used to inflict precision strikes on terror bases inside Pakistan, including the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke in Pakistan, Punjab. Now, General Bali, I want you to talk about the symbolism of striking Pakistan inside Pakistan, Punjab.
Yes, so that really is the point where we have crossed into a very different territory, both metaphorically and literally. Pakistan is the heart of Punjab. Punjab is the heart of Pakistan, and so far we have shown extreme restraint in whatever we did in doing it in the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. In this case, we have enlarged that space and given a clear possible indication to Pakistan that all bets are off. As a matter of fact, the way we have gone about attacking these 8 or 9 spots, which go way beyond the proxies of Lashkar-e-Taiba, also says that there is a recognition, if there wasn't earlier, there is a recognition and a demonstration that we treat this as an ongoing conflict, not just a retaliation for one particular incident that happened in Pahalgam, because then we would be targeting, say, Lashkar-e-Taiba. The fact is we have enlarged it, we have gone to Bahawalpur, we have attacked certain places which we know as the headquarters of these tanzeems, especially Jaish, which has done a lot in India. So I think there is a great message in this. I think the takeaway from this is that we are, and I'm not a warmonger, so I'm not talking about war at all. I'm just saying, but we are in a war, we are in a conflict. It is not just retaliation for one-off thing which happened in Pahalgam, but we recognize that we really need to do what actually Adil's brother said just now. We need to get to the root of it and root it out.
Right. Colonel Kohler, last comment from you. I know General Bali has to leave as well. Let me get last comments from both of you. And I want to say good morning again to General Sharma, who's joining us. We have continued coverage on Operation Sindur. India has hit Pakistan at 9 terror bases inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, including the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Pakistan. Colonel Kohler, last word from you, sir.
Barkha, let's wait and watch what government of India has to do. They have done, and let's wait and watch for the 10 a.m. briefing. Whatever post-strike damage assessment has to be done, we will get the details in that conference. And I fully agree with General Bali when he spoke about Adil and Lieutenant Narwal's wife. This is a moment we have to remain united. We have to be in solidarity with the people who have lost their lives. The point has been made by the government of India and the people of India. Let's wait and watch, and we have to be careful, as General Hasnan earlier said, that there may be some cross-LOC actions undertaken by Pakistan. So let's wait and watch.
All right. I'm going to say thank you to General Neeraj Bali, to Colonel Kolar. Thank you so much for your time. Our continued coverage continues. General Rakesh Sharma is with us. General Sharma, let's assume that, many people who are tuning in right now have just woken up. And you need to explain to them, to a layperson audience, ki hua kya hai, right? We know there's an operation Sindur. We know tri-service, it's a tri-service op. We know that, precision missiles have hit terror bases, not just inside Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but at the Lashkar and the Jaish headquarters inside mainland Pakistan. We know Pakistan's Punjab has been targeted, and I cannot underscore the significance of that enough. Pakistan's Punjab has long been the dominant force in the military resources and in politics in Pakistan, and for it to be shown up literally for the Pakistan deep state to be hit on its home turf, I think that's a very, very big statement that has come from the Indian Armed Forces today. Today, as proud Indians, we salute our armed forces, but it is a precarious time. We have to be sensitive. We have to be careful. First, I'm going to ask you to explain to our audience how this strike was done. I mean, not operational details, but what is loitering ammunition, how the three chiefs were used, what is the significance of the bases hit. General Sharma, it's over to you.
Thank you, Barkha. I'm sorry I had to de-link earlier. The fact of the matter is that there is after a long time, we see a tri-service coordinated operation. It is all three services together, and it's also important to say that there is significant use of technology. As you mentioned, loitering ammunition, drones, missiles, and artillery firing. So when you say that there are a whole lot of 9 odd targets being done, each of these targets has been hit separately by a separate weapon system and by a separate force, maybe Navy, maybe our Air Force, largely, and also Indian Army using 155 mm. So for example, Muzaffarabad and Bahawalpur at two ends of the two ends of the spectrum are both hittable only by missiles from the Air Force. But intermediate targets, for example, Bagh, Kotli, Mirpur was not hit, but Bimbar are all within artillery range, would have been hit by the artillery fire using 155 mm. And of course, Murid. And in our, as Jan Bali, who sits here, who is a very dear friend, for a very long time, we have been talking, 20s of years, we have been talking about Muridki and Bahawalpur. These are no well-known issues with us. We've been talking about taking on Muridke. I remember at least 25, 30 years ago, and it's taken that long a time. It gives us a great amount of pride that something that we've been thinking of such a long time has finally been hit. I'm not anxious about Hafiz Saeed being hit or Masood Azhar being hit, because they would have shifted to some kind of built-up areas, maybe Lahore or something like that. But at least the terror factories have been hit. So the plan, I would say, firstly, let's start with Op Sindur. And as I mentioned earlier, we in the armed forces are so stereotyped that we would have taken a name like Thunderbolt or some thunderstorm or some hurricane or something. But Sindur is not a name that will come normally to the armed forces. So it is it won't even come to the second rung hierarchy in politics. It would come straight to the Prime Minister, who would say, name it Sindur. We are avenging the Sindur of those young brides who lost their husbands in Pahalgam. So there has been a systematic plan, a very system. And sometimes you feel pride. I feel pride today for the armed forces having achieved it. I'm also saying that there's a message being conveyed to all naysayers who said, look, they can't make a theater command, they can't combine together. So the naysayers also ought to listen that there is a coordination being carried out at a level. It may not be what people want or people think, but there is work being done to create a synergy. So we salute the armed forces for what they have done.
Absolutely. I think every Indian is proud. I think it is the day to say Jai Hind. I think it is a day to stand united. And whatever questions, whatever differences, anything else is for a later time. It's for another time. One thing I want to say and ask, actually not say, is look, no country, and least of all India, wants war. We are not warmongering here. We are exercising our right of retaliation, our right to respond. However, General Sharma and General Bali, our adversary is not a rational entity. Our adversary is not a rational entity. I think General Bali was saying you cannot impose Indian rationality onto Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't have it. Otherwise, Pakistan would not have done Pahalgam terror attack. Will Pakistan drag us into war? That is one question. I ask this because Asim Munir is beleaguered, the Pakistan Army chief. He is weakened because of Baluchistan. He is weakened because of Imran Khan. His only relevance is to somehow position himself and appeal for his own country to stand behind him. So now India has struck. What do we have to brace ourselves for in terms of anticipating Pakistan's response? First General Sharma and then General Bali.
So you see about rationality of Pakistanis. Naturally, I agree with you that the chief is beleaguered, and also that they have been. We read into problems in Pakistan Army, especially the support for PTI and Imran Khan, and how 3 corps commanders have been sacked in the course of last 2 years. So there is a problem of crossing to Pakistan Army. But let's not, as a soldier, decry the opposing side armed forces, saying that they are in any which way untrained or ill-equipped or unmanageable. In methods of response, they would respond because they're as nationalistic as Indian armed forces would be. So in that manner, I would take it that they are rational forces and they will have a response out here. The issue I wish to debate also is that, when you remember Zulfikar al-Bhutto said that there will be 1,000 years war in 1965 in United Nations. He also said 1,000 cuts, and so it's not a kind of a war that started on Pahalgam. We've seen this on for a very long time, 8 decades of war. And when you say we have hit these 7 targets and Pakistan responds and doesn't respond, will this be called off hereafter? Will the Pakistanis be chastened, and they will not do anything hereafter? This is a 1,000-year war. All the niceties and all diplomatic goodies that we have done and our people-to-people contact, and that thing has changed the attitude of the Pakistani, even the public, because public is as indoctrinated as the armed forces are. To say that all will be peaceful and they will be cautioned, I don't think so. Therefore, the planning is different. And I'll end by saying, Barkha, in my opinion, the grammar of war has changed. The war is not what happened yesterday night. The grammar of war also includes that there were 35,000 cusecs of water hitting Marala Dam every day. Marala Dam, is you are aware, just across Chenab. As Chenab enters into Pakistan, there is the Marala headworks. And now it is 3,000. From 35,000 to 3,000 is the measure of the kind of damage which is. I commanded 10 days in Aknoor. House was on the river. I see the visuals. I can't believe that, because it was such a fast-flowing major river. There is just no water. There is moraine and rock there. So grammar of war includes many issues. And what we did is one part of that grammar of war. And we have to be prepared on the total grammar of war. And I'll also say, you mentioned about loitering ammunition. Look, very interestingly, I'm not very sure we use autonomous loitering ammunition, which means that it is AI trained and it's got pre-fed and there's no human in the loop. But you could also use loitering ammunition with human in the loop, which are jockeying these loitering ammunition like drones and hitting a target when target is to hit. So it has to be imagined, the kind of technology that we have actually brought to bear. So hats off. There should be immense amount of caution brought out here. We have to now push the Pakistani artillery away. But the artillery targeting yesterday night civilians in Punch, where some people got killed. I think we need to do something of pushing their artillery far away so they're not able to hit the villages and the civilian population that resides in the area south of Pir Panjal, right up to, say, opposite Samba and Kathua.
I have a question about that, but and General Bali, you can add to that. In the past, because we're all of that vintage, we have seen the LOC when artillery firing used to happen, and we would see some sort of push and evacuation. Now that Pakistan is targeting our civilians at the line of control and artillery firing is back, schools in the area have been closed, flights to Srinagar have been cancelled, and for us it's particularly for journalists like us, we came back yesterday from Kashmir, and now there is no way for us to get back. There may be other people like that. The airspace looks like it'll be closed at least for the next 24 to 48 hours. My question to you is, General Bali, would we be looking at evacuations? These villages very remote, they're sparsely populated, they're spread out. They would have to be pulled back at least from the line of control into bunkers, into lower areas. What would be the immediate drills on the ground, General Bali?
No, absolutely. So we have a very long memory on these issues. We have a long institutional memory on this issue. We've dealt with this before, and there is no way the civilians are going to be left on their own devices when this happens. I'm quite sure the drills are already in place. The local government, helped by the security forces, are already doing that. So there is no. I don't think there can be two views on that. I just want to add on to what General Sharma said. And of course, I agree with every word he said. I would like to underscore one point he made, which is a very basic but important point. There have been some reports in social media giving the impression that the Pakistani army is, depleted and they are resigning and stuff like that. I would caution everybody not to believe any of this. It kind of lulls us into a wrong kind of a belief, because we do not and must not ever underplay any opponent, leave alone Pakistan. And why we mustn't underplay at this point? Look, we have known for some time, and what we are saying are not just speculations, that there is some sort of a divide within the Pakistani army. There is a younger population of Pakistani officers which supports Imran Khan, as does part of their country. And it has made Asif Muni's position somewhat, not untenable, but a little powerless. Here is a great opportunity for him to coalesce support behind himself, to coalesce the popular opinion behind himself. And that will not happen if he doesn't retaliate. So do expect a retaliation. Do expect something might happen. I think we must sensitize our own populace that it is not over. There are going to be actions. There will be more actions today. There may be more actions in weeks. There may be more action in months. There is no way you can stop asymmetric warfare from not spanning out in that particular fashion. What we need to remember is, for us, this might be an immediate cathartic moment. We have taken an action. We have retaliated. But really, it's a long-term strategic game. We are not stopping here. We have got to look at rooting out this and putting the Pakistani army in its place. It's going to take time. It's going to take maybe years. But we've got to stay focused that this is an ongoing conflict. This is not just one-off moment and we have done it and now we should celebrate and nothing will happen. So I think we are in it for the long haul, unless Pakistanis come to their senses, very unlikely. And we've got to look at this as a long-term problem.
I completely agree that the emotional catharsis that the country is feeling right now is reflected in the statements of the relatives, the families of those who were killed in Pahalgam is significant. But for many people who have never seen conflict, we have to sensitize themselves to the fact that there are costs to pay. 3 Indian civilians have already been killed in Pakistan firing, and there is a cost to seeking justice. There is a cost to seeking justice, and that is what every soldier knows and is trained to know. Before I come to General Sharma, Zafar, I want you to quickly take us through the terror bases that have been hit inside Pakistan. We have those details and the importance of some of those details. As General Sharma, I think, or was it General Bali? Forgive me, generals, I'm getting a bit confused this morning. But one of you said that, look, let's not pin our hopes on the fact that Hafiz Saeed has been taken out. Pakistan would have taken him away to God only knows where, to Afghanistan, to some other bunker, usko chupa diya hoga, which actually is proof of how Pakistan protects Hafiz Saeed and how much of an asset he is for the Pakistan army. But Zafar, very quickly, and then I'll come to General Sharma and General Bali. Zafar?
Yes.
General Bali has to go. General Bali, thank you, sir. We'll let you go. General Sharma, please stay on and help us understand this momentous moment in our country. Thanks, General Bali. Zafar, go on. Yeah.
So, Operation Sindoor has targeted 9 locations across the line of control in POK and in Pakistan. Now, these 9 locations are Bahawalpur, which is the center of Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is right in mainland Pakistan. Then there is Muridke. Muridke is the headquarter of Lashkar-e-Toiba. We know for a fact that Hafiz Saeed was operating from Muridke, which is in Pakistani Punjab. It has been on the radar of Indian forces for a long time. It was not targeted yet, but this time around, that step has been taken and Muridke has been targeted and struck. Then there is Gulpur and there is Bhimbar. Now, Bhimbar is an area, Bhimbar is a big region. Part of it is in India also, in Poonch Rajouri region, and Bhimbar is also in Pakistan. Same way like Mainder. One woman was killed in Mainder today in Pakistani firing. Partly Mainder is in POK and partly Mainder is in J&K. Now, Bhimbar, there's a terror camp in Bhimbar that is also struck. And then Chak, Amru, and Bagh. Bagh is a part of the Poonch region. Now, Bagh is in POK. There's a terror camp in Bagh that's been struck, is again in POK, and Kotli also in POK. Then Sialkot, which is Pakistani Punjab, which is just adjacent to Jammu on the international border, very, very close to the Jammu city. Sialkot is a Pakistani district on Pakistani side of Punjab, and Muzaffarabad. Now, Muzaffarabad is a big region, a big area, which is on the other side of the line of control towards Pakistan in the Uri sector. Now, Muzaffarabad is a big region. The town of Muzaffarabad is 70 kilometers away from the line of control. So these attacks have not been carried out along the line of control. Remember, in the surgical strikes that was carried out after the Uri attack, all those attacks on the terror camps and launch pads were carried out along the line of control. Now, these attacks, these strikes have been done very deep inside Pakistan and POK. Like Muzaffarabad, 70 kilometers away, Bahawalpur, more than 100 kilometers away, Muridke, right in the heart of Pakistani Punjab. With standoff weapons, Indian jets have not crossed the LOC. These standoff weapons have been used, according to details, right from the Indian territory itself. Also an indication that Pakistani air defense failed to detect and to intercept those missiles. We've been seeing a lot of bravado from Pakistan that they have a very superior air force, but the fact is that none of these missiles was intercepted. All these missiles struck on the targets, stipulated targets, and 9 of these terror hideouts, terror camps have now been destroyed, including significantly the headquarters of Jaish and Lashkar. Barkha.
Right. General Sharma, let me bring you in now. I think you made this point that, look, let's not hold our breath that Hafiz Saeed, Masood Azhar would have been killed. I remember a few years ago, Masood Azhar was actually smuggled over into Afghanistan. Now, today is a very interesting point because the Taliban and the Pakistan state don't have the best relationships. The Taliban-led government in Afghanistan. I can also see Major General Vikram Dogra joining us. Good morning, sir. General Sharma is with us. General Sharma, calibrating the escalatory ladder over the next 24 to 48 hours. I want you to talk about that because you see, India's targets inside Pakistan are clear. There are terror bases, and India's statement clearly says that as a sign of how restrained and calibrated we have been, we have not targeted any Pakistan military installation. Pakistan is hitting back at our civilians at the line of control. What else do we have to be careful that Pakistan does not target? General Dogra on our program last evening was saying we have to be careful about our dams. I don't want to be alarmist here, but I want to talk about what we have to brace ourselves for, and will Pakistan seek to pull us into a larger, longer conflict, a full-blown war? Because if Pakistan targets or tries to target something like a dam on the Indus waters, that will pull us into a much higher escalation. General Sharma first, and then General Vikram Dogra.
Okay, Barkha, valid questions. To say what would Pakistan target is an elaborate exercise which would have been carried out internally in India, and each one of these targets would have been measured in a manner as to how they can hit it and whether it is feasible and what effect would it have. So this way there are many targets. The dam is one, but they can vary. First thing is that we this time, unlike 2001, we have not mobilized the armed forces. So the armed forces are still located in Hyderabad or in Sagar or in all over the hinterland, which actually, when we did 2001 or we did brass tacks earlier, we recollect Jan Sundarji's times, there were clear messaging of coming closer to the borders for effect, which was building for an offensive war. This time we have clearly indicated that we are not looking for a conventional war of the conventional war type, as we normally relate ourselves to 71 or 65. So there is a clarity here. I'm not talking about the defensive formation, they would be there. Now, having said that, if we are not looking for it, what would Pakistan target? What would the vulnerabilities of Pakistan be in case it targets a dam in India? When they said we can target a dam which is part of the Indus Water Treaty, these ones that we have on the eastern rivers. They have dams which are in the proximity of India, which even artillery can hit. We don't even have to use the air force and missiles. For them to hit our dam, they have to use air force or targeting from a far away distance. But we have Mangala Dam, which is right next to Kotli, which can be hit by even using long-range artillery or long-range artillery precision fire, or the Marala headworks, which is just off Chenab, or the headworks on the Ravi River. So, to say that they can hit a dam, well, okay, as a measure of targets, it's all right. But, as a measure of saying what is the retaliation that India can do, actually, they must be most threatened by Mangala Dam or Tarbala Dam, which are on the Indus River. These are very major issues with Pakistan, and they won't be able to get out of their nation in case these dams are even hurt. So I would say that as a measure of targets, yes, but as a measure of what will happen next, Pakistan should be prudent to do so. Can they take on a elaborate bridge which connects with two parts, say Bias Bridge or Sri Guru Hargobindpur Bridge? You minute you hit a thing like this, that you can respond. You are hitting infrastructure which will be damaging to them as much and much more than they would do so. So what would
General Sahab, I may want to come in here. Chenab River. I know there was no bridge on Chenab. I have covered that area lots of times. There was no bridge. There was a steel bridge made by the army. During Manmohan Singh's time, a bridge was made. It was inaugurated by Manmohan Singh at that time. That's a very significant bridge. Remember Operation Gibraltar? Pakistan specifically targeting that area, because once Chenab Bridge is cut, then Rajouri Poonch areas get separated. So that has always been in the eyes of Pakistan. When you talk about these locations, how do you see this area of Chenab, Pargawal, Akhnur? This is really the area where we are seeing an escalation of ceasefire violations also. That's why I'm asking you, particularly this Chenab Bridge.
So we have an alternative bridge. Actually speaking, if you recollect, we have a bridge that goes to Shivkori. How do you go to Shivkori? You go via Katra, you go to Riasi, you go to Shivkori, and you are other side of Chenab, right up to Rajouri. So, we have alternatives. And, a bridge is a major target. Firstly, to destroy a bridge requires immense amount of effort. A bridge of the kind which is on Akhnur, at Akhnur and Chenab bridge is a huge effort required. And, in any case, there would be efforts to replace it. And we always do plan, as General Dogra remembers, plan for replacement bridges. So there is a kind of replacement bridge system that exists. But a bridge is it will hurt Pakistanis much more in case they target a national infrastructure. That bridge is a national infrastructure. You target a national infrastructure, they would be held to pay. Their bridges and bridges. Their country depends on only bridges across Indus River or across Chenab River. My way of thinking is that they would like to respond. They would like to choreograph a response. A choreographed response means that they would want to show that they have responded, but they have not responded in a manner that it escalates to next level of hitting. In the choreographed response, they would be thinking of military targets. We don't have any terrorist camps, so they can't hit a terrorist camp here or terrorist infrastructure like Muridke or Raiwind or Bahawalpur. They would like to hit a military target. Now, we can count military targets. We issued NOTAM for airfield, so there could be an airfield which is proximity to the borders, or a cantonment which are proximity to the border. Beyond that, hitting a a civilian establishment, cities which are from Pathankot down to Anupgarh is one big city.
Okay.
You
I
know,
just want to give an
Can
update.
I
To give an update, ma'am. I just want to give an
Yeah.
update. There was a press conference scheduled at 10, but now it's been postponed by 30 minutes. It will begin at 10:30. The briefing about Operation Sindur that was scheduled to start at 10 will now start at 10:30.
Okay, thank you. And we should also say the Prime Minister will be chairing a meeting of the Cabinet at 11 as well. And I think we will hear possibly from the Prime Minister. I would not be surprised after the Cabinet. We'll wait and see a continued coverage here at the Mojo Story. General Dogra, let's bring you in. Once again, we have to remind ourselves that some of India is still waking up. It's 26 minutes past 9 o'clock in the morning. Most of India was sleeping when the three services of India, the first time such a tri-service operation has been unleashed since 1971, were used in missile strikes on terror bases inside Pakistan, 9 terror bases, including the Lashkar and Jaish and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The strikes inside Pakistan's Punjab are particularly significant, and you know, Zafar has taken us through some of those key targets. General Dogra, the significance of this moment and what you think might happen next, what we have to prepare ourselves for, what we have to prepare the country for, and of course, a big salute to our armed forces. The country stands united and behind our armed forces. General Dogra, over to you, sir.
Good morning, Barkha, and to all your panelists. Firstly, I must say that I'm really, really satisfied by what happened last night, because we've been talking so much about it, and it was great news in the morning when I saw this happening. But having said that, I don't think it's important to find out now or decide what are the targets they can hit or what they will do, but we should be looking at an overall reaction as to what we expect Pakistan to do now. Having been struck, it is obvious that they will be retaliatory action. Where, when, again, like we say that it's at a time of choosing. There may be something very immediate, there may be something a little delayed, whether it's a missile strike, whether it's planes, we don't know. But we, as a nation, for each and every contingency. And what I would think is important right now is that we need to put our drills for expecting something to come from the Pakistan side in place. And all the preparations that we were doing so far, I think we have gone purely as per that. If you remember in the program before last, which I did, I'd mentioned that probably a hybrid model where a strike to put the political compulsions at rest. Initially, maybe planes or missiles would happen. And thereafter, you can look at giving a crushing defeat as and when you want to do it. And I think that's something like similar to what has happened now. As far as hitting dams is concerned, my conversation of hitting a dam was in relation to the Indus Water Treaty that should be able to starve Pakistan of water. It would be then, when they have no option available, that this could be a likely target, because they would have no other option available. How do you get water back into your country? So it was in that context, and not in the context of a first on strike on the dam and things like that. But I feel that every target that we have envisaged and spoken of in all the planning that we've done till now is a likely target.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I just want a small update that you've been talking about the people living at the line of control. At least 3 of them have been killed in Pakistani artillery firing. That much is confirmed. Now, the office of the LG of Jammu Kashmir has come out with a post that I have directed. That's the LG of Jammu and Kashmir. The DCs for shifting of villagers from vulnerable areas to safer locations and ensuring boarding, lodging, food, Medicare and transportation will ensure safety of every citizen. Now, these are the most vulnerable people who are living at the line of control right now and the international border. So already a process has been started to move them to safer places in view of the Pakistani firing and shelling that's going on in both line of control areas and the international border.
Yeah, that's an important update, because 3 Indian civilians, this is according to official statement from the Indian Army, 3 civilians have been killed in firing from Pakistan, by the way, now across the line of control and the IB as well. That's the statement from the army. Artillery shells are being fired by Pakistan. General Dogra, please, you first and then General Sharma. I agree that it's pointless to speculate on possible targets by Pakistan, but India will have to be on its highest alert. Some precautions are being taken, the evacuation of civilians from right to the front line to areas further back, the closure of schools. At the moment, the civilian airspace in Srinagar and Jammu as well, Zafar, I think remains.
Yes.
The
Obviously,
airports are.
both of
Yes.
these airports are defense airports, and any given point of time, photography is not allowed in Jammu as well as in
That's right.
Srinagar. Jammu is a smaller airport, very, very close to the international border. Srinagar airport is still away from the line of control, but Jammu
Yeah.
airport is very close to the international border. Now, both of these airports are obviously closed today on a day when India has struck Pakistan.
Yeah, General Dogra. Like I said, not to get into the speculation game about what could Pakistan hit, more interested in how does India stay on highest possible alert at this point. Remember, today was meant to be a day of mock drills. Those are no longer mock. We are past the stage of mock drills. We are actually in a state of, I want to say, conflict with Pakistan. If we don't want to use the word war, we are in a state of heightened conflict with Pakistan. And the drills that were mock are now going to be real, possibly. General Dogra.
Yes, I agree with you, and I think it's essential. I feel that what we need to guard against right now is rumors which are being spread by international media, or what Pakistan is telling them, that 5 Indian jets have been knocked down. Some places says 2 Indian jets have been knocked down. Another channel was reporting large explosions in Srinagar, and so on and so forth. And this is normal, which would happen. And I think we as a nation must be conscious that we do not get carried away by that. So that's one part of it. Second, of course, you spoke of the mock drills, which would now be reality. I think we should be aware as to what may be expected in terms of if the strikes happen, whether they happen at border locations, happen inside, or we don't know, because Pakistan is an irrational country, and we should be prepared for it all in terms of our evacuation plans, our internal security, looking at the fifth columnists who would now probably also come into action. And so the entire gamut of that 0.5 front that we talk of may also be activated. We should be up to that. And so the entire system that we've been talking of in terms of our preparations, I think needs to be now kept alive. And the audience or the entire nation must be informed, I think, by formal statements as to what is happening, so that there is no scope for rumors to mislead the nation.
Absolutely. I want General Sharma to add to that. I think we will hear officially, Zafar just gave us that update in about 1 hour from now, possibly first from the military. I would imagine that is what would happen. The Prime Minister will then chair a meeting of the cabinet, and then possibly we will hear from the Prime Minister or the Defense Minister. We have a first statement from the Foreign Minister. General Sharma, I want to play out Donald Trump's statement, and I'll tell you why I want to play it out. Because it is a clear example of how Pakistan media is distorting his statement, right? Now, he's making some general statement. Oh, it's such a shame. Talking about the military tensions. Are India and Pakistan going to go to war? And India and Pakistan media is trying to use it as if to say Trump is condemning India, which is clearly not the case. I'm just going to play out that Trump statement, and I want your reaction to it. Let's listen to Donald Trump.
Any questions for Steve? No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
General Sharma, I mean, Trump is Trump. Right? But this statement is being distorted by Pakistan media. It's being used to say the Americans have condemned it. Actually, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, after that has issued a statement saying that he's monitoring the situation. General Raj Shukla is with us. Good morning, sir. Jai Hind. General Shukla, General Sharma, your reactions first, and then I'll bring in General Shukla. Could we unmute General Sharma? I can't hear him.
We don't mute your you mute yourself, Don't blame us, please. Okay.
Not at all. Not at all, sir. Not at all. Not.
Okay. The point is that you see, when so many days have passed, there would have been a change of attitude in United States. You see the statement given by J.D. Vance when he was in Jaipur, and what the statement he gave when he was back into United States, when he said, no, there should be no war and there should be peace and talk. So that change is obviously coming up, and the change is around. President Trump's statement in an aircraft, he said, these countries have been fighting for 1,500 years. 1,500 years? God knows. Even now he says they are fighting for centuries. Centuries? I mean, I think, though it is important for us to hear what President Trump is saying, but let's not get carried away. It is all for the public to say so. I don't think he has said don't do it. He didn't say lift up phone and say don't do it. He didn't say that. Do it, but I will do my bit. It's all right. It's fine. I don't think we need to be carried away with. He says it's a shame because he's a businessman and he wants to have everything as a deal. He wants to deal with everything. So all deals are bilateral in nature in his time. There's nothing multilateral. So he says it's a shame. It's a shame. He wants to. Ukraine and Russia war is a shame. But despite all his effort, now he's changed his tack on Russia and he's gone towards Ukraine. So all this is a shame. It doesn't matter at all. What we have to do, we have to do. What we have to accept a response tonight or tomorrow night or day after night, that we have to be prepared. Then we will deal with President Trump also in times to come. And I'll call up Barkha. Time for breakfast.
No, sir, we can't let you eat right now. You've got to stay with us. There's no peace for the brave. So, abhi aap thoda breakfast delay kariye. General Shukla, good morning, sir. Jai Hind. First reactions. General Shukla, are you able to hear me, sir?
So my first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I've been listening very carefully to General Dogra and about the escalation. But let's celebrate the moment first. And what is it to be celebrated? I think in this unfolding of calibrated military kinetics, which we have been discussing over the last 2 weeks, we have seen some very smart alchemy of India's power and purpose. This is the way it should always have been. And let me tell you why. Look at the politico-military orchestration over the last 2 weeks. The inbuilt ambiguity, the deception. Yesterday, when there was talk of these drills, one got the impression that, we would still take some time, we would prepare and respond. And there this morning you go. The symbolism between this Sindur, a determination to avenge the loss of our brides. But the cake is the reasonably precise military execution. We've had this loitering munitions, airstrikes perhaps, drones also, whether they were for deception or for PSDA. So all this, the choice of the targets, we have expanded it right from Muzaffarabad to South Punjab all along, targeting the headquarters of the LETA, the Jaish-e-Mohammed. I remember I was commanding the corps in Bhatinda when Abhinandan was brought down and General Rawat was in my headquarters. Bahawalpur was a target. It was discussed, but we never got to do it. Finally, we have done it. And so in that sense, I think so far it has been a brilliant success. Look at the complete vulnerabilities in the Pakistani AD system. Whatever happened to the HQ-9s? Whatever happened to the Great Fizaya? They've been caught napping. In the statement, there is restraint, and the dilemmas are growing for Pakistan. When we have said that we have targeted a terror array, we have not targeted the military targets. We have done what we have to. Escalation dominance is with us. There are options. Now you escalate. The dilemmas are on Pakistan. So I think we have got off to a brilliant start. Of course, the escalatory ladder has to play out. And then the issue that General Dogra was saying, millions will come in. But for a long time, when we have hesitated to even strike, let me give you one dramatic comparison, Barkha.
Yeah.
We had mobilized during Parakram. After being mobilized, we were hit in Kaluchak. Our families were hit and we didn't respond. In that sense, I've been saying this for a while, the chosen option will be maximized for lethality and de-risk to the extent possible. That's exactly what happened. The onus is on Pakistan, the dilemma is on Pakistani statecraft. But for the moment, I think after a very long time, the entire array of Indian statecraft has come together brilliantly. So far, 10 on 10. What happens from here, we'll see.
Right. Let me play out before I come to General Dogra. Reactions are pouring in from the families of those killed in Pahalgam by terrorists, and those are very, very moving testimonies. This is from the family of a naval officer, Vinay Narwal. Take a look.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है।
सेना के जवानों को मैसेज देना चाहेंगे, आगे भी वो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं।
मैं वो सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
आक्रोश था, लेकिन अब लगता है कि जो आपके अंदर आक्रोश था, जिस तरह से सब हुआ पहलगाम के अंदर, अब जब बदला लिया है तो अब क्या कहना चाहेंगे कि बाकी आक्रोश पूरा हुआ जो आपके मन में चल रहा था?
हाँ जी, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, उसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा ही खुश हूँ और आगे मेरे हस्बैंड ही बोलेंगे।
श्रद्धांजलि मिली आपको लगता है उन तमाम लोगों को जिनकी जान गई पहलगाम में, सभी लोग?
हाँ जी, उन सभी को श्रद्धांजलि मिली है कि भाई उनकी जान जायज रही है, वो जो शहीद हुए हैं उनको न्याय मिला है।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम रखा गया है।
हाँ जी,
सिंदूर।
हाँ जी, सुहागिन। हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
So I want reactions. General Shukla, could you reconnect, sir? Your internet is a little weak. If I could request you to just reconnect. We can't see you very well. General Dogra, let me bring you in. Those are very emotive reactions coming in from the family. Your response, sir, on what the sensitivities, what the challenges are going to be in the next 24 to 48 hours, maybe longer. Maybe we are back in a prolonged sort of phase of conflict with Pakistan. After Pulwama and Balakot, we saw a kind of strike by India, a kind of ostensible cosmetic response from Pakistan, and then that was it. This is very different. This is very, very different. This is very, very specific, and we could be in for a long haul conflict. General Dogra, what does the country need to understand at this moment?
I think the ball is in Pakistan's court, as has been spoken of earlier. And like I mentioned, we should be prepared for any and every kind of retaliation. And in that, when I say, apart from the drills that we are doing and stuff we've been doing all these days, we need to also look at a ground offensive, whether it is a limited one, whether it is an actual one, we don't know. But we must be prepared so that we are not caught napping. So that's as far as the military is concerned. And I'm sure it's all being done. Whilst it's not being televised or it's not being spoken about, I have full faith that all precautions as required would have been taken. As far as the emotive, scenes you just showed, I think this sends just the right message, because Operation Sindur is all about Sindur, and these are the right political messages also, and also support for the offensive, which will rally the entire nation as one. And I think it's an important message which is going through, that if any such incidents happen, there will be retaliation, which will be punitive.
General Dogra, if you had to explain the use of all three services for the first time since 1971, loitering ammunition, precision strikes, the use of missiles, it's a very, very different approach. It's not an infantry-led approach. It's not a ground-led approach, I should say. It's a very different thinking. It's a very different planning. Um, Pakistan is so far hitting in the way that it always has, targeting the line of control. But it has always used asymmetric warfare, and it may continue to do that right now as well. Now, I want you to just explain to our audience, many of them are not from the military, the significance of this tri-service op, how it would have been coordinated, how different areas, for example, Bahawalpur, which is the Jaish-e-Mohammed target, and Murid K, which is the Lashkar headquarters, they're very far from each other. So it would have been a coordinated set of multiple missile strikes on these bases, perfectly coordinated between three chiefs. It took place, of course, at 1:44 a.m. as India was asleep. So I want you to explain a little bit about what we know thus far and how these strikes were conducted.
See, tri-services operations actually is bringing synergy of whatever we have in terms of our arsenal. And also, we have been speaking about it in terms of the messaging which was happening around the port of Karachi. So the Navy was put into action. The Air Force has been carrying out its drills. The Army, of course, in terms of its missiles. So when you look at a tri-services operation, basically you are synchronizing and bringing together the might of three services to a single objective. And here it was the knocking of 9 objectives which were identified and hit by different means, whether they were, like you mentioned, loitering ammunition, drones, aircrafts, missiles. We are not yet clear as to what exactly happened. I've also just been watching the news. And so it seems that this coordination, of course, has gone on for a long time. It takes time to coordinate this. The time and hour of attack was decided well in advance. And everything that was happening till now was to give the impression that we will strike, but it might come later. So when you talk of precision, it's not very difficult. It's like to say that at so-and-so time, you must be on target, and therefore you work backwards from the distance from where the strike is coming. What is the means of the strike? All those distances, time and space is calculated so that your impact can be at the time that you have chosen. And this is a normal kind of operation which would be expected in any military which has tri-service components.
Thanks for that, General Dogra. General Shukla is back with us. General Shukla, I can see you fine now. Thanks, sir. I just want to read out Home Minister's statement because official statements are now coming in. Sorry, General Shukla. I hope you can hear me, General Shukla. You can hear me, sir?
I can.
Okay, sir. I just want to read out Home Minister Amit Shah's statement. Proud of our armed forces, Operation Sindoor is Bharat's response to the brutal killing of our innocent brothers in Pahalgam. The Modi government is resolved to give a befitting response to any attack on India and its people. Bharat remains firmly committed to eradicating terrorism from its roots. Right. General Shukla, let's bring you in, sir. You said this is a moment to celebrate. So far, 10 on 10 on how the ops have been conducted. General Dogra was just explaining how the tri-services were deployed for the first time in coordinated precision strikes on terror bases inside Pakistan. For the first time since the 1971 war, it's been a tri-service op of this manner. General Shukla, the significance, the import of hitting Pakistan. I know you have studied Pakistan very closely and you will love to talk about this. Punjab ke andar mara hai. Pakistan's Punjab dominates its politics, its military, its resources. You know, we have hit Pakistan's deep state on its home turf, Pakistan, Punjab. I want you to talk a little bit about the significance of that, sir.
So see, I look at it as, a clear-headed response to, what shall I say, Pakistan's years of low cunning in statecraft. See, what did they do? Since we have a little time today, I'll just take 2 minutes. 65 or around that time, they say that, in Kashmir, we will send jihadis, there will be a local uprising, and then we will launch conventional forces, Akhnur, Cham and all that, 65. And this was a state which was, in economic terms, no match. And then they play this whole game till India discovers its conventional strength under General Sundarji in brass tacks, where we tell them that, if we wheel westwards, you are balkanized. And that's the time we have Mirza Aslam Beg doing Zarbe Mumin, which was a feeble response. But the Pakistanis got the message that the conventional strength of India cannot be matched. And they go into this low intensity conflict where they craft another game. And what is that game? That under the nuclear umbrella, they will launch a terror rampage. And this was unique to them. And much of the West and a great part of India's strategic commentariat bought into this argument. Nuclear, nuclear. It was entirely a schoolboy bluff. It had no strategic rationale. Anybody who studies the nuclear paradigm knows that they are red lines, but those red lines cannot be, contrived irrationality. So this time what we are saying is that, listen, our greatest strength, which is our conventional might, will be got together quite like the 71 moment. We now have a CDS who develops these integrated options, and we must recognize that. If a CDS was not there, you would not have seen this degree of coordination in the three services. And all this, over the last 2 weeks, the forced orchestration, the preparation of the battle space in many domains, this has put the Pakistanis in a quandary. So there is much to, that is why I say this is a very great moment. And the central message to Pakistan is, listen, this terror as a tool in your statecraft is not acceptable and will not work. Now, if you have to choose the targets, we are very clear what our targets are. And we are also very clear that this nuclear bogey will not work. The schoolboy bluff will not work. And this is on years of strategic restraints. So we are operating from a moral high. And therefore now the shoe is on the Pakistani foot. They have to respond. They have to worry. But as it escalates, we will have to show a great deal of resilience. A lot of our other strategic military systems will be tested. So, it is a moment to celebrate so far, but there is reason to be cautious ahead, to be vigilant ahead. And as I keep saying, this is just the beginning. There are larger challenges ahead, China and all of that. So we have to continuously step up our game in national security. I hope this is a moment, once again, to remind us that if your foreign policy is muscular, your instrument of force must be well nourished and in the highest state of readiness.
General Shukla, I share, of course, I share the pride that you have expressed as an Indian. I think we all feel that goosebumpy Jai Hind moment, really, and the Indian Army has said exactly that. Jai Hind. That's their comment on X. My question to you, sir, is the significance of the targets. In the statement by the army, the initial statement, it said it emphasized the restraint in avoiding Pakistan military installations. It made it clear that terrorists have been targeted, but the area, the geography, the fact that this is Pakistan, Punjab, I want you to elaborate on that.
So, see, it is very astute. I think it is very astute and very well thought through. Let's go back to Kargil. What were the shackles we put on our own selves? In Kargil, we said that to evict the Pakistani aggression, we will not even cross the LAC. And
so can you hear us? Okay, never mind. I'm sure General Shukla will reconnect. Zafar, in the meantime, I know you have some breaking news. Pakistan shelling is being targeted at civilian areas, and we're seeing the images of that on our screen. Do give us the latest update. Zafar, you have to unmute yourself, please.
Yes, the army sources, according to our army sources, Pakistani shelling that's going on intensely at the line of control in the Kashmir region and in the Jammu region, particularly in Akhnur and Poonch sector. The shells were landing on the civilian areas, but now shell has fallen just outside the gate of UN field station in Poonch. So this is
I
very
think we have those
significant.
images and we'll show them to you in just a moment. Yeah, Zafar, keep going. Yeah.
So they're trying to strike even the UN assets and inside J&K, but those are missing. You can see from those visuals, it's just
Yeah.
fallen outside the gate of the UN field, the blue gate. That's the UN field station in Poonch. It's come very much within inside the Poonch city, not at the line of control. It is they are firing long range mortars and artillery shells, targeting not just the civilian areas, but even this UN facility has been targeted with a shell landing just outside that UN field station, missing clearly its target. I don't know whether it was deliberately targeted this building, this UN building, to give it a new different dimension to the ongoing conflict, but clearly that shell has missed the UN field station and it's just fallen outside that gate.
Yeah. Also, Zafar, an update on the line of control situation where we know now from the army that 3 civilians have been killed. What do we know about that? We know there are orders from the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir to start pulling back a civilian population from the line of control, from the international border. We have seen this play out before and we are back in that moment. I should also emphasize that while till yesterday, before Operation Sindoor, the firing at the line of control was small arms fire, we are now seeing artillery fire return to the line of control. And the army statement says that Pakistan has fired at all points along the line of control and the international border. That is basically the entire stretch of Jammu and Kashmir. Zafar?
Absolutely. Now it reminds us of the pre 2003 ceasefire days when artillery shelling was the order of the day, both at the line of control and the international border. But since the ceasefire agreement, there have been skirmishes and escalations, but we haven't seen such an exchange of artillery. Now, Pakistan has been deliberately and intensely targeting these civilian areas. In response to that, the office of the Lieutenant Governor has tweeted, the Lieutenant Governor has said that I have also took stock of the situation in border districts of J&K UT with all the senior administrative police and district officials, including this. I'm closely monitoring the situation and government is fully prepared to deal with any eventuality. So basically, they're moving all the people to safer locations. We know for a fact that there are schools, there are other places where these people have been moved in the past and they will again be moved there. But this time around, this is happening right in the middle of an escalation. There is very little reaction time. They will have to leave their homes and they will have to move quickly to those safe zones. That is what is happening. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is also conducting a meeting with the DCs of Jammu and Kashmir. So clearly a tough situation at the borders. But if I may again emphasize on this video, this is in Poonch UN field station. The shell has landed just outside the field station, according to army sources, and you can see that it's clearly missed the target. Probably the target was this UN building, which is deep inside Poonch, not at the line of. See, you can see that board also there. Clearly a UN installation that seemed to have been the target of Pakistan. Remember, there is a UN military observers group in Jammu and Kashmir, which has its office in Srinagar, but there are also sub offices, and this is one of them in Poonch, which came under attack. That shell just landed outside the gate of this UN installation. So clearly, Pakistan taking this escalation to a different level altogether now.
Right. I want to play out a few reactions that are coming. Reactions are coming in from families whose loved ones were killed in Pahalgam. Why is this operation called Sindur? By the way, that video is from Bahawalpur. Jafar, you want to talk a little bit about this video? This has been filmed by it's a user-generated content from Pakistan. That is what happened when Indian missiles hit Pakistan. You can see the clouds of fire, and that is Bahawalpur, which is the base of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which has been hit by Indian missiles, and that is the missile as it landed. There would, of course, have been clouds of smoke and fire, and that is 1:44 in the morning. You can see the darkness, and you can see Pakistani civilians filming that. So that is user-generated content from Pakistan as Indian missiles struck down on Bahawalpur. I want to also play out now family reactions that are coming in. I want to play out for you the Jagdale family in Maharashtra, the Manjunath family. Manjunath, remember his very moving picture sitting in a shikara with his wife. It was heartbreaking to later learn that he was killed. So many heartbreaking testimonies. Families are reacting, applauding the armed forces, applauding the Modi government. Take a look.
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के, क्योंकि मुझे याद है जिस दिन अमित शाह जी आए थे श्रीनगर, जो लोग वीर मरण जिनको प्राप्त हुआ उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए, उस दिन सब बहनें उनको बोल रही थी कि हम भारत की बहनें हैं, हम आपकी बहनें, और हम लोगों से हमारे पतियों को छीन लिया है। तो मुझे लगता है शायद उसी वजह से ये ऑपरेशन का नाम सिंदूर रखा गया होगा कि जो हमारी सरकार है जो हर स्त्री को बहन बोलता है, तो उनके पतियों को छीना गया था, तो उनका सिंदूर छीना गया था, शायद इसी की वजह से उन्होंने वो नाम रखा होगा। ये नाम पढ़ के तो हम बहुत रो रहे थे सुबह, और मुझे लगता है कि जो हमारे मेरे पिताजी का या फिर जितने भी उधर बच्चे थे उन सबके पिताजी और जितनी भी औरतें थे उनके पतियों का जो मतलब जान ली गई, तो उनका ये मरण जो था वो वेस्ट नहीं हुआ। और मुझे लगता है ये उनके लिए आज सच में दी गई एक श्रद्धांजलि है जो भारत ने एयर स्ट्राइक करके की है। मोदी जी को मैं बस तहे दिल से थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ कि 15 दिनों के अंदर
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है, और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है।
सेना के जवानों को मैसेज देना चाहेंगे, आगे भी वो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं।
मैं वो सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
आक्रोश था, लेकिन अब लगता है कि जो आपके अंदर आक्रोश था, जिस तरह से सब हुआ पहलगाम के अंदर, अब जब बदला लिया है तो अब क्या कहना चाहेंगे कि बाकी आक्रोश पूरा हुआ जो आपके मन में चल रहा था?
हाँ जी, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, उसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा ही खुश हूँ, और आगे मेरे हस्बैंड जी बोलेंगे।
श्रद्धांजलि मिली आपको लगता है उन तमाम लोगों को जिनकी जान गई पहलगाम में, सभी लोग?
हाँ जी, उन सभी को श्रद्धांजलि मिली है कि भाई उनकी जान जायज रही है, वो जो शहीद हुए हैं उनको न्याय मिला है।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम रखा गया है।
लिया है, कितने खुश हैं आप?
जी, मैं मतलब सबसे पहले जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ हमारी सेना का, मोदी जी का, हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का। मैं सबका जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो है ये एक अच्छा कदम उठाया है। उन्होंने जो है ये निहत्ते मासूमों का जो कत्ल किया था उनका जो है बदला लिया है उन्होंने। ये तो हम बहुत जो है मतलब प्राउड फील करते हैं हमारी सरकार पे, हमारी सेना पे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे, अमित शाह जी पे, हमारी सेंट्रल की गवर्नमेंट पे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पे। हम मतलब बहुत फख्र फील करते हैं और हमें यकीन भी था और भरोसा भी था उन पे।
अच्छा, भरोसा था
जी।
आज आपको लगता है कि जितने भी मासूम जाने चली गई वहाँ पे उनको शांति मिली है, उनकी आत्मा को शांति मिली है, और आपके आदिल का आपका जो भाई है आदिल, उसको भी?
जी बिल्कुल, मतलब ये जो मतलब इन्होंने बदला लिया है, इससे जाहिर है कि मतलब उनको जो है ये जो निहत्ते लोगों का कत्ल किया गया था, ये जो 26 लोगों को मारा गया था, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे मतलब उनका बदला लिया गया है, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे शांति मिलेगी।
देश के प्रधानमंत्री पे भरोसा था आपको?
जी बहुत, हमें नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे बहुत ही ज़्यादा मतलब भरोसा था और उन्होंने करके भी दिखाया, तो हम उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं।
क्या मजीद और स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए?
जी, ये जो
आप मानते हैं कि भारत ने एक तरह से पहलगाम में जो हमारे शुभम थे या जो भी लोग वहाँ शहीद हुए थे उनका बदला लिया?
जब 22 अप्रैल को हमारा बच्चा शहीद हुआ वहाँ पे, तब भी हमने ऐसा कहा था, हमारे बच्चे के साथ जो बाकी के जितने भी लोग शहीद हुए, तभी मैंने कहा था कि नहीं, एक अब क्रांति आएगी हमारे देश में। और मुझे विश्वास था कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हमारी भावनाओं का, हमारे जो हम लोग एक दुख के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं, उन भावनाओं का आदर करेंगे और आतंकवाद के समूल नाश के लिए वो निश्चित रूप से बहुत कठोर कदम उठाएंगे। आज रात मुझे 2 बजे जब जानकारी हुई कि हमारी भारत की सशस्त्र सेनाओं ने उस आतंकवाद के समूल नाश का जो बीड़ा था उठाया था, उसकी शुरुआत कर दी है, तो मुझे लगा कि नहीं, अब निश्चित रूप से आतंकवाद का सर्वनाश होकर ही रहेगा। मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को। हम लोगों के हृदय में, मेरे हृदय में जो 22 अप्रैल से एक प्रतिशोध की आग ज्वाला धधक रही थी, आज उसको निश्चित रूप से शांति मिली है।
एक कहीं ना कहीं शुभम को और जो पहलगाम में लोग शहीद हुए थे, जो निर्दोष नागरिक थे
जी,
उनको कहीं ना कहीं एक सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि आज सरकार ने और सेना के द्वारा दी गई।
सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि है सरकार की तरफ से, सेना की तरफ से, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि नहीं, आज हमारा बच्चा जहां भी होगा, उसकी मृत आत्मा जहां भी होगी, आज बहुत शांति और सुकून महसूस कर रही होगी। उसे बड़ी खुशी होगी, उसे बड़ा गर्व होगा हमारी देश की सेनाओं पर, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री।
धन्यवाद करती हूँ, उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है।
तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमने सरकार तक कहेंगे, सरकार ने उसका बदला लिया और आज उनकी
धन्यवाद कहूंगी। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है। एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
जिस तरह से आपसे आतंकी लोग बात करते हैं।
बिल्कुल सर, असली श्रद्धांजलि, और शायद वो आज जहाँ पे भी है, आज वो शायद थोड़ी शांति में होगा।
लिया है, कितने खुश हैं आप?
जी, मैं मतलब सबसे पहले जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ हमारी सेना का, मोदी जी का, हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का। मैं सबका जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो है ये एक अच्छा कदम उठाया है। उन्होंने जो है ये निहत्थे मासूमों का जो कत्ल किया था, उनका जो है बदला लिया है उन्होंने। ये तो हम बहुत जो है मतलब प्राउड फील करते हैं हमारी सरकार पे, हमारी सेना पे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे, अमित शाह जी पे, हमारी सेंटर की गवर्नमेंट पे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पे हम मतलब बहुत फख्र फील करते हैं, और हमें यकीन भी था और भरोसा।
पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ, उसके लिए मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने पाकिस्तान को ये दिखा के दिया कि हम भी चुप बैठने वालों में से नहीं हैं। हमारे जो मिडिल क्लास लोग हैं उन पर उन्होंने अटैक किया। आज अभी तक तो वो 26/11 का था, उस वक्त भी उन्होंने ऐसे ही सामान्य लोगों पर अटैक किया था, तभी भी कोई ये नहीं हुआ था। पर अभी तो मोदी जी ने उनको ये लेसन दिया है कि अभी हम चुप नहीं बैठने वाले।
Right. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah has also tweeted, proud of our armed forces. Operation Sindur is Bharat's response to the brutal killing of our innocent brothers in Pahalgam. The Modi government is resolved to give a befitting response to any attack on India and its people. Bharat remains firmly committed to eradicating terrorism from its roots. Major Shah joins us again. We spoke at length during the night. Major Shah, how do you see these developments panning out since this news first broke that India has conducted strikes across the LOC and the international border inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir? There was a press briefing that was supposed to happen at 10. Now that's been postponed to 10:30. Major Shah.
Right, Zafar bhai, thank you very much for doing the great work that Mojo Story has been doing. And you've been tirelessly covering it, and the entire night. In fact, I was with you in the wee hours. So firstly, I would say we have given a very, very befitting reply. In fact, very befitting reply. In fact, the wounds that we have inflicted upon them are going to be so deep that they will not forget that for generations. And it's a very successful tri-services operation. And my compliments to all the three services, Army, Navy, Air Force, particularly to the air warriors who were totally unmindful of their own personal safety, who very bravely, who went beyond the call of duty, over 100 kilometers inside the enemy territory into the airspace, and launched this attack only on 9 specific targeted pinpoint terror bases. I mean, they did not want to harm any civilian. So they took the time. The time was since our Prime Minister had given a free hand to the defense force, this is a time for the entire nation to come together, leave aside your political ideology, leave aside your religion, region, caste, whichever place you belong to. We have to stand tall together as one nation, which is India, which is Bharat. That's it. We have to stand together for that. We have to fight. We are all fighting a common enemy, and we have to ensure that we all are together in this fight and the enemy gets defeat at any cost. Now, if Pakistan makes the terrible mistake, blunder, as I would say, of responding the way they responded, if they actually do anything on ground, it is definitely going to escalate. All they are doing right now is Gidar Bhapki. They are only threatening. They are saying they are going to use their nuclear power for this, and it is not that simple, Zafar bhai. It is not that simple. We have seen Russia and Ukraine war for a long time. There was speculation about a year plus 2 years back almost that President Putin is going to open out, go nuclear, and that's going to happen. It's not that simple. One cannot, it is not easy to take out nuclear weapons. Now, Pakistan is playing a propaganda. They are learning from their elder brother China, which is known as Chalbaz Chin, Shatir Chin, propagandist Chin, China. So they will spread all lies, all fake news. Whenever, now the fact is, why was Pakistan's government Twitter handle pulled back some few days back? Because Elon Musk has pulled it behind, because they were spreading lies, propaganda. So the fact is, who is going to stand with Pakistan? See, Pakistan don't have the funds. They don't have the resources to actually come forward, or the guts to come forward and do a Jawabi Karwai on India. If at all they do, it will be their own loss. They will be digging their grave. They have seen a Jawabi Karwai to their cowardly, dastardly terrorist attack in a peaceful place like Pahalgam, where it was unheard. Tourists used to come. They used to just be there. Nowhere. No one ever harmed them earlier. And the way they have done the attack, it's very evident, very clear to even a small child that the entire motive of this attack was to create hatred in the Indian society, to divide us, to make sure we are separated. But as our Prime Minister said, the biggest weapon, the biggest strength that India has got is that we all are together, our unity. United we stand, divided we fall. They didn't end up separating us or dividing us. They ended up uniting us. They failed miserably in their propaganda. You are a Kashmiri. We saw a protest march. We saw a candlelight march in Kashmir for the first time. No other state had a candlelight march. The way everyone came together, everyone today is resonating. I've got thousands of messages. I don't know which message to check. They're all saying Jai Hind, Jai Hind. We are proud of our defense forces. In fact, Mr. Dwivedi is who was martyred, who was killed in Pahalgam. His family has said that the armed forces have given a befitting reply. Justice has been done. So the very fact is, yes, whoever is gone cannot come back, but most certainly there can be certain relief. Thandak to milegi kam se kam. So I think we are on a very, very advantage state, and the morale of entire Pakistan, not just the army, the morale of the entire nation is down in their boots. The right time to strike them, and we struck them like real hard. We took our time because we decided we'll do it our way, and they are right now paranoid. When a ship sinks, Zafar bhai, when a ship sinks, it's the stinking rats which jump out of the ship. That is exactly what happening in Pakistan. Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, he gave a hate speech on the Indus River. Later on, the very next day, he sent his family to Canada. Why? Because he was scared. Their generals, their ministers, they are sending their families abroad. One of their member of parliament was caught on camera, on tape. It is evidence of that. He was saying, "Agar hamla aur se ho jata hai, to I'll run away to United Kingdom," as if UK is waiting with open arms to welcome him. So the very fact, one of the ministers in the parliament said, "Agle 36 ghante mein, in 36 hours, India will attack Pakistan. So they got to be prepared." 36 hours, lot of specific information. 36 hours. If the intelligence was that strong, why didn't they Why couldn't they get intelligence when PLA was hijacking the train? And why is it that when the soldiers were suffering in that train, PLA, they had no information that PLA is going to be doing that? Unknown gunmen attacking them on motorcycles. Why can't they get information who these gunmen are? So Pakistan has asked for trouble. They are digging their own grave, and see, they will never improve. If one is expecting that Pakistan is going to come out and they'll improve, they will never improve. So last night, the whole mood of before we went to bed was, oh, tomorrow there is mock drill. What are we expected to do in mock drill? What will happen? Siren bajega, and then what will do? What do we do? That was the mood. That was the flavor. And at 2 a.m., I was woken up by back-to-back phone calls. And in fact, I was with you in the VRs. And we were discussing about, wow, that India has done an airstrike on 9 specific targets. So I'll give you a small example. When you do long jump, you come back and you take a run up, and then you go ahead with full steam ahead. That's exactly what we did. We took our own sweet time. Forge me, during a training in the army, we are taught. Because we are all 20, 21 when we come for training. We are very, very young. If you go through NDA, you are even younger, 16, 17, 18. We are taught Josh ke saath hosh. So we've got a lot of Josh in us as Indians, yes, but hosh. We played with intelligence. We played with the psyche. We played with the mind, and then we struck them hard. We gave them sleepless nights. There was speculative fire at the line of control. They would fire because they were anticipating and expecting the Indian Army surgical strike team to come forward and climb from this direction. So they would fire openly in all directions. But that did not happen. We were too intelligent for them to even guess. So it was least expected from anyone. But yes, we've hit them hard, Zafarbai.
Yes. Also, the fact that Pahalgam terror attack was carried out by TRF, which is a shadow outfit of the Lashkar. But this sort of a strike inside Pakistan is not just Lashkar specific. There have been a terror camp of Jaish also, which has been demolished in Bahawalpur, and some Hizbul Mujahideen related camp also. So it has not spared any terror group. It is not just focused on Lashkar, because Pulwama was carried out by Jaish, a parliament attack was carried out by Jaish. So it has just gone after all those terror groups who are actually fomenting and planning terror in India.
Yes, absolutely. Now the fact is that it was carried out by the terrorist groups, and we are very, very careful that we should not strike any civilian, any innocent. We have to punish the guilty, the perpetrators, as plain and simple as that. And we took so much of time because we had to actually do a research. We had to find out, we had to get exact pinpoint grid reference, exact pinpoint targets. We had to be very careful that no civilian, no innocent is harmed in this airstrike. And we've struck them like real hard. It's a historic moment. In fact, we have Khoon ka badla khoon we have taken. And it is a fact that, India has emerged even stronger, has emerged even victorious by what they try to do. They try to weaken us. They try to get things clear from Bangladesh by doing Hindu-Muslim. I mean, the Chief of Army Staff, General Assembly, least expected from any person who is in uniform. I'm not saying about Pakistan Army only. In anywhere in uniform, least expected. But this was absolutely uncalled for, absolutely ridiculous. And the motive of the attackers of the Pahalgam attack, the terror attack, is very clear even to a small child. If a person cannot see it, what the motive was, then I'm sorry. I mean, there is a problem there. It is very simple. The motive was definitely to divide us, to create hatred, to create... Who does it? Think of it logically. If someone has to do it, they will attack and they will go back. But here, they were making it evident and obvious that what their motive was. And I think वो हर एक को मालूम है कि क्या हुआ था वहां पर.
Right. And also now we've seen escalation at the line of control. For the last few days, there was just small arm fire that was exchanged at the line of control. But today, artillery fire has also been used in line of control, at the line of control, and in which, according to initial reports, 3 civilians were killed. But there's a possibility that that there could be more civilians who are killed or injured. So, how do you see this flare up after the strikes in at the line of control, particularly the people living near the borders?
Right. An estimate of 50 to 70 terrorists have been killed. And in fact, that's a huge number. We have done an airstrike which is very, very precise, very clear, crystal clear. And, my gut feeling says if Pakistan will not have the guts to retaliate, they will at the best do something symbolic, something what within Iran and Israel. When Israel had attacked Iran, Iran did a symbolic strike for face saving. That's Barkha. Hi, Barkha.
Yes, ma'am, you start.
I'm so sorry. Good morning,
No worries.
and Jai. Good morning and Jai Hind to you, Major Ali. I have some breaking news at this point that I would like to share with our audience. This is from highly placed sources. We have confirmed this from multiple sources before we are sharing it. We have some more details of Operation Sindur. Now, we have been reporting all morning that there have been 9 targets inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We should correct this. It's Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan. You see, that is very important because these strikes have been in POJk and Pakistan, right? And including in Pakistan, Punjab. And now we have more details of how many precision strikes there were. So we know that India carried out 24 precision missile strikes across 9 locations. You've already heard Zafar share some of those targets, but I'm just going to go through those names again, Zafar, and you can add any context and perspective that you have. Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Bahawalpur, Rawalkot, Chakswari, Bhimber, Neelam Valley, Jhelum, and Chakwal. Now, here's what we know. The Indian officials, Indian security establishment is estimating between 50 to 70 terrorists have been killed in these strikes because the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed from Bahawalpur to Muridke have been hit in these precision strikes. There is some estimation of casualties on the Pakistan side. These numbers could be updated, but officials in India are saying that Pakistan is reporting at least 9 fatalities and 38 injuries. Right? Now, this is where we stand at the moment. So we have these details. Another very important thing that I'd like to share at this point is what one Indian veteran said to me. He said, Operation Sindur is more than a military response. It is a statement of strategic resolve, right? And then this source goes on to say, and I'll just read this out to you, Zafar, because this is coming from highly placed sources who are associated with this operation. Operation Sindur was more than a military response. It was a statement of strategic resolve. Through 24 precisely coordinated missile strikes across 9 terrorist-linked locations, India demonstrated that it would no longer tolerate cross-border terrorism, nor the complicity of state institutions that enable it. The destruction of militant infrastructure, the exposure of the Pakistan Army's covert alliances, and the calculated diplomatic messaging have combined to create a multi-dimensional operation with regional and international consequences. As tensions continue to simmer along the line of control, the long-term impact of Operation Sindur, we now have to see if it's going to serve as a deterrent, but it is a defining moment in India's modern security doctrine. Swift, surgical, and unapologetically assertive, right? These are very important. This is capturing the sentiment in the Indian Armed Forces, in the government, in the planners of Operation Sindur, that it is more than a military response. It is a statement of strategic resolve. And Home Minister Amit Shah's comments, perhaps the first high-ranking member of the Modi government to respond. Prime Minister Modi is to be chairing a meeting of the cabinet. So here's what we know. I have no. Could we come out of this? Please, I would like to show Amit Shah's tweet. That is the stage being set for a very important press conference that is about to take place. Amit Shah saying, proud of our armed forces. Operation Sindur is Bharat's response to the brutal killing of our innocent brothers in Pahalgam. The Modi government is resolved to give a befitting response to any attack on India and its people. Bharat remains firmly committed to eradicating terrorism from its roots, right? So, Zafar, I want you to respond. More details. 24 missile strikes across 9 targets, and estimated 50 to 70 terrorists neutralized. Our sources saying a minimum of 9 fatalities on the Pakistan side. Those numbers could change. Assessments are still being done. This is the information we have, and I thought this was very important. This comment that this is more than a military response. It is a statement of strategic resolve. It is a defining moment in India's modern security doctrine. Swift, surgical, and unapologetically assertive. Zafar Iqbal, please respond.
Right. Right, absolutely. We've been talking about Indian retaliation. What could it be? We didn't see any mobilization of the troops on the ground. So obviously, there were indications that it could be in a different way that these operations, these strikes would be conducted. But now what's happened after these strikes, the Pakistani retaliation has been extremely provocative and irresponsible. They have been targeting civilian areas close to the line of control. Earlier, we said that 3 civilians have been killed, but we're getting reports that the number is much more than that. We cannot give a figure right now, but I can tell you that the figures is much more than that. It's not just 3 civilians who have been killed, many more have been killed. And we're getting fresh videos of the damage to the infrastructure, to the houses, residential houses, to the cars, which are parked in areas. These Pakistani artillery shells have fallen much deep inside the Indian area. And even in one of the videos, Pakistani artillery shell falling just outside a UN facility in Poonch. So we're seeing a rattled Pakistan here. It may be a part of their retaliation, but we don't know. The situation is very tense at the line of control. Here are those fresh visuals that I wanted to play. These are the houses at the line of control. This is what has happened to these houses in Pakistani artillery shelling that's taking place right now, even as we speak, in the Uri sector, in Kupwara sector, but in areas particularly like Keren, where there has been a lot of shelling, and to the south of Pir Panjal in Poonch and Akhnur sectors, which have been highly vulnerable. Akhnur has always been, and it is the place where there is the Chenab River and the bridge of the Chenab River. It is extremely important strategic location that Pakistan has been targeting, and the number of civilians who have now been killed has risen up. We will get a confirmation about that figure, but we can tell you it's more than 3, and many others have been injured in that Pakistani shelling. So essentially, the ceasefire agreement we've seen was holding. There was small arm fire that was taking place over the last few days, but now it's artillery shelling that's being done by Pakistan. Indian Army saying that it's giving a befitting response, but you can see those visuals. If we can again play those visuals, houses on fire. This is the line of these are the houses at the line of control. Now all these people have to quickly and swiftly move from their houses and go to safer locations. And in doing so, when they are running to safer zones, we saw some community bunkers, but they're far less and insufficient. They'll have to move to areas, schools and other areas much deeper into the hinterland, and that will take some time. So while they are running, they are under direct Pakistani shelling, and that's why we're seeing so many casualties. Situation continues to remain very tense at the line of control and international border, even as we'll get more details about Operation Sindur in just a short while from now, in about a couple of minutes from now. Barkha?
Yes, I beg your pardon. Do forgive my cough at this moment. So much information to track. It's about 10:29. The images on your screen are the consequences of Pakistan shelling at the line of control and the international border. The Indian military confirming that 3 civilians have been killed. Those are the official figures. There is fear that those numbers could be higher. The army statement says that there has been shelling, artillery shelling, or what the military calls arty firing at the LC and the international border, the entire stretch of Jammu and Kashmir coming under Pakistan firing. This after India's Operation Sindoor. We have more details of that as well. Could we have, though that information, I've been talking to sources. One source says that the operation was swift, surgical, and unapologetically assertive. It marks a defining moment in India's modern security doctrine. That is what sources are saying to us. We also have more details. An estimated 50 to 70 terrorists have been killed in the strikes, these missile strikes on terror targets, not just in POJk, but at the very heart of Pakistan, Punjab, at the Lashkar and Jaish headquarters from Bahawalpur to Muridke. This is extremely critical. I cannot emphasize the importance of this enough. It is, as one army officer said, like hitting Pakistan's deep state on its own home turf. Remember, Pakistan's Punjab dominates its military. Most of Pakistan's army is drawn from Pakistan's Punjab. It dominates its politics. The Prime Minister of Pakistan is from Punjab. And so therefore, the fact that India has targeted terror camps inside Pakistan, Punjab, that cannot be emphasized enough. We also have information of how many missile strikes there were. There were 24 precision missile strikes across 9 targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. The Home Minister is also constantly in touch with the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor and the Director General of the BSF. Why? Because let's explain this to our audience. The army is in charge of the line of control. The BSF, the Border Security Force, is in charge of the international border. In Jammu and Kashmir, there is both the line of control and the international border. The international border is at more of the plain spaces, the places in the plains like Akhnur. The line of control where we were recently is, for example, in places like Uri, where, if you remember, in 2016, a terror attack on an army camp led to the surgical strikes. A quick comment from Major Ali as we're waiting for the first official military briefing. Sir, do go ahead.
Right, Barkha. Barkha, as you said earlier, that, we have done a surgical strike on them in 2016, we did an air strike on them. The entire nation was waiting that, okay, when would we have a military action? I remember very clearly a few days back at night with you, you mentioned that there has been a meeting, and I have no doubt in my mind that a military action definitely is going to take place. We only had to be patient and just watch when we would strike it the way we wanted it. Now, the very fact is, India has given a very, very befitting reply. It's a defining moment in India's modern security doctrine. In fact, that's the sources that you have displayed on your screen as well. That's the sources that you are telling us. Pakistan is rattled at the moment. Their morale is low. They have threatened of going nuclear. Barkha, as we all know that, one can't be kidding. It's going nuclear isn't easy. Russia-Ukraine war has been on for so long. We speculated that would it actually go nuclear, but it wasn't easy at all. So most certainly this is a very, very difficult time, and we have been very principled, very cultured that way, to have only pinpointed on their terror targets. We took a lot of care. We did not aim for any civil areas, particularly or only on them, because we are the perpetrators, the terrorists. And as our Prime Minister said, एक भी इनको सजा जरूर मिलेगी. आतंकवादियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी हम मिट्टी में मिला देंगे. बची कुची जमीन आतंकवादियों की. If Pakistan felt guilty of it, that it was a direct threat to them, there was a Pakistani journalist with me, on another channel a couple of days back. So I asked him, why are you feeling guilty conscious? चोर की दाढ़ी में तिल का क्यों? क्या आपको लगता है कि आप अगर आतंकवादी हो? Do you think you are a terrorist? Why are you feeling guilty? It was an open threat to the terrorists. In fact, General Asim Muni, the chief of the army staff, most unbecoming of any person in any uniform forces to do Hindu-Muslim, to talk. I mean, he brought on the two-nation theory, and he did Hindu-Muslim most unbecoming, because the motive was very clear. He wanted that Hindu-Muslim divide further in Pakistan, which is very much there. Pakistan is, as it is, a bigoted society. Danish Kaneria, one of the cricketers, in fact, he had said how he was treated in Pakistan in the cricket team. Who's in his own uncle, his Mamu, was a wicket keeper during Imran Khan's regime, when Imran Khan was the captain of the Pakistan cricket team. Now he must be trying to do something, some stunts connected to Bangladesh. I don't know what he tried to do a put in India. But let me tell you, the entire nation joined together. They united rather. And we have one common enemy. So I don't think it is we are, the best part is No political ideology, no religion, one religion only, which is Indian. That's it. One common enemy. Let's destroy them. Let's get them to the dust. Let's get them to राख में मिला दें उनको दुश्मन को. So
Yeah.
you have covered Kargil conflict in 1999, and you, in fact, very aggressively. In fact, you interview your famous interview with Captain Vikram Batra. Ye dil mange more, Paramveer Chakra, ye dil mange more. That is remembered till today. So now the fact is, I think our defense forces have done a remarkable job, commendable job. It is an example set. The benchmark has been set by Indian defense forces for the world to see if anyone be a peaceful nation. Firstly, you know, as a soldier,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We're just getting breaking news that the military briefing is about to start. And we believe, Zafar, that 2 women officers of the military will be leading this military briefing, very symbolic. I want to say a little bit of the symbolism because it has a lot to do with the messaging. The operation actually has a feminine word in it. It is Operation Sindur. And that is why I'm connecting it to the fact that women officers of the military are going to be leading this briefing. Why Operation Sindur? Operation Sindur because in Pahalgam, the terrorists made women watch their husbands or their sons get killed at point blank. But most of the women there, many of the women were new brides who were widowed in a matter of moments. We know Himanshi Narwal, for example, the wife of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal of the Navy, was married literally 5 days before her husband was killed, and that iconic photograph of her sitting with her husband's body beside her became the defining image of the Pahalgam terror attack. So this name, military veterans on the program were saying this must have come from the Prime Minister. That's what General Rakesh Sharma said, because the army tends to, he was joking, half joking when he said, we tend to name all of our ops as Thunderbolt or Thunder or Thunderstorm. This must have been a political thought, perhaps from the Prime Minister himself. Secondly, of course, there is a religious and cultural symbolism to the word Sindur. It is very clearly Hindu culture that is being emphasized here, and there is a reason for that, because the tourists who were killed in Pahalgam were targeted for their religion. You are seeing those 2 women officers take their seats. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is sitting in the middle, flanked by 2 military female officers, Colonel Sufaya Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, who are about to brief the media. Let's cut across. Let's go full frame, guys. All right, we're waiting for the sound to come up on those pictures. As I said, I should emphasize that this briefing is being led by 2 women officers of the Indian military. And I guess
ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और 1 नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद ये भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट टीआरएफ कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर ए तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें टीआरएफ के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में टीआरएफ की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर ए तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो टीआरएफ जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में टीआरएफ के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर ए तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे मंचों जानबूझ गुमराह करने के लिए इसका मामला और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। ये स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। ये कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारी पूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar and Jaish carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar and Jaish. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier, too, in December 2023, India operating through small terror groups such as the TRF, Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar and Jaish speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. The world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive, and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attack, Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will discuss regarding Operation Sindur with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJk दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindur was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure, recruitment, indoctrination centers, training areas for pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindur was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to
Big basket, delivering in 10 minutes.
This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJk के टारगेट आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJk के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतरराष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, साबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हां हां, तो आ गया सर। इनफैक्ट अभी राइट
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Right. Very, very significant press conference, press briefing that was put out. Detailed press briefing in which several details were put across. Importantly, all those terror camps which have been targeted, the details about all those terror camps have been put across. Two significant terror camps that have been damaged, destroyed. Muridke, where, according to the briefing, Mumbai attack was planned and launched from, and it was the training ground of David Headley. David Headley, the mastermind of the Mumbai terror attack. And also Bahawalpur, which is 100 kilometers from the border. Bahawalpur is the headquarter of the Jaish. It is the Jaish center. The press briefing also made it clear that no civilian was harmed in those strikes that were carried out. There were no questions that were taken, but they were clearly all the details that were given out. I will read out the camps that have been targeted and struck by India. They are Savai Nala, they are Sayyidina Bilal, they are Maskar Aqsa, they are Chela Bandi, they are Abdullah bin Masood, they are Dulai, they are Gari Habibullah, they are Batrasi, they are Balakot, they are Ogi, they are Boi, Sensa, Gulpur, Kotli, Burali, Dungi, Barnala, Mahmuna Joya, Sarjal, Muridke, and Bahawalpur. Now, all of these camps have been demolished. Now, India has actually come out with a press statement giving details about Operation Sindur. Now, this Operation Sindur was started at 1:05 a.m. and it lasted for 25 minutes till 1:30 a.m. So, entire operation was carried out in 25 minutes. And in this operation, 9 terror camps were busted, were demolished. So clearly, those are important details. The press briefing of the MEA and officers of the Indian Air Force and Army giving out details about Operation Sindur, the operation that was carried out to destroy the terror camps inside Pakistan and POK. I want to read out the list of terrorist camps that were damaged again. There, Savai Nala, Sayyidina Bilal, Maskar Aqsa, Chela Bandi, Abdullah bin Masood, Dulai, Gari Habibullah, Batrasi, Balakot, Ogi, Boi, Sensa, Gulpur, Kotli, Barali, Dungi, Barnala, Mahmuna, Joya, Sarjal, Muridke, and Bahawalpur. Now, those are all the camps that have been destroyed. They are all terror camps. Now, in that press briefing, all those details have been given out. Now, Muridke has been the headquarter of Lashkar-e-Toiba, and it is where the planning for the Mumbai terror attack was carried out, and it is where it was the training ground of David Headley. Remember, it's one of the masterminds of Mumbai terror attack. This is in Pakistani Punjab, and then there is Bahawalpur. Then there is Bahawalpur. Then there is Bahawalpur. So these are important details. These are important. This is very, very significant. Now, video and visuals have also been shown, the way that these camps were destroyed. I again want to recap that these terror camps that have been destroyed, a list was put out during that press conference, and that list is, I will read it out again. These are the terror camps in POJk and Pakistan, which have been demolished. They are Savai Nala, Sayyidina Bilal, Maskar Aqsa, Abdullah bin Masood, Dulai, Gari Habibullah, Batrasi, Balakot, Ogi, Boi, Sensa, Gulpur, Kotli, Barali, Dungi, Barnala, Mahmuna Joya, Sarjal, Muridke, Bahawalpur. So these are the guests that have been, that these are the camps that have been targeted. Now, significantly, Muridke training camp in Pakistani Punjab, which has been the headquarter of Lashkar-e-Toiba, and where from Hafiz Saeed would operate, that's also been hit. And in that press conference, it was clearly told that David Headley, was trained in Markaz-e-Toiba, Muridke. Now, that is the terror camp that has been demolished, and also the headquarter of Jaish Muhammad, which is in Bahawalpur, that has been destroyed. That has been yes. So we are having a continuous coverage, a focus on this story, and we are giving you details now. Since early morning, we have been tracking this story, and our editor-in-chief Barkha that also joins us right now. Barkha, we have been discussing the camps in Muridke and Bahawalpur that have been demolished, and that has been clarified in that press conference. I read out the list of camps that have been demolished all over in POJk and Pakistan. Now, significantly, it was said that Muridke camp was where David Headley got trained, and it's where the planning of the Mumbai terror attack took place. So, as we were discussing earlier, it's not only the ones who carried out the Pahalgam terror attack that have been hit and targeted, it's also those who were previously involved in terror strikes, like the Jaish. Its headquarters in Bahawalpur has been damaged, and Hizbul Mujahideen also. So all those terror camps have been demolished. India clearly, irrespective of the outfits they belong to, they have destroyed all those terror camps. 24 missiles, we're told, were were fired, and all those terror camps, the details of all those terror camps have now been given out in that press briefing. Barkha, you may want to join in here.
Yes, thanks, Zafar, and welcome to the program, Ambassador Manjeev Puri. Good morning to all of our viewers. It is a seminal moment, as one official described it, in India's modern military doctrine. The Operation Sindoor, named very significantly, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a while, has been unleashed against Pakistan in a tri-service operation for the first time since the 1971 war. The details were just placed before the country by the Foreign Secretary, and significantly 2 women officers of the military, of the Army and the Air Force. Before I get Ambassador Puri in, I just want to talk about everything that we know thus far. We know that 9 terror bases, including those of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, complicit in multiple terror attacks in India, have been hit with Indian missiles. These have been coordinated missile strikes using all 3 services, the Indian Navy, Army, and Air Force. We know that 24 missiles were used in these coordinated strikes. We also know that these bases, including a base where Ajmal Kasab, the terrorist responsible in 2611, David Headley, wanted also for 2611, the terror base linked to them has been destroyed. And the videos that you're seeing on your screen actually capture the moment when Indian missiles landed in some of these areas, including in Bahawalpur. They have been generated by citizens in Pakistan. They have filmed them and put them out on social media, and you can hear their commentary. They're talking about the missiles coming. They're talking about the missiles touching down. And it is, as one official in the government said to me, this is not only a military response. This is an expression of India's strategic resolve. Pakistan is firing at the line of control. Artillery firing has returned to the line of control. The Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir has given orders for the evacuation of villages that are at the very front line. Airports in Jammu and Kashmir are closed for the time being, as are schools that are close to the line of control. Ambassador Puri, your first comments, sir, on the significance of this moment. And if I may add a question of my own, the fact that this targeting has been inside Pakistan's Punjab, the Punjab that dominates Pakistan's army, dominates Pakistan's politics, Indian military going for Lashkar headquarters inside Pakistan, Punjab, and not only terror bases in POJk. The significance of that, I think, cannot be overemphasized. Your first comments, Ambassador Puri.
Barkha, thank you very much. Look, this strike was certainly expected, and more than expected. It was an expectation from the people of India. What the Pakistanis had done in India, in Pahalgam, was absolutely heinous and needed a response, which was a bloody response. That was a necessity. And we have responded. Now, you are absolutely right. We've reached out far more than what we did during the surgical strikes. And that was also a necessity. Because, Pakistan had to be told in very uncertain terms that you just can't do this. And we reached out, in particular, in Muridke as well as Bahawalpur, to the places where the trainings happened. Now, I have little doubt that in the interregnum, they would have evacuated all the people who matter and so on and so forth. But that doesn't matter. It's the signaling. And the signaling is important, that we can reach out. We will reach out where you are, and we will hit you, and we will hit you hard. That's important. Now, this was important for the Indian public. This was also important for Pakistan to learn that, look, you can't get away with these things, and the response will be hard. And the international community also has noted that, look, India has a right to respond. They have responded. The rest of it, Barkha, is a matter that we can discuss now and take this thing forward. But you are absolutely right. We did this deliberately, making the choices. And please look at the first press statement that came out. In a focused and a calibrated manner, without wanting to escalate matters. These are important words, very well chosen, and extremely carried out with a degree of precision, all of which is important in this context. The Pakistanis are retaliating the way we know that they always do, which is firing on the line of exchange. It allows them to say something to their public. But the fact is that what they really do and the way they retaliate is this heinous manner, in the same way in which they carried out the attack in Pahalgam. And that's
I may want to
truly
read out the list of the terror camps that have been demolished. These are camps: Savai Nala, Sayyidina Bilal, Maskar Aqsa, Chela Bandi, Abdullah bin Masood, Dulai, Gari Habibullah, Batrasi, Balakot. Oh, now there are two Balakots. One Balakot is also the Balakot that was struck earlier, and there is another Balakot. Ogji, Boi, Sensa, Gulpur, Kotli, Barali, Dungi, Barnala, Mahmuna Joya, Sarjal, Muridke, Bahawalpur. Now, these are specific names of the camps. Earlier, when we were talking of the area where the camps are located. But now, this is the name of the camps, actually. These are very, very specific details. The camps that have been targeted. Now, this is 21 camps that have been targeted. According to this list, 21 camps have been targeted. Specific names and significantly, Muridke and Bahawalpur. Both of these camps are the headquarters of Lashkar and Jaish. Both have been demolished, besides other camps, which also include terror camps belonging to the Hizbul Mujahideen. So this is very significant. The list has been put out, and some of these are located 100 kilometers inside the Pakistani territory. So that is what has been done here.
Right. Let me just jump in there now, Zafar. Those are details. I also want to talk about the significance of the fact, and if we could please get those pictures up, that we had two women military officers leading the briefing for the country. This name, Ambassador Puri, there's a lot of symbolism in it. Sindur, customarily for Hindu women, is a sign of marriage. And I think it speaks to the fact that so many women were forced in Pahalgam to watch their husbands being shot at point blank. At least 5 of them that we reported on were new brides. So there is that. There is also a kind of assertion that these tourists were targeted for their religion. And so therefore there is that cultural assertion, also feminine assertion, I would say, in that Operation Sindur code name, and then bringing out women in uniform to brief the country. If you want to, before we get into the geopolitics, just for a moment, Ambassador Puri, reflect on the fact that this operation is called Operation Sindur.
Barkha, I'm not surprised with this particular name. You know, it flows from what you said. Look, I have a different worldview on all of this. That's beside the point. But I fully understand what you are saying. The question of both the women officers being put there, the fact of the choice of the name, you know, these are understandable for all of us who are there. We do. You know what the questions that were asked by the terrorists when all of this happened. We are familiar with it. But at the same time, you know, let us also remember that we are a country which is an inclusive country, where everybody is important. And Barkha, I don't know, I believe you were there recently and so on. And
I came back yesterday, sir, after a week of kicking myself for coming back.
And very importantly, the most important message that I noticed was how everyone, including those who had been the victims of the attacks, etc., turned around and said the local populations were the guys who stood with us. They were the ones who carried us. They were the ones who did everything. I take you to the words of the wife of Lieutenant Narwal, what she had to say. These are important. But, you know, look, I understand all of this. And I fully understand that the Pakistanis need to be told that there is no way that in India you can try and bring about this kind of disruption in terms of the inclusive society that we are, a society where there's a place for everyone. And it was important. So, you know, let's move this on forward and look at state relations and the fact that we are dealing with a state where the army has always been in control, where this idea of enemy, this idea of using terrorism as a weapon against India has something which is deeply ingrained in the way they do things. But, you know, we as a country, as we go forward, take our rightful place on the global high table, we need to confront with this particular, let me say, rogue element in our geography.
Yeah. Let's get to the geopolitics. There was a comment that came from Donald Trump. It's being distorted I know. We say Trump and everybody starts laughing in the grimace situation.
And
That's the kind
rightly
of
so,
response
isn't it?
yeah, I mean, what a crazy articulation he has. But, the Pakis are trying to use this. The Pakistanis are trying to distort it. I beg your pardon, as if to suggest that Trump was condemning the strike. He is not saying that. He is actually saying, oh, let it not escalate, when he says it's such a shame. But I'm just going to play out that comment. And then if we could please request our producers to get us clips of this press conference, we should play those out as well. Yashovardhan Azad is with us. Let's just play out what Donald Trump said earlier.
Any questions for Steve? No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
So, Ambassador Puri, the fact is that I don't know who takes Trump seriously, and maybe what is being said is less important than what's happening behind the scenes. What do you think might be happening behind the scenes at this moment?
Barkha, look, his comments, and especially this business of reasserting centuries, let's leave that aside, because what can I say about it? That's the way the gentleman is built. However, I think the most important point we need to understand is what he said right at the beginning, I'm friends with both, and the fact that, you should de-escalate. Look, remember our first statement, which was put out in the middle of the night, spoke specifically of the fact that we are not escalating. Remember this particular aspect. So, whatever we say, the fact of the matter is the world is quite cognizant of what is happening. And the United States, particularly, which is a country of great importance to us, not only to Pakistan, is cognizant of this fact. So there would be pressures that, you keep these things within limits, don't let it escalate, and so on and so forth. But we have to be cognizant of this. The fact that Trump said nothing about the Pakistanis being right, or that the Indians being wrong, not at all, at all. In fact, the Americans have recognized through statements by J.D. Vance and others that, we have a right to reply. We have a right to respond and respond strongly. But they've always been speaking in terms of appropriate responses. The fact of de-escalation, you can understand. The world doesn't want two major players, nuclear-armed countries, to go anywhere further on this point. So let us remember that we had to take action. We've taken action, but global efforts will be to try and keep all of this contained. This is something you have to understand, because the world has other issues, far bigger and bigger ones to tackle. And they know that our situation can go out of hand, and they don't want that to happen.
Okay, I want to welcome Ambassador Manju Seth to the program. I also want to welcome Yashovardhan Azad. I'm going to get quick first comments, and then we're going to play out the key highlights from that military and diplomatic briefing that has just taken place. Ambassador Puri, you made the point about how the world will urge both countries to step back from the brink. However, the fact is that Pakistan shells are now falling. Pakistan firing is now targeting villages along the line of control. We were just there in Uri, but now we know from the military that the entire stretch of the line of control, as well as the international border, is coming under firing. That is how Pakistan is responding at the moment. The Lieutenant Governor has given orders for civilians to be evacuated from these villages. And the de-escalation that you speak about, Ambassador Puri, depends a lot on what Pakistan does now, right? We don't know. We can't calibrate this exactly.
So, Barkha, you are right. No, Barkha, you are absolutely right. Of course, the ball is in Pakistan's court. But, they also have to show to their population some degree of the fact that we retaliated. Now, there will be tremendous pressures on them, including from the countries that they really count on, the United States, including the Arab world, etc., that, don't let it escalate any further. But there are domestic opinions on every side. Just as we have them, they also have them. This border shelling is not anything new. You know this from the past. They've done this. There will be now a great deal of pressure. But, what we had to do and target deep inside Pakistan, in Punjab, so that we are able to, tell our population that, look, we have taken strong action, which has got registered there in Pakistan with the army, with the people. That was important for us to do. The rest, of course, if they escalate, believe me, the responses can be much harder and so on. But it is important, and I do think that the world will start stepping in, including those who are for Pakistan, important countries. Of course, others will lean on us too.
Yeah. Let's get first comments from Yasho, from Ambassador Manju, and from Padma. Again, it is important for us in our continuous coverage to keep updating our audiences. Not everybody is online all the time. We know officially now 9 terror bases hit with precision missiles in a tri-service operation conducted a little after 1 a.m. We know this. We know that 24 missiles were deployed. We know that an estimated 50 to 70 terrorists have been eliminated. We know that Pakistan itself has confirmed 9 fatalities, but those numbers could rise. In its briefing, the Indian military, the Indian diplomats were emphasizing that civilian areas were avoided, military targets were avoided. India has put a lot of emphasis on the fact that it has been responsible and restrained, that it is not seeking escalation. However, there has been provocation from Pakistan in targeting civilians at the line of control at the international border. Those are some of the images on our side of the LOC. Omar Abdullah has given a statement. There is no need for people to fear. You do not have to run away. The airport in Srinagar is shut. Schools in Jammu and Srinagar will remain open except for areas that are right along the line of control, except for border towns. Everywhere else, there is going to be an effort to keep normalcy. Now everything depends on what happens next. India has made a huge statement. Let's talk about the import of that first. Ma'am, I'll start with you. Master Manju said, we were talking earlier, hitting Pakistan inside Punjab with the targeting of the Lashkar headquarters, in particular in Murid K. The military briefing there saying that the bases at which Ajmal Kasab, David Headley, terrorists wanted for 26/11 were trained, also destroyed. But Punjab is the nerve center of Pakistan's politics and Pakistan's military, right? And I think we have to see it through that lens. Ambassador Manju said, your first reactions.
Absolutely. I think Pakistan is absolutely, worked up about this, and they're not at all happy that, any target in Punjab was hit, and they will. India, I mean, it's a terror training camp, and where, as you rightly said, Kasab and others were trained. So I think it will be, Pakistan will be upset, should I put it mildly, and they will try and take some kind of punitive or retaliatory action. They will take, I feel, but they've already started the line of control. As you very rightly said, there's a constant. They've upped their skirmishes, or they're firing, I should say, and they're even dropping shells into Indian territory, and causing civilian damage again along the whole border. I think we will have to wait and see, as very rightly mentioned, because we don't know what the next step is going to be. And Pakistan's statement has said that they will retaliate at a time of their choosing and place of their choosing. So we really don't know. But the whole world community is putting pressure on, I'm sure, putting pressure, and needs to put pressure on Pakistan also to desist from any adventurism, should I put it that way. And they will need to find a solution to ending terror within their, and the terror camps and support to terror. They have to give an assurance to the world, and the world should get that assurance from them to stop encouraging, training terrorists within their, territory. And I think that is a message that with this very precision strikes that India has made, it has very clearly indicated that these areas are in Pakistan, including in Punjab, and you said it's the hub or the nerve center of Pakistan. And there itself, they have training camps right under their, right under their noses, so to speak, and they haven't done anything to stop terror training, to stop the support to terrorism. And we feel that, India rightly feels that this was something that had to be done, because based on intelligence, it was done, and it was very precise.
Right. I want to welcome to the program Tilak Deveshar. He has spent a lifetime studying Pakistan. He has been a member of the National Security Advisory Board. He's the author of a seminal book on Baluchistan. And I want to bring in Yashovardhan Azad, Tilak Deveshar, and Padma for quick first comments, and then we'll play out a clip from that briefing. Yasho, I'll start with you, then Tilak Deveshar, then Padma. Mr. Azad, please go ahead.
And
we unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Three things stand out about this strike, and which makes it very, very noticeable. First thing is an excellent, briefing which was given by the Foreign Secretary. With the first point which he mentioned is that it's non-escalatory, it's proportionate, it's absolutely precise. Second is that it has been timed very well. Even the UN Security Council had said these perpetrators should be brought to book. In accordance with that, this action has been taken. And this action, the reason why we have hit Punjab is because these are the terror capitals of both Lashkar-e-Taiba and in Bahawalpur of Jaish-e-Mohammed, from where these two despicable Maulanas are preaching terror. So that gives India a very, very firm standing, and the precision strikes back India's case for taking action against the perpetrators, because mind you, the deputy chief of the LET is involved in this operation, and that Maulana is hiding, is not available now. Third most important thing is this is the first time where there are graphic details available right on the screen as to which are the targets, how they have been hit.
Yes, sir. And there are videos. The videos you're seeing on your screen are of Bahawalpur, where missiles from India fell. And, after Balakot, a lot of people, skeptics or Pakistani said, where are the videos? There are more videos than I can count this time as the missiles come raining down in Pakistan. Go ahead, Yasho.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that is why when you see the picture of Subhanallah Mosque, from where the Maulana of Jaish-e-Mohammed preaches terror, it has been destroyed. So these three account for India's actions, which would be very, very well taken. Now, only three countries are important here: Russia, America, and China. The European nations will always advise restraint. They have nothing else to say. The UN, United Nations has been absolutely ineffective. China will not interfere in this, but of course supply those missiles and planes. Turkey is perhaps going to do the same. Russia and America will maintain a respectful distance and advise restraint from outside. So I think this is the best thing which has happened, and all the terror camps and the bases have been struck. Now the problem or the response is, what will Pakistan say? That will react against the strike on terror camps? No. So they will say that civilian targets have been used and do some bombing here and there, because we have not attacked a single military target, which is absolutely amazing, and no civilian places. So that will leave them in quandary, and I said they'll give a considered response here and there.
Right. I want to bring in Mr. Tilak Deveshar now. Sir, we've been talking through this crisis, and now the much anticipated kinetic action has come. And I want to share with you what one official associated with the operation said to me. He said, do not look at this as only a military response. Look at it as a measure of a new strategic resolve. In fact, the words used were that it is a defining moment in India's modern security doctrine. And India has been swift, surgical, and unapologetically assertive. But at the same time, India has emphasized that it has avoided civilian and military installations. It has been restrained. It has been responsible. It is not seeking escalation. How do you look at the import of this moment, Tilak Deveshar?
No, I think it's very important and very significant, because all this while Pakistan has been carrying out terrorist actions in India on the under the nuclear overhang, that it'll lead to an escalatory ladder and go up the to the nuclear level. They have also tried to create space between terrorism and conventional response. That India will not respond conventionally, it will not grow across the IB, it will not go into POK. Now, Uri and Balakot did establish deterrence, but that deterrence broke down as a result of Pahalgam. Now, India's action has been so decisive that it has hit 9 targets, not only in POK, but in Pakistan's heartland, which is in Punjab, which is Muridke and Bahawalpur, which is the snake pits where this terrorism, is incubating. I think that's a very important thing, or the doctrinal change that has come in India's security doctrine. Second, India is also not concerned and telling the international community we're not going to play dossier ever again. That in the past we have given so many dossiers, so much of proof, and it just goes into the waste paper basket. Nobody looks at it. So we know that the heads of these terror organizations, whether it's Lashkar or whether it's the Jaish, exist in Pakistan. You have not been able to prevent terrorists coming into India and hitting us, and we are going to take you out. So that, I think, is a very decisive change in India's attitude. And third, one thing which is important, which we need to pay, and I think Pakistan is going to use that narrative in the days to come. If you look at the statement by the DG ISPR, they are saying that all these places, mosques were hit. Both in Muridke and in Bawalpur and in other places, these cowards have put up mosques and medical facilities, etc., before the training camps or around the training camps. So just to show that India is deliberately targeting places of worship. We need to dispel that very, very quickly and very, very carefully to say that India has not targeted mosques. It has targeted training facilities based on specific intelligence and using precision bombs. So we are not, don't try and give this a communal angle, because there is no communal angle to it. And lastly, I think the name of the operation Sindur is so fantastic. It conveys so much to people who are aware of the Indian civilization and the Indian ethos of what the Sindur means and what was done to those unfortunate women whose husbands were killed in front of their eyes. And to call this retribution Sindur, I think, was an amazing psychological thing that India has done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the significance of the name we were just talking about, and I'm glad you flagged that, and I actually joined the dots between the cultural assertion in the name, the fact that people were targeted for their religion in Pahalgam, and then you joined the dots all the way to the fact that 2 women led the military briefing on the ops. So you can see all the dots joining there. Padma, a quick response there, and then General Neeraj Bali is with us as well. Padma Rao, go ahead.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's, I'm glad to see this medial messaging that we were talking about earlier on your show, kind of visual psyops, if you like, by having these 2 officers speak about the attacks. And one, not only were there 2 women, but one from the Muslim community and one who may have been, have been a Sikh or a Hindu. So that aside, I think that, and also I think Yasho was referring to the European media. He's absolutely right. I have been reporting for the European media. I'm doing some live takes for them, and I've been monitoring what they're saying, and they're mostly focusing on press releases from Pakistan, which is to be expected. And they're mostly, highlighting Pakistan's claim that 26 civilians were killed in these attacks. Now, civilians, the people who are in those mosques, one man's civilian is another man's terrorist. They were our terrorists. So, this is the kind of propaganda that they're just sort of swallowing in the Western media, mostly. Now, I can only hope, and I think most of India can only hope, that among these so-called civilians who were killed were Masood Azhar himself and Hafiz Saeed himself. Unlikely though, because normally Pakistan has a propensity to remove them from the line of, destruction, if you like.
Yeah, I'm sure Pakistan
before.
hid them away in some bunkers somewhere.
So maybe they've been whisked away, but I still think it's a very strong message for us to have given, and I'm sure there will be more coming.
Let's bring in General Neeraj Bali, and then I actually, General Bali, will you hang on for a second? Yashwardhan Azad was and both Tilak Devesh were referring to Pakistan's claim that mosques have been targeted, which is obviously BS. Basically, there is a video of one terror spouting so-called religious leader. Remember, these are Yasho. You want to give context before I play that video? I'm going to play that video where a terror center mosque has been hit in this missile attack. Yasho?
About the Subhanallah Mosque in Bawalpur, from where that Jaish Muhammad Nana, he preaches terror, he launches terror, he organizes everything from that mosque. And that's why that has been hit. Padma was absolutely right in that case.
So let's take a look at these images that have surfaced of the Subhanallah Mosque in Bahawalpur, a Jaish-e-Mohammed sort of base. Take a look.
ये नुकसान ये 9 नंबर ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है
Right. So, you have citizens capturing this, but I think what Tilak Deveshwar is trying to say is Pakistan is trying to convert this into a narrative as if places of worship were targeted. Places of worship have not been targeted. Civilians have not been targeted. Affiliated centers to the Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar e Taiba, like the Subhanallah Mosque, have been targeted. General Bali, if you want to come in at this point. General Bali? Can't hear General Bali.
Okay. I would agree with what Mr. Dilip said. I would go a step further. First of all, to any person who believes in common sense, why would we needlessly target places of worship unless there was a reason for it? Why would we invite a backlash from any community, international, Pakistani, etc.? So that's that's clearly a nonsense. Having said that, I'm tending to agree with what Padma said earlier in the morning on your show. I think we needn't be squeamish about what the others are reporting or what the others say about all this. I think if Pakistanis choose to use their civilians or their religious places as some sort of shields, so be it. If we have information about that, that is what we'll go for. In this particular case, we had, of course, excellent reasons to go there because we have seen them propagating all their poison from that very place. So it's got nothing to do with the mosque. But if it has to do with something with the mosque, I would say, well, so be it. We are not looking for collateral damage. We have been very restrained. We have gone out of our way to say we are not targeting non-military, rather military objectives. But some collateral damage is bound to happen if you choose to use mosques as shields.
Exactly. I think this is a very important point. I want, Manju, I believe you have to leave, so I'll get a quick word from you and then I'll go around the panel again. Ambassador Manju Seth, go ahead.
Yeah, because, very rightly said, civilians, if the civilians are terrorists or terrorists are civilians, they will make it like, civilians were killed. Plus, very rightly said, it's if the mosque is being used as a front, why absolutely the front will be targeted because that's from where they are preaching and where they are training. All their terror activities are being carried out from there, and training is being carried out from there. So absolutely, these need to be finished, to be targeted, and I think India has done the precision training. Targeting. It has managed to, and I think the world has understood that. That's why we can see that nobody has. They only said de-escalate, but they have not, condemned it as such, because I think even, President Trump said, yes, it has happened, but, we hope they will not go further. But, we can be sure that Pakistan, at least along the LOC, it has already started. But I believe it will retaliate. Pakistan will retaliate unless the international community is able to convince them and to put pressure on them. And international community, as we all know, really is the US and China and Russia, who will really be able to put pressure on them to change their sort of tactics, should I say, and stop giving any support to terrorism and encouraging this terror activity from their soil.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. We let you go now. Thanks for your time. I want to play out just a little briefing, a brief clip, I beg your pardon, from that military and diplomatic on-record briefing. Remember, as we speak, the Prime Minister is chairing a meeting of the Union Cabinet. I think we might hear from him directly. We've already seen a statement by the Home Minister talking about India's resolve to uproot terrorism. Two women military officers were today fielded to present before the country Operation Sindur's details. I'll play a small clip in excerpt from that. Take a look.
रीत के यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है इसमें भी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है 7, इट इज हिट द टारगेट।
So that's the dramatic excerpt there from that press conference. It's long. We just played out a portion. General Bali, you hadn't spoken thus far. I'll start with you and then come to Tilak Devesh. General Bali. I can't hear, sir. Sir, I can't hear you.
Okay. So now this press briefing really fills my heart with pride. This is who we are. This is who we should be. Restrained, calm, professional, matter of fact, no chest thumping, no threats, simply expanding on what we have done. And of course, giving some polite reminders that we are ready to respond. So this is as far as that is concerned. I just want to go back to the previous point being made about international community stepping in, etc. I don't think we should look westwards or eastwards. I do not think we should look for that kind of tokenism, which is exactly what will happen. Every country which has spoken on record so far has only talked about restraint, including China, by the way. Just restrain. Both sides should restrain. The UN has said they've mouthed the same thing over and over again. I don't think Pakistanis are the kind of rational people who will listen to any of this, nor should we expect, nor should we even desire. We should just be ready for the response. The country that has spoken out quite clearly, and I was happy to read that Israeli ambassador Reuven Azaz, who said at 7:33 this morning, he tweeted, he said, we completely support India's action, and the terrorists should know that there is no place to hide after they do such heinous crimes. I think there is one country which has just come out in the open. But I don't think we should worry about Pakistan being restrained. Let's be ready. In my humble opinion, there is going to be an asymmetric response, not a conventional one, but there is no saying rationality. So let's protect our borders as well completely.
Right. Talking about the borders, they have come under attack from Pakistan. LOC and international border are both aflame. I want to welcome Ambassador Yash Sinha to the program. Yashovardhan Azad, let me get a quick comment from you before we let you go and keep our conversation going. Yasho?
Barkha, there's a thing called the escalatory dominance. General Bali would know about this. What I want to say is that any kind of escalation which Pakistan does, I mean, when DM had his meeting with the three forces chiefs, they were already prepared for this. But the issue is that since we have not hit any military target or civilian target, they will certainly be in a quandary. So one thing I expect, of course, the increase in the amount of shelling on the LOC, which is happening. But let me tell you, the shelling back which takes place by the BSF or the army creates more havoc from the other side. So there'll be equal pressure on the other side to remove the villages, and it's going to be very, very costly to Pakistan. And the third thing which I want to say, ending, is, this kind of nuclear blackmail has been going for too long. So you see some of these nations, when they say that we advise restraint because there are two nuclear powers, I think we should not be squeamish about it. And we have done exactly the right thing. And this kind of a resolve should be there, that any kind, there's another thing, they were already preparing for another attack from the intelligence sources. To prevent that, to deter that, this message should also be added to another message, that any kind of a terrorist strike of this kind will be again met with the same kind of retaliation. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Yasho. I think we're all looking at a possibility. Sorry, yes, General Bali.
Yasho's, as always, eminently suitable and sensible remarks. I just want to add to that. You see, escalatory dominance, if it comes to escalatory dominance, which we refer to in terms of conventional warfare, we have a clear edge. Pakistan knows it. And what evidence do we have? If they didn't understand that, if they didn't recognize that, they would have come to a conventional war a long time ago. All that they have done with us, even in Kargil, even beyond that, has been asymmetry, which is typically a tactic adopted by definition by the weaker side to do something different, which the stronger side, has to retaliate in a different way. So I think Pakistan is well aware of that. So my thinking is, and my hope is, that they will not go towards a conventional war, because they do understand that we do have a clear conventional edge in that regard. I will just have one last point. Having said that, strategically, we need to look in more directions than we have done earlier if it comes to a war. Of course, China has intervened physically into a previous conflict, but even if they mobilize, it's going to put a constraint on us. I'm not going to name more countries, but we have more neighbors now, and we got to think of that if it comes to a war.
Yeah. Let's bring in Ambassador Puri, Tilak Deveshwar, and then Ambassador Yash Sinha and Padma in that order. Ambassador Puri, over to you, sir. Sir, you might be muted at your end. I'm not sure.
Not at my end.
Can hear you now, sir. Yeah.
Barkha, thank you very much. Look, we have done the right thing. Of that, there should be no doubt. We've also done the right thing in terms of being able to reach right into Pakistan, into Punjab, etc. That this is not going to dismantle their terror infrastructure. The fact that they will continue to do all this, that is something we should be man enough to be able to understand. But what we had to do, we've done. We've signaled it also very well. Talking about the international community, Barkha, let us understand something. There are two other countries which are players in this game. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. They are very important for Pakistan, but also important for us, and in terms of what they mean and what they do. Now, the Pakistanis are trying to play a game. I don't think it will cut ice with those countries. But the critical country that we need to be mindful of is the United States of America. And let us understand that while having accepted that, we have a right to defend, we have a right to retaliate, they have all the time repeatedly stressed, including in today morning hours news by President Trump, that, de-escalate, restraint, etc. Now, this country matters. Why does it matter? The relationship that we are trying to build up with them. For the Pakistanis are a client state of them. They are useful them in various ways. I want to make one other point to you before I close and I leave. There is this issue of China. Obviously, the Chinese will make noises of restraint, but stand behind the Pakistanis in various ways. Let's be a little mindful that somehow in this game of playing this international card, and these are important, let's not underestimate their importance. We don't have the US and the China on the same page, in a sense, trying to restrain us. Remember this particular point. Thank you, Barkha.
Thanks, Ambassador Puri. It's over to Tilak Deveshwar, Ambassador Yash Sinha, General Bali, and Padma Rao now. Tilak Deveshwar, you have spent a lifetime looking at Pakistan. Asim Munir has been weakened by what's happening in Balochistan. He's been weakened by Imran Khan's popularity. He probably is going to attempt in a desperate sort of way to use this moment to say, country, rally behind me, and so on. We saw the entire Pakistani cabinet at the ISI headquarters yesterday showing who's the boss in Pakistan. As India manages the escalatory ladder, what is it that India should be looking out for? Will Pakistan's response continue to be asymmetric, as Ambassador Puri or General Bali believe? And in that case, they will continue perhaps to use terrorism as an instrument of response? Or will they also need a kind of face saver to take to their people?
Interesting question. You see, Barkha, the thing is that the Pakistani reaction will come within 24 to 36 hours. They have to show to their people, and you mentioned about Asim Munir. Asim Munir today is in a very weakened position and on the back foot. He had thought that the Pahalgam attack and the address that he gave to the Overseas Convention would position him as a strong man in Pakistan, and when time comes for his extension, he will get another extension in November. He did not, and Pakistan did not expect the kind of non-kinetic response that India gave, especially withholding the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, which has impacted them and which will impact them even more in the days to come. So what does he do faced with these massive attacks that India has done? You see, India has no terror training camps that Pakistan can target. Carrying out terrorist strikes in India or in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir or other parts of India will show that Pakistan is terror central. That, you know, it is responding through terrorism, what India has been saying all along, and whatever proof you require. So what do they do? What targets can they have? If they target a civilian area or if they target a military installation, it goes up the escalatory ladder because India is well prepared for that. That will go up to the next level and India will hit them with all that it has. So the options for Pakistan are limited unless they are stupid enough to try and take out a dam, for example, you know, just to show. But Asim Munir needs to tell his people that, look, India attacked us. So the fact of the matter is that it began because of the Pahalgam attacks. India didn't attack out of the blue. Yeah. But he has to show some achievement, something that he has done, which rallies the country behind him, and they forget for the moment the problems that they have in Balochistan and the problems they have in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So I've been wondering that what will Pakistan do? Because something they have to do within the next 24 to 36 hours.
But Tilak sir, if God, you know, I hope they're not crazy enough to attack a dam to make some point about, you know, the Indus waters and our suspension of it. And I'm sure Ambassador Yash Sinha will come in on this. But if they are stupid enough to attack a dam, that pulls us into escalation. Then it doesn't end here.
No, first of all, it wipes them out because all the water is going to flow into Pakistan. I mean, even though they are stupid.
That's right. That's right.
You know, will they not understand that water is not going to flow back to India? It's going to flow into Punjab, you know. So it's going to be absolutely counterproductive. But it leads back to the point, or what they did after Balakot. After Balakot, they came and delivered a package on a forested area, didn't hit anything, just to prove a point. Do they do that again? And then the whole thing just gets diffused. Or does Munir now say, कि नहीं, मैंने तो कुछ दिखा के करना है? Especially if, you know, Muridke and Bahawalpur have been hit and they have suffered huge losses of their jihadis, the pressure on him to do something will be enormous. And that will be the thing to watch out for India. What is it that they will do?
Ambassador Yash Sinha, perfect cue to go to you and then to Padma and then to General Bali back again. Ambassador Sinha.
Thank you, Barkha. Thank you for having me again on your show. I think, you know, I was in Islamabad. I was posted in a high commission as head of the political wing, as counselor, when India detonated its bombs in 1998. And I was convinced that Pakistan would detonate. But my colleagues, and especially those in Delhi, and as it happened, I was in Delhi flying back to Islamabad via Lahore when Pakistan detonated their bombs in response. And I was arguing that knowing the Pakistani psyche, the Punjabi psyche, they're definitely going to retaliate. You recall, there were enough blandishments and you know, inducements given by the US and others for Pakistan not to detonate. And if they had not detonated, we would have been in the doghouse. But trust the Pakistanis to do something stupid. Well, they did detonate. And again, I feel that they will definitely respond. They will definitely respond. What sort of response will that be? I leave it to better minds, but I feel they will definitely launch an attack. Now, what sort of attack that would be? Would it be a drone attack, a missile attack, or will they use aircrafts? Will they fire missiles from their side of the border or the LOC? I don't know. But I think they will definitely respond. And I tend to agree with Tilak that the response will come sooner than later.
The question, Ambassador, then is briefly, and then Padma, will that pull us up the escalatory ladder, or does it all depend on what they do?
See, there is going to be an escalation because if they respond, we have to respond. Now, I'm sure our military leadership has war-gamed the scenario of escalation. Of course, accidents can always happen, but I hope that the escalation can be controlled at some point because, as your panelists have said, Pakistan cannot afford to fight a conventional war, and they would be really stupid if their nuclear saber rattling they try and do something in that area. But Munir has to show his people that he's a tough man. And he's a tough man, and he has responded to India. I mean, there are ridiculous stories. Seeing the Pakistani media briefly, people saying that 5 Rafales have been shot, etc. They live in a make-believe world. The ISPR and their army sells stories, and the gullible buy those stories. But I'm very happy that we have this time at least been very precise in where we've hit, and we've got evidence of that. In Balakot, unfortunately, that didn't happen for whatever reason. So they were able to take the world for a ride. But this time it's quite clear what we've done. And I think we've targeted just the right targets, and Pakistan will respond. But I hope for their sake that it will be something that does not push India to hit them really hard. Thank you.
Right. Let's bring in Padma. Tilak, you have a brief interjection there? I saw your hand go up. Or can I just take Padma and then come to you? Yeah.
One war that Pakistan could likely win is of fake narratives. You had the Pakistan defense minister claiming that they have taken Indian prisoners of war. And then a couple of hours later, he had to retract. He said, no, we haven't taken any prisoners. So fake narratives, bringing down 3 Rafales, couple of other aircrafts, wiping out a brigade headquarters of India. So this kind of, they will probably win this and try and satisfy the anguish of their population. So we have to guard against a lot of fake narratives.
Absolutely. Padma, sorry to make you wait. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's okay. Fake narratives, absolutely right. There is a lot of fake narrative. One is sort of that is surfacing, especially on the social media. But I wanted to just go back to some points made by the previous speakers on number one, response. Yash was talking about a response. Yes, there will be a Pakistani response, and at the same time, I think one of the generals also made the point that conventional warfare, Pakistan is not going to win a conventional war. I think there will be a response, but there's likely to be a response in the only way Pakistan knows best, which is a terror attack. This is something that Asim Munir is a master of. In the interim, we know that. So I think what we will have to be watching out for is not just and I'm sure we are already watching out for that. Coming to the question of places of worship, which is being repeatedly raised in sections of the Western media, especially the European media. Of course, if places of worship are converted into terror dens, then what else will you attack? And I mean, India is not so stupid. We're home to the 3rd largest Muslim population in the world, and mosques are equally holy to all of us, even whether we are Muslim, Hindus, Indians or not. So why would India target mosques which are, happen to be empty, and just mosques and not housing or training or preparing terrorists for attacks on India? Also, it shows, it's a telling comment on how lines have blurred between religion and terror training in Pakistan, which is a great pity, and doesn't sort of suit the other kind of narrative that's coming out of them right now. Coming back to the very last point about the international support, I know that Israel, where we were sort of speculating on your show just now about which countries are likely to say what, and I know that the Israeli ambassador in India has already, was one of the earliest to come out with support and say that Israel supports India's right for self-defense. Terrorists should know there's no place to hide for their heinous crimes, etc. I also know that there are lots and lots of unconfirmed reports doing the rounds on X, that perhaps there is some support coming in from civilian, organizations in Iran. They're very dubious and very, very unconfirmed as of now, but I have seen these reports. And certainly we all know what Turkey's position is. They've made it very clear what their position is. So, I really think, I maintain that I think it's good and wise for India to just go it alone and ignore the noises coming out of predominantly Western countries, because I think they've lost the narrative, and they're depending far too much on the nonsense that Pakistan is putting out at this moment about these attacks.
Right. Let me just bring in Tilak Devesha now. One of the things, I think you made this point that, look, they're going to start this fake narrative that places of worship were targeted, right? Whereas it is a very, very specific aim at terror bases, including the Subhanallah Mosque in Bahawalpur, which is directly linked to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. And that distinction has to be made, right? I'm just waiting for confirmation of whether we have that video. I think they're just queuing it up of that, that Subhanallah Mosque in Bahawalpur. But Tilak Deveshwar, where do we think Masood Azhar and Hafiz Saeed are? Do we think the Pakistan military would have well taken them into protective custody, protective hiding rather, not custody by now? Sir, you're muted at your end, sir. So could you unmute yourself, sir, please? Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. As you would have read recently that Hafiz Saeed's security had been beefed up. And Masood Azhar has been in hiding for a long time. Many times all kinds of stories come up about him. But these are the two most prized assets that Pakistan has, together with Dawood Ibrahim and Sayyid Salahuddin. So they are extremely well protected. I don't think so. They would be either have been in Muridke or in Bahawalpur. Hafiz Saeed is supposed to be under house arrest in Lahore, and Masood Azhar we don't know. It would be really an act of fortune if they were either in this of the two things. But Barkha, I just want to say that apart from the Bahawalpur, the Subhan Mosque, the other mosques they've been talking out is Muzaffarabad Bilal Mosque was targeted, in Kotli Abbat Mosque was targeted, Muridke Umalkura Mosque was targeted. So they have specifically all these places that India has targeted, the terror camps, they have listed out the name of the mosque that has been done. So that is the narrative that they are selling to their people, and which will then be caught on by the Western media, and how the Western media in any case gives India a bad press, and this thing will escalate.
Correct.
So this is something that we have to be careful about.
Correct. And I think that's a very important point, that as images surface, and that is the Subhanallah Mosque, those are the images. This is a terror-linked base. And, if the Western media can understand Israel's narrative, agree, disagree with it, the Western media in large part endorses it, that there are shields that are used to add respectability to terror, then that is something, as Tilak Deveshwar says, Ambassador Yash Sinha, that India has to do a finer job of putting out there, because otherwise, as Tilak Deveshwar says, the narrative will become, India targeted mosques as an avenging for Pahalgam, which is of course bullshit. Ambassador Yash Sinha. Sir, could you unmute yourself?
I completely agree. I think we need to do. We need to tell our story more effectively. And can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we need to tell our story more effectively. And I just want to add one thing. These training camps. Now I recall the Taliban, when they came out of the madrasas in NWFP, and you had Maulana Fazlur Rahman and Maulana Samiul Haq running those madrasas, their parties, JUIF and JUIS, Jamaat Ulema Islami. Now, these camps, the madrasas, were attached to mosques. Now, it could very well be that there may be a mosque in the vicinity, but certainly the mosque wasn't targeted. The terror camp was targeted, and if that, I'm sure the mosque perhaps was not damaged even, but the Pakistanis are very good at sort of coming up with a fake narrative. So we need to be very clear. If there was a mosque in the vicinity, was it attached to that camp, that training madrasa, whatever it was? We need to be very clear. And I'm sure we have that intelligence. So I think we need to put it out quickly and effectively. I agree that the Western media is not going to buy our story because they already have a preset notion as far as India is concerned, what India does.
Yeah. So let's look ahead at what we see coming. General Bali, to build up on your sense of asymmetric warfare, not conventional war, but also join the dots with Tilak Deveshwar's analysis that Asim Munir, the desperado that he is, needs to show something to his people. A terror attack doesn't show that because they can't own it. So what is it going to do to show, what does Munir have as a face saver, as an exit route?
Absolutely. So before I come to that, I want to just bring out two nuggets. This is again, Mr. Tilak made a point about if they attack our dams, then the water is going to flow. Well, there's already trouble. As per the Dawn, on the 5th, there were 3,100 cusecs water which came out from the counter at the Barala head, which rose dramatically yesterday to 26,000 cusecs. And they said, we really don't have a way to handle this downstream. So this is one. I want to tell you that there's something else on simultaneously. We also talked about fake narratives. Well, DG ISPR gave a statement probably an hour ago, which is again very strange. General Ahmed Chaudhry said, no Indian aircraft was allowed into our space and none went into their space. I do not know how this tallies with their shooting down five aircraft, as was claimed by the Defense Minister Khwaja Asif, who seems to be really determined to become a viral star on the internet. Now, yeah. So to my point about the asymmetry, I completely agree with Mr. Tilak that it would be really downright foolish if they went into yet another terrorist attack, because that will really prove the theorem beyond any doubt that, we did something to them and now they are retaliating with a terrorist attack. So this really narrows the kind of field a little on what they can do. And if we assume, we shouldn't assume militarily, but if we assume on this show that conventional option is not going to be exercised, then I think they've been rehearsing a lot of missiles of late. They've been test firing a lot of missiles. Maybe that's one direction we could look at. That is something that makes a big bang, creates a little noise and can prove. In addition to that, like I said a little earlier in the morning, they seem to be already spreading a lot of fake news on their own media, merely to prove that they have already taken a lot of muscular action. All this business of 5 aircraft shot down and brigade headquarters destroyed and so on and so forth is aimed at their own public, to assuage feelings, to calm people down and say, look, they did it, now we have done it. And maybe we'll do some more. I think probably a missile attack somewhere, God knows where, is one grim possibility.
Okay. Let me get Ambassador Sinha and General, and I beg your pardon, Tilak Diveshi, to respond to that. Ambassador Sinha, please do respond. I'm just going to hop off for a moment to get some more updated information. I'll reconnect in the meantime. Zafar is here. Keep the conversation going, and I'll rejoin in exactly 5 minutes. Ambassador Sinha, it's over to you, sir.
Thank you. What I didn't say, but in my last intervention, is that a terrorist attack may or may not happen, or may happen in addition to another kinetic response. And so a missile test or a drone attack is probably more likely. I don't know whether the Turkish drones that they have are operational or not, but they certainly do have drones in their armory. Whether that be effective or not is a different matter. But to show their people that they have taken that they have made a forceful response to India's attack, and sell a story, brigade headquarters destroyed. This time they might even say Div headquarters destroyed. Who knows? So the Pakistanis are very good at manufacturing lies. I mean, that whole country is built on lies. I mean, so I think it's par for the course as far as they're concerned. But I quite agree with you that there will be some sort of attack like that.
And also the fact that Pakistan has been conducting those missile tests in the last few days, a series of missile tests, and this entire series has been called as Indus, the missile tests that Pakistan has been conducting. And there are now reports that Prime Minister Modi has postponed his upcoming visit to Croatia, Norway, and Netherlands. So things are being watched very carefully in India. Now, we were talking about the details that are coming out from Pakistan. I was struck by one particular detail. The ISPR, its military wing, information wing, the general that gave out a statement also said something very strange. He said that one of their hydropower projects was also targeted. Now, this is very important, because could they be making a case to strike at dams on the Indus? Could that be one possibility? Because India has made it clear that it's only targeted the terror infrastructure. How come is he talking about a hydropower project in the Neelam Valley? I think there's something that they may be putting out in their plan. Yes, sir.
The Neelam Valley has the Kishinganga. The Kishinganga project is on the Kishinganga, which is on the Neelam Valley. So I doubt, as Tilak had mentioned, that if there is an attack on the dams, even though this is lean season, we are still capable of storing water for 1 or 2 days. We were doing some desilting in Salal and Baglihar, and what General Bali just mentioned about the Marada idle works and the water release, etc. It could be a consequence of India releasing the water yesterday, because for 2 days or a day now they were desilted. But this is just demonstration effect. Normally desilting happens in the monsoon, but India is doing it to prove that it is India can do that, and it will be foolish on their part if they hit a dam. But if they do, then there will be cost to pay, because Tarbela and Mangla dams are very much within our sights, and then the whole of Pakistan will be flooded.
Right. General Bali, the fact is that Pakistan is claiming that they have already done that retaliation. Do you think that this is the end of it? Because if they are still to say that they were going to retaliate, then there would be a pause and then they would come up with some sort of a retaliation. But they're already claiming that they have done that retaliation. How do we see the Pakistani response here on? Will that be a face saver for Pakistan? Because they're going to the town, they're saying that we have done the retaliation, as you were saying, that none of the aircraft was allowed to move into our space and none of it was allowed to go out, and we brought down jets and all that. Could this be a face saver that Pakistan is looking at?
I still think there's going to be retaliation. The last briefing that the DG PR gave, he admitted that 26 civilians have died and 46 are injured. You don't build up this kind of a hype and narrative if you're not wanting to retaliate thereafter. I think what they've done is to kind of tamp down the expectations or the, for a muscular action within the country for a bit. But I would expect that there would be an action sooner or later. There is an unconfirmed report floating around on various news media, including Business Standard, that their defense minister said that if India doesn't take any further action beyond this, then we are willing to pull back our forces. I am not putting much credence to that report, because
I also saw that report. I also saw that report, probably given to RT. I saw that report again on the social media. We don't know whether it's a confirmed report or not.
It's a bunch of Indian media outlet, but we shouldn't put credence on that, because I've definitely not seen it in any of the Pakistani papers that I've seen. So that may be just a red herring thrown by, or maybe perception management by us. So I think it's logical to expect and to be prepared for an asymmetric action by Pakistan.
Also, you can't trust whatever the defense minister says. I think he's the biggest loose cannon in the subcontinent. The kinds of things that he has admitted to and said on television and said openly and thereafter retracted. I think one of the reasons for this is that he's from Sialkot. And the first place that is going to get hit by India is Sialkot. So I think he's probably worried about his house and his lands. So he's trying to create as much of hype as possible. But I mean, with cartoons like this, there is some sense of humor in Indo-Pak relations still.
Right.
The amazing part is that the interview that he gave to Yalda Hakim of Sky News, where he openly admit that we've been doing dirty work for 30 years. Yalda Hakim has become a viral star because of that video, because she's now put up videos explaining that and saying, people say your jaw should have dropped when you heard this, and she said my jaw did internally drop when our defense minister said that for 30 years we've been supporting terrorism, and now she's gone on to confront the Pakistani spokesperson this morning after the attack, who said pretty much the same thing. We don't have terrorist camps. So she said, but your defense minister said that you've been doing it. Pervez Musharraf said that he's been doing it. Bilawal Bhutto said, yes, we have a history. Now, what is it? What should we believe? So you're absolutely right. Even in these very, very tense times, there is some comic relief, and we should be thankful to the Pakistani defense minister for providing it from time to time.
Well, one of the points I'd like to just mention is about Pakistan's war-fighting capability. So I had put this out on X. 14% of Pakistan's POL, petrol and diesel, is smuggled from Iran. 14%. 2,500 to 3,000 trucks bring in oil, petrol and diesel from Iran every day. about 5 to 6 million liters are coming in from Iran. Now, if these supplies are disrupted, especially after the first phase threat that President Trump said that anybody buying oil from Iran will be subject to secondary sanctions. Any disruption of this, can you imagine the impact this will have on Pakistan's war-fighting capability as the fuel supplies are concerned? As it is, their oil supplies are probably adequate for a week. Some say 4 days, some say a week. If you cut this 14% down also, I think their tanks are going to stop in their tracks.
Chiragji, I believe that oil is also not coming through legitimate channel. It's just being smuggled into Pakistan.
So what? So what?
Yeah.
Who's at the border? Who's guarding the border? The Pakistan Army. The Southern Army commander is probably the richest post in the Pakistan Army because of the money he makes from this kind of smuggling from, from Iran. And nobody's going to look at the niceties that whether it is smuggling or whether it is legitimate trade. The fact of the matter is it is being allowed to come, and all government officials, especially the army and the ISI, are party to this.
Yes, absolutely. It's the Pakistani army which is guarding the border. So if it's being smuggled, it's with the complicit
Absolutely. And this is something that we need to push. This is the kind of narrative we need to push. And so, President Trump gets to hear of it and says, hey, what's going on?
Right. And now that, this strike has been conducted inside Pakistan, inside POK, and the briefing has come about, we're seeing no let-up in escalation at the line of control. It's still happening. It's spreading to other areas. Pakistanis are using artillery. In fact, one of the artillery shell just dropped outside a UN facility in Poonch. So they are trying to use long-range mortars, artilleries, firing. So essentially, should we say that the ceasefire is over now? Yes, Sinhaji, is this all over now? Because I have covered on the day when the ceasefire was announced in 2003 from the international border in Jammu. There have been exchanges. There have been small arm exchange, machine gun exchange, mortar exchange, but artillery was not used. So that has ended now, essentially.
No, I think as far as the ceasefire of 2003 is concerned, that's certainly over. It might be revived at some later stage, but then it'd probably be a new ceasefire, if at all. So I think there will be, they're firing, because they've been firing small arms initially, and then they moved to artillery shells, etc. later on, right since the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. So I think they basically feel that somehow unsettles us. That what they don't realize is it probably redoubles our resolve. But I need to also just touch upon one point, the international community. I think it's been spoken about earlier. I joined the debate late. I think this is a time where we can gauge who are our friends. Because, in a position where in 71, Mrs. Gandhi went to various world capitals and didn't get the sort of support that she expected. But India's situation has changed considerably since 1971. And I'm specifically referring to our friends who are, the US specifically is supposed to be a great friend of India's, and they've made some very good statements in the past before the terrorist attack. And after the terrorist attack, they've been a bit mealy-mouthed, particularly Vice President Vance. But I want to see now what do they say, because it's important. Because when Israel takes out the Hamas in Gaza, the support is absolutely 100%, and in the international community, in the Security Council, in all fora, and of course, now we're not Israel. We cannot compare our relationship with the US, what Israel has with the US. But over the years, we have developed a very close relationship. And if they are not able, I found President Putin's statement very reassuring and very, very supportive. I have yet to see a statement like that coming out from the US. I may be wrong. I haven't seen the statements.
I think they're more or less being critical of this terror attack. They have condemned it, but they are falling short of actually naming Pakistan. That is the sense that one gets.
No, but now after the attack, now when we've retaliated, what would be their stand? That would be very interesting. because, of course, President Trump talks about a 1,000-year war or a 1,500-year war, but there are others. The spokesperson, the State Department spokesperson will definitely be asked, and others, the Defense Secretary and the Secretary of State, etc. It'd be worthwhile watching their statements. The other capital, which is not that important in terms of strategic, is London. But with the deal, I think it was masterstroke to actually conclude that deal yesterday, that FTA with the UK. And we'd like to see what Labour is always prone to support the Pakistani narrative. So I'd like to see what the UK government comes up with. Of course, urging restraint is par for the course, but let's see what they do beyond that.
And we are forgetting about one thing, that is the China factor. I was reading out some statement that China has, in its first reaction, said that it's regrettable or something. I don't know what exactly they have said, but they could play an important role because they gave a statement in support of Pakistan a few days ago. They said that the sovereignty, they talked about sovereignty of Pakistan. How do you factor in the China angle to all of this? China must be watching these developments carefully. And do you think, we also reports that China has been giving state-of-the-art jets to Pakistan, arming Pakistan? Do you think that China is also somehow pulling the strings behind, and that is precisely the reason we saw this bravado of General Asim Munir climbing up a tank and addressing his troops?
In English, by the way. He addressed his troops in English. So that was very doubtful whether he would speak English to troops and not Punjabi. But that itself puts a doubt on the validity of that video. But having said that, I think China plays a very important role. You're absolutely right. We need to monitor what China does. But I would like, unless this conflict really escalates, China is not going to intervene besides giving pious statements and, of course, fully supporting Pakistan as best as they can logistically. Now, that we anticipate, and I'm sure our planners have kept that in mind when we decided the course of action to adopt. But I don't think China will join this conflict militarily, at least not now.
Right. I'm sorry,
Mr.
Deveshwar. Yes,
if you look
please.
at the Chinese,
I'm back, and let's keep going. Yeah, Tilak Deveshwar. Yes,
okay.
Please. Yeah.
So, if you see Chinese statement issued this morning, only the first line they mentioned regrettable. But other than that, the statement made by Turkey was far more serious rather than the statement of China. I think Pakistan would really be disappointed with the statement made by China.
So, in a sense, what both of you are saying, Tilak Deveshwar, is that you do not anticipate China to get militarily involved. But I think one of the generals was pointing out this morning that there has been no ground troop mobilization. This has been a very different kind of coordinated precision strike. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up, Tilak Deveshwar, is that the eastern Ladakh area remains militarized. India isn't taking chances with China despite the rapprochement that has taken place. Are you confident that we do not have to be concerned about a two-front war or a two-front conflict? Tilak Deveshwar?
No, I think we have already adequately manned eastern Ladakh. Both China and India over the last 3 years have bolstered their defenses on. So I think we are pretty comfortable in what we have in eastern Ladakh. And, they're being monitored very, very closely. In fact, on this particular occasion, India has not even mobilized. Normally, the signs of mobilization are you withdraw or leave, you take charge of trains which start moving, you take charge of civil transport to move your ammunition. India has done nothing of that. Unlike in the case of Pakistan, where they have moved their divisions from Peshawar and moved their divisions from Quetta. In India, the troops, from Southern Command haven't really moved. So India is still keeping it within a limited range. And likewise with China, there is no additional deployment of troops vis-a-vis China also. I don't think so from China also there has been any additional troop movement. There may be some exercises in the summer or something like that. But I don't think that has happened either.
Let me bring in General Bali on this point. Zafar, if you have any updates also, I'd like you to share them in a moment from now. But General Bali, if you can come in on this point that there has been no mobilization because the planning has been quite different. But once again, now it all everything seems to depend on what Pakistan does next. And, the point made again and again that Munir needs to show something to his people. So, after Balakot, they tried to strike somewhere near Nagrota and Sumon. They will have to have some story to tell, and then the world community might step in behind the scenes, right? Jeremiah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so let me just get back to the point about China. While nothing can be taken for granted, but we all remember that in 1971, when the war broke out, in spite of or despite US's requests of the Nixon administration, the Chinese did not mobilize, they did not intervene. And when they were confronted, as per Henry Kissinger's book, they said all we meant was diplomatic support. We never wanted to intervene militarily. Chinese have shown no such inclination so far. And while Chinese media cannot be taken as a kind of a weather vane, but if you look at today's papers, Global Times, it's a tiny news way down on the front page, and on the Chinese daily, I didn't even see the news, and it just repeats what the Pakistani spokesperson have said without any comments at all. The other little factor that we must remember is today is the day when the Iranian foreign minister is due to visit India. It was a scheduled visit, and it's not a hyphenated visit with Pakistan, but because of the trouble that was brewing, he went to Pakistan 2 days ago, went back to Tehran, and is coming today. And he has said he would like to intervene. Of course, given India's history of how we look at multilateral interventions, it's not going to work, and we probably won't even talk to him about that. As far as the Pakistani response is concerned, we have looked at some very good points have been made that maybe a terrorist attack cannot be expected immediately, because that will really prove the assertion beyond all doubt, if at all proof is required after 26/11, that Pakistanis are the ones who are fomenting terrorism. So I think we should look closely at a standoff attack using a standoff weapon like missiles, maybe a drone. I don't think they have a great drone capability. Finally, as far as the artillery shelling is concerned, that's par for the course. I don't think that should worry anyone. That's happened before. I used to be in Valley.
It was the old normal. It was the old normal, It
was the normal. In fact, in the initial days when I met you, Barkha, in Kashmir, it used to be absolutely, the normal situation. And I've served in both in Rajouri as well as in Kupwara to see it used to happen every single day, and it didn't really bother because we are well fortified. We did some damage, they did some damage. Unfortunately, some civilians suffered. So that artillery shelling should not be seen as some great sign of this or that. This will continue, and probably there will be another ceasefire. But I think it's the attack we should be worried about. And should this break into a conventional war, which I still believe wouldn't happen, shouldn't happen, other than Pakistan, we need to look at all our borders, particularly the one in the east, because we don't have the best of relationship right now with some other countries as well. And a little mobilization there is going to tie down troops. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. And that's the point I was trying to make about, the fact is that we're not going to take our eye off the ball on those other fronts. Ambassador Sinha, let's talk a little bit about Iran. Iran did something very curious. It put out a statement saying that it had spoken to Pakistan officials and it was, happy to talk to India. Now, India is never going to, at least overtly, accept mediation from anybody. The Iranian minister is arriving here today. And I think earlier somebody was making the point that none of the other countries matter, but how America responds will be critical. Do you agree with that? Because the American statements on record have been quite, I don't know what word to use, have been quite banal.
In fact, Barkha, when you were away, I did raise this point about the US. We need to watch what the US says, and so far, the US response has been less than satisfactory. So I think we hope that whatever happens now from the statements coming from the spokesperson of the State Department, etc., would take into account the ground realities and what exactly we've done and how we've done it in a very professional manner. But if I may, just before I leave, because I need to bring in Turkey. Now, Iran, I'll answer your question on Iran. Iran is very important. Iran is a neighbor of Pakistan. Iran has good relations with us, and Iran has a propensity to offer to mediate. However, being an Islamic country, the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, once in a while is prone to making statements on Kashmir that annoy us. So we are playing our cards very carefully with Iran. The US, particularly the Trump administration, is going after Iran because the talks haven't really proceeded too well. And with the Houthis, the attacks on the Houthis and the Houthi attacking Israel. So I think we need to monitor all that. But Turkey, I for the life of me, I do not understand why we are still allowing Turkish companies to come here into India. Indigo has a tie-up with Turkish Airlines. They have a huge number of tourists going from India. And I know we are a democracy. Indians are free to go where they like. But a word to the wise is sufficient. And I think I recall what happened with our southern island neighbor when they were launching the India Out campaign and they were really bad. Obviously, Turkey is not going to be affected the same way. They're big. So I think we need to send a very clear message. And we are not, in my opinion, we may be doing it behind closed doors, but we have to take action because Erdogan needs to be told very clearly where he gets off. If he thinks he is an incarnation of the caliph, he should be disabused of that notion. But that's Turkey for you, and of course the other neighborhood. But thank you, Barkha. Thank you very much for having me.
Just briefly before you go, just quickly, Ambassador Sinha, when you say Erdogan must be told where to get off, you see, right now the bandwidth for that is not going to exist. Right now, the bandwidth of our diplomats will be somewhere else, right? Where will it be? Where will the foreign ministry be looking right now?
Washington and Moscow. I mean, Washington and Moscow are too critical. Of course, Beijing, but Beijing is not with us. We know that. So all we can do is keep Beijing briefed. But as far as getting support, if at all we require support, it should be Washington and Moscow because we've been maintaining good relations with both without really compromising the interests of one or the other. So I think we've been pretty astute at that, and we hope that this is payback time now because this is where the cards are sort of put on the table. And either you're, and I don't want to say that because that's very antiquated.
It is Bush. Either you're with us or you're not. You're against us.
Exactly. I mean, I wouldn't put it that way, but you're absolutely right. Because I think this is a crunch time, and I think we count our friends now.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, sir, for your time. We'll reconnect with you later in the day. I'm sure more details will emerge. General Bali, I'm going to request you to stay on with us for a few more minutes as we say thank you to Ambassador Yash Sinha. You know, you've been making the point all morning about asymmetric warfare from Pakistan. But I want to explore this idea further with you, General Bali, because another terror attack, yes, okay, it can make the point that India's strikes have not worked as a deterrent. But it cannot be owned by Pakistan at a time when the whole world's gaze is on this area. It cannot be owned by Pakistan. So my question is, as India, and this would have been war game, manages the escalatory ladder, emphasizes that it is not seeking escalation, it is not looking to hurt or hit Pakistan civilians, it is only targeting terror bases. And yes, if there has been a degree of collateral damage that happens in conflicts around the world, it will not be unique to India. My question to you is, you know, how do you think the military is trying to anticipate what Munir may do next?
Look, this is exactly how they would be thinking about. You're right that, you know, terrorist attack, well, I believe that is not, if they have even a modicum of sense, they would not indulge in another one right now when the world's eyes are on them. But that also gives them the plausible deniability. The look, why would we do it? See, it's independent of us. Somebody else is doing it, or India is doing a false flag thing. Pakistanis don't care about what the world says, or they would have been more careful after 26/11, after David Headley, after Admiral Kasab, after all that evidence has been given. What I think, now I'm no one to second guess the Indian military, but what I would think is, last time when we did Balakot, which was a much smaller scale and without the adequate evidence as we have provided this morning, Pakistanis did a retaliatory attack the very next day. And thereafter, it was assumed that the matters rested there. This time, we should not go by the same playbook. We should be ready again, Because if they did something and it's 1-1 and then it's over, then I'm afraid not even the beginning of deterrence can be expected. So if something else happens, I think the Indian military would be getting ready to carry out an immediate action to retaliate to that, depending on what kind of action that happens. I think that would make eminent sense at this point of time, to be ready to attack again, to do something again, based on what the Pakistanis do or don't.
But that then is climbing up the escalatory ladder. I mean, we could be looking, I don't want to use the word war loosely, but we could be looking at a war-like situation. I mean, when airports are shut, when schools along the LOC have to be shut, when you're saying India has to be ready to attack again. And let me show you a tweet. Could we pull up the tweet by former Army Chief Naravane? He said cryptically on X, he said, picture abhi baki hai. Now, that could mean two things. One, it could mean what you're saying, that depending on what Pakistan does, India may have to then climb higher on the escalatory ladder. Or it could mean that India's retaliatory plan is not complete yet. I don't know what it means. What do you think it means? It's very cryptic.
Yeah, so I don't know. I know Manoj Naravane well, and I think what he's saying is also out of a lot of spirit and Josh. But what I'm trying to say here is, if we simply do the same predictable playbook as we did last time, we did something, Pakistanis did something, and then the matters rest there. May not be enough this time. So based on the quantum or the degree of Pakistani response, we should have similarly a calibrated response ready. We must have the last word in this case. I'm not talking about escalated ladder going into war, etc. I'm not saying that. But within even asymmetric response, I want to make one more point. You see, a lot of we are setting a lot of store that by the fact that this is to create deterrence. I would like to caution everybody that there is no guarantee that this will lead to any deterrence. Where there are irrational heads and carrying out, they have people like Jaish-e-Mohammed. God only knows how much control they have over these stray elements within Pakistan, and who has control over them, and who's playing what game. So therefore, let's not expect that there will be complete deterrence. It should be acceptable. Let's not expect that there will be no asymmetric action ever going forward. The best we can do is to get ready for the future, not to make the mistakes we've made, to ramp up our intelligence, to ramp up our air defense, and to be absolutely ready that such a thing can happen again. But in the short term, I think what we should expect is some kind of a demonstrative, performative action by Pakistan to tell their own people that they've done something. But if it causes damage on our side, let's say if they throw a couple of bombs in a jungle, who cares? But if it causes damage on our side, then we should be prepared not to let them have the last word.
So I have a question about that. In a way, what you're saying is that while this is much more specific, it's a much larger retaliation than the Balakot airstrike. It has gone, frankly, deep inside Pakistan, Punjab. If it were to end with Pakistan ne kuch muh bachane ke liye kahin strike kiya, you're saying it should not end there? You are saying it should not, we should persist. We're entering a phase of prolonged, maybe low-intensity warfare with Pakistan? What are you implying there?
No, the word here is calibrated. So, like I said, if the Pakistani counter response, if it comes, and as I expected it would come, and if we find that it is really neither here nor there, we can take a call. But if it damages anything within India in a big way, and I don't want to start talking about what it could be. I don't want to name cities. I don't want to name anything else. But if it damages something big, it would be wrong for us then to just keep quiet and say, all right, we did this, they did this, and time to now close the chapter. I don't think the chapter would be closed, because this time, you see, we have really expanded the theater fairly dramatically from what we did in Balakot. Not only we have created a tri-service operation, we have preceded it with some strategic steps like Indus Water Territory Treaty being held in abeyance, shutting down certain diplomatic missions. We have done something which we had never done before, hit Punjab, which is really expanding the theater, so to speak, particularly in the Pakistani psychology, because that is the heart of Pakistan. And then we have gone on to provide proof of what we have done. And the Pakistanis in turn have also kind of validated how much damage we have done. So all this has really expanded the theater. Now we just can't leave it at that. And
yeah. So the question that follows from that, General Bali, is this: that if we have, and we clearly have expanded the theater by hitting inside Pakistan, Punjab, will Pakistan look to expand the operation of conflict, the theater of conflict, from outside of Jammu and Kashmir? Will they try and target other borders? You know, we have Punjab, we have Rajasthan, we have Gujarat. We don't know.
They very well could. As a matter of fact, the district commissioner of the border districts of Rajasthan has just, declared a kind of clampdown on the schools and this and that, and closed the certain day. That's what I read on the news just now. So this is expected. Pakistan is no respecter of borders. In fact, when they said we will abrogate the 1971 treaty, I laughed. When have you followed it? When have you respected the line of control? Forget the line of control. You don't even respect the international border. You've been building tunnels and coming through Samba and the established borders. What about the bombing of the trains in Mumbai? What about the attack on the parliament? What about 2611? So they don't respect any of this. For them, the whole country is a playfield. So yes, but if this is going to happen purely with a kind of a standoff attack, then you know the range of missiles, then you know how far it can go. But if it is something else which is growing, which I thought about, it could really happen anywhere. It won't be restricted.
So we're potentially looking at a multi-sector conflict?
We possibly are. As a matter of fact, if they were smart, Jammu and Kashmir would not be the area where they would strike. They have seen the response of the people after the what they did in Pahalgam. They've seen that anger. They've seen how much how the people have reacted to it. I think doing something more to damage, especially civilians, would be really foolish. But I can't put them past it. So therefore, I think they might move it to another area. They might do something else elsewhere. So that's what I think.
Yeah. Okay, General Bali, stay as long as you can, because we're going at this continuously. I want to play out a little excerpt from the military press conference, the military and diplomatic press conference. It's important to stress the foreign secretary and 2 women officers of the military making its own powerful statement, I thought, bringing the women officers out to brief the world, not just India. And I want to play out a little clip from that press conference again. Take a look.
मुजफ्फराबाद यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर ए तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहां पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर ए तोयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला,
right, so lots of details coming there. What did you make of that press conference, General Bali?
So, like I said earlier, this really made me feel, as a professional, very proud of the way our country has sent out this message. It's a very restrained performance, a very calm performance. You compare it with what is happening in Pakistan and look at their spokesperson really frothing at the mouth and looking like a rabbit caught in headlights. Here it was professional, matter of fact, no chest thumping, no threats, and it actually validated what the Prime Minister had said on the very first day when he came back from Saudi Arabia. I wish people had heard him more carefully. He didn't threaten Pakistan. He didn't threaten Pakistani army. He didn't say we are going to attack Pakistan. He said we are going to get after or go after the terrorists and the mentors who have fostered terrorism, which is exactly what we have done, which is exactly the proof we have given. And in everything which was said, including Mr. Vikram Misri's statement, it showed restraint, no desire to escalate, no desire to go beyond that, etc. So I think it was a wonderful press conference, a wonderful performance. So as far as the women, spearheading it of course makes us very happy. They've done a great job in the armed forces. I'm glad they've done it. I'm not going to comment on anything else as part of that because as army people we don't look at religion and this and that. But it is great the way I see
no
it.
point on that. I made no point about the religious identity of one of the officers. I know people did. But I did make a point about the gender because as a woman, it always makes me brilliantly proud to see women out there representing India. Absolutely. And if you join the dots with Sindur, the fact that we are doing it for ladies who've lost their husbands, and the fact that we are again making our ladies make these remarks, somewhere somebody is thinking, about strategic messaging. Now, whether everybody agrees with it or not, I don't care. But as far as I'm concerned, this is a very refreshing way of, tackling this sending of the message. It could have been a drab statement by one of the bureaucrats, but it wasn't just that. Bali, what should we be bracing? I know I'm being a little repetitive, but people join at different points, so I'm making you repeat a few things that you've said. I want to summarize your take. Your take is you don't think Pakistan is seeking conventional war. It is not seeking an all-out war. It needs a face saver. Typically, asymmetrically, that may have been another terror attack. But with the world's gaze on Pakistan, it can't own the terror attack. It needs something it can own. There has been backlash from the Kashmiris on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir. So it may not be able to do much more than its typical targeting of the line of control in international border villages. And therefore, am I correct in summarizing that it is your hunch that another sector could open up in this situation, and we need to sort of be on guard for that?
It's a one-man's war game in my own head, but so I would add that.
So it's Asim Munir's war game. Asim Munir is the new crazy Musharraf in a way.
Yeah, that's right. So, but while this is the way I'm thinking, that it is kind of narrowing the field a little in terms of what objectives they could choose and the way they could attack or the way they could retaliate. Having said that, I will repeat what I said in the morning, very early morning when I came on your show, that Pakistan has what is known as cultivated irrationality. And at no stage should we foist our own thinking and our own rationality into saying, this is what they would do because this is what we would have done. For example, when Kargil happened, we said, who attacks in winters? No one's going to attack in winters. They only infiltrate. They did something entirely different. So while keeping that possibility alive, I do agree with everything that you said. I would summarize it. I don't think a conventional war would be initiated by them because that is not something they can sustain. The Pakistani economy is in a parlous state. They are literally, not literally, but figuratively, with a begging bowl, trying to restructure loans with China and then sometimes with Saudi Arabia and so on and so forth. So I don't think they would do that, which limits it to an asymmetric response. And like Tilak said before on your show, it would be extremely foolish for them to do another terrorist attack and tell the people, that this is who we are. It's like, there used to be people used to say it's better to keep quiet and let people think you're foolish than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. They would be doing that if they did that, by doing another attack. So that limits us to a standoff attack. something they can do on, maybe not in Jammu and Kashmir, because I'm thinking if I was a Pakistani planner, and thank God I'm not, I would say this is not the time to alienate the very people we seem to think they are part of our jugular or whatever they call it. So they may not do it. That takes us down south towards Punjab and takes us to Gujarat and takes us to Rajasthan.
What if they are foolish enough, because as you said, they're not rational. What if they're crazy and self-destructive enough to target one of the dams on the Indus water to make up, their exercise has been called Indus, right? The tests they've been doing and so on, the drills they've been doing. What if they're crazy enough to do that, or to target a military installation in India? I mean, that would pull us up into a formal war or a war-like situation if they were crazy enough to do that.
Yeah, certainly. And then they'll force us to look at, the Mangla Dam. Something as to see as twinkling lights sitting on the border in Missouri as a youngster. They would be forced to take us an action like that. But like someone else said on your show, I think Dilip said, if they damage any of the dams, maybe they're setting up stage for their own kind of destruction or problems, because much more water might flow into Pakistan than they can manage. I already mentioned that it's in the Pakistani media, authoritatively, I think in Dawn, that or maybe in Friday Times, that the Chenab water, which was just 3,100 cusecs at 9 p.m. at Marala Dam on the 5th, 2 days ago, rose to 26,000 cusecs yesterday. And that itself is causing them headaches. How are they going to, because downstream they have no methodology of diverting that water. So what do? Do they allow areas to be flooded? So I think they should not be foolish enough to do it. But like I said, based on the quantum or the degree or the seriousness of their response, we should be prepared with variety of options, which I'm sure we are, and we should be able to respond accordingly. But if it is a nothing response, which is a performative response, maybe we can even ignore it. But otherwise, we shouldn't let them have the last word.
So, in a sense, we've got to wait to see what they do beyond what they're doing at the line of control. I want to play out also, families are reacting. Those who lost their loved ones, women were made to stand in a corner and they were forced with guns at their head to watch the execution of their husband. Among them was a young naval officer, Vinay Narwal, whose wife, Himanshi, sitting by his side, has come to be the definitive image of in many ways, the Pahalgam terror attack. Families are reacting. This is Vinay Narwal's family reacting. Take a look.
पहलगाम में जो कुछ कायराना हरकत हुई थी, अब इंडिया ने जवाब दिया है। जब ये हादसा हुआ उस दौरान भी आप लोग घर पे आए और मुझसे ये सवाल पूछा कि आप सरकार से क्या चाहते हैं, और मेरा एक सटीक जवाब था कि मुझे भारत सरकार पर पूर्णतः भरोसा है और वो अपना काम कर रही है। मेरा आंसर यही था, और आज भारत सरकार ने वो काम करके दिखाया है। हाँ, जिन घरों से जिनके लाल चले गए उनका जीवन तो वापस नहीं आ सकता, परंतु जो बात मैंने उस समय भी कही थी कि ऐसा कुछ हो कि इस तरह की कायराना हरकतें और बुज़दिली हरकतें करने की कोई साहस ना करे। आपको लगता है सर उसके लिए भारत सरकार ने जो ये कदम उठाया है ये बिल्कुल सही किया है, और उनके 9 ठिकानों पर आज जो एक कड़ा प्रहार किया है, इसको वो सदैव उनके जहन में गूंजता रहेगा ये, और वो ऐसा करने की कायरतापूर्ण काम करने की ऐसी हरकतें।
Right. So that is a passionate and emotional, rather, response from Vinay Narwal's father, who's, I mean, he must be so heartbroken, but yet this is a moment that offers some sort of feeling that the country is looking out for what happened to them. And I'm also joined now by Aishanya Dwivedi, the wife of Shubham. He was the first among the first tourists to take a bullet. ऐशन्या जी, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आप मुझे सुन पा रही है? आप मुझे सुन पा रही है?
जी।
सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको दिल से कंडोलेंसेस, प्रेयर्स और आपकी बहादुरी के लिए एडमिरेशन अपनी दाद देना चाहती हूँ कि किस तरह से इस किलिंग, आपके हस्बैंड की किलिंग के बाद आपने इतनी हिम्मत दिखाई है. यू आर आउट देयर एवरी डे, रोज आप कुछ ना कुछ कहती हैं अपने हस्बैंड के लिए. तो आपकी बहादुरी की मैं दाद देना चाहती हूँ और आपके लॉस के लिए मैं दिल से, जो आपका दर्द है, मुझे मालूम है मेरे अल्फाज, मेरे वर्ड से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, लेकिन मैं फिर भी बाउ डाउन करना चाहती हूँ आपकी हिम्मत के सामने. मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ आपसे ऐशन्या कि जो हुआ टेररिस्ट बेसिस पे 24 मिसाइल्स, 9 टेररिस्ट टारगेट किए गए, लश्कर और जैश के जो बेसिस हैं उन पे हमला किया गया हमारी फौज की तरफ से, तीनों आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स की तरफ से. आपका उस पे पहली टिप्पणी क्या है?
मेरी पहली टिप्पणी ये है, सही मायनों में आज उन 26 लोगों को श्रद्धांजलि मिली है. आज कहीं ना कहीं ये 26 लोगों की सोल, दे मस्ट बी इन पीस. एंड इवन जब ये न्यूज मैंने सबसे पहले देखी, मेरे मुंह से सबसे पहले यही निकला था, शुभम विल बी इन पीस. नाउ शुभम इज एट पीस.
Yeah. You feel that this is the first expression of tribute to not just your husband, but to all those who were killed in that terrorist.
I do feel that this is the starting of the tribute. ये एक शुरुआत है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने के टुवर्ड्स, जिसमें इन 26 लोगों ने अपनी बलिदानी दी है. और आज श्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये करके एक श्रद्धांजलि दी है हम सबको. हम 26 परिवारों को बताया है कि वो हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हैं.
इससे पहले क्या आप अपने आप को अकेला महसूस कर रही थी? इस ऑपरेशन से पहले?
अकेला तो नहीं बोलूंगी मैं, लेकिन हाँ, क्योंकि जो हुआ वो होना नहीं चाहिए था. और जिस हिसाब से इन 26 फैमिलियों ने अपना, और इन 26 वाइफ ने अपने हस्बैंड्स खोए हैं, इम्पेशेंट होना लाजमी है. हम सभी इम्पेशेंट हुए कहीं ना कहीं, हम सभी टूट रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं. बट आज 15 दिनों में ये हम शायद बिगर पिक्चर नहीं देख पा रहे थे कि इस काम को अंजाम देने में टाइम लगता है. आज हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कि मोदी जी शायद नहीं बोल रहे थे कुछ, कोई शायद कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था. उसका रीजन ये था कि वो इस बिगर पिक्चर में काम करना उन्होंने उसी मूवमेंट से शुरू कर दिया. द मोमेंट उन्हें ये पता चला था, उसी मूवमेंट से वो इस चीज पे काम कर रहे थे. आज उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि नहीं, वो हैं, वो है, वो हमारे लिए खड़े हैं, हमारा ध्यान रख रहे हैं.
आपने सही कहा कि एक मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन को करने के लिए वक्त लगता है, और हम इंडिया की तरफ से 2 हफ्ते में ये मिलिट्री रिस्पांस आया है. यहाँ पे जनरल बाली हैं. जनरल बाली, अगर आप कुछ टू अ न्यू ब्राइड, ऐश्वर्या, आपकी शादी कब हुई थी, इफ आई कैन आस्क?
12th February 2025.
This year? I have no words, ma'am. I have no words. I just want to ask you one thing before I come to General Bali. I think women like you and what has happened to you is the reason that this operation has been called Operation Sindur. Sindur, of course, is a symbol of marriage, and you are a new bride. You were married in February. You were on a post marriage honeymoon holiday in Kashmir. 2 months later, you've been widowed. I mean, I don't know what to say. When you hear the word Operation Sindoor, what does it say to you, Shanu?
Firstly, when I saw this Operation Sindoor, when I was watching the news and everything, जब मैंने ये नाम देखा, मैंने अपना फोन निकाल के I saw the photo of me and Shubham and I cried.
because somewhere this word connects me to him. Sindur is all about that. It's your husband basically. And मैं उस सेकंड सिर्फ शुभम और जो हमारे 2 महीने वो सारे शादी वो मेरे दिमाग में पूरा फ्लैशबैक था.
Yeah. My heart goes out to you, ma'am. My heart really, really, really goes out to you. Neeraj sir, if you would like to add your thoughts at this point, Aishanya has been one of those who's been at the front line of asking for retaliation. And today she says that while her emotion was understandable, she now understands that the military, the government needed time. And she feels that Shubham, her husband, maybe he'll be at peace now. It is such a, it just brings tears to your eyes. General Bali, अगर आप कुछ कहना चाहें.
First of all, I want you to know, and I'm addressing you, Shania, that I wore uniform for nearly 4 decades. And I don't think people like me made even 1% of the sacrifice that you had to make. So and you are the reason why the army exists. Okay, I wish we could play this all back and you could be protected earlier, but not everything can be protected, not everything can be done. But having said that, I'm really proud of the calm manner in which you are telling us what you went through, what your thoughts are. Life is very long, and I really wish you all the very best for a wonderful life going forward. I know your loss will never be, can be recouped. I am also really happy that this word Sindur resonated with you. अगर मेरे जैसे फौजी को छोड़ दिया होता ये ऑपरेशन का नाम देने के लिए, सिंदूर मेरे नाम दिमाग में आता ही ना. ये लास्ट वर्ड आता, हम कोई भयंकर सा नाम रखते इसका. And as Barkha also said in the morning, ये तो खाली प्राइम मिनिस्टर के माइंड में आया होगा. And he is really a master of connecting with people and their hearts. So I'm so delighted that when you saw Sindur, you remembered Shubham, everything came back to you. And nothing that I will say is going to make any big difference. As a father, as a grandfather, there's not much more I can tell you. But all I can say is, I'm really, really sorry for your loss. As far as the operation is concerned, I'm delighted and proud that we took this action. ये बहुत सोच समझ के लिया गया है. 2 हफ्ते से लोग बड़ा स्पेकुलेट कर रहे थे कि ये होगा नहीं होगा, कुछ होगा. मैं भी सोच रहा था कि शायद कुछ ज्यादा होने वाला नहीं है, अभी ऐसा लग रहा था मुझे, क्योंकि कोई मोबिलाइजेशन नहीं हुई, कोई फौज बॉर्डर्स पे नहीं गई, कोई ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ. लेकिन ये many ways I think the word master stroke is a little misused and overused word, but I think it's a bit of a master stroke. जिस तरह से ये किया गया, स्पेसिफिक टारगेट्स चुने गए, जहाँ पे लोग बैठते हैं, जहाँ से अपना जहर फैलाते हैं, जहाँ से लोगों को गुमराह करते हैं. I have met a lot of them. Okay, ये सब गुमराह है, इनका कोई दिमाग नहीं अपना. So only animals can do what they did in Pahalgam. So I'm delighted we did this. This morning, one of the ex-chiefs, Manoj Narwane, said, picture abhi baki hai. Maybe that is the case. पर ये बात मैं पक्का कहूँगा as a professional, it is not over. It should not be over. In the sense, we may not go to war. I'm not talking about war. I'm not a warmonger. But we have to take a long-term view, not look at Pahalgam as a one incident and therefore we have retaliated. And we have to look at sorting out this problem forever. And I do not want to spell out what I mean, but this takes strategic thinking. It takes a lot of military ramping up. It takes some time plan in our mind. It may lead to building new relationships. I have Afghanistan in mind, for example, building new relationships in the world, and then ensuring that people who did what they did to you never again think of doing it without paying a very big price. So really, I'm really grateful you're sitting here, and you're definitely younger than both my children, but I'm delighted you're sitting here and you're calm and you're giving us
so
courage.
brave, so brave, so brave, so brave. Aishanya, how old are you, Aishanya?
I'm 28.
And your husband was how old?
He was 30.
And you're very young, and as General Bali said, you are a soldier. You are a soldier of a different kind. You're not wearing a uniform, but you are a soldier. You are a soldier of India. And I just bow to you in admiration. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने अपने कई इंटरव्यूज हमारे साथ भी आपने पहले बोला कि एक शुभम should be recognized for his sacrifice, कि उन्होंने पहली गोली एक तरह से ली और उसके बाद जाने बची. उसके बारे में जो लोग ये शायद जानते नहीं, थोड़ा सा अगर मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि आप दोबारा बताएं कि कैसे शुभम ने बाय टेकिंग द फर्स्ट अमंग द फर्स्ट बुलेट्स कैसे उन्होंने बाकी लोगों की जान बचाई.
We were sitting very close to the gate. If ये अटैक ना किसी और डायरेक्शन किसी और कॉर्नर में होता तो हम बच गए होते और वो इंसान पहली गोली खाता और उसकी वजह से हम बचते. ये हम और शुभम जिस पॉइंट पे बैठे थे, हमला हुआ ही वहां पहले सबसे, और इन्होंने सबसे पहला शूट शुभम को किया. एंड मैं एज somebody who was present at that very place, I could see people running, people saved, people could exit through the gate. And even my own father, he was also there with us. He went to the washroom. While he was coming back, the attack happened. He also could run towards the gate because of this reason. Because Shubham was shot first, many of the people could get alert.
Extraordinary courage by your husband, by you. One thing I want to ask you, and I know General Bali has strong feelings about this also, Shania. Pakistan ने clearly target किया आप सबको for being Hindu. सबसे पूछा गया आप हिंदू हैं या मुस्लिम हैं, और उसके बाद गोली मारी गई. पाकिस्तान का एक एम था इसमें कि भारत को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि लोगों को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि आपस में हमारी लड़ाई करें. हमारा एकजुट होना इस वक्त बहुत जरूरी है एज अ नेशन. एंड आई थिंक हमने दिखाया है कि पाकिस्तान जो करना चाहता था हम नहीं करने देंगे. इसके बारे में आई नो आप पे, मतलब आपको शायद आपसे ये एक्सपेक्ट करना अनफेयर है, लेकिन एक देश की यूनिटी के बारे में अगर मैं पूछूं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को डिफीट करना जरूरी है इवन इन योर मोमेंट ऑफ ग्रेट लॉस, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
अगर ये देश एक नहीं होता तो आज इतना बड़ा अटैक जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर पाए हैं, वो इसीलिए कर पाए क्योंकि आज सब एक हैं. आज हर इंसान एक होके खड़े होके एक आवाज में बोल रहा है कि आतंकवाद खत्म करो. इसी रीजन से सब खड़े हो पाए हैं. ये भी एक तरीके का उनको हमने दिखाया है कि हम सब एक हैं. तो हमें डिवाइड करना चाह रहे थे, लेकिन हम सब एक हैं. नहीं,
ये बहुत जरूरी बात है.
वो क्वेश्चन करते हैं, बहुत से लोग सवाल उठाते हैं कि क्यों है, क्या है, क्यों कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं, बट कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, कोई भी वो पॉइंट आउट्स नहीं है. एवरीबॉडी इज सेइंग कि सही हुआ, जो हुआ सही हुआ.
General Bali, before I ask Shania last question, because I don't want to overstrain her, it's a sensitive time. ये जो उन्होंने बात कही कि हम सब ने दिखाया कि देश एक है, ये बहुत जरूरी बात है. ये बहुत जरूरी बात है.
I have very strong feelings about this, and I'm going to say 2-3 things. First of all, this makes me even more prouder for this, of this young lady, for what she has just said. Dekhiye, there are many foolish people among us who are trying to become the people we hate. We have hated certain people for being radical, for dividing people, for talking about religion all the time. We are trying to become those people. How silly is that? And to all those people, I want to tell, if you can't listen to these young girls, this girl sitting here, the naval officer's wife, you can't listen to these people who have lost so much and yet maintain their balance and calm and logic. And, this is true patriotism. This is not nationalism. This is true patriotism. They understand what is good for India. And what is good for India is to stay united. And if they understand this, who are we who have lost nothing, who have done nothing in life? Who are we to question this and say, oh, they are wrong? There are asinine people who got after that naval officer's wife. I wish I could meet them face to face. What I want to tell them is, there is an American comedian, Dave Chappelle, whom I like quite a lot. In one of his set pieces, he said, America can never beat China because in America, you're either white or you're black or you're Asian or you're gay or you're straight or you're Hispanic or you're this. In China, everybody's Chinese. Think of that. We are wanting to be a world power, a regional power. Our competition is not this tiny little country sitting on one side, which is with a nuisance value. Our competition is far bigger. Are we like that, or are we dividing each other based on silly things? How will it solve the problem lash out on our own country people who've done nothing at all to earn this? Every army officer understands, every soldier understands something. You've got to recognize your enemy. If you don't know who your enemy is and you just lash out on any person who comes in your way, how stupid is that? So I think as biggest Shraddhanjali we can give to Shubham, to the people who laid down their lives, and the biggest tribute we can even pay to the living people like you is this: we must understand that we must stay united. And it is, I fully agree, it is because we are united, today we have taken action. I was just thinking, when I was a little earlier, I was watching television and thinking, I was saying, okay, Pakistan will respond, then we might respond. It may go out of hand. And then I said, so what? As a country, we can take it. Yeah. We can take it. Today, we are not the country of 1960s. We have enough courage. We understand. So we got to stay united. And thank you so much for saying that.
Shania, I want to give you the last word. You were trying to say something there, and then I'll ask my question.
I was just trying to say the army is very strong. The Indian army, they are well trained. They can finish off this terrorism at once. And now they're proving it also. They're proving it to the country. They're proving this to the all 26 people. They're proving it to all 26 families who've been through this.
Is there a sense of community among you all? Have other, you didn't know the others who got killed, but I'm sure nobody can understand what you've gone through except each other. Have you all been reaching out to each other, or you don't really know each other?
I just keep seeing their interviews. I just keep seeing them on various media platforms. That is how I'm able to connect with them. Nothing as in personal.
I want to ask you a last question, Shania. आपने कहा कि आज हमने पाकिस्तान को दिखा दिया our strength, our unity, और पहली बारी आपको ऐसा feeling हो रहा है कि your husband, who was amongst the first to take a bullet in that terror strike, might be at peace. लेकिन जैसे जनरल नीरज बाली ने कहा, ये अभी खत्म नहीं है. पाकिस्तान हिट बैक करेगा, उसके वो कैसा हिट बैक करता है, हमारा रिस्पॉन्स आएगा. ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है, और इसमें जैसे आपने सैक्रिफाइस दिया, सैक्रिफाइसेस होंगे, और देश को ये समझना होगा कि ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है. इस पे आप देश के लोगों को आखिर में, somebody who has suffered a new bride married just in February, बहुत बड़ा लॉस हुआ है आपने, और आपने बहुत बहादुरी दिखाई. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी अंत?
मैम, हम देश के नॉर्मल सिटीजन्स हैं. हम जाके बॉर्डर में लड़ नहीं सकते, बट मैं ये आउट लाउड ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि हम एक हैं. हम हर कंडीशन में देश के साथ खड़े हैं. हमारी लड़ाई भले ही जाके बॉर्डर पे नहीं हो, लेकिन जिस तरीके से कल रात में भी जब ये न्यूज आई तो हमारे घर वाले बैठ के यहाँ पे उन आर्मी वालों के लिए प्रे कर रहे थे. एटलीस्ट ये तो हम शुरुआत कर ही सकते हैं, उनके लिए प्रे कर सकते हैं. जितना हमसे जो एज अ सिटीजन हम मदद कर सकते हैं, खड़े हो सकते हैं साथ में, उनको सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं. वी कैन वाउच फॉर देम. दैट इज द स्टार्टिंग, एंड दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ way we can show them that we are with you. They are fighting for us and we are standing with them.
Shania, I want to say to you, you said you're not fighting at the border, but I want to repeat what I said. You are a soldier. You have shown the kind of courage that is a rare and an exemplary courage. And I really want to fold my hands in tribute to you. And I want to say thank you to you for giving us power, for giving us courage, for giving us the strength, because our strength comes from people like you. Is there a message you have for our armed forces before we say thank you to you?
I just want to thank them for everything they are doing. And thank you is a very, very small word. Thank you means nothing in front of what they are actually doing for us. But I just want to say, we believe in you, we trust you, and nobody in the world can beat Indian Army.
God bless you, Aishanya. God bless you, and Jai Hind. Jai Hind, Aishanya. Thank you for your time. I don't want to take more of your time. Extraordinary young woman there, General Bali. And those are the images of her wedding. I mean, she was married in February. It is just gut-wrench. It is, and look at her stoicism, her poise, her choice of words. Extraordinary.
Absolutely, it's really amazing. And listening to her, listening to the naval officer's wife, I don't know whether I ever had that kind of sense at that age. This kind of calmness, this kind of courage, this kind of, and what's more, we are just confusing chest thumping sometimes with patriotism. That's not patriotism, which is what is good for the country's patriotism. And I think this young lady understands that, and this is what we need to follow.
Absolutely. General Bali, I'm going to say thank you to you right now. You've given us a lot of time. We'll reconnect with you in the day. This story is only just developing. If we can get my colleague Zafar Iqbal to please join us. In the meantime, if you have been living under a rock by any chance, India has hit inside Pakistan 24 missile strikes targeting 9 bases. And I want to play out for you an excerpt from the military briefing, the diplomatic briefing just earlier this morning. The Prime Minister has cancelled his foreign trip. He has chaired a meeting of the Union Cabinet. Perhaps we will hear from him later. Let's play out at this point what was said at the military briefing.
मुजफ्फराबाद यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहां पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तोयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला
All right, so that was an excerpt of the military briefing there. I'm waiting for Zafar to join us now. I don't actually see him. There you are. Zafar, I'm just going to hand over to you for a few moments because we've all been up for many hours. I need to get to our office so that we can look ahead. And you know, I think we can ask you to maybe start with playing out that very moving conversation that we just heard from Shubham Dwivedi's wife. Also take us to the key highlights of what was said at the military and diplomatic briefing. Zafar, it's over to you.
Thanks so much. In fact, extraordinary briefing that was done in the morning today. In fact, there were proofs that were shown of the terror camps that were demolished in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Visual proof of those terror camps. This one is in Bhimber. Bhimber is very close to the line of control. There are camps which have been targeted right near the line of control and the international border with Pakistan, but also some deep inside Pakistan, like 100 kilometers inside Pakistan, like the Bahawalpur camp of Jaish. Now, this is important in the sense that India has carried out these strikes on these terror camps. 9 locations have been struck, and in which, of course, terrorists and their handlers have been targeted. Now, India clearly said that they've gone to the root of the problem. Now, these are the places where indoctrination would happen, planning of these terror attacks will happen. Like, for example, Murid K in Pakistan, in Punjab, where Mumbai terror attack terrorists received their training, including David Hadley. Now, what is important and significant is that TRF, the Front for Lashkar and Jaish, carried out the Pulwama terror attack, but India has gone all out, targeting other terrorist outfit as well, like the Jaish and the Hizbullah, and that's precisely the reason that all these terror camps have been targeted. And you saw those visuals on your screen; they just on fire when those missiles struck those terror camps. Now, of course, we saw a briefing in which the entire Operation Sindur was explained 2 weeks after the Pahalgam terror attack. Operation Sindur was carried out by the Indian military. It was a tri-service action where terrorist camps inside POK and Pakistan were targeted. And were targeted, and all those details that are coming out now. Now, what has happened after this? What has happened after this is that what has happened after this is that what has happened after this is that there is a flare up at the line of control. Pakistani military has used artillery and it's targeting the civilian and other positions at the line of control in the Kashmir sector and also in the Jammu region, particularly in Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur areas. Now, we've seen lots of those visuals where damage have been carried. There are at least 3 civilians have been killed in those attacks by Pakistan military near the line of control. But there are many others. There are dozens that are there are many that are there are many that are those are injured. Now, we have been talking to people, who are the family members of those who were killed in this terror strike, and they have been reacting. In fact, if we have some of those reactions, like Adil Hussain, the Kashmiri man who was killed in Adil Hussain, the Kashmiri man who was killed while trying to save the tourists. His family has reacted after Operation Sindur. Let's try and play some of those family reactions.
लिया है, कितने खुश हैं आप?
जी, मैं मतलब सबसे पहले जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ हमारी सेना का, मोदी जी का, हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का। मैं सबका जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो है ये एक अच्छा कदम उठाया है। उन्होंने जो है ये निहत्ते मासूमों का जो कत्ल किया था, उनका जो है बदला लिया है उन्होंने। ये तो हम बहुत जो है मतलब प्राउड फील करते हैं हमारी सरकार पे, हमारी सेना पे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे, अमित शाह जी पे, हमारी सेंट्रल की गवर्नमेंट पे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पे हम मतलब बहुत फख्र फील करते हैं। और हमें यकीन भी था और भरोसा भी था उनको।
अच्छा, भरोसा था।
जी बिल्कुल।
आज आपको लगता है कि जितने भी मासूम जाने चली गई वहाँ पे उनको शांति मिली है, उनकी आत्मा को शांति मिली है, और आपके आदिल का आपका जो भाई है आदिल, उसको भी?
जी जी बिल्कुल, मतलब ये जो मतलब इन्होंने बदला लिया है, इससे ज़ाहिर ही है कि मतलब उनको जो है ये जो निहत्थे लोगों का कत्ल किया गया था, ये जो 26 लोगों को मारा गया था, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे मतलब उनका बदला लिया गया है, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे शांति मिलेगी।
देश के प्रधानमंत्री पे भरोसा था आपको?
जी जी, बहुत हमें नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे बहुत ही ज़्यादा मतलब भरोसा था, और उन्होंने करके भी दिखाया, तो हम उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं।
क्या मजीद और स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए?
जी, ये जो मसला है इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये मतलब बार बार ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, बार बार जो है निहत्थे लोगों का, मासूम लोगों का कत्ल नहीं होना चाहिए, इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
कितने खुश हैं आप?
एक ही बात जी, बहुत खुश हैं, जितना मतलब गम था उससे ज़्यादा आज खुशी भी है, क्योंकि मतलब हमारी सरकार ने
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है, और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है, और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है।
सेना के जवानों को मैसेज देना चाहेंगे, आगे भी वो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं?
मैं वो सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो, कि कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
आक्रोश था, लेकिन अब लगता है कि जो आपके अंदर आक्रोश था, जिस तरह से सब हुआ पहलगाम के अंदर, अब जब बदला लिया है, तो अब क्या कहना चाहेंगे कि बाकी आक्रोश पूरा हुआ जो आपके मन में चल रहा था?
हाँ जी, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, उसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा ही खुश हूँ, और आगे मेरे हस्बैंड ही बोलेंगे।
श्रद्धांजलि मिली आपको लगता है उन तमाम लोगों को जिनकी जान गई पहलगाम में, सभी लोग?
हाँ जी, उन सभी को श्रद्धांजलि मिली है कि भाई उनकी जान जायज रही है, वो जो शहीद हुए हैं उनको न्याय मिला है।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर
पहलगाम में जो कुछ कायराना हरकत हुई थी, अब इंडिया ने जवाब दिया है।
जब ये हादसा हुआ उस दौरान भी आप लोग घर पे आए और मुझसे ये सवाल पूछा कि आप सरकार से क्या चाहते हैं, और मेरा एक सटीक जवाब था कि मुझे भारत सरकार पर पूर्णतः भरोसा है और वो अपना काम कर रही है। मेरा आंसर यही था, और आज भारत सरकार ने वो काम करके दिखाया है। हाँ, जिन घरों से जिनके लाल चले गए उनका जीवन तो वापस नहीं आ सकता, परंतु जो बात मैंने उस समय भी कही थी कि ऐसा कुछ हो कि इस तरह की कायराना हरकतें और बुज़दिली हरकतें करने की कोई साहस ना करे।
आपको लगता है सर
उसके लिए
Yeah.
Right.
You feel that this is the first expression of tribute to not just your husband, but to all those who were killed in that terrorist.
I do feel that this is the starting of the tribute. ये एक शुरुआत है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने के टुवर्ड्स, जिसमें इन 26 लोगों ने अपनी बलिदानी दी है, और आज श्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये करके एक श्रद्धांजलि दी है हम सबको, हम 26 परिवारों को बताया है कि वो हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हैं।
इससे पहले क्या आप अपने आप को अकेला महसूस कर रही थी? इस ऑपरेशन से पहले?
अकेला तो नहीं बोलूंगी मैं, लेकिन हाँ, क्योंकि जो हुआ वो होना नहीं चाहिए था, और जिस हिसाब से इन 26 फैमिलियों ने अपना, और इन 26 वाइफ ने अपने हस्बैंड्स खोए हैं, इम्पेशेंट होना लाजमी है। हम सभी इम्पेशेंट हुए कहीं ना कहीं, हम सभी टूट रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं, बट आज 15 दिनों में ये हम शायद बिगर पिक्चर नहीं देख पा रहे थे कि इस काम को अंजाम देने में टाइम लगता है, आज हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कि मोदी जी शायद नहीं बोल रहे थे कुछ, कोई शायद कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था, उसका रीजन ये था कि वो इस बिगर पिक्चर में काम करना उन्होंने उसी मूवमेंट से शुरू कर दिया। मोमेंट उन्हें ये पता चला था, उसी मोमेंट से वो इस चीज पे काम कर रहे थे। आज उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि नहीं, वो है, वो है, वो हमारे लिए खड़े हैं, हमारा ध्यान रख रहे हैं।
आपने सही कहा कि एक मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन को करने के लिए वक्त लगता है, और हम इंडिया की तरफ से 2 हफ्ते में ये मिलिट्री रिस्पांस आया है। यहाँ पे जनरल बाली हैं। जनरल बाली, अगर आप कुछ टू अ न्यू ब्राइड, ऐश्वर्या आपकी शादी कब हुई थी, इफ आई कैन आस्क?
12th February 2025
this year. I have no words, ma'am. I have no words. I just want to ask you one thing before I come to General Bali. I think women like you and what has happened to you is the reason that this operation has been called Operation Sindur. Sindur, of course, is a symbol of marriage, and you are a new bride. You were married in February. You were on a post marriage honeymoon holiday in Kashmir. 2 months later, you've been widowed. I mean, I don't know what to say. When you hear the word Operation Sindoor, what does it say to you, Shania?
Firstly, when I saw this Operation Sindoor, when I was watching the news and everything, जब मैंने ये नाम देखा, मैंने अपना फोन निकाल के I saw the photo of me and Shubham and I cried, because somewhere this word connects me to him. Sindoor is all about that. It's your husband basically. And ये मैं उस सेकंड सिर्फ शुभम और जो हमारे 2 महीने वो सारे शादी, वो मेरे दिमाग में पूरा फ्लैशबैक था।
Yeah. My heart goes out to you, ma'am. My heart really, really, really goes out to you. Neeraj sir, if you would like to add your thoughts at this point, Shania has been one of those who's been at the front line of asking for retaliation. And today she says that while her emotion was understandable, she now understands that the military, the government needed time. And she feels that Shubham, her husband, maybe he'll be at peace now. It is such a, it just brings tears to your eyes. General Bali, अगर आप कुछ कहना चाहें.
First of all, I want you to know, and I'm addressing you, Shania, that I wore uniform for nearly 4 decades, and I don't think people like me made even 1% of the sacrifice that you had to make. So and you are the reason why the army exists. Okay, I wish we could play this all back and you could be protected earlier, but not everything can be protected, not everything can be done. But having said that, I'm really proud of the calm manner in which you are telling us what you went through, what your thoughts are. Life is very long, and I really wish you all the very best for a wonderful life going forward. I know your loss will never be can be recouped. I'm also really happy that this word Sindoor resonated with you. अगर मेरे जैसे फौजी को छोड़ दिया होता ये ऑपरेशन का नाम लेने के लिए, सिंदूर मेरे नाम दिमाग में आता ही ना, ये लास्ट वर्ड आता, हम कोई भयंकर सा नाम रखते इसका. And Barkha also said in the morning, ये तो खाली प्राइम मिनिस्टर के माइंड में आया होगा, and he is really a master of connecting with people and their hearts. So I'm so delighted that when you saw Sindoor, you remembered Shubham, everything came back to you, and nothing that I will say is going to make any big difference. As a father, as a grandfather, there's not much more I can tell you. But all I can say is, I'm really, really sorry for your loss. As far as the operation is concerned, I'm delighted and proud that we took this action. ये बहुत सोच समझ के लिया गया है. 2 हफ्ते से लोग बड़ा स्पेकुलेट कर रहे थे कि ये होगा नहीं होगा, कुछ होगा. मैं भी सोच रहा था कि शायद कुछ ज्यादा होने वाला नहीं है, अभी ऐसा लग रहा था मुझे, क्योंकि कोई मोबिलाइजेशन नहीं हुई, कोई फौज बॉर्डर्स पे नहीं गई, कोई ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ. लेकिन ये many ways I think the word masterstroke is a little misused and overused word. but I think it's a bit of a master stroke. जिस तरह से ये किया गया, स्पेसिफिक टारगेट्स चुने गए, जहाँ पे लोग बैठते हैं, जहाँ से अपना जहर फैलाते हैं, जहाँ से लोगों को गुमराह करते हैं. I have met a lot of them. Okay, ये सब गुमराह है, इनका कोई दिमाग नहीं है अपना. So only animals can do what they did in Pahalgam. So I'm delighted we did this. This morning, one of the ex-chiefs, Manoj Narwane, said, picture abhi baki hai. Maybe that is the case. पर ये बात मैं पक्का कहूँगा as a professional, it is not over. It should not be over. In the sense, we may not go to war. I'm not talking about war. I'm not a warmonger. But we have to take a long-term view, not look at Pahalgam as a one incident and therefore we have retaliated. And we have to look at sorting out this problem forever. And I do not want to spell out what I mean, but this takes strategic thinking. It takes a lot of military ramping up. It takes some time plan in our mind. It may lead to building new relationships. I have Afghanistan in mind, for example, building new relationships in the world, and then ensuring that people who did what they did to you never again think of doing it without paying a very big price. So really, I'm really grateful you're sitting here, and you're definitely younger than both my children, but I'm delighted you're sitting here and you're calm and you're giving us
so
courage.
brave, so brave, so brave, so brave. Aishanya, how old are you, Aishanya?
I'm 28.
And your husband was how old?
He was 30.
And you're very young, and as General Bali said, you are a soldier. You are a soldier of a different kind. You're not wearing a uniform, but you are a soldier. You are a soldier of India. And I just bow to you in admiration. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने अपने कई इंटरव्यूज हमारे साथ भी आपने पहले बोला कि एक शुभम should be recognized for his sacrifice, कि उन्होंने पहली गोली एक तरह से ली और उसके बाद जाने बची. उसके बारे में जो लोग ये शायद जानते नहीं, थोड़ा सा अगर मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि आप दोबारा बताएं कि कैसे शुभम ने by taking the first among the first bullets कैसे उन्होंने बाकी लोगों की जान बचाई.
We were sitting very close to the gate. If ये अटैक ना किसी और डायरेक्शन, किसी और कॉर्नर में होता तो हम बच गए होते और वो इंसान पहली गोली खाता और उसकी वजह से हम बचते. ये हम और शुभम जिस पॉइंट पे बैठे थे, हमला हुआ ही वहां पहले सबसे, और इन्होंने सबसे पहला शूट शुभम को किया. एंड मैं as somebody who was present at that very place, I could see people running, people saved, people could exit through the gate, and even my own father, he was also there with us. He went to the washroom. While he was coming back, the attack happened. He also could run towards the gate because of this reason. Because Shubham was shot first, many of the people could get alert.
Extraordinary courage by your husband, by you. One thing I want to ask you, and I know General Bali has strong feelings about this also, Aishanya. Pakistan ने clearly target किया आप सबको for being Hindu. सबसे पूछा गया आप हिंदू हैं या मुस्लिम हैं, और उसके बाद गोली मारी गई. पाकिस्तान का एक एम था इसमें कि भारत को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि लोगों को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि आपस में हमारी लड़ाई करें. हमारा एकजुट होना इस वक्त बहुत जरूरी है एज अ नेशन. एंड आई थिंक हमने दिखाया है कि पाकिस्तान जो करना चाहता था हम नहीं करने देंगे. इसके बारे में आई नो आप मतलब आपको शायद आपसे ये एक्सपेक्ट करना अनफेयर है, लेकिन एक देश की यूनिटी के बारे में अगर मैं पूछूं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को डिफीट करना जरूरी है इवन इन योर मोमेंट ऑफ ग्रेट लॉस, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहें?
अगर ये देश एक नहीं होता तो आज इतना बड़ा अटैक जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर पाए हैं, वो इसीलिए कर पाए क्योंकि आज सब एक हैं. आज हर इंसान एक होके खड़े होके एक आवाज में बोल रहा है कि आतंकवाद खत्म करो. इसी रीजन से सब खड़े हो पाए हैं. ये भी एक तरीके का उनको हमने दिखाया है कि हम सब एक हैं, तो हमें डिवाइड करना चाह रहे थे, लेकिन हम सब एक हैं। नहीं,
ये बहुत
बहुत से
जरूरी
लोग
बात है।
अपोज को क्वेश्चन करते हैं, बहुत से लोग सवाल उठाते हैं कि क्यों है, क्या है, क्यों कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं, बट कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, कोई भी वो पॉइंट आउट्स नहीं है। एवरीबॉडी इज सेइंग कि सही हुआ, जो हुआ सही हुआ।
General Bali, before I ask Shania last question, because I don't want to overstrain her, it's a sensitive time. ये जो उन्होंने बात कही कि हम सब ने दिखाया कि देश एक है, ये बहुत जरूरी बात है, ये बहुत जरूरी बात है।
I have very strong feelings about this, and I'm going to say 2-3 things. First of all, this makes me even more prouder for this, of this young lady, for what she has just said. देखिए, there are many foolish people among us who are trying to become the people we hate. We have hated certain people for being radical, for dividing people, for talking about religion all the time. We are trying to become those people. How silly is that? And to all those people, I want to tell, if you can't listen to these young girls, this girl sitting here, the naval officer's wife, you can't listen to these people who have lost so much and yet maintain their balance and calm and logic. And this is true patriotism. This is not nationalism. This is true patriotism. They understand what is good for India, and what is good for India is to stay united. And if they understand this, who are we who have lost nothing, who've done nothing in life? Who are we to question this and say, oh, they are wrong? There are asinine people who got after that naval officer's wife. I wish I could meet them face to face. What I want to tell them is, there's an American comedian, Dave Chappelle, whom I like quite a lot. In one of his set pieces, he said, America can never beat China, because in America, you're either white or you're black or you're Asian or you're gay or you're straight or you're Hispanic or you're this. In China, everybody's Chinese. Think of that. We are wanting to be a world power, a regional power. Our competition is not this tiny little country sitting on one side, which is with a nuisance value. Our competition is far bigger. Are we like that, or are we dividing each other based on silly things? How will it solve the problem? Lash out on our own country people who've done nothing at all to earn this. Every army officer understands, every soldier understands something. You've got to recognize your enemy. If you don't know who your enemy is and you just lash out on any person who comes in your way, how stupid is that? So I think, as biggest Shraddhanjali we can give to Shubham, to the people who laid down their lives, and the biggest tribute we can even pay to the living people like you is this: we must understand that we must stay united. And it is, I fully agree, it is because we are united, today we have taken action. I was just thinking, when I was a little earlier, I was watching television and thinking, I was saying, okay, Pakistan will respond, then we might respond. It may go out of hand. And then I said, so what? As a country, we can take it.
Yeah.
We can take it. Today, we are not the country of 1960s. We have the courage. We understand. So we got to stay united. And thank you so much for saying that.
Shania, I want to give you the last word. You were trying to say something there, and then I'll ask my question.
I was just trying to say the army is very strong. The Indian army, they are well trained. They can finish off this terrorism at once. And now they're proving it also. They're proving it to the country. They're proving this to the all 26 people. They're proving it to all 26 families who've been through this.
Is there a sense of community among you all? Have other, you didn't know the others who got killed, but I'm sure nobody can understand what you've gone through except each other. Have you all been reaching out to each other, or you don't really know each other?
I just keep seeing their interviews. I just keep seeing them on various media platforms. That is how I'm able to connect with them. Nothing as in personal.
I want to ask you a last question, Shania. आपने कहा कि आज हमने पाकिस्तान को दिखा दिया our strength, our unity, और पहली बारी आपको ऐसा feeling हो रहा है कि your husband, who was amongst the first to take a bullet in that terror strike, might be at peace. लेकिन जैसे जनरल नीरज बाली ने कहा, ये अभी खत्म नहीं है। पाकिस्तान हिट बैक करेगा, उसके वो कैसा हिट बैक करता है, हमारा रिस्पॉन्स आएगा, ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है। और इसमें जैसे आपने सैक्रिफाइस दिया, सैक्रिफाइसेस होंगे, और देश को ये समझना होगा कि ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है। इस पे आप देश के लोगों को आखिर में, somebody who has suffered a new bride married just in February, बहुत बड़ा लॉस हुआ है आपने, और आपने बहुत बहादुरी दिखाई। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी अंत?
मैम, हम देश के नॉर्मल सिटीजन्स हैं, हम जाके बॉर्डर में लड़ नहीं सकते, बट मैं ये आउट लाउड ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि हम एक हैं, हम हर कंडीशन में देश के साथ खड़े हैं। हमारी लड़ाई भले ही जाके बॉर्डर पे नहीं हो, लेकिन जिस तरीके से कल रात में भी जब ये न्यूज आई तो हमारे घर वाले बैठ के यहाँ पे उन आर्मी वालों के लिए प्रे कर रहे थे। एटलीस्ट ये तो हम शुरुआत कर ही सकते हैं, उनके लिए प्रे कर सकते हैं, जितना हमसे जो एज अ सिटीजन हम मदद कर सकते हैं, खड़े हो सकते हैं साथ में, उनको सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, वी कैन वाउच फॉर देम। दैट इज द स्टार्टिंग एंड दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ way we can show them that we are with you. They are fighting for us and we are standing with them.
Aishwarya, I want to say to you, you said you're not fighting at the border, but I want to repeat what I said. You are a soldier. You have shown the kind of courage that is a rare and an exemplary courage. And I really want to fold my hands in tribute to you. And I want to say thank you to you for giving us power, for giving us courage, for giving us the strength, because our strength comes from people like you. Is there a message you have for our armed forces before we say thank you to you?
I just want to thank them for everything they are doing. And thank you is a very, very small word. Thank you means nothing in front of what they are actually doing for us. But I just want to say, we believe in you, we trust you, and nobody in the world can beat Indian Army.
God bless you, Aishwarya. God bless you, and Jai Hind. Jai Hind, Aishwarya. Thank you for your time. I don't want to take more of your time. Extraordinary young woman there, General Bali. And those are the images of her wedding. I mean, she was married in February. It is just gut-wrench. It is, and look at her stoicism, her poise, her choice of words. Extraordinary.
Absolutely, it's very amazing. And listening to her, listening to the naval officer's wife, I don't know whether I ever had that kind of sense at that age. This kind of calmness, this kind of courage, this kind of, and what's more, we are just confusing chest thumping sometimes with patriotism. That's not patriotism. It is what is good for the country's patriotism, and I think this young lady understands that, and this is what we need to follow.
Absolutely. General Bali, I'm going to say thank you to you right now. You've given us a lot of time. We'll reconnect with you in the day. This story is only just developing. If we can get my colleague Zafar Iqbal to please join us. In the meantime, if you have been living under a rock by any chance, India has hit inside Pakistan 24 missile strikes targeting 9 bases. And I want to play out for you an excerpt from the military briefing, the diplomatic briefing just earlier this morning. The Prime Minister has cancelled his foreign trip. He has chaired a meeting of
Right. So there you heard it, that conversation. We are continuing with our continuous coverage of Operation Sindur. That's the Indian response to Pulwama, to Pahalgam terror attack. And on your screen, you are showing, you're seeing the visuals of houses on fire. This is on the Indian side of the line of control. Pakistan has been using heavy artillery, firing at civilian houses in near the line of control in Uri, Kupwara, and Poonch, where there's a lot of damage that's caused due to that artillery firing. Already there are reports that 3 civilians have been killed and many others are injured. That number could rise more. So this is the situation. You can see that we already had a briefing about Operation Sindur, where there was a representative from the Air Force, the Army, and the MEA, and they described in detail this Operation Sindur, and also presented visuals of that action that was taken by India. Altogether, 9 terrorist camps have been demolished. Now, there are details also that were released earlier before this press briefing. It said that the Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindur, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed. Altogether, 9 sites have been targeted. Our actions have been focused, measured, and non escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and method of execution. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Pahalgam terrorist attack, in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepalese citizen were murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. There will be detailed briefing on Operation Sindur later today. So those are the those are the details that were released early. Now, Prime Minister Modi is chairing the cabinet. He's also cancelled his tour. He's cancelled that tour that he was going on, and the situation is being closely monitored. Now, these are visuals of the cabinet meeting. You can see that cabinet meeting that took place today after Operation Sindoor. That's the cabinet meeting, and the Prime Minister really chairing that cabinet meeting. So, important developments that have been taking place since early hours today. India carried out strikes inside Pakistan, missile strikes. Now, that started at about 1:05 a.m. That operation continued for 25 minutes till about 1:30 a.m. and 9 terrorist camps and sites were targeted in that operation, and those were along the line of control and also deep inside Pakistan, like the Bahawalpur terror camp, which is a sanctuary of Jaish-e-Mohammed. It's 100 kilometers from the border with Pakistan, deep inside Pakistan. And also the Murid camp, which is basically has been the base of LET, and its Hafiz Saeed has been operating from that camp. Now there are fresh details that are coming that the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar has in fact there is a statement that has been released, and many of his family members have been killed in those strikes. And it says that Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar's first reaction says 10 members of his family and 4 aides have been killed in Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur has been the sanctuary of JEM, and it has been uh, in the past the place where from he has been operating, and now clearly that has been targeted and blown away by India. And so just to recap, that 26 people were killed in the terror attack in Pahalgam, including 25 tourists. And there was one local Kashmiri Muslim man who was also killed, who was trying to save the tourists, Sayyid Adil. His family has reacted after Operation Sindur was carried out. Let us hear what he had to say.
लिया है, कितने खुश हैं आप?
जी मैं मतलब सबसे पहले जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ हमारी सेना का, मोदी जी का, हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का। मैं सबका जो है शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि उन्होंने जो है ये एक अच्छा कदम उठाया है। उन्होंने जो है ये निहत्ते मासूमों का जो कत्ल किया था उनका जो है बदला लिया है उन्होंने। ये तो हम बहुत जो है मतलब प्राउड फील करते हैं हमारी सरकार पे, हमारी सेना पे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे, अमित शाह जी पे, हमारी सेंटर की गवर्नमेंट पे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पे हम मतलब बहुत फख्र फील करते हैं और हमें यकीन भी था और भरोसा भी था उन पे।
अच्छा, भरोसा था।
जी बिल्कुल।
आज आपको लगता है कि जितने भी मासूम जाने चली गई वहाँ पे उनको शांति मिली है, उनकी आत्मा को शांति मिली है, और आपके आदिल का आपका जो भाई है आदिल, उसको भी
जी बिल्कुल। मतलब ये जो मतलब इन्होंने बदला लिया है इससे जाहिर ही है कि मतलब उनको जो है ये जो निहत्ते लोगों का कत्ल किया गया था, ये जो 26 लोगों को मारा गया था, तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे मतलब उनका बदला लिया गया है तो उनको यकीनन जो है इसे शांति मिलेगी।
देश के प्रधानमंत्री पे भरोसा था आपको?
जी बहुत हमें नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे बहुत ही ज़्यादा मतलब भरोसा था और उन्होंने करके भी दिखाया, तो हम उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं।
क्या मजीद और स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए?
जी ये जो मसला है इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए क्योंकि ये मतलब बार बार ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। बार बार जो है निहत्ते लोगों का, मासूम लोगों का कत्ल नहीं होना चाहिए। इसको जो है जड़ से ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
कितने खुश हैं आप?
एक ही बात जी बहुत खुश हैं। जितना मतलब गम था उससे ज़्यादा आज खुशी भी है क्योंकि मतलब हमारी सरकार ने ये जो मासूमों का कत्ल हुआ था उनके बदले में मतलब उन्होंने ऐसा सोचा, तो ये बहुत खुशी।
Right, there you heard it. Adil's brother, his statement after Operation Sindur. In the meantime, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has also reacted. There is a real situation developing at the line of control. Pakistan has been using artillery targeting civilian positions, and there have been casualties. At least three people have been killed in Pakistani shelling and firing, artillery shelling, and many others are injured. Now, to take them to safety and to help them in this situation, the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor has also released a statement that what are the measures that are being taken, and Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has also had a word with senior officials. This is what Umar Abdullah had to say.
क्लैशेस दोनों तरफ से नहीं हुई। शुरुआत पहलगाम में हुआ जहां हमारे 26 बेगुनाह लोग जिस तरह उनको मारा गया वो हम अभी भूले नहीं। उसी वक्त मरकजी हुकूमत ने कहा था कि इसका हम जवाब दे देंगे और अपने तरीके से दे देंगे। जवाब देने का तरीका यही था कि पाकिस्तान में कोई सिविलियन या कोई मिलिट्री जगह नहीं, सिर्फ वो जगह जो सब लोग जानते हैं वहाँ यही इदारे काम करते हैं जिन्होंने पिछले 30-35 साल जम्मू कश्मीर में तबाही और बर्बादी फैलाई है, उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया। उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं। लेकिन उसके बाद लगातार कुछ इलाकों में जो पार के तरफ से बमबारी की गई उसमें तो सीधा सीधा हमारे सिविलियन जो हैं वो टारगेट हुए। शुरुआत वहां से हुई, शुरुआत यहाँ से नहीं हुई। अगर पहलगाम में लोगों को इस तरह मारा नहीं गया होता, ये दिन नहीं आता। हम बड़े आराम से रह रहे थे। यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदरूनी हालात भी ठीक थे, टूरिज्म का दबदबाव चल रहा था, एलओसी पे सीज फायर जो है वो कायम था, एलओसी के सीज फायर को कोई नुकसान नहीं। लेकिन ये हमारे बने हुए हालात नहीं हैं। हमने पहलगाम में जो हुआ उसका हमें एक जवाब देना था। लेकिन अब पाकिस्तान तक है कि वो इसको कितना उछालना चाहते हैं। हम में से कोई जंग नहीं चाहता। हम लोग जो खासकर जम्मू कश्मीर में रहते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर बेशतर हमने देखा है, चाहे वो इससे पहले जो वार हुए हो या करगिल हुआ हो, वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर को ही हिट कर जाता है। हम तो चाहेंगे कि हालात जो है वो दोबारा ठीक बने, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क हैं उनको अपनी बंदूकें शांत करनी होंगी। यहाँ से फिर बंदूक चलेगी नहीं।
Right, there you heard it, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah. Now, I was reading out a statement about Operation Sindoor that was released early uh, in the morning, in the early hours, soon after that operation was conducted. But there was a detailed briefing today morning where exact locations were presented and also pictures and videos of the places where the strikes were conducted. If we can play that press briefing of the representatives of Army, Air Force, and the MEA again, once again, for our viewers.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJk दोनों में फैले हैं।
Right. So you saw that short clip of that briefing where details were given about Operation Sindoor that was conducted by India early in the morning, early hours, and that was meant to target terror camps across the border in POK and also in Pakistan. Now, 2 terror camps which have been targeted include the one at Muridke, which has served as the base and headquarter of LET in the past, and also Bahawalpur, which is the main center of Jaish-e-Mohammed, led by Masood Azhar. So those 2 were also struck in that series of strikes that were carried out for about 25 minutes inside Pakistan, and there have been a list of terrorist camps which have been demolished in those strikes. The details were presented, of course, by in that press briefing. If I may read that out once again. Those camps are Savai Nala, Sayyidana Bilal, Maskar Aqsa, Abdullah bin Masood, Dulai, Ghari Habibullah, Batrasi, Balakot, Oghi, Boi, Sansa, Gulpur, Kotli, Barnala, Dungi, Barali, Dungi, Barnala, Mahmuna Joya, Sarjal, Muridke, and Bahawalpur. So those are the camps that have been destroyed. So those you can see on that screen, that is the Bhimber terrorist camp that's been destroyed, and similarly other terror camps inside POK and Pakistan were demolished in that series of attacks. In the meantime, the families of the victims, of the 26 people who were gunned down mercilessly in Pahalgam, have been reacting after Operation Sindoor. If we can play some of those reactions.
पहलगाम में जो कुछ कायराना हरकत हुई थी, अब इंडिया ने जवाब दिया है।
जब ये हादसा हुआ उस दौरान भी आप लोग घर पे आए और मुझसे ये सवाल पूछा कि आप सरकार से क्या चाहते हैं। और मेरा एक सटीक जवाब था कि मुझे भारत सरकार पर पूर्णतः भरोसा है और वो अपना काम कर रही है। मेरा आंसर यही था और आज भारत सरकार ने वो काम करके दिखाया है। हाँ, जिन घरों से जिनके लाल चले गए उनका जीवन तो वापस नहीं आ सकता, परंतु जो बात मैंने उस समय भी कही थी कि ऐसा कुछ हो कि इस तरह की कायराना हरकतें और बुज़दिली हरकतें करने की कोई साहस ना करे।
आपको लगता है सर
उसके लिए भारत सरकार ने जो ये कदम उठाया है ये बिल्कुल सही किया है और उनके 9 ठिकानों पर आज जो एक कड़ा प्रहार किया है इसको वो सदैव उनके जहन में।
Right. So we have been talking to a lot of people since this strike was carried out. At the moment, we're joined by Gurinder Dhillon. Welcome, Mojo Story, sir. Your first reaction your first reaction after Operation Sindur was that we have been talking about a retaliation, a kinetic retaliation for many days now, and that retaliation has come now. Terrorist targets inside Pakistan and POK have been selectively targeted in a series of strikes by India.
The first reaction is, of course, first of all, good afternoon to you. The first reaction is that it is a very good message, very well coordinated, precise action by armed forces, and it was very well coordinated by the stakeholders. And this will eliminate further action by terrorists from across the border in coming future.
Right. We've seen action taken in the past, also the surgical strike, the Balakot action, but this is at a bigger level, at a larger level. Clearly, those strikes did not deter Pakistan. Otherwise, such terrorist acts would not have been repeated. Do you think today's action would serve as a deterrence for Pakistan?
There is no doubt about this, that this is the rarest of rare kind of action which armed forces, government of India has taken against the terrorists, which were bleeding us and killing our innocent people, including loss of civilians, defense forces, paramilitary forces for the last more than 3 decades. But such a message was never given. I really understand and I'm proud of it that armed forces have set a benchmark which needs to be followed and upgraded for future. We shall stop worrying about any deterrent of any other high risk weapons. We must go in for such actions. And the very good point about this is that targeting the terrorist location about 65 kilometers from Amritsar airport and 100 kilometers if we take from inside the Punjab border to that border, that's a very good thing. The whole citizens of this country, which we call 140 crore people, 1.4 billion we name it, they are all behind this action and they are supporting it. I have talked to many people in Punjab. Although we are at the front end of the war against terrorism, including if there will be any war or battles between India and Pakistan, but I have talked to my people. I originally come from ancestral village, which is very close to border. I have talked to my friends and relatives. They are very well supportive of what action has been, of course, what action the armed forces have taken the previous night.
Right. So clearly that action has been taken by India now. But what we are seeing since morning, we're seeing that there's a lot of flare up at the line of control. Pakistan is using artillery to target civilian positions. Already, three fatal casualties have happened at the line of control of civilians, and that number could rise. There are many others who are injured. So do you think that this is a big sort of escalation? The ceasefire that was holding on is finally over, and now we're seeing artillery that's being used by Pakistan at the line of control.
I just want to address this issue by saying that, see, the action on part of India was very calibrated, precise, and that was against the targets where there was terrorist training camps or hideouts. India has not targeted any military or civilian areas, and there has been no collateral damage during these strikes. If Pakistan is trying to escalate, we shall respond it robustly. We shall not be worried about escalation in the LOC area. Ultimately, those 24 assembly seats of Jammu and Kashmir, which are in POK, we call it POJk also, that deserve to be included on the our side. But at the same time, I don't want to be warmonger, but we shall be very sure what we are doing. We are fully prepared. We have the resources, and at the same time, we have the civil defense mechanism, crisis management in place where we don't face any shortcomings.
Right. And there is also now this maybe Pakistan will do something more than the escalation at the line of control. There are such indications. Already the airport has been closed, Srinagar airport, the Jammu airport. Some of the schools near the border areas are shut today. So all those measures are being taken. And of course, this would have been war gamed, that if Pakistan retaliates, what can be the Indian response? How do you see the situation developing here on?
I do understand and appreciate. I have served in border areas, and having served in a lot at senior level in law and order and internal security issues, I do imagine that it can be a serious issue. But there is no doubt the armed forces, the action which was taken after so many cabinet committee meetings, cabinet committee on security meetings, so many consultations with the armed forces, various wings and stakeholders, I have no doubt, having handled multiple crises, I have no doubt that India is fully prepared to teach any lesson to Pakistan. It's a rogue nation. Yes, I do have knowledge out of my military studies knowledge that they have the backing of China. We have to be very careful and make sure that we are on the same page with the Chinese administration, so that to tell them that we only acted against the militants and terrorists. We have the support from all over the world to fight against the terrorists. We have no intentions to go for full-fledged war or battle to the limited areas. But we also need to be very sure whatever armaments, equipment we have, we shall put it in full readiness if required at any shortest call.
Right. We're also joined by Kular Saab. Right now, we've been speaking since morning, actually, Kular Saab. The point is the China factor. You know, how significant is the China factor? We know that China is the closest ally of Pakistan. It's been supplying it with equipment and armory. They have said that it's regrettable and they have asked for restraint. But do you think that China could also be egging on Pakistan at this point in time? It may just not have been possible for Asim Munir to exhibit such a bravado, climbing up a tank and then addressing his troops, ironically, in English language. Do you think the China factor is playing here or could play here?
Zafar, to my mind, what is more important for all of us today is the national interest is of utmost importance, right? We have been forced into such situation by the Pakistan, and we know since 89 they have been using this terrorism as a state policy against us. Numerous incidents have happened. The question here is that he is not changing his attitude. Today, where we stand, India is economically, we are rising. Militarily, we are rising. Whatever China, I feel, is a responsible country because he is also looking for global hegemony. He cannot be supporting directly Pakistan. I don't think so. Definitely, there may be some discrete support as far as equipment or ammunition or some other kind of satellite communications or intelligence, information, those kind of things. But China is not going to directly get embroiled. This is number one. Secondly, I am an army man. I have seen a number of combats and I have been in combat. We don't like talking too much. We believe in action. And let me tell you, these strikes have, conveyed a very strong political message, not only to the people of India, and also across. And if you see today, the rules of engagements have changed. And rules of engagement, when I say, is post Uri, post Pulwama, we carried out surgical strikes. Before that, also cross LC raids have been taking place, but they were not publicized. But in today's times, in modern times, social media times, that was another step into the information warfare, where we have to tell the world that we reserve the right to act against any action against the national security, or for that matter, against the people of our country. So the Pakistan, over a period of time, have not changed their attitude. The political establishment is totally zero. The entire control is with the military establishment. Now, if you ask me, though I am not at all propagate of war, because I have been part of Kargil and many other, during Parakram we mobilized. Since 71, there has not been a conventional war between the two countries. And the bogey of nuclear weapons with Pakistan, has also been called as a bluff. Because they know what they're doing is not globally acceptable, not acceptable as a responsible country. To my mind, today the situation, the Pakistan army is, if you take back your attention when Asif Munir made a statement just 2-3 days prior to this Pahalgam attack, the reputation of the army chief is at stake. He has got problems back at home. He is unable to control situation in Balochistan. He's not able to control situation in KP. Out of, I think, if I'm not wrong, 7 to 8 Pakistani corps, 11 corps and 12 corps are fully occupied on their western fronts. So now when we talk today, when we have done this, what are the options available to them? We have attacked their terrorist camps. So what option do they have? Are they going to attack any terrorist camp on our side? No, because we don't have. Are they going to attack any military establishment? Maybe. Are they going to attack the public or the infrastructure? That is a big question mark, because before they carry out such action, I am sure they would have also done the wargaming. So what is going to fall back onto them? So now the options available, as we were discussing in the morning also, they have got a very limited options as of now available, as we saw post Pulwama and Uri also. They carried out across LOC. They will escalate. Now they started firing artillery. They may carry out small action teams, bat actions in a very proximity of the LC onto the units. And artillery bombardment is already on. During, I think, Pulwama, when the surgical airstrike took place, they also came into our territory and then claimed to have bombed one of the brigade headquarters, but nothing happened. So right now, they're in a catch-22 situation. They have been cornered. They don't have many options, and they don't have any right to react. What they need to do is they need to put nail on these terrorists whom they have been sheltering for so many years and decades, and they need to take responsible actions so that this escalation which is happening right now, it can come down, and that the global pressure has to be put on them, We as a country today, we don't need any support from the Western countries. We don't need any permission from the Western countries. It is my country's interest. Where my country's interest is there, that is of utmost importance. So whatever decisions are being taken by the government of India, whatever decisions are being taken by the three the Army, Navy, and Air Force jointly, they are very calibrated, very, very responsible. And the message in the press briefing in the morning has been conveyed to all the media, international media, national media, and across the region. So right now, Pakistan is in a fix. They will carry out frenzy. They will carry out those fake news. They will say that we have done this way because they don't have any face saving. The biggest question today is to the Pakistan military establishment. So let us see. So where do they go from here? We have done what we have done. We are taking adequate precautions. Yes, there are unfortunate incidents, as you mentioned in the morning, that there are crossfire LOC. Though I am sure the civil administration is taking precautions along with the army on the border, so that we don't lose any more. We don't have civilian casualties in the cross LOC shelling. That is very unfortunate incident. So that we need to be careful of. So let us see, Zafar, what's coming in next 24 hours.
Right. And but it seems that Pakistan will have to do something as a face saver, whatever that is. But I was just wondering, because Pakistan is already saying that their retaliation is already underway. And according to Pakistani media, that they have shot jets and all that, which is totally untrue. But is that some sort of a face saver that they will already using that as a cover rather than going for fresh escalation besides the violations at the line of control?
Zafar, there is something we call as, moral standing. Whenever you take any action, whenever you do something, there has to be some laid down norms of engagements in the world, The right, as I said, was reserved with us because they sent terrorists across. They killed 26 people over there. We had the right. Now, what kind of a face saving are they looking at? They have already lost their face. They have lost face within their own country. Look at their economic condition. Look at the water problem. There is already a crisis happening within the Pakistan. There are dharnas happening in Sindh. There is a water problem of Punjab, Pakistan, and Sindh. So they have got so many things at their hand. But, as a military establishment, they will try to do everything to divert attention of the public of Pakistan. But, at the same time, I doubt they do have any guts to take any action, which, as a bogey action of nuclear bogey and all that. It is not.
I think that bluff has been called out. That bluff has been called out because
so they have got only option. Yes. Though they can do anything across the border. But like I said, the commitment of their course on the Western front, that does not allow them any flexibility. Number one. Secondly, yes, they can do small actions, bad actions across the LC, which I am sure the local formations and units, they have already taken, proper protocols are there. So they are taking precautions about that. But notwithstanding, it is an establishment which has got 4 to 5 lakh people. They are equally, well trained. They do have the armaments. They do have equipment. But yes, let us see.
Yes. Gurinderji, you want to come in here?
I would like to add, Mr. Colonel Saab has given very, very, very good points. At the same time, I am in agreement what he's saying. At the same time, I just want to say that we need to prepare for any eventuality. For that, of course, today it was planned, and I'm sure we are going ahead with our mock drills. But we need to, more so border states, we need to be very well prepared for any crisis management handling, risk management, and disaster management. For that, we have to activate as per the protocols of the civil defense mechanism, A, B, and C category cities, and ensure that we have state level and district level crisis management initiatives, because those are very important. There should not be any bottleneck this thing. We need to have the community participation, because coming from originally from an ancestral border district area, I know in 71, though I was a small child, how community plays, border residents play very good role for morale boosting and support to the armed forces. We need to work on these issues, then critical infrastructure in the border area, communication networks, then mobility networks, infrastructure, roads, bridges. I just want to add, Colonel Saab will also agree, I have seen that on our highways and freeways, and more so all mobility points which we have, whether it is railways, I know very well in Punjab, we have some religious places near to these bridges and vital installations. I think state governments and government of India and the stakeholders need to take note of it and ensure to save collateral damage. These needs to be, without creating panic, these needs to be observed, monitored, and if required, because our critical infrastructure in case of war or in case of reaction, whatever Pakistan would like to give, they will surely like to make our critical infrastructure the targets. So to avoid collateral damages, we may think of vacating these places. And many times I have seen, while dealing with the internal security, such places also become soft source of espionage. So we need to be very careful about all this. Our response mechanism need to be in place so that we are not found wanting.
Would you agree that Pakistan could try and target civilian infrastructure? Because if they do it, then what is going to be the next second round of response of India? They could have also imagined that.
I do agree. I do agree, Colonel Saab, that but I still feel, and I'm very sure that Government of India and the armed forces and all stakeholders, including intelligence, counterintelligence, whatever mechanism is in place, I am very sure that everything is being monitored in this present day situation. We have Ukraine war lessons, this Gaza conflict lessons, which are in place, must be in our boards. We need to be very careful of whatever situation, so that we are not taken by surprise. We shall be fully prepared, and more so, the deployment of armed forces shall also be accordingly, where the martial spirits, the family instincts, the internal defense mechanism of the instincts be considered, so that we, if required, I am sure that Pakistan, what face saving they need to have is, they just need to keep quiet and save their face from the world and not take an action which will put them into a more bad situation. So I feel that I do agree that there are not many options with Pakistan, but there are crack elements in their stakeholder organizations, including Army, ISI, which don't have anybody's control. Civilian government is almost zero there. So we need to be very careful. That is what I want to say.
Kulal Saab, you want to come in?
Yeah, Zafar, the point which ADGP Saab has made is, very valid. And that is why such action has taken us into 14-15 days. Because all kind of planning happens behind the curtain. The rare area security issue is a very important issue, not only from the point of view of the security safety of the infrastructure. And tomorrow, if any mobilization has to also take place, there are SOPs and protocols in place. And those, as per the war book, would have been activated by now. But we are not seeing them on ground. Tomorrow, when the mobilization takes place, all sources of the country, they are placed at the disposal of the CCS and the defense MOD. So that is as far as point number one is concerned. Now, preparation definitely, because this is a new generation, this is a new era. We are living in a geopolitical scenario where conflicts are continuously happening. We are living next to China, where threat is there. We are living next to a rogue state, what we call Pakistan. So anytime anything can happen. Yes, this may be an opportunity to train our new generation, young people who have not seen war. The last war, as DGP Saab had said, that it was in 71 when the siren used to blow, we all used to go into the trenches. So the border states have seen enough. Border states need to be prepared for that. The state governments have to step up. But, and you know, today we have to prepare for all eventualities, notwithstanding, but we also cannot raise alarm. You know, it has to be done discreetly. It has to be done in a manner in various stages, as far as that is concerned. So let us see, wait and watch. This war gaming is continuously happening at the CCS and the MOD CDS level. The mobilization has happened discreetly, not all. Whether there is a movement of the naval assets, whether the movement of the Air Force assets, the army is prepared, and we are watching our senior hierarchy. They are continuously in touch with the MO and the CDS and the defense people sitting in New Delhi. So minute to minute information is happening. So we have to see, and yes, rightfully today in the evening we are having a mock exercise. Like other day we were talking, you know, when the Bhuj earthquake took place, there is a SOP in place. Almost every week, all the schools, all the civilians, they carry out this earthquake. When earthquake will strike, so all these SOPs are practiced in Bhuj. And this is happening since 2002, when the last earthquake came. So it's a good that we need to prepare and educate. And you know, people also need to understand that the freedom which they are enjoying today, you have to give cost to that. And today the country needs them. They need to be, they need to understand what's happening around our borders, and they need to be made aware of in case of any eventuality, if something happens, what they need to do. I think those practices, exercises have already started. So it's a good initiative by the government.
Right. Also,
just one point, Harshit, before I come in, before you come in, this is my colleague Harshit, who's also joined the broadcast. Just one point, that India made it clear right from the outset that it is going to do a retaliation. There were all indications that a kinetic action will be carried out by India, and Pakistan was very prepared for a kinetic action from India, but they could not stop it. Despite it did not happen. There was not much of an element of surprise because it was sort of declared well in advance that something is going to happen. But Pakistan could not stop it. That also revealed the chunks in its defense. It could not stop it.
Definitely, Zafar. And you know, the press brief did tell us about the attacks, but maybe I would have missed out. They didn't tell us the modus of operandi, what kind of a weapon systems, how did they carry out this attack. I don't think so that was covered in the briefs, except they showed us the movies of the attacks and a few photographs of the post-strike damage assessment, what they carry out, right? So you are absolutely right. You know, this kind of a renting from there, standing on the tank, and statement and the bhashan being given by the chief of army staff. This is to impress your audience, the public. You are playing to the gallery. But there are deficiencies. When we talk about war also, we talk about something called war potential. Sustenance. For how long can they sustain? How much reserves do they have? How much reserves of ammunition? What is the state of their equipment? What is the state of their morale? Today, when we talk about and the comparison we do with it, the two armed forces, we have a higher moral pedestal. The morale of our troops is sky high. But when we talk about the Pakistanis, what kind of a morale do they have? Similarly, the public, when DGP Saab was mentioning, let me tell you, border states always, they never want war. And we always suffer. I am from Punjab. I am sitting in Punjab. But let me tell you, the Josh and the morale and the support which these people give, they have given in 65, 71 war, were mobilizing their own resources. There was a droppage of SSG, Special Commandos of Pakistan. near Halwara, Jalandhar. These guys were caught during 71 by our own people, villagers. So our people are, full of Josh. And, I'm not saying again, like I mentioned earlier, this is right time actually we should not restrain ourselves to these strikes only. This is just I would say, trailer shown to Pakistan. Maybe something else is in the offing. We need to sort out once for all and give them a solid blow. And we can't keep, waiting for another incident to happen.
In fact, General Narwane, the former army chief, had put out a tweet, "Abhi picture baki hai." So that is very important, as you were saying, that this could just be the beginning. We don't know whether it's the end of these strikes at all. But at this point in time, Harshit Sharma, my colleague, also joining. Harshit, you have some updates?
Right. Also, Zafar, as you just mentioned that Abhi Picture Baki Hai has also been posted, and Kular Sahab, you were also mentioning about the war potential when we are talking about the escalation of the situation. The Pakistani Prime Minister is to address the nation at 3:30. Indian Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived at the Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief Your Excellency Draupadi Murmu about the Operation Sindur and what can be the possible outcomes in the next 48 hours. Kular Sahab, what do you expect out of Shehbaz Sharif's addressal, which is to be done at 3:30, considering we have also been discussing for a while now that the ball is in Pakistan's court and Pakistan may not be in a situation to afford a conventional war, but also there's sort of a pressure on the Pakistani army to, send a message to their civilians that they also can retaliate. Kular Sahab.
Harshit, abhi unke paas koi option available nahi hai. It is like a situation when you have taken a panga. Now you are looking for somebody, third party, to extricate you from that situation. As I told you, they are in such a precarious situation. They have done something. And most of the time, let me tell you, in Kargil, when the occupation on the heights took place, that operation was planned by General Musharraf that time, right? And the political establishment, other two chiefs were not at all in know-how. That is an open domain. So as you said, political establishment moves in the northern direction and the military establishment moves on the southern direction.
Right.
Secondly, the chief of army staff is under a lot of pressure from their co-commanders. So the question here is now they are in such a fix. They are looking for somebody at the USA or some mediator, somebody to come, and how they should come out of this situation.
Right.
Otherwise, we can keep doing war gaming. Ab kya karenge? Ab kya hoga? Ab wo kya kar sakte hain? I think we leave this to the wisdom of the people, who are sitting in Delhi. Let them plan. Let us not, just hypothetically talk about things. Let us restrict ourselves to what has happened till now, right?
Right. Also,
what is
while
required. This is a very critical situation for our country. Every citizen should be, they should become. It is a responsibility of every citizen to understand now. And I keep harping again and again, the kind of freedom, the kind of, economic prosperity which we enjoy in this country, it comes at a cost. Generally, what happens is the armed forces, I'm not saying that we need any special treatment, but this is also the time when our security forces, the people of this country should understand what do they do, what have they done in last 77 years, how to keep this country intact, how they have kept the geographical integrity of this country intact by giving so much sacrifice. Look at 65, look at Kargil, look at 71 war. We divided Pakistan into two countries. So this is also the time to people of the India to step up, not pseudo-nationalism, not pseudo-patriotism, what they can do as a responsible citizen. It is also a lesson beyond that. The countries can only progress when their human resources trained well and responsible people. So it is a collective effort. Yes, the people are into Josh. They will do. I tell you my example. When we were mobilizing for Kargil, our vehicles were going through Punjab, Himachal, and we were climbing up. The young people, the young children, boys, they were crazy. Wherever our convoy stopped, they were handing over cassettes, CDs of songs to us. Number one. Secondly, they were adamant to climb into our trucks. They said, sir, we also want to go with you. So that kind of Josh is there because, as I said, we are functioning from a very high, responsible moral pedestal. And we have behaved like a true democratic, responsible country all throughout since independence. But look at Pakistan, look at their economy. Today, people are crying. They don't have water. They don't have, now this water regulation is going to impact their agriculture timings very, very badly. Their economy has gone down. So,
right, and also this situation,
it's a very serious problem, Harshit, along our borders. And because of that, let me tell you, I am from Punjab. Punjab is also suffering. The first thing which happens is whenever there is any conflict, the trade, whenever there is any sign of improvement or opening of trade through Wagah border or Atari border, it gets snapped. So the people of Punjab are suffering. Industry is not coming because there is always some kind of a crisis. So these are very serious issues. Today we are talking about a incident, and this is not it. The entire problem has to be seen in holistic view. We have got a neighbor. Either we find a permanent solution, or these kind of strikes, are they? That means are they going to behave after this?
That is the $1 million. That is the $1 million question. That will they stop Pakistan from exporting terror? When Uri terror attack took place, there was a surgical strike that was carried out. It was very limited in scope in a particular area. That strike was conducted. Then there was Balakot, which was again very limited at one particular location. This time, multiple locations have been targeted simultaneously. In the past, we have witnessed that the surgical strike and the Balakot strike did not deter Pakistan from carrying out another terror strike. Maybe not immediately, but after a few years, they've gone back to that same old business. Do you think today's set of strikes on different terror camps is very, very symbolic also in nature? Because we have been hearing this Murid Ke and Bahawalpur for years altogether. Now India has crossed that line and demolished those camps.
My entire career, Zafar, we have been always wanting to go. Even physically, when we were young officer, we used to always, any young officer, any young soldier will have that feeling, let's sort it out once for all, send us across and we will carry out the raid and bloody sort them out, But the problem is we are, I think, behaving in a very, very rational and responsible way. But the problem is on the other side with whom you are dealing, these guys are totally irrational. So the question again comes is what kind of a center of gravity you need to attack? So that these kind of things don't happen.
It is very
like
clear
in
that
one of the
no, sir. It is very clear that Pakistan is run by its army. The government is just a rubber stamp there.
No, also, Zafar, before we move ahead, Kular Saab, let me just mention it here. While we talk, my producers have been telling me there's a breaking news or an interesting development coming in. The Pakistani Prime Minister's office has in fact announced that the country's armed forces have been authorized to respond to India's strikes, signaling further escalation.
Harshit, Pakistan's Prime Minister making an announcement doesn't make a sense because it's already army which is calling the shots. You see the pictures of Pakistani. You see the pictures of Pakistani army chief atop a tank. It is Asim Munir who has been calling the shot. It does not matter what Pakistani Prime Minister says because ultimately it's the army which has been doing what is doing on its own. It doesn't need a Prime Minister's approval. In fact, Prime Minister needs their approval to be on its chair because the most popular leader has been arrested and jailed. Who won the election? The elections were rigged. So Shehbaz Sharif is there because of army. Army is not there because of Shehbaz Sharif.
Absolutely, Zafar. I fully agree with you. And let me tell you, the military establishment of the army has got no love lost for Pakistan and for the people of Pakistan. Let me tell you, these guys are very selfish people. They can be bought for anything. They are having ball of a time. They have a country unto themselves. They are ruling this country, right? Pakistan, they are calling the bloody shots. They are running industries. They are running real estate business over there. So it's a parallel economy which is running. And unfortunately, let me tell you, these responsible countries who try to have a higher model press like USA and all that, these guys, they have been nurturing Pakistan in our backyard. They have got dual policy. The Americans, I always say, they are a bania country. They will always look for their own interest, and we, the present establishment in India, the people in India, we do understand the kind of power we have, the kind of human resource we have, the kind of consumer market we provide to the entire world. The world is tied to us. We can dictate now, right? So the Pakistan army, these kind of states, I told you, Harshit, earlier, Zafar, they are looking for somebody now to extricate them from such situation. और दो आदमी के बीच में लड़ाई हो जाती है, कमजोर आदमी अब बोल रहा है मेरे को कोई पकड़ के हटा लो, रोक लो. So they are in that kind of a situation.
No, as the saying goes, while all the other countries have an army, Pakistan is a specific case where army has a country.
Zafar, I would like to add what Kalan Kular is saying. I would like to add, sorry, I am coming.
No, please go ahead, sir.
The major contrasting difference between the two nations is that in our case, the civil society, the various political parties, armed forces, and government, as far as the response to Pakistan is concerned, qua the terrorism or whatever action post this Sindoor operation, the Pakistan will take, we are unified. Secondly, our stakeholders in Delhi are working together like a well-oiled machine, and they are on the same foot. At the same time, on the other side, the political leadership in Pakistan is divided. Their civil society is not 100% supporting arming what the army people are doing. Then there is a Balochistan problem which is separately to be handled. And the next point is the economic might of India is far more superior to what Pakistan has. Pakistan is almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Can they fight a war? I don't think it is possible, except with the support of some other friendly nations, which we need to be careful, or we have to have a point where they don't do this. All these points are now we have the opportunity that do we want to, when in 1979, when Russia came to Afghanistan, they very well asked India to please take your POK back. We had the opportunity in October 47, then 79, then 71. Now, if they want to escalate, we need to prepare for a final action that let us cross LOC and take POK back.
Gurinder ji,
the point is that यहाँ तक बोलूँगा. So Harshit, 1 second. अपने DGP साहब ने point बोला POK. Why should we go for POK? The center of gravity lies, in the Pakistan, Punjab. उनकी जो नब्ज है ना, वो पाकिस्तान पंजाब है उनका. वहां से सब कुछ कंट्रोल होता है.
This time India has struck in Pakistani Punjab. Balakot was not Pakistani Punjab. Balakot was Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and surgical strikes were carried out just across the LOC in Pakistan side of Kashmir. But this time India has really struck in inside Pakistani Punjab. It's really gone for the jugular. But Kula Sahab, I was just wondering that Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir was facing criticism, economic uncertainty in that country, political uncertainty, because everybody knows for a fact that Imran Khan is the most popular leader. He won the election. He was shown to have lost the election. The elections were rigged. He was jailed. Now that there is a backlash from that society, and perhaps he miscalculated. He thought that in order to project himself as a savior of that country, let us start some sort of an escalation with India. But it could have been a tactical move by Asim Munir without having any strategic outlook that what is going to happen next. Has it helped Asim? Was it Asim Munir trying to help Asim Munir only by starting this series of events? I don't think this calculation has worked for them. In fact, he must have grossly miscalculated here.
Zafar, इनकी कोई strategic thinking नहीं है. It is merely a question of their survivability. One-upmanship. The moment there is a chief of army staff, somebody who sits in that chair, the another co-commander is pressurizing him and planning, behind his back, who is going to be the next guy in power. It's totally power control. And let me tell you, most of the time, these guys are not at all applying their mind. And who is controlling? They, even within the military establishment, they have got different power centers. The chief of army staff is on a different grid. The naval chief is on a different grid. Then they have got the ISI head. He's on a different grid. And the co-commander, strike co-commander, the Mangla corps commander and others, they are on a different grid. So they themselves also not on a united front. It's a one-upmanship. So all these desperate measures, what they have done is very conveniently, they have started this terrorism industry since 80s, late 80s. And this terrorism industry is, it's helping them out. It's nurturing and they are using it. They are using on the both sides, on the eastern borders in India and to the western sides, maybe in Afghanistan or wherever. So
there is an important point. Briefly, Pakistan was under a lot of international pressure when it was in the FATF grey list. Pakistan took some measures and convinced FATF, and it was taken back to the white list. But it's gone back to its old tactics. That when the time when Pakistan was in the grey list of FATF, there was still some checks and balance. There was still some accountability on the international level. But after it's back into whitelist, then we see such a big terror attack taking place. So here is the problem. The problem is that when it is under a scanner, then perhaps it's in control. But when it's off hook, then you can see such terror attacks. Pakistan fomenting such terror attacks.
So that means the game. As a common layman person will understand the game plan played by the Western countries. Who are the guys who are sitting in FATF? Who are the guys who are supporting Pakistan with different kind of an aids? FATF was lifted. And then they were given aid by America. The new establishment has come in America. The CIA is very strongly functioning in these areas. There is a tussle in Pakistan between America and China. China has brought in BRIA projects in Pakistan, invested so much of money. These small countries, they are just pawns in the hands of these big global powers. When we just get out of our regional, South Asia and get into the little global, broader, what's happening around us? There is a clash. China is coming up, challenging America. America is trying to, retain its power. So what happened in First World War? What happened during Cold World War? It happened. Though the Pakistan is being used, and who is using? And Pakistan military, like you rightfully said, they are a puppet in the hands of these global players, and they can be bought because there is no system in Pakistan. There is no political establishment in Pakistan. So these are very larger issues to be seen in a larger context. What's happening around us at the global level? What's happening there? So who knows who is controlling whom? Like you said, Munir. Who is controlling Munir?
No, Munir is battling for his own survival. Munir is battling for his own survival because he was already retiring. When he was made the army chief, he was already retiring. He was retiring in a day or two, if I'm not wrong. He was retiring, but then he was made the army chief. Sort of an extension given to him, and then is being very unpopular with the way the things have panned out in that country, the way that Imran Khan was dealt with by the army, and the elections happened, and there's a public. I still remember when Imran Khan government was toppled, there was a public outcry. People came out on the roads. We saw those visuals. That was, in fact, a protest against the Pakistani establishment who helped to bring down Imran Khan and install Shehbaz Sharif. So it is Munir who is battling for his own survival more than anything else.
No, that could be one of the reasons as far as Munir is concerned. I'm sure, when you say he has been given extension for another tenure as a chief of army staff, a man has already reached the pinnacle in his career. What is he looking at? Is he more greedy? Is he being controlled by somebody? So these are not so straightforward answers. What we see on the surface, there is a lot that's happening in the background. So maybe, when Shehbaz Sharif was brought, because they wanted to again bring back the power in the hands of the Punjabis. As we know, Imran Khan is a Pashtun, right? So this power struggle within Pakistan is also happening. There are too many power centers within Pakistan. So Pakistan is being used not by their internal people who are struggling for power, but also the outside people also. So Pakistan is sitting, it's a serious issue. We used to talk about 10 years, 20 years. Is it a responsible country with so many nukes at its disposal? Khuda na khasta, kal ko koi aisi cheez ho jaye, these concerns are definitely there with the world also. That if tomorrow these tactical nukes, small nukes, they go in and land into the hands of some rogue elements. So like when we say we have to prepare this world, world is full of conflicts. Life is not so simple. Life is not so easy as we foresee. Today we are sitting and talking and trying to make sense out of these conflicts. And these conflicts, when they happen, we all understand they happen for, controlled by the people who are sitting in the power. And conflict is a continuous affair of mankind. If we say by tomorrow conflicts will get over, no. The conflicts will remain. They may get into different shape. Today when we say, are we at war? Yes. For last 15, 20 years, we are in war. There is information warfare. There is a cyber warfare going on. There is a media warfare. There is a propaganda warfare. So we are constantly into conflicts. Yes, people do understand, or nations do understand, when something of this nature happens, physical action takes place, then they do have some impact. But the impact happens on other fronts.
Right. We're also joined by Brigadier Sandeep Thapar at this point in time. Sandeep ji, what is the way that you're looking at things? We're seeing a series of developments that are taking place since early morning. How do you see these developments?
Safar, it's a moment of national pride for all of us, and whatever the armed forces have done, as I say, credible action done with a very clinical process. Start from the planning. The incident happened on 22nd. 23rd, the CCS met. Instructions would have gone down to the three chiefs. And then to coordinate everything, the intelligence, the vectors, the location, the communication, the timing, all under a wrap of secrecy, is a tremendous task. Tri-service operations, details will come out. I'm sure they've been launched from at least all the equipment has been launched from 10 to 12 different locations. So it is remarkable that it was done within a short period of 10 to 12 days with precise, wherever you targeted, wherever you wanted to, you got the effect what you want. And clear evidence was also presented that the target infrastructure has been destroyed. You had drones on that location, at that location, probably also conveying live footage to the Prime Minister, who we believe was watching the action. So all this requires a lot of detail and very professionally done, this thing. Now we've got to, I guess, wait and watch when today and tomorrow, wait and watch, because we've not come out with our projections that how much damage we caused. Yes, we caused damage, we've shown footage, but unless it comes out of Pakistan, as you all know, they lie. But in today's world, you cannot, within 48 hours, 36 to 48 hours, things will come out from social media. How much damage has taken place, how many killed. Already Hafiz is saying that his family, 10 people dead. So once that comes out, Pakistan takes it because it is no pushover army. It's also got a fairly strong army, though not a patch on us, but still some face-saving gesture, how they react, whether it gets into a prolonged mode. We yet to see how it evolves over the next 2-3 days. I think within the next 48 hours, this should end either way, unless it goes off into a spin where they respond and we respond back, and this expands. Though I see less likelihood of that.
Right. I'll have to step out now. Barkha, that our chief editor, will continue with this conversation. If she's here, she can maybe join.
Hi, Zafar. I'm here. I'd say thank you to
all of you for joining us and for sharing your thoughts. Barkha will take it over from here. Thanks so much.
Right. I will say thank you, Zafar. If you can thank. No, I'm so sorry. I'll have to reconnect. Are you all able to hear me? Okay, I'm so sorry. I'll reconnect. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure all of you know what has happened thus far, but for anybody who does not know, let me just bring you up to speed. India, could I request the producers to turn off their mics in the background? I'm not able to hear myself think, actually. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. If you have just joined us, India has targeted terror bases inside Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir as well as Pakistan. The significance of these missile attacks, precision missile attacks, 24 of them at 9 terror bases inside Pakistan, including Pakistan's Punjab, cannot be overemphasized. The operation is called Operation Sindoor. The symbolism of that word, self-evident. It captures the pain and the anguish of women who were made to stand in a line and watch their husbands being executed, shot at point blank in Pahalgam. But Operation Sindoor has gone well beyond retaliation for only the Pahalgam terror attack As one official said, it has signaled India's strategic resolve, and it's a seminal moment in India's modern security doctrine, because the terror targets that have been targeted include bases of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, including bases where Ajmal Kasab and David Headley were trained. This according to a military and diplomatic briefing by the Foreign Secretary and 2 women officers of the Indian military earlier this morning. We also now have confirmed news from Indian officials that it is our estimation, our belief, and there is evidence that will be coming, that has been video after video that shows how Jaish-e-Mohammed affiliated bases have been destroyed, that 10 members of Masood Azhar, the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief's family, have been eliminated in these strikes. Masood Azhar, if you remember, was most recently responsible for the Pulwama terror attack. I want to introduce our guests at this hour. Many of you have been with us since 5 in the morning, so you'll excuse us if we're a little bit fumbling and not as cogent as usual. We're joined by Brigadier Sandy Thapar. Welcome, Brigadier Thapar, to the program. Happy Jacob, one of India's foremost strategic affairs analysts, is with us. And also joining us is Captain Saxena, Kargil war hero. Welcome, everybody, to the program. It's a pleasure to see you here. Like I said, the big updates are the following. We know that it's the first tri-service coordination of this kind since the 1971 war. We know that it's 24 missiles, precision strikes at 9 terror target bases. Indian officials are saying that 10 members of Masood Azhar's family have been eliminated. The Lashkar headquarters in Muridke, Pakistan, Punjab, have been demolished, as have been the Jaish bases in Bahawalpur. The images you're seeing on your screen have been captured by Pakistani citizens and shared across social media the moment when Indian missiles fell on Pakistani soil. Let's look at the import of this moment. Happy Jacob, I'll start with you. Pakistan's Punjab is its most dominant region in resources, in military, in politics. The fact that India has struck inside Pakistan, Punjab, I think the import of that is huge. How do you look at it?
Barkha, thank you for having me. I think this is an important moment in India's sort of strategic praxis, as it were. I think what the operation has done is basically to underscore the idea that government of India is determined to respond to terrorism, and regardless of the whatever may be the consequences, the response will be there. I think one of the main objectives, in my opinion, as a civilian, and you have former military personnel on this panel with you, in my opinion, this has been to establish the deterrence that the Pakistani side to sort of break that existed between India and Pakistan after the 2019 the strikes that India carried out in response to the Pulwama terror attack. I would say that there is likely to be a Pakistani response to it, but notwithstanding that, the understanding that the Pakistani military had that Indians will not respond to subconventional attacks because they are scared of escalation. I think so. We breached that sort of hope and faith in Pakistan, that the Indians have said that no matter what the response is going to be, India will strike back. I think that's a major, in my opinion, a major doctrinal innovation, as it were, number one. Number two, I think the Pakistani belief that there is a big distinction between subconventional warfare, which is terrorism, and conventional warfare. Indians have basically said that there is no distinction between the two. You carry out subconventional warfare against India. India reserves the right to use conventional military in order to sort of push back against that. I also want to add another argument about evidence. There's a lot of conversation happening internationally in Europe and the United States. Where is the conclusive evidence? I think that is that basically conveys a lot of ignorance on the part of many of the interlocutors on the international scene. India has basically given a great deal of evidence to Pakistan in the past, including in 2016 during the Pathankot airbase attack. The Indian side invited a team of Pakistani investigators into Pathankot and asked them to sort of cooperate with India. The Pakistanis were supposed to invite India back to Pakistan for a joint investigation. That never happened. What happened to the evidence that India gave for the Mumbai terror attack? It is lying in the Pakistani courts. No action has been taken. So in other words, there are instances when India has given evidence, it has reached nowhere. And I think the evidence in this particular case is that the Pakistani establishment has not acted against the elite and the sort of resistance front or whatever they call it, and they are very much active within Pakistan. So there is no point in asking India to provide forensic evidence of who came from where and which route and what is the name of the person, what is the sort of kundali of the person. I think that is not possible for any side to sort of do that. I think what the Indians have done now is to basically turn the argument upside down and say, if you continue to support, if you continue to tolerate terrorists on your territory who attack India, then India reserves the right to sort of strike at them. I think that is the evidence argument that India seems to be pushing internationally. I also want to sort of bring in one more Pakistani argument. I think that bluff also has been called by the Indian side. I would say there are two bluffs called by the Indian side. One is that there is a distinction between sub-conventional and conventional warfare. The Indians have said, no, that's not the case. That is not, we don't agree with that. The second basically has been that with the full spectrum warfare argument that the Pakistanis have made in the past, which is if the Indian side attacks us using conventional weapons, the Pakistani side reserves the right to use full spectrum warfare against India, which includes, at least conceptually speaking, employment of tactical nuclear weapons against India. India has basically in 2019 using standoff strikes against mainland Pakistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and now against Punjab, has basically called that bluff. Nobody is in Pakistan today talking about employment of nuclear weapons. So in other words, India has managed to call these two bluffs. And finally, and I'll win that, I think what India has done basically now is to create a certain tripwire situation regarding escalation. So what India is basically saying is that if the ball is in your court, if somebody based on your side, with or without your assistance, carries out a terror attack on Indian soil against Indian civilians, then we will consider that as an act of initiation of a war against India or escalation against India. So you are initiating the escalation, to which we will respond conventionally. So I think the ball is in some ways, therefore, Indians are saying on the Pakistani court, you want to sort of trigger that tripwire, that's entirely up to you. But there exists a tripwire. That's I think that's a fairly smart point to make, strategically speaking.
I think it's a great point to make, that the nuclear bluff, because, you know, Pakistan has been saber rattling from its defense minister to its ambassadors, all have been talking about using the full spectrum of responses available to them, including the nuclear response. And I think you're quite correct to say that India has called that bluff. Brigadier Sandy Thapar, however, Munir, a beleaguered Pakistan army chief, is going to need to show something to his people, muh bachane ke liye, right? As they say, a face-saving sort of exit. Right now, Pakistan's retaliation, could we bring up the shots of what we've seen happening at the line of control? Artillery firing is returning to the line of control for the first time since the 2003 ceasefire. We have fatalities among Indian civilians. Those are, of course, shots of the missiles hitting Pakistan, but we should also show pictures of what's happening at our side of the line of control, the fatalities with Pakistan's artillery firing. Now, that is one set of responses that we have seen in the past. But what do we have to brace ourselves for, plan for in the next 24 to 36 hours in terms of how Pakistan might hit back?
Barkha, thank you for having me on your show. Firstly, we've all been up since 4 o'clock. It's a moment of national pride. I mean, earlier in Uri and Balakot, you kept it as a surprise. You hit him after a few days. But this time, the Prime Minister said, we'll hit you, and we've hit. Now, coming to your question, that what are the options now? See, what we've done is very smartly, we've narrowed his options, Munir's options, by restricting ourselves firstly to a terrorist infrastructure, not targeting military, not targeting the civilian areas. Yes, we've gone to Punjab, which is his heart. It's like hitting, it's like 26/11. Anywhere else wouldn't have hurt so much as a financial capital, being Mumbai. Similarly, in Punjab, it hurts him more. So he's got the next 12 hours to think how to respond. there are a lot of factors he'll have to see whether he can give a credible response. Once he does that, what is India's escalatory matrix? Whether we will respond back in what manner? So he doesn't want it to go into a prolonged conflict. Neither do we actually, into a prolonged conflict situation where both sides overreach and then it goes beyond control. See, there are other factors also, economic factors. We can discuss that later. But you're right. Pakistan is no pushover army. It's not. Some people giving the comparison Israel and Hamas. It's not Hamas. It's got a fairly strong army, though compared to us, not so. But a very professional army, I must say. One has served with them, seen them. They are a professional army, no doubt. So they will respond. He has to face saving gesture, his country. He has to show them. But to my understanding, he'll probably restrict himself to J&K so that he doesn't escalate by going to Punjab.
So you don't think that though India has hit Pakistan in Pakistan, Punjab, by hitting Muridke and Bahawalpur, you do not believe that Pakistan will expand the theater of conflict? You don't see this becoming a multi-sector conflict?
No, he will restrict. He will probably come down to Jammu, which is, I mean, say Akhnur and some Jammu, not below into Punjab. There also, as I visualize, he will not, no ground action is envisaged. He will not attack because you cannot take anything with an attack of a brigade, even more. You lose men. We are very strongly entrenched, been sitting there for 70 years. I visualize it'll more be specific targeting of certain military installations or other places, using his air force with standoff weapons, staying on his side of the border, or possibly with missiles. But then there is another factor that the chances of hitting a civil target in Valley, he calls Kashmiri his own. So he has to factor that. What will Kashmiris say that you are targeting us? So all these, I won't be like to be in Munir's shoes today because he's got too many things on his mind. And then the factor of how much equipment he's got. As we know, they are a loan to each loan they have to pay. They take another fresh loan. So their economy can sustain. How much can their economy sustain?
So I guess this is the debate now. Will other fronts of conflict open, or will Pakistan keep it restricted to J&K? Typically,
sorry, Barkha. One more thing. By hitting Punjab, we've sent him a message.
That's what I think.
We are ready for what we've hit you on your nerve center. We are ready for whatever you can give back. And so, fine, it's a deliberate decision. We hit Punjab. Now you try and come back, and we are ready to take you on.
Okay, I wanted to go to Captain Saxena, but I think Happy Mohan wanting to interject there. Happy Mohan, go ahead, please.
Very quick point, just to add to what Brigadier Thapar said, the Indian argument has been that, listen, we are hitting terrorist infrastructure on your side. We are not hitting civilian infrastructure. We are not hitting military infrastructure. So in response to that, what is Pakistan going to hit? Are they going to get military infrastructure on their side? That's clearly escalating. Are they going to hit civilian infrastructure? That's going to be a very different kind of ball game. So I think their options in some ways are limited. I totally agree with Brigadier Sandeep here. Because India has a certain, argument here that we are specifically targeting people who are targeting us. What are you going to do? So I think I just want to sort of add,
Sure, the options are limited, and yet they do need a face saver, and India has to bargain what that face saver might be, and what that face saver is will determine how high we climb up further on this escalatory ladder. Captain Saxena, as a Kargil hero, this is a particularly personal moment for you. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah. So I think there is a definite change in the entire doctrine. How do we deal with the terror network? And also, it's a strategic shift in India focus. If you really see, go back around 30 years, we were having two way of dealing with the terror. Either we were going to, okay, let's talk, let's have a debate, let's have a bus yatra, let's have Aman Ki Asha, and all these things. But none of them actually giving us food. Pakistan was always coming back and stabbing us at the back, starting from the Kargil war, even beyond that. Second was, we have gone ahead, we say, okay, let's do the surgical strike. What will happen? You will kill few terrorists, right? You do a Balakot strike, you again kill few, but what happens? Pakistan is like a terror factory. They use terror as a weapon, and for them, the terrorists are expendable, right? It's a Pakistan army which is the mastermind, and then there are few Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba, which keep churning these terrorists as a manufacturing factory, and they are not bothered. So if these five people who have done this Pahalgam, you hunt them down, you kill them, you whatever do, they are anyway knew that they are expendable for them. They have already written them off. So that will not work. So I think that's why when this happened, and this was a very, very emotional moment, because till now they were kind of attacking the armed forces, CRPF and all, but this time they have hit innocent civilian. They have hit cold-blooded murder in front of their newly wedded wife, right? Just see the emotion. And I think entire India was on the boil, right? It was, we were feeling as if we have lost a member from our family. So it's a very, very emotional decision also. And so this why we have changed our response. We say it has to be multi-pronged approach. And that's why you must have seen we started with the water treaty, which is going to have very, very long-term consequences. We have stopped all the trade. Pakistan is a food deficient nation, and this nation has got 1.3 billion of import from India indirectly through Dubai every month. We have stopped it now. We are also ensuring they comes into IMF grey list, so that for them it's becoming difficult to get the money. See, finally we need to realize we will not get our objective just by killing the terrorists. We have to dry up the terror funding. We have to hit Pakistan army.
So I think I think when you say we have to hit the Pakistan army, that's now the question, because in today's military briefing by two women military officers and the Foreign Secretary, Happy Mon Jacob, there was emphasis on the fact that that India had shown restraint, that India was not seeking escalation, that India had confined itself to targeting terror. But former Army Chief Manoj Naravane had a very cryptic tweet. He said, "Picture abhi baki hai." Now, that can be read in two ways. That can either mean that whatever India's military responses, this is not the end of it, that there could be more. That's one way to think about it. The other is that, look, Pakistan may react in a set of ways, and that determines in a way what happens next. Captain Saxena, you want to add a sentence? I want to go to Dr. Happy Mon Jacob.
Just minute. So what I wanted to say, India had shown a lot of kind of calibrated and measured approach, and giving the communication to the entire international media and nation that we are a responsible nation. Now, depending on how Pakistan retaliate, we are ready for all the scenario. And if Pakistan army hit, then we have got all the right to hit, right? That will be the phase 2. So that's what, in my view, and Pakistan army has got no other option than to retaliate, because they have to face their they have to save their face in front of their own citizen. So that may be the phase 2, because that we say the picture abhi baki hai, because that may be just the first step in the long battle. Yeah, please.
Right. I should say that Pakistan's Prime Minister, Happy Mon, they have announced that their military has been authorized to respond to India's strikes. I mean, that doesn't mean anything in itself. Yeah, they have to say that. They have to say that. But he's addressed the nation, and this is what he has said. Now, I want to explore this idea of where this ends. You see, Prime Minister Modi, who's met with the president to brief her, and I think there'll be an all-party meeting. Also, he has chaired a meeting of the cabinet. So it's all been run very structurally. And I also want to applaud the communication decoy, because 7th May was supposed to be a day of mock drills, and under that cover, while everybody was thinking ki aaj to sort of practice hai, the actual thing happened, which is how good military ops should be. But this idea ki abhi picture baki hai, that you have demolished terror bases, but you haven't got to the root of the patrons of the terror, which is the Pakistan army, which is the point that Captain Saxena just made. How do you see this in terms of calibrating and managing the escalatory ladder? Happy Mon, and then the same question for Brigadier Thapar and Captain Saxena.
Barkha, what Shahbaz Sharif has said, which is he's given total control to Pakistan Army in terms of what steps they would take next. That has always been the case. So I truly believe that he's given the authority to the Pakistan Army. But having said that, I think the Pakistan Army will think very carefully and twice before they carry out operations against the Indian military infrastructure, because that is really crossing a certain red line, given the fact that India has not targeted the Pakistani military officials or infrastructure for that matter.
Yeah.
And because Pakistan knows that by doing that, they are upping the ante, they are sort of escalating the conflict between the two sides. So it could potentially be the case that they could strike, and I'm not giving them ideas. They could strike a civilian power facility, for example, or things of that kind, where the damage is going to be somewhat contained. But if indeed they manage to target a military facility in India, I think India will have to respond likewise, because it then becomes a matter of proportionate response. But I think the Indian side is well advised to keep this within the ambit of proportionate response, because we have more to lose internationally, reputationally, as a responsible nation, unlike Pakistan. Pakistan has made this fast and loose with its own reputation and with the international community for the last several decades. India has bigger sort of fish to fry, in the Indo-Pacific, with China, with the international system, as it were. So I think I would say that one, as I said earlier, Pakistan will be very careful in crossing the threshold in terms of what to strike. And number one, number two, I think the Indian response will have to be calibrated to inflict a proportionate response to that. Our objective has been fulfilled. Our objective has been to sort of punish the perpetrators and to sort of reinstate deterrence against Pakistani terrorist attacks. That has been achieved. Now, if Pakistan wants to sort of carry out an attack, which they are most likely to.
So here's my response to that, Happy Mon. Somebody was saying in the morning that, Pakistan has always conducted asymmetric warfare, so their way could be another terror strike. And I said that may happen further down the road. But right now, if they do that, the world is watching. They can't own the terror strike, right? So they've got to retaliate in some sort of military form. That's what I think. And I think we all agree with that. I have questions on the geopolitics. I know you're all on limited time, so we'll do these comments quickly. Brigadier Thapar, the Indian military has prepared for a 2-front or a 2.5-front conflict for a while. China's rhetorical support to Pakistan, in the past, in conflicts, China has not got involved militarily. There has been some rapprochement between India and China, but Eastern Ladakh is militarized. We are still, we still have troops not taking a chance with China. Would the military right now be factoring in sectoral conflicts, 2-front conflicts? I mean, they would have had to anticipate and plan for everything.
It all depends on how this conflict takes off. Firstly, China, that 2.5 factor does not come into play until you are at war with Pakistan. Only then you are worried that the second front, China may open up a front. I do not think that is happening immediately, because for some time, we were feeling, the entire nation was feeling, that we need to take a very tangible and strong action against terrorism. The Prime Minister also felt it. We've taken it. We took very credible, limited action with a lot of clinical precision. Like I said, we presented clear evidence that, listen, we've targeted only terrorist infrastructure. So now, Pakistan, like I said, we haven't left Pakistan with any options, very limited options we left them with. Now, if he targets Indian military, there are two things which could happen. That the damage is a little bit, but we knock down Pakistan sites in retaliation, say his aircraft, 2-3. So it is considered a significant damage on him for the action he's taken. If you say, okay, fine, hum aur kuch nahi kar rahe. He came with 4 aircraft, we knocked down 2. His launch site of missiles we knocked off, and yes, we lost this thing or something, and so we are no longer. Then both sides are happy, and then, but if it escalates beyond, then I'm afraid it could deteriorate. But like what we discussed earlier, less likelihood of that happening, as I see it.
Captain Saxena, and then we'll get a quick last word from Dr. Happymon Jacob. Captain Saxena, you said we've got to get to the Pakistan army. It's going to take time. It's it's not going to happen overnight. But I think it's new red lines that have been drawn, a new strategic doctrine that has been established here. Where do we go from here, Captain Saxena?
Exactly. So if right now we have taken the revenge in a way, and the mood of the nation, and we actually think that on the kinetic side we have hit them hard. The other action which are non-kinetic in nature and long term, as I say, they will continue despite or whatever factor is being done. So for this we will not retaliate now, but yes, as rightly said by Brigadier Thapar, if they cross the line, it will totally depend on what kind of retaliation they will do. If they will do something like just a face saving thing, things will close here, but we will continue with our non-kinetic, important long-term measures we have started taking. But yes, if they retaliate within a point, then we will have the chance to hit Pakistan army, and then India is prepared for both the eventuality, whatever it happens. And if China, I don't think China will come into play directly. They will definitely, help Pakistan in terms of arm ammunition, but not going to be there in terms of direct support.
Sorry, while you're making your point, we're just stacking up visuals released by the Indian Army. I want to say one thing. There is so much visual, empirical evidence for the world to see and of these strikes and their success, right? So the Indian Army has released footage officially. It is out on ANI of the terror bases that were hit. I need to go full frame on this, guys. I can't play it like this. You need to show it to us closer. So give us a second. That's Kotli Gulpur, and those are the images that released moments ago by the army. You can see there the missiles. This is precision warfare. 24 missile strikes on 9 terror bases, and that is the Abbas terrorist camp at Kotli that you are seeing being hit. And like this, many other images are being released, and we'll keep showing them to you. These are official images released by the Indian military. For Pakistan can't hide from these images. Let's go back to our panel as we keep playing these images. Brigadier Thapar, Dr. Happymon Jacob. Sorry, this development just took place a moment ago, so I had to bring it up. Brigadier Thapar, do go ahead. Yeah,
there was a reason for this. One, because possibly the Prime Minister wanted to watch this live, so there were drones capturing that. Then it was probably to silence some of those people who last time said proof dikhaiye.
Yeah.
So this was very necessary. And so I want to go back a little and say I forgot to add that amongst the picture abhi baki hai could also mean that okay, military action, we say okay, fine, you hit us, we hit you. Now, meanwhile, our other actions, non-kinetic actions going, and in one of the non-kinetic action, I think, are cyber capabilities. You can bring down Pakistan's banking system, its waterworks, its electricity, its nuclear installations with cyber attack. How do we know it's not already going on? We have the capability. Of course, economic, diplomatic, water, trade, all factors are going on. They will continue. They are not being taken off now after the attack. They will continue for some time, so that because we've realized that few isolated strikes or acts here and there are not going to. It has to have long-term impact. So I guess this will continue.
Right, Dr. Jacob, if you want to come in, the Indian Army, as I mentioned, has released these videos that you see on your screen of the missile strikes that took place on terror bases inside Pakistan. We know now 24 missiles, 9 terror bases, 10 members of Masood Azhar's family eliminated, the Lashkar headquarters bombed. One of the narratives that Pakistan's been trying to put out in their fake news way is India's hit our mosques. Now, this is very important to counter because it's such rubbish, because the mosque that has been targeted in Bahawalpur is directly linked to Masood Azhar's Jaish-e-Mohammed, right? And that video footage is also available. But that is one way that Pakistan is trying to put a spin on this. Now, the importance of the fact that the army, and that's, by the way, the Subhanallah mosque affiliated to the Jaish-e-Mohammed that was hit in Indian missile strikes. The importance of the videos released by the army, the level of detailing this time, it's very granular. We have a lot of granular detail, Happy Mon. I mean, I don't think Pakistan can pretend this didn't happen.
No, I think more importantly, more than Pakistan not pretending that this has not happened, I think the importance of having these visuals and videos is also lies in the fact that this is not only about inflicting damage on terrorist facilities, it is also about documenting it and sending a message to the Pakistani side and to the world that, listen, we are not going to take terrorist attacks lying down. Next time there is a terrorist attack, the scale of Indian operations will be higher. If you were to compare, as others have pointed out, in 2016 it was lower, 2019 it was slightly higher, now it's even higher. So you have documented evidence of how the scale of these operations are going up. I just want to add one more point, Barkha, before I leave, and that is about, we should be, I think, very careful in internationalizing this particular issue. I think that should be carefully calibrated. I certainly do not want China to, I don't think Chinese will sort of play ball with the Pakistanis, because China has not in the past done that. But if the Chinese were to sort of one way or the other get themselves involved, not in a hot war, but in a more cyber or other intelligence sharing capacities, I think that will have some sort of a negative implication on us. So far, they have not shown any indication of that, number one. And in the recent past, India has had a certain approach more with the Chinese. I think so, therefore, the Chinese are going to keep themselves away. The second point that I want to sort of also make on the show is, Barkha, we have not had so much of a support from the international community after the terror attacks, 2 weeks ago. The international community, including some of our friends in Europe and and North America, have been sort of dilly-dallying about how much to support India, how solely they should support India. When their time was there, when the Russians attacked Ukraine, and which is not even a member of NATO or EU, they were all rushing to Delhi and asking India should support them. And today, when our time came, 26 of our civilians got killed, and they're still talking about gunmen, they're still talking about suspected terrorists and all sorts of things.
Agree.
And too many countries haven't really solely stood behind India. I think this is a question that we must introspect and tell our interlocutors internationally. Listen, if you want a strategic partnership with India, strategic partnership is not only about exploiting the Indian economy or growing market or India as a participant in global forums. It also means that you stand by your strategic partners when there is a crisis. I think that message also needs to be sent out to our international partners, especially the strategic partners.
Absolutely. And you're saying that, the kind of comments, look, I would say the countries that matter in particular, and please everybody add to this, the Russians, the Americans, Europe to some extent, and China. Now, China rhetorically is siding with the Pakistanis. Turkey is sending ships to Pakistan. The Americans, at least outwardly, are being cavalier. Does that concern you, Happy Mon? And then I'll come to Captain Saxena and Brigadier Thapar. Briefly, Happy Mon.
No, I mean, given the fact that there is a Trump administration in the United States, I'm not too worried about the American reaction, because, Trump is being an unpredictable sort of character for pretty much everybody, including the Europeans. So if he hasn't stood with, his time-tested partners for 40, 75 years, we don't expect them to stand with us. Having said that, the American security establishment has had a relationship with India in the past, and they have helped us with, intelligence and other such things. And if at some point of time it comes out the American security establishment hasn't helped, I think that should raise questions in India. It should raise questions. What is the phraseology that is being used by Moscow in condemning this attack? And what about some of our other strategic partners? I think these questions at some point of time will have to be looked at carefully, because friends are there to stand by you in times of crisis. Have they stood by us in times of our crisis? But again, as Jarendra Ravne said, the sort of we picture Baki here. So let's see if sort of opinions and language changes in various words.
Brigadier Thapar, jump right in. This footage that we're seeing released by the army, I think Happy Mon is quite perceptive there in saying that, look, this is about messaging to the world. It isn't only because the Prime Minister was watching the ops as they were taking place. It's also about messaging to the world. Your comment on that. So please unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This was absolutely right what he said. This is also you taking up the denial factor from Pakistan. You remember Balakot? We said we've hit. They said nothing. You hit a few trees and all. Since we hadn't this time, for each specific target you've hit, you've got photographs, you've got video evidence. You say, okay, you can always lie about what was inside, but we've hit this target. And and it'll ultimately within 48 hours, it'll come out on social media how many people died, how many people were inside. Already few Pakistan videos from Pakistan TV, they're saying that one chap was sitting there on top and he died. So more will come out. So this is historical filing. Yes, this is absolutely, Apiman is absolutely correct in that. And this will stay on forever. You see, I am not worried about these sites which were the launch pads which are close to the LC. They can always change them. It's a matter of few huts here and there. They can shift it a kilometer here and there and reconstruct it. But the significant thing is those headquarters which have been hit. They've been there for quite some time. It has a very major impact, signaling that okay, you wherever you go, we'll target you. So that I think is a major message which has gone across.
Right. Let me bring in Captain Saxena at this point. Captain Saxena, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think one very important thing which happened that Ajhar Mahmood, his family, 10 members of his family have been eliminated, right? So it's about feeling the pain, because when terrorists kill you, they do not see you as a human being, right? They see you as a particular purpose for which they have been sent. But the same thing when happened to this particular person who is masterminding some of these terror activities, you can feel the pain what these 26 ladies must have felt, whose husband was shot in front of their eyes or their loved one shot in front of their eyes, right? So it's very important that this thing was required, though we are taking a lot of non-kinetic action, but emotionally, a symbol of India's emergence and the strong nation was very well sent through this attack, where we say we will hit you wherever you go. You can go to POK, you can go to Pakistan, you can go to any part of the world, but we are not going to leave you. We will not forget you. We will not forgive you. And this message is loud and clear. And now India is also saying we are ready for any escalation. Till now, we have worked in a very calibrated and measured way. However, if you go up the escalation metric, we are ready for every layer, and we will give you back whatever you started. I think that's a very clear and strong message going not from only the Indian army, but from the entire nation.
Yes, Brigadier Thapar, yes, you wanted to come in. Go ahead, sir.
Mute. You are on mute. Right?
Sorry, am I?
No, we can hear you now, sir. We can hear you. Yeah.
My only regret today is in the action is that we've not got that good news that Hafiz Saeed and
but he would have been moved. They would have been moved out by the Pakis well before, sir. Yeah.
I wish they had been part of the target list. It would have added more gravitas to the and what happened.
He was in Lahore, where in a proper civilian area, and Pakistan army knew. So that's why for the last 10 days, just after the strike, sir, he was kept in a total residential area. And it was not easy to hit him without doing a lot of civilian casualty, right? So
I will say, Captain, that just yesterday an undated video surfaces where Hafiz Saeed's son, Khuleyam, ghum raha hai, and in that there was both panic and an admission, Brigadier Thapar, and he's saying, Modi wants to kill my father, meaning Hafiz Saeed, to which I said, not, Modi on behalf of all of India would want to see you dead. And then he says, but Hafiz Saeed, India would want him isolated in some cave. Kisi gufa mein aap chahenge ki wo chale jaye, lekin wo to bilkul yahan hai. That's the video. Wo to bilkul yahan hai Pakistan mein. So I think Pakistan would have taken care to hide these two terrorists. But sorry, Brigadier Thapar, complete your point.
Yeah, I guess so. The one knew that they would have been moved 10, 12 days. The moment the incident happened, they would have been moved out from there. So, but I was hoping against hope that they were part of the wreckage somehow.
Yeah. All right. Last comments from both of you, at least for now. I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunity and reason to reconnect. Captain Saxena, the LOC is hot, and the LOC has been hot before also. But we are now looking at civilian evacuation. The LG has given those orders to pull back those who live at the line of control. There have been casualties. There is artillery firing. Pakistan's aim will be to keep, the LC hot while hitting somewhere else. I mean, it's kind of commonsensical that they'll try and do that. One of the things that we'll have to guard against is the reaction to the Indus Water Treaty suspension. It's been very visceral. Pakistan ministers have been saying crazy things like we will hit structures and so on. How do we, do you think Pakistan would dare to escalate, be so demented that they would dare to, target structures around our rivers?
No, I do not think they have got the capability in terms of it's like a nuclear doctrine, right? In nuclear also they keep saying starting from the day one, if anything happens, we are also nuclear power, right? They wanted to give the message that it will escalate into full-fledged war. So international community should come and stop, get the mediation done. So similarly, they are saying that we have done, but actually we have stopped giving them data. We have already not telling them when we are going to release the water. So there is going to be nothing because we are very clear that this is treaty which has to be renegotiated, and we will continue to use it till the time they stop terror. So it's a very long-term strategy, and I don't think Pakistan will be able to do anything about it. And second, they will definitely keep the LOC hot. You are seeing from yesterday, there's a lot of firing, artillery firing, which is happening on the nearby village because till now they have not thought of any other action. So they are just doing this. But my personal view is after in a day or two, we will see some strike on some targeted strike. And that may be the reaction from the Pakistan as of now, but not beyond this.
But Captain Saxena, what would they strike? We have terror targets to strike. They have nothing to strike. What would they strike? I mean, if they strike a military installation or a civilian area, that is ratcheting this up, way up the escalatory ladder. So what would they strike?
So I think it's going to be the civilian casualty because if you see their response whenever India strike, they were saying you have killed civilians, right? They are just trying to say, so in a way they are saying we also have got the right to hit some of your civilian. So they are not going to hit army installation because that's a clear escalation on thing. But like these artillery shelling, right? 3 civilians has been killed. Some of these unconfirmed report telling. So that's the way I think they are going to work on some of the civilian area because one, they are easy target. Second, they will have got some face saving in their own country, and that's the way they can, escape the full escape war.
Really, Thapa, do you agree with that assessment that look, targeting the LOC, Pakistan can pretend that it's a mutual exchange of fire. And that's why the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir has given orders for civilian evacuation from the frontline forward areas, right? But specific targeting at civilians cannot count as a military response. So when Shehbaz Sharif says, oh, Pakistan army is free to respond in the way it wants to, Pakistan needs to do something it can own. Pakistan can't say, oh, we fired artillery at the line of control. That can't be their response. So what do you think our military will be preparing for defensively?
See, Pakistan is very unpredictable. It can do anything when it comes to saving face. We were quite certain of that. There could be various actions, but then we war game that. We said he can't do this for this reason, he can't do this for this. For instance, IWT, if he says we'll target, firstly, we are not stopping his water today. This minor desilting, we may have stopped it for a few days, but sooner or later water will flow. We will take some time, couple of years, before we can divert the water. And even if he plans to target any such infrastructure, somebody suggested, some Pakistani suggested on Twitter that we will target any dam and all, whatever you make. I said, you will end up flooding your own nation. So, because gravity water flows there. So, that apart, but yes, army targets civilians, we are right. It cannot target civilian infrastructure, civilian housing or people, but certain things like the certain bridges which are used by the army for inducting troops, a certain logistic unit of armed forces where petrol dumps, ration stores, ordnance places where there are very limited troops, these depots which are behind. It could target with missile attack. It would cause certain material damage, but not human soldiers. So you've got to take it that whether he's actually target military. So, and bridges close to the border, maybe electrical installations, such kind of things which he can project that I have targeted something, yet not like you said, ratchet up the tension and go up the escalatory ladder.
Right. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for that perspective. Learned a lot from both of you. Captain Saxena Kargil War Hero, Brigadier Sandeep Thapar, military veteran. And again, a day to say Jai Hind, the day to salute the armed forces, a day to salute really the risks taken by men like yourselves at the front line of defending India. I want to say thank you to you. I want to play out now, because there are reactions coming in from the families of those who were killed by terrorists in Pahalgam. And one of the very, very moving accounts has come from Shubham Dwivedi's wife. She was married, a new bride in February, and she spoke to me earlier. And one of the things she said, and it really made me tear up, she said, I think my husband Shubham may finally be at peace. Listen in. This is the first expression of tribute to not just your husband, but to all those who were killed in that terror strike.
I do feel that this is the starting of the tribute. ये एक शुरुआत है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने के towards, जिसमें इन 26 लोगों ने अपनी बलिदानी दी है, और आज श्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये करके एक श्रद्धांजलि दी है हम सबको, हम 26 परिवारों को बताया है कि वो हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हैं।
इससे पहले क्या आप अपने आप को अकेला महसूस कर रही थी इस ऑपरेशन से पहले?
अकेला तो नहीं बोलूंगी मैं, लेकिन हाँ, क्योंकि जो हुआ वो होना नहीं चाहिए था, और जिस हिसाब से इन 26 फैमिलियों ने अपना, और इन 26 वाइफ ने अपने हस्बैंड्स खोए हैं, इम्पेशेंट होना लाजमी है। हम सभी इम्पेशेंट हुए कहीं ना कहीं, हम सभी टूट रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं, बट आज 15 दिनों में ये हम शायद बिगर पिक्चर नहीं देख पा रहे थे कि इस काम को अंजाम देने में टाइम लगता है। आज हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कि मोदी जी शायद नहीं बोल रहे थे कुछ, कोई शायद कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था, उसका रीजन ये था कि वो इस बिगर पिक्चर में काम करना उन्होंने उसी मोमेंट से शुरू कर दिया। मोमेंट उन्हें ये पता चला था, उसी मोमेंट से वो इस चीज पे काम कर रहे थे। आज उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि नहीं, वो है, वो है, वो हमारे लिए खड़े हैं, हमारा ध्यान रख रहे हैं।
आपने सही कहा कि एक मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन को करने के लिए वक्त लगता है, और हम इंडिया की तरफ से 2 हफ्ते में ये मिलिट्री रिस्पांस आया है। यहाँ पे जनरल बाली है। जनरल बाली, अगर आप कुछ टू अ न्यू ब्राइड, ऐश्वर्या आपकी शादी कब हुई थी, इफ आई कैन आस्क?
12th February 2025
this year. I have no words, ma'am. I have no words. I just want to ask you one thing before I come to General Bali. I think women like you and what has happened to you is the reason that this operation has been called Operation Sindur. Sindur, of course, is a symbol of marriage, and you are a new bride. You were married in February. You were on a post marriage honeymoon holiday in Kashmir. 2 months later, you've been widowed. I mean, I don't know what to say. When you hear the word Operation Sindur, what does it say to you, Dr.
Firstly, when I saw this Operation Sindur, when I was watching the news and everything, जब मैंने ये नाम देखा, मैंने अपना फोन निकाल के I saw the photo of me and Shubham and I cried, because somewhere this word connects me to him. Sindur is all about that. It's your husband basically. And ये मैं उस second सिर्फ शुभम और जो हमारे 2 महीने वो सारे शादी, वो मेरे दिमाग में पूरा फ्लैशबैक था।
Yeah. My heart goes out to you, ma'am. My heart really, really, really goes out to you. Aishanya, how old are you, Aishanya?
I'm 28.
And your husband was how old?
He was 30.
And you're very young, and as General Bali said, you are a soldier. You are a soldier of a different kind. You're not wearing a uniform, but you are a soldier. You are a soldier of India. And I just bow to you in admiration. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने अपने कई इंटरव्यूज हमारे साथ भी आपने पहले बोला कि एक शुभम should be recognized for his sacrifice, कि उन्होंने पहली गोली एक तरह से ली और उसके बाद जाने बची. उसके बारे में जो लोग ये शायद जानते नहीं, थोड़ा सा अगर मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि आप दोबारा बताएं कि कैसे शुभम ने बाय टेकिंग द फर्स्ट अमंग द फर्स्ट बुलेट्स कैसे उन्होंने बाकी लोगों की जान बचाई.
We were sitting very close to the gate. If ये अटैक ना किसी और डायरेक्शन किसी और कॉर्नर में होता तो हम बच गए होते और वो इंसान पहली गोली खाता और उसकी वजह से हम बचते. ये हम और शुभम जिस पॉइंट पे बैठे थे, हमला हुआ ही वहां पहले सबसे, और इन्होंने सबसे पहला शूट शुभम को किया. एंड मैं एज somebody who was present at that very place, I could see people running, people saved, people could exit through the gate, and even my own father, he was also there with us. He went to the washroom. While he was coming back, the attack happened. He also could run towards the gate because of this reason. Because Shubham was shot first, many of the people could get alert.
Extraordinary courage by your husband, by you. One thing I want to ask you, and I know General Bali has strong feelings about this also, Ashanya. Pakistan ने clearly target किया आप सबको for being Hindu. सबसे पूछा गया आप हिंदू हैं या मुस्लिम हैं, और उसके बाद गोली मारी गई. पाकिस्तान का एक एम था इसमें कि भारत को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि लोगों को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि आपस में हमारी लड़ाई करें. हमारा एकजुट होना इस वक्त बहुत जरूरी है एज अ नेशन. एंड आई थिंक हमने दिखाया है कि पाकिस्तान जो करना चाहता था हम नहीं करने देंगे. इसके बारे में आई नो आप पे, मतलब आपको शायद आपसे ये एक्सपेक्ट करना अनफेयर है, लेकिन एक देश की यूनिटी के बारे में अगर मैं पूछूं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को डिफीट करना जरूरी है इवन इन योर मोमेंट ऑफ ग्रेट लॉस, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहें?
अगर ये देश एक नहीं होता तो आज इतना बड़ा अटैक जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर पाए हैं, वो इसीलिए कर पाए क्योंकि आज सब एक हैं. आज हर इंसान एक होके खड़े होके एक आवाज में बोल रहा है कि आतंकवाद खत्म करो. इसी रीजन से सब खड़े हो पाए हैं. ये भी एक तरीके का उनको हमने दिखाया है कि हम सब एक हैं. तो हमें डिवाइड करना चाह रहे थे, लेकिन हम सब एक हैं. नहीं, ये बहुत जरूरी बात है. क्वेश्चन करते, बहुत से लोग सवाल उठाते हैं कि क्यों है, क्या है, क्यों कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं, बट कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, कोई भी वो पॉइंट आउट्स नहीं है. एवरीबॉडी इज सेइंग कि सही हुआ, जो हुआ सही हुआ.
Shania, I want to give you the last word. You were trying to say something there, and then I'll ask my question.
I was just trying to say the army is very strong. The Indian army, they are well trained. They can finish off this terrorism at once. And now they're proving it also. They're proving it to the country. They're proving this to the all 26 people. They're proving it to all 26 families who've been through this.
Is there a very, very moving testimony there from Shubham Dwivedi's wife, saying that it is very, very critical, and we have shown Pakistan that India stands as one nation. Good afternoon. It is 1 minute past 4 p.m. And we have been continuously reporting India's strikes on Pakistan inside POJk as well as Pakistan's Punjab, taking out 10 members of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist Masood Azhar's family, striking at the Lashkar headquarters in Muridke in Punjab, as well as the Jaish-affiliated bases in Bahawalpur, striking the bases where Ajmal Kasab and David Headley were trained. That briefing given by two women officers of the Indian military, along with the Foreign Secretary, an official associated with Operation Sindoor, which is what the operation has been called, telling me that this is not only a military response, but it is a signaling of new strategic resolve, and it is showing to Pakistan that India can act swiftly, surgically, and without apology. We have the details: 24 missile strikes on 9 terror target bases and 70 terrorists eliminated, among them 10 members of Masood Azhar, the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief's family. General Satish Dua, former general officer commanding of the 15th Corps, also the general who led the surgical strikes in the aftermath of the Uri terror attacks, is with us. Tavleen Singh, a veteran journalist whose column recently argued that the problems between India and Pakistan went well beyond Kashmir. Well, Tavleen, the Indian military certainly seemed to think so today, targeting Pakistan in Punjab. This is not a dispute over Jammu and Kashmir, dispute quote unquote, because it's a word Western media likes to play out. This is India's retaliation for terrorism. General Dua, your first thoughts. I don't think we should underemphasize the importance of targeting the Lashkar, for example, in Muridke, in Pakistan, Punjab, because as anyone who reports on Pakistan knows, Pakistan's Punjab is a dominant force. Its army is drawn in majority from there. Its politics is defined by there. Its money is all there. So when India hits with precision at bases inside Pakistan, Punjab, it is a huge statement to make. General Dua.
Barkha, I start with immense professional pride in the fact that today we have, India has hit across these significant targets in response to the carnage at Pahalgam 2 weeks ago. Now, you know, when you talk about targeting, the targets by itself are also important, and so is the statement. When in 2016, when we had the terror struck at Uri, we launched shallow raids, what is now known as surgical strikes at multiple locations. In 2019, it was deep inside, a precision airstrike deep inside, beyond POK. But this time, the difference is that on both those occasions, the military response was launched as a surprise and then announced later. This time, the government announced a number of bold measures. The Indus Border Treaty suspension, the diplomatic measures, the economic measures, the political measures, all were announced and then implemented. But the military response, unlike the last time, which was a surprise, but this time it was announced. The Prime Minister announced, we will not only get those terrorists, but we will also strike at their backers, the word he used, basically meaning that we will strike at their terror ecosystem across the border itself. And that is exactly what has been done in early hours of this morning, because we have struck at the terrorist headquarters. All three major terrorist networks, their headquarters have been struck. What's more, you yourself mentioned that it goes beyond POK. It goes to wherever the terror headquarters are. In Punjab, Muridke is just 30 kilometers from Lahore, and Bahawalpur is 100 kilometers inside from the international border.
That's right.
And so the fact is that this is also a statement that goes out that not only have we hit these terror camps, but we retain the ability and the capacity and the resolve to do this. But and I will end by saying that it is non-escalatory in nature. We did not, India did not strike any civilian targets, unlike what has happened in Poonch Rajouri area. We've already seen 7 civilian deaths. And secondly, we did not hit any military target. So it was non-escalatory in nature, saying thereby Now the onus of escalation rests on you.
Yeah, that's a really important point, that the onus of escalation is on Pakistan. At the moment, Pakistan is targeting civilian areas, villages along the line of control. And the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir has given orders now for those civilians to be pulled back from the front line. But those are some of the images. Artillery firing has returned to the line of control for the first time since 2003. But General Dua, obviously, Pakistan will not end its hit here. But the question that I have to ask you is, India has terror targets to hit in Pakistan. Pakistan will look to hit something, but there are no terror bases to hit in India. What should we be bracing ourselves for?
Before answering your question squarely, although I don't put it beyond Pakistan to hit something here and then say these are the terror bases, that they are there are Baloch rebels here or things like that. I mean, I don't put it beyond that. But see, answering your question seriously,
yeah,
Pakistan cannot hit such targets. So, to my mind, the only targets that they can hit are military installations. That's what happened after Balakot.
Yeah,
they struck at some military headquarters and logistic locations very close to the LOC, but there was not too much of damage, if at all. So that's a different point. The point is they may strike at this. The first step has already started, heating up the LOC. Like you said, in this Punch Rajouri area, it hasn't happened in 2 decades, RT duels. But that's what they've done. And so far, only civilians are the casualties. So they are likely to strike at some military targets. That's a call that they will take. How much they will venture forward or not will also depend on a different dynamic, because Pakistan today, to my mind, does not have ammunition to wage conflict for a war. The recent reports have it, few days ago, it was that they have artillery ammunition only for 4 days of war. They do not have the money. Every month, they depend on some foreign assistance, all of which will be called by US and others. So all this will matter a lot. China's statement has, from Pakistan point of view, I would say has been a little lukewarm, because it actually in the end just talks about trying to reconcile between the two of us. So I think a lot of other factors will also be at play as to what how Pakistan will respond further. But the last thing I would like to say is, it is in times like these when Pakistan is up against a hard place, especially the military is in a very poor spot. Pakistan military is actually in a poor spot right now, and I feel that is something that we must play upon. We must try to make the military unpopular within Pakistan army. I beg your pardon, within
Pakistan.
Within Pakistan, because, and that's already started happening. This water crisis that has been created, the visuals of people walking across Chenab riverbed have already got sparked off protests in Sindh and other places. As you said, Punjab, that is Punjab in Pakistan, is the heartland of Punjab, and the farmer there has already been told not to sow water-intensive crops because water is going to be a problem. So getting back to the point, I think Pakistan army in times like this would like to do something that rallies the public around Pakistan, with Pakistan army, and to do that, India bashing is the best thing to do. So we'll have to wait.
Right. And that would be the question, Tavleen, that Asim Munir, who is beleaguered by Baluchistan, beleaguered by Imran Khan's popularity, would want to use this moment to rally the country behind him, because he was not a popular or a strong army chief. But that is not our concern. Our concern is that we have shown today that we can hit Pakistan. This has gone way further than what happened in Balakot, Murid ke Bahawalpur, and as General Dua said, Bahawalpur is 100 kilometers from the border. It's the first time since the 1971 war that it's been a tri-service operation, a very different kind of operation, using precision missile strikes. And by the way, video upon video is being released. The images that you see on your screen have been released by the Indian military. These have been filmed. We are told the Prime Minister was watching the operation in real time. So everything has been recorded, and the army has released all of this footage of the different terror bases that they have targeted. It is a seminal moment. Tavleen, your thoughts?
I've been to Muridke. I don't know whether you have. It's not very far from Lahore. And in Muridke, when I went, actually, Hafiz Saeed was in residence. That's not just his headquarters. He actually lives there. And the thing that shocked me then was that he was under the protection of police or, paramilitaries, etc. And I couldn't get near the house in which he lived. And to tell you the truth, as somebody who lives in Bombay and who's been through, really one of the worst terrorist acts this country has seen, I am so happy that we finally struck back, because really it has gone too far. I remember that in the 90s, actually in the late 80s, in the villages around Baramulla, you would suddenly see these young men in jeans and, sneakers and speaking English and not speaking Kashmiri. That's how long this has been going on. And we have really, in my view, not paid attention. We did nothing after Chatti Singhpura. We did nothing after what happened in Bombay. And then we had our Prime Minister admitting in Sharm el-Sheikh to something we haven't been doing enough, that we were actually, making trouble in Balochistan. And after that, when I went to Pakistan, I remember them saying, okay, yes, we have these groups, but you're messing around in Balochistan. And we haven't been doing enough, actually, to support the Balochis, who have had a terrible time in Pakistan and who actually have never thought of themselves as Pakistani. So, after this, I'm happy that we've done this, and I really hope we're going to do more. And, what more can I say? I'm really proud of of what's happened today.
Yeah. Taveen, I think everybody shares your sentiment about seeing what's happened and getting at the basis of the Lashkar and the Jaish. But it's not over. It's not a strike and, it's over. Pakistan is going to hit back. There are going to be costs to pay. Public opinion has rightfully been demanding military action, and that action has come. But 9 civilians, that's the last figure we have, on our side have been killed in Pakistan firing. We are entering a period of prolonged conflict, if you don't want to call it a war with Pakistan, active conflict. And I think we have to be sensitized or sensitizing our people to that.
Yeah, I just want to know one thing. Do you know if they've actually brought down 5 of our fighters?
India has rubbished that as fake news and said that it's propaganda. So that's what we are going to continue to emphasize.
On the Indian side, there are defense analysts who say the 2 aircraft fell, and that one of them had the engine of a Rafale. Is that true or not?
Everything that I have been told is that this is absolute fake news. So till we have an official account from the Indian military, I would completely look at that as Pakistan propaganda, because among the crazy claims that Pakistan has been making all morning also includes, oh, we have hit Srinagar, oh, we've hit this brigade headquarter and that brigade headquarter. So I just want General Dua to come in. I know that there have been these rumors that Pakistan has been trying to push, and in this moment of national security, we're going to go specifically by what.
Let me finish my
yeah,
point.
Sorry.
What I wanted to say was, we must take the moral high ground on this. So we should not be reducing ourselves to Pakistan's level and lying or spreading propaganda. If this has happened, we should admit it. And as for prolonged conflict, we have a very good army. We have very good weapons. We should be able to, sustain that. What I really would like to see is India on the high ground. India not coming down to the level of spreading lies and propaganda. So if they have, destroyed some of our fighters, we should admit that. That's one point I want to make. The other thing that I want to say is that now that we are, in a full conflict almost, we should also really try to get Pakistan to realize that Kashmir is not going anywhere. That it's, it's something that this jugular vein kind of nonsense, they have to get over it. They know when you talk to Pakistanis, one-to-one, if they're friends of yours, they will tell you that they know Kashmir is not going anywhere. So if there's ever going to be peace between us, we have to first get, we have to work not just with weapons, but with words. We've got to use our soft power as well.
Right. While you were speaking, I was looking at a PIB fact check that has been put up, and I'm just going to ask my producer to bring it up on our screen, which is actually saying, beware of old images shared by pro-Pakistan handles. An old image showing a crashed aircraft is being circulated with the claim that Pakistan shot down a jet. So I just want to say that. Can we have it up on our screen? I'm sure it'll be up in just a second. So as far as I'm concerned, that is the official word on those reports from the government, Tavleen, which we're sharing on our screen, that Pakistan is circulating old images, and in this moment we are going by what the military is saying to us on record. That is an official response on the government website saying those old images are being circulated. General Dua, let's bring you in on the larger picture. What happens now? What happens next? You mentioned, sir, that we are not seeking escalation, that we have avoided military installations and civilians, but Pakistan will seek to retaliate in some form. And the military will be preparing defensively for that.
Right. Before I answer your question, Barkha, allow me a moment to talk about this issue of what Tavleen raised, and you spoke about the fact check.
Yeah.
From now on, we have to expect more of this. There will be false narratives spewed from both sides. It will happen. I also saw a report, very frankly, saying that one JF-17 has been down. Somebody's put out a photograph. So that will happen from both the sides. My own account handle has been, I won't say it's hacked, but there is another account which says now it talks about I've got a duplicate account on Twitter, and which says that I'm spewing out and giving out false propaganda. It's happening, right? I've reported that. I disagree slightly with Tavleen. I don't know whether she meant this, but I would. Now is the time to engage in that battle of mind space. We can't go away from it, because that is the fact here. For example, when I was talking about the fact that perhaps the time has come that we create more disenchantment about the military in the Pakistani mindset. So those are the kind of things that which will happen only with this kind of a perception management. I'll just leave it there. Getting back to your question of what could we expect. Now, we've already started that, in the sense we've already seen some strikes across the LOC. That will happen. We should expect some more military targets, because there are no other targets. I mean, either they're killing civilians or they have to target military installations on our side. So that we should expect. We are taking all the defensive measures, but I think what can happen also. Now, I'm a retired man. I'm just giving my view. Is that we can be a little more aggressive about such things. Aggressive defense, as it is called, because we also need to not only sort of keep taking defensive measures. That we must, but in addition to that, if we have more strikes like this, keeping the escalatory matrix in mind, we should also have that threat, and if need be, carry out that threat at some selected terrorist hideouts again. That's a possibility. And I would like to end by saying, at the end of it, I think India would also like to beware of the escalatory matrix. We cannot behave irrational like Pakistan. Today, India, as a responsible nation and an ascending power, this morning's news, actually, I read that India has jumped. Now, this is not making news because of the present thing, what is happening, is that India has today jumped to the 4th position as a 4th largest economy. So, as an ascending power, we also don't want to get into a situation that halts our growth. That doesn't have to detract us from doing what we need to do.
Yeah, but General Dua, sorry, Tavleen, you wanted to come in there. I was just going to make the point that all depends now on how Pakistan seeks to retaliate, right? What is it going to hit? What does it do next? We don't know. We simply do not know. The LOC, yes, 9 civilians are reported to have lost their lives in that artillery firing, but what do they do that they define as a military response? How much this escalates, I think, would depend on that. Tavleen, you were wanting to make a point.
Yeah, General Saab, I think you misunderstood me. I am actually saying what you just said, which is we need to use our soft power to actually correct the narrative, the false propaganda that Pakistan's spreading. That is what I said. That's what you're repeating. That we have to do that. This is not just a war that can be fought by, killing off just a few terrorists. This has to be fought. And certainly, if you see the Western media, it would annoy you enormously, because
absolutely
the Western media is making it sound as though, even not just the Western media, the American president, they've been fighting for ages, so what? They've been fighting for a few centuries, he said. We have to use our strengths in the soft power business as well to correct this narrative. If the American president doesn't know that Pakistan hasn't been around for centuries and that this is a fight, first he said decades, then he said centuries. This is not true. There's been no Pakistan. Secondly, we've never claimed Kashmir as part of our country for the longest time. It was a great center of the Shaivism. The first history book almost was written in Kashmir. We keep behaving. We have become victims of the narrative that has been spread by Pakistan, which is we say, oh yes, it's a Muslim majority thing. And that's how the Western media is doing it. So what I'm trying to say is that now that we are really in a state of war, we have to use our soft power to at least, convince the Western media that we are the victims in this and the responsible country of the two. When it comes to Osama bin Laden, the West has a different approach. And when it comes to India, we are just two squabbling countries. I think we have to correct that.
I couldn't agree with you more. This equivalence to present this as a military exchange. Oh, India and Pakistan are fighting. India and Pakistan are not fighting. India has responded to an egregious act of terror, a culmination of several such acts where terrorists who do this are basically assets of the Pakistan army. And I do not understand how in a week, when the Americans have bombed the Houthis and Israel does whatever it wants to in Gaza, they can lecture to us on restraint. It is just galling. It makes my blood boil.
Yeah.
General Dua, I want to talk about, what happens from here onwards. I think Tavleen makes the important point that Trump made a pretty idiotic comment, but, it was a vague, general sort of comment. How concerned do we have to be with the fact that China is rhetorically supporting Pakistan, Turkey is sending naval ships there, Russia has come out very clearly in our support. The Americans, whatever they may say overtly, are not likely to tie our hands, but they will not want this to go further. They will not want this to go much further, right? How do you see this playing out?
In my view, Pakistan needs to do something. For their, should I say, professional pride, military pride, for their domestic audience, they have to do something. They've already started. How much they want to escalate or how much further they can go will also depend, and I know I'm repeating a bit, being a little repetitive, it will also depend on how the West wants to control it, meaning USA, essentially. How much they want to control. Because if you take your mind back, now we talk of pragmatism. You take your mind back to Kargil. The world is watching very anxiously when two nuclear neighbors are in a beginning of a spiraling conflict. It can escalate. It can even spiral out of control. When that happens, there will be pressure on both of us, perhaps both the countries. From the West, from the US. You've already spoken about China. China just made, I don't think China is pushing one way or the other a little more than the comments that they've made. Turkey is the only other example, but there are many countries who actually supported India as well. So
by the way, the Chinese ambassador is at the foreign ministry as we speak, being briefed on Operation Sindur. I just wanted to make that point, but go ahead. Yeah.
So now when they apply pressure, in that they have a better hold. The West has a better hold on Pakistan because Pakistan now seeks a monetary dole every month to for its foreign debt, and that's something that Pakistan can't go away from. And so I think they will raise the ante. I only hope they don't try to act irrational, because when they start talking about the nuclear card and things like that, we need to watch that very carefully. But I think we, that is Indian national resolve, as well as military capability wise, we are prepared for anything that Pakistan brings on.
Yeah, I just want to play out that statement by Donald Trump. It was so, I don't know what to call it. It was so banal. I'm just going to play that out, and then we can talk a little bit about how we expect geopolitics to play out from here on. Take a look.
Any questions for Steve? No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly. Any questions for Steve?
So, that is what Tavleen was saying there, Dua. How concerned should we be about the American non-response? And by the way, I should say that Pakistan tried to distort that statement when he said it's a real shame. He didn't mean that it's a real shame that India hit Pakistan, but he saw it as a fight. He was like, oh, these countries are fighting. They've been fighting forever. Oh, I hope it doesn't escalate. And the Pakistan media immediately picked it up as some sort of condemnation. Marco Rubio's comment later clarified that he was monitoring the situation. Geopolitically, what should we be, both militarily and geopolitically? First to you and to Tavleen, where do we go from here? Could other fronts open up? We have hit them in Pakistan, Punjab. Could they seek to open a front in Punjab, right? There are many things that could happen. They may expand the theater of conflict well beyond Jammu and Kashmir. General Dua first and then Tavleen.
So let's begin with President Trump's remarks first. President Trump is known to make remarks off the cuff. They're not very considered statements, so we don't need to read too much into that, even if Pakistan tried to make some capital out of it, which was rubbish, rightly. So let's leave it at that. But how the United States responds to this is the key. That I'm differentiating that from President's remarks. So that is something that I've already spoken about, that we need to see how they want to, curb Pakistan's initiative. Geopolitically, I think we've had so many countries in the past 2 weeks, not only giving statements, but the leaders of countries called up Prime Minister Modi. There was a list of that. I think you were also talking once and you read out the list. There was a list of those. What is happening is that those leaders are calling called the Prime Minister and expressed solidarity after he made that speech in Bihar, where he suddenly switched to English and said that we will go and hit the terror ecosystem, and we will hit the terrorists and also the terror ecosystem across the border. Now, what I'm trying to get at is that no country can come out openly and say that, no, we are with you, you've done the right thing. But the world is getting fed up. World is losing appetite for terror. That Pakistan is an epicenter of terrorism has been recognized by the world completely. They have very few real friends or supporters, if any. And I think the West will try to curb their initiative beyond a point. That is my reading of how it will play out geopolitically.
By the way, the images we see on the screen, sorry, General Dua, the audio I know disturbed you a bit. Those are images of villages being evacuated from forward areas to areas that are further away from the line of control and the international border. We now know that permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council were briefed by the Ministry of External Affairs. The Chinese ambassador has been briefed. The Russian ambassador has been briefed. So there's going to be a lot of global outreach. Trump sounds banal, Tavleen, but I think they're not soft on Pakistan in the way the Biden administration was, nor are they in a situation in Afghanistan where they need Pakistan. So on both counts, they may say, oh, let this not become a war, but they're not likely to tie our hands.
Yeah, no, I think that that we have failed, our officials have failed to brief the American president adequately. I mean, you can't, General Saab, you can't dismiss what the president of America says. He's the commander-in-chief. He's going to decide, and he's a kind of he takes roads that other presidents have not taken. In the past, in Kargil and before, there was actual American intervention to stop the war. This time we can't rely on this, right? Secondly, don't discount China. China and Pakistan are on the same team. And without, 80% of the arms of Pakistan come from China. And the Chinese know perfectly well what's been going on. They're not interested in peace in Balochistan because they're building a huge port in Gwadar, or they've built one. And, the China and that whole belt and road business, Pakistan is essential to the Chinese in the way that it once was to the Americans when they were fighting in Afghanistan. So please, geopolitically, we have to make a stronger case for what we're doing. And all this business of, the world recognizes this, don't buy the Indian propaganda on that, okay?
But Tavleen, why do we care about the world? I mean, did Israel seek world opinion before they did what they did? The Americans, Trump said he would end war, and he's bombing the Houthis.
Yeah, no, but we need, when we talk about geopolitical situations, we have to consider that the geopolitical climate around us is something that we have to make a case for, that, that we are fighting not just terrorism in Pakistan, but the Chinese are the pillar of strength of Pakistan at the moment is China. And I think that if we made our case better with the Americans, we would get more support. I actually think that that's been a failure.
Right. It's also that Trump is not the most stable aware of world leaders to be able to brief. But sure, how the Americans react both on and off camera is going to be critical in whether Pakistan will in fact be contained. General Dua, the point you seem to be making is that Pakistan itself may not have the appetite for too much escalation. The videos you see on your screen, by the way, are images released by the army of the bases that were struck. 10 members of Masood Azhar's family have been eliminated, 70 terrorists killed, 24 missile strikes. So just returning for a moment to the military situation on the ground, are you expecting something token in the way that it happened after Balakot? But this is not Balakot. We have gone in hard and deep. And, it's just that for them, their choices are limited because, what are the targets that they could look at? And, maybe they do a cosmetic strike. Maybe the Americans, notwithstanding what Trump says on camera, prevail on them. Hey, listen, sit down. You need our money. You need our weapons. Sit down. We don't know. Militarily, how do you see this playing out from here, General Dua?
So, Barkha, like we discussed earlier, I see that they will strike somewhere, like I said earlier. And military targets are the only targets they have in India across their borders. So they will strike somewhere. How deep and how effectively they strike is what matters. I myself I spoke about the fact that sometimes Pakistan is known to be irrational when it comes to India. We need to take care of that. And that is where I said we need to create that perception We have to make the Pakistan military unpopular. There is a sentiment like that, and we need to play upon that. And
but how do we do that? Because Munir is hoping for precisely the opposite. Munir is hoping that an unpopular Pakistan army chief gets a last hurrah from this situation.
Yeah.
Yes, but what is happening with the water situation is what needs to be what we need to factor in. What is happening with the situation in water is the biggest thing that has hit Pakistan population. It is, and the sentiment. The day this was announced, I think their Sensex has crashed 3,000 or 4,000 points. So that is the kind of sentiment that it is evoked. That is something that we need to play on. I know that we cannot turn off a tap on a day that we suddenly say, but then we've just shown with the combination of what happened in Bagliar and Salal put together, we actually made the Chinar riverbed dry for some time. I know we can't hold on for long, but it is the sentiment that matters. We need to play on their fears more. And that's the sort of, I am not denying the fact that they will still want to attack somewhere. They will want to make a more substantive strike, and they perhaps will. We need to be prepared for that. And for that, I also said, my suggestion is, and I guess, we will not only be defensive, we will also perhaps be offensive if required. So that's the kind of scenario that we expect to play. And
so in other words, India may have to strike again. You know, former Army Chief Manoj Naravne had a cryptic tweet. He said, "Picture abhi baki hai." Now, that could mean two things. It could either mean that India's military plan is not yet fully executed, or it could mean that depending on how Pakistan reacts, India will have to strike again.
Yes, sometimes to stop an offense, you need to launch a riposte somewhere else, rather than only being defensive at a place. I mean, that's what we've done, in all these strikes. Earlier, before 2016, we were always defensive. Whenever they send their bad actions, whenever they send their terrorists or their strikes on borders and mutilated our bodies and went back, we were only defensive. But so that kind of a thing, that kind of aggressive defense needs to be put in motion again. I think I've also been misunderstood, Tavleen. I did not say that we need to take our case to the world a little better than we do now. I am not trying to say that. I was only trying to say I was talking about the fact that when I read China's statement, it is not out and out support of Pakistan, which I expected. It says you need to resolve it together. I mean, that's what they want to say as a rising power. They want to be a superpower in the world, the lone superpower. So they also have to make some responsible statements about their involvement in Pakistan. We understand their friendship is higher than Himalayas and all that stuff. We do understand. But there is potential, like Barkha, you mentioned, there is potential of them trying to foment trouble in Punjab. They can also open fronts. Bangladesh is a big concern for us today. They've already, the Pakistan ISI has made inroads into in Bangladesh. Look at the statement that came out of Bangladesh, which retired Major General was saying that we will have to take 7 northeastern states. I mean, absurd that it may be, but then it also is reflective of some kind of sentiment that exists in Bangladesh, you know. So that is something that Pakistan can play on. So we need to guard. We need to be on our guard on all these fronts and more, potential spots like this.
Yeah, that's a really important point about Bangladesh, the reconnection between the two militaries, between Bangladesh under Yunus and the Pakistan military after decades. Before I take final comments looking back and ahead, I want to play out Omar Abdullah. He is speaking, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. He, by the way, evidently was briefed by Prime Minister. He had a one-on-one meeting before these strikes took place. Let's take a look at what he said.
क्लैशेस दोनों तरफ से नहीं हुई. शुरुआत पहलगाम में हुआ, जहां हमारे 26 बेगुनाह लोग जिस तरह उनको मारा गया, वो हम अभी भूले नहीं. उसी वक्त मरकजी हुकूमत ने कहा था कि इसका हम जवाब दे देंगे और अपने तरीके से दे देंगे. जवाब देने का तरीका यही था कि पाकिस्तान में कोई सिविलियन या कोई मिलिट्री जगह नहीं, सिर्फ वो जगह जो सब लोग जानते हैं, वहाँ यही इदारे काम करते हैं जिन्होंने पिछले 30-35 साल जम्मू कश्मीर में तबाही और बर्बादी फैलाई है। उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं। लेकिन उसके बाद लगातार कुछ इलाकों में जो पार के तरफ से बमबारी की गई, उसमें तो सीधा सीधा हमारे सिविलियन जो हैं वो टारगेट हुए। शुरुआत वहां से हुई, शुरुआत यहाँ से नहीं हुई। अगर पहलगाम में लोगों को इस तरह मारा नहीं गया होता, ये दिन नहीं आता। हम बड़े आराम से रह रहे थे। यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदरूनी हालात भी ठीक थे, टूरिज्म का दबदबाव चल रहा था, एलओसी पे सीजफायर जो है वो कायम था, एलओसी के सीजफायर को कोई नुकसान नहीं। लेकिन ये हमारे बने हुए हालात नहीं हैं। हमने पहलगाम में जो हुआ उसका हमें एक जवाब देना था। लेकिन अब पाकिस्तान तक है कि वो इसको कितना उछालना चाहते हैं। हम में से कोई जंग नहीं चाहता। हम लोग जो खासकर जम्मू कश्मीर में रहते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर बेशतर हमने देखा है, चाहे वो इससे पहले जो वार हुए हो या करगिल हुआ हो, वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर को ही हिट कर जाता है। हम तो चाहेंगे कि हालात जो है वो दोबारा ठीक बने, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क है उनको अपनी बंदूकें शांत करनी होंगी। यहाँ से फिर बंदूक चलेगी नहीं।
First, Pakistan has to silence their guns. They started it. They have to put their guns down. Let's take final comments. Tavleen, you started by saying how happy you were that we were finally, we have finally hit back. It's likely that the Pakistan military, going back to your own trip to Murid K, has already taken Masood Azhar and Hafiz Saeed into protection. It is likely that after a few weeks, they will surface and make some outrageous provocation. It is likely that after a few weeks, another, God forbid, terror strike will be attempted to make some sort of point that, oh, see, we're still around. But I do think that India has shown great resolve in this moment. It really has. I can't hear Tafreen.
Yeah, please don't make the mistake of thinking that Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar and that Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed are not part of the Pakistan army. We are fighting the Pakistan army. They're just using tactics that we have not responded to or learned how to deal with. But we're fighting the Pakistani army. This is just war by another name, and it's a cowardly, evil war. And as I'll say again, I'm very proud that we've responded, because our failure to respond in the past has been seen as weakness.
I couldn't agree with you more that the Lashkar and the Jaish are simply assets of the Pakistan army. General Dua, last word to you, if we can get you in. This is a moment to be proud of, but this is also a moment when, as a country, we have to realize that every time Pakistan does this, we may have to go higher on the escalatory ladder. And we are in for a long, long war with Pakistan. I mean, unless Pakistan unravels or it disintegrates or world opinion prevails and, or the people of Pakistan rise up and revolt as the people of Baluchistan have. The problem with asymmetric warfare, it is not a battleground where two armies are fighting. It is, as Tavleen said, cowardly. You send in terrorists through jungles, indoctrinated, radicalized jihadists with guns, and you have what happened in Pahalgam. And no professional army can guarantee that no terror attack will take place ever again. No professional army in the world can guarantee that, because that's the nature of proxy warfare. General Dua.
Yes, Barkha. No one can guarantee that terror attacks won't take place. It is not to say that from now onwards there won't be terrorists. There are terrorists in J&K. There will be terror attacks here and there. We are talking of a certain threshold. Every professional army in the world, that is why terrorism is so successful across the world. And so every professional army in the world, every country wants to keep, wherever there is terrorist issue, terrorism is a problem, we want to keep it under a certain threshold where life can go on normally, where we can prosecute development and things like that. At every terror attack, we cannot strike across. But what we've done this time is when there was a high-profile terror attack, all these 3 times, Uri, Pulwama, Pathankot was just before Uri, and now Pahalgam. We've struck across, this time far deeper, far more meaningful and significant targets. What we do to when Pakistan strikes here, amongst other things, just now got a cue from what you were talking, both of you were talking, is Pakistan military is the main thing. When Tableen said that they are part of the military, so to say. I mean, Pakistan establishment is the military, is their establishment. And Pakistan, another thing that comes to mind, and we were discussing on a different channel earlier yesterday, there are other targets. Pakistan military has many commercial interests. They have huge commercial interests. Those are other targets that can be thought of, because we also have to strike where it hurts them, the Pakistan military, in addition to the terror networks. Time alone will tell as to how we plan things and how we go ahead. But what India has shown today, as in the past, this time even bolder, we have gone and actually struck those terror targets. I'm not saying that they will not be resurrected. I'm not saying that leadership will not come back again. That will happen. But as you started by saying, 10 family members of the leader being killed. So that's how we put the squeeze on the terror networks.
Absolutely. And it is a day to stand with India's armed forces. It is the first time since 1971 that a tri-service operation has been unleashed against terror bases inside Pakistan. We will say thank you at this point to Tavleen Singh, to General Dua, the general who led the surgical strikes in the aftermath of the terror attacks in Uri in 2016. General Satish Dua and Tavleen, thank you so much. I want to play out a very moving testimony from the wife of Shubham Dwivedi. He was one of those who was killed at point blank in Pahalgam. And one of the things that she said to me is that she said, finally, I think my husband is at peace. And please remember that she was married only in February of this year, and her husband was shot dead in April. So think of what these women have gone through, and therefore the very poignantly named Operation Sindoor. Take a look. Expression of tribute to not just your husband, but to all those who were killed in that terror.
I do feel that this is the starting of the tribute. ये एक शुरुआत है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने के टुवर्ड्स, जिसमें इन 26 लोगों ने अपनी बलिदानी दी है। और आज श्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये करके एक श्रद्धांजलि दी है हम सबको, हम 26 परिवारों को बताया है कि वो हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हैं।
इससे पहले क्या आप अपने आप को अकेला महसूस कर रही थी इस ऑपरेशन से पहले?
अकेला तो नहीं बोलूंगी मैं, लेकिन हाँ, क्योंकि जो हुआ वो होना नहीं चाहिए था, और जिस हिसाब से इन 26 फैमिलियों ने अपना और इन 26 वाइफ ने अपने हस्बैंड्स खोए हैं, इम्पेशेंट होना लाजमी है। हम सभी इम्पेशेंट हुए कहीं ना कहीं, हम सभी टूट रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं। बट आज 15 दिनों में ये हम शायद बिगर पिक्चर नहीं देख पा रहे थे कि इस काम को अंजाम देने में टाइम लगता है। आज हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कि मोदी जी शायद नहीं बोल रहे थे कुछ, कोई शायद कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था। उसका रीजन ये था कि वो इस बिगर पिक्चर में काम करना उन्होंने उसी मूवमेंट से शुरू कर दिया। मूवमेंट उन्हें ये पता चला था, उसी मूवमेंट से वो इस चीज पे काम कर रहे थे। आज उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि नहीं, वो है, वो है, वो हमारे लिए खड़े हैं, हमारा ध्यान रख रहे हैं।
आपने सही कहा कि एक मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन को करने के लिए वक्त लगता है, और हम इंडिया की तरफ से 2 हफ्ते में ये मिलिट्री रिस्पांस आया है। यहाँ पे जनरल बाली हैं। जनरल बाली, अगर आप कुछ टू अ न्यू ब्राइड, ऐश्वर्या आपकी शादी कब हुई थी, इफ आई कैन आस्क?
12th February 2025
this year. I have no words, ma'am. I have no words. I just want to ask you one thing before I come to General Bali. I think women like you and what has happened to you is the reason that this operation has been called Operation Sindur. Sindur, of course, is a symbol of marriage, and you are a new bride. You were married in February. You were on a post marriage honeymoon holiday in Kashmir. 2 months later, you've been widowed. I mean, I don't know what to say. When you hear the word Operation Sindoor, what does it say to you, Shania?
Firstly, when I saw this Operation Sindoor, when I was watching the news and everything, जब मैंने ये नाम देखा, मैंने अपना phone निकाल के I saw the photo of me and Shubham and I cried. Because somewhere this word connects me to him. Sindoor is all about that. It's your husband basically. And ये मैं उस second सिर्फ शुभम और जो हमारे 2 महीने वो सारे शादी वो मेरे दिमाग में पूरा फ्लैशबैक था.
Yeah, my heart goes out to you, ma'am. My heart really, really, really goes out to you. Aishanya, how old are you, Aishanya?
I'm 28.
And your husband was how old?
He was 30.
And you're very young, and as General Bali said, you are a soldier. You are a soldier of a different kind. You're not wearing a uniform, but you are a soldier. You are a soldier of India. And I just bow to you in admiration. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने अपने कई इंटरव्यूज हमारे साथ भी आपने पहले बोला कि एक शुभम should be recognized for his sacrifice, कि उन्होंने पहली गोली एक तरह से ली और उसके बाद जाने बची. उसके बारे में जो लोग ये शायद जानते नहीं, थोड़ा सा अगर मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि आप दोबारा बताएं कि कैसे शुभम ने by taking among the first bullets कैसे उन्होंने बाकी लोगों की जान बचाई.
We were sitting very close to the gate. If ये अटैक ना किसी और डायरेक्शन किसी और कॉर्नर में होता तो हम बच गए होते और वो इंसान पहली गोली खाता और उसकी वजह से हम बचते. ये हम और शुभम जिस पॉइंट पे बैठे थे, हमला हुआ ही वहां पहले से और इन्होंने सबसे पहला शूट शुभम को किया. एंड मैं एज somebody who was present at that very place, I could see people running, people saved, people could exit through the gate. And even my own father, he was also there with us. He went to the washroom. While he was coming back, the attack happened. He also could run towards the gate because of this reason. Because Shubham was shot first, many of the people could get alert.
Extraordinary courage by your husband, by you. One thing I want to ask you, and I know General Bali has strong feelings about this also, Shania. Pakistan ने clearly target किया आप सबको for being Hindu. सबसे पूछा गया आप हिंदू हैं या मुस्लिम हैं और उसके बाद गोली मारी गई. पाकिस्तान का एक एम था इसमें कि भारत को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि लोगों को डिवाइड किया जाए, कि आपस में हमारी लड़ाई करें. हमारा एकजुट होना इस वक्त बहुत जरूरी है एज ए नेशन. एंड आई थिंक हमने दिखाया है कि पाकिस्तान जो करना चाहता था हम नहीं करने देंगे. इसके बारे में आई नो आप मतलब आपको शायद आपसे ये एक्सपेक्ट करना अनफेयर है, लेकिन एक देश की यूनिटी के बारे में अगर मैं पूछूं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को डिफीट करना जरूरी है इवन इन योर मोमेंट ऑफ ग्रेट लॉस, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहें?
अगर ये देश एक नहीं होता तो आज इतना बड़ा अटैक जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर पाए हैं वो इसीलिए कर पाए क्योंकि आज सब एक हैं. आज हर इंसान एक होके खड़े होके एक आवाज में बोल रहा है कि आतंकवाद खत्म करो. इसी रीजन से सब खड़े हो पाए हैं. ये भी एक तरीके का उनको हमने दिखाया है कि हम सब एक हैं. तो हमें डिवाइड करना चाह रहे थे लेकिन हम सब एक हैं. नहीं,
ये बहुत जरूरी बात है.
क्वेश्चन करते हैं, बहुत से लोग सवाल उठाते हैं कि क्यों है, क्या है, क्यों कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं, बट कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, कोई भी वो पॉइंट आउट्स नहीं है. एवरीबडी इज सेइंग कि सही हुआ, जो हुआ सही हुआ.
Shania, I want to give you the last word. You were trying to say something there, and then I'll ask my question.
I was just trying to say the army is very strong. The Indian army, they are well trained. They can finish off this terrorism at once. And now they're proving it also. They're proving it to the country. They're proving this to the all 26 people. They're proving it to all 26 families who've been through this.
Is there a sense of community among you all? Have other, you didn't know the others who got killed, but I'm sure nobody can understand what you've gone through except each other. Have you all been reaching out to each other, or you don't really know each other?
I just keep seeing their interviews. I just keep seeing them on like various media platforms. That is how I'm able to connect with them. Nothing as in personal.
I want to ask you a last question, Shanya. आपने कहा कि आज हमने पाकिस्तान को दिखा दिया our strength, our unity, और पहली बारी आपको ऐसा feeling हो रहा है कि your husband who was amongst the first to take a bullet in that terror strike might be at peace. लेकिन जैसे जनरल नीरज बाली ने कहा, ये अभी खत्म नहीं है. पाकिस्तान हिट बैक करेगा, उसके वो कैसा हिट बैक करता है, हमारा रिस्पॉन्स आएगा. ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है, और इसमें जैसे आपने सैक्रिफाइस दिया, सैक्रिफाइसेस होंगे, और देश को ये समझना होगा कि ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है. इस पे आप देश के लोगों को आखिर में, somebody who has suffered a new bride married just in February, बहुत बड़ा लॉस हुआ है आपने, और आपने बहुत बहादुरी दिखाई. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
हम देश के नॉर्मल सिटीजन्स हैं, हम जाके बॉर्डर में लड़ नहीं सकते, बट मैं ये आउट लाउड ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि हम एक हैं. हम हर कंडीशन में देश के साथ खड़े हैं. हमारी लड़ाई भले ही जाके बॉर्डर पे नहीं हो, लेकिन जिस तरीके से कल रात में भी जब ये न्यूज आई तो हमारे घर वाले बैठ के यहाँ पे उन आर्मी वालों के लिए प्रे कर रहे थे. एटलीस्ट ये तो हम शुरुआत कर ही सकते हैं, उनके लिए प्रे कर सकते हैं. जितना हमसे जो एज अ सिटीजन हम मदद कर सकते हैं, खड़े हो सकते हैं साथ में, उनको सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं. वी कैन वाउच फॉर देम. दैट इज द स्टार्टिंग एंड दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ way we can show them that we are with you. They are fighting for us and we are standing with them.
Actually, I want to say to you, you said you're not fighting at the border, but I want to repeat what I said. You are a soldier. You have shown the kind of courage that is a rare and an exemplary courage. And I really want to fold my hands in tribute to you. And I want to say thank you to you for giving us power, for giving us courage, for giving us the strength, because our strength comes from people like you. Is there a message you have for our armed forces before we say thank you to you?
I just want to thank them for everything they are doing. And thank you is a very, very small word. Thank you means nothing in front of what they are actually doing for us. But I just want to say, we believe in you, we trust you, and nobody in the world can beat Indian Army.
God bless you, Ashanya. God bless you, and Jai Hind. Jai Hind, Ashanya. Good evening. It is 5 o'clock, and for anybody who is just waking up in some other part of the world, there is big news from India. India has hit terror bases inside Pakistan, including Pakistan's Punjab area, directly hitting the terror bases of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. We know the details. 9 terror bases have been hit in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as Pakistan's Punjab. These include terror bases of the Lashkar-e-Taiba's Murid Ki headquarters in Punjab, as well as the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror bases in Bahawalpur. 24 missile strikes in a coordinated operation called Operation Sindur, in which all 3 military services were involved, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. This is the first time that such a tri-service operation has been conducted by the Indian military since the 1971 war. Indian officials have released videos. The Indian Army, rather, has released videos. You're seeing them on your screen. This is video footage of the different terror bases that were hit, and you'll see several of those videos come up on our screen. These are officially released by the military. An official briefing was done by 2 women military officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, alongside Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Officials in India say that what has been undertaken in Operation Sindur is not to be looked at as merely quote unquote a military response, but a shift in strategic doctrine. One official said it shows that India is able to act, and I'm quoting him here, swiftly, unapologetically, and surgically. Pakistan's reactions will come and have started coming. Artillery firing has returned to the line of control after the 2003 ceasefire. 9 civilians on the Indian side have been reported to have lost their lives in that firing. An order has now been placed for the evacuation of civilians, pulling them further back from the line of control and the international border. Those are images of Pakistan firing at the line of control. I want to now shift to images of actually the videos of what happened when the missile struck Pakistan. So if we can bring up those videos, please. And I also want to play out a statement of Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, who is speaking as soon as he's ready. We'll play that out as well. I want to introduce our guests. This is a continuous rolling coverage. We have been live now for the last 11 hours, and we'll keep going. Ambassador Dilip Sinha, veteran diplomat, is with us. And from Washington today, I'm joined by Christine Fair, one of the foremost scholars on Pakistan and these terror outfits. And thank you very much, Christine Fair, for joining us. Dilip Sinha, your first response to the import of what we have seen. You know, Pakistan, as we know, is dominated by Punjab. Pakistan's politics is dominated by Punjab. Pakistan's military is dominated by Punjab. Pakistan's economy is dominated by Punjab. The import of India striking inside Pakistan's Punjab cannot be underestimated. Your first comments, Ambassador Dilip Sinha.
This is obviously a very daring strike that we have carried out. It was a kind of strike that perhaps was expected because you could see that a lot of preparations were being made with high-level talks by India. The outrage among the Indian public was extremely strong. The attack on civilians had raised public anger, and there was perhaps need to give vent to that anger by striking inside Pakistan at the terror camps. The attacks have been confined to the terror camps. There are no military installations have been attacked. So clearly, India does not want to escalate the situation by getting the military involved. But as you mentioned, we have struck inside Punjab. And in Punjab, the military is extremely strong. The military will try to use these attacks both to ginger up support for itself and to try and show that it is capable of striking back. So we have to be prepared for that. We are still in the fog of war. We don't know exactly what happened and whether there were any losses sustained by our people. So we have to wait and see what details emerge from there. Pakistan has made certain claims, but this is a strike that has been made by the government to show that it is not willing to take terror attacks lying down.
And Dilip Sinha, before I bring in Christine, you know, the fact that Bahawalpur and Muridke, Bahawalpur is what, 100 km from our border, you know, so it is really very different, much further, much harder, much more specific than Balakot. And unlike Balakot, where you had some naysayers saying, show us the evidence, video upon video upon video has been filmed both during the operation and has been released after it. So, you know, there is a larger message. I imagine that all of this video evidence will be used as the MEA has started briefing a number of different ambassadors and diplomats in Delhi.
Well, yes, this attack has been done essentially to satisfy public opinion in India, the public anger, and also to overcome some of the lacuna that had been left in the case of the Balakot attack, where questions had been raised. So this time they have taken the precaution to ensure that not only are they striking deep inside Pakistan, but also providing the necessary evidence to show that the attack took place. Of course, Pakistan itself has acknowledged the attacks. It has acknowledged certain casualties. So those doubting Thomases in India would be silenced with this evidence, and also the public anger that had built up would also need to be satisfied with this attack.
I just want to play out Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. He's spoken moments ago, and then I'll come to Professor Christine Fair. Take a look.
तो जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। यानी एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh there saying that this has been a historic operation. Professor Christine Fair, what is the view from Washington? We had a rather banal statement by American President Donald Trump, who for some reason keeps reiterating that India and Pakistan have been fighting for thousands of years, and he said something pretty similar today. But I'm imagining what is said on camera is less important than what's actually going on behind the scenes. This administration is seen to be less soft on Pakistan than the Biden administration was. What is, in your estimation, the view from DC?
30 here. So I'm not sure.
I know. Sorry about that.
I'm not sure
Sorry
we have
about
a
that.
view coming in from DC. I mean, when you elect a clown, you should expect a circus. So I don't think we should be looking for leadership from the pronouncements of President Trump. But I do repose a lot of confidence in Paul Kapoor. I don't know if he's been confirmed yet, but he was the person that was tasked to be the Assistant Secretary of State for South Asia. He and I have long discussed Pakistan, and we are pretty much of the same minds about what Pakistan does, why it does it, and with what resources. He wrote a book called Jihad as Grand Strategy, which for anyone who knows Pakistan knows that that's a pretty apt description. So, I agree with everything that Ambassador Sinha has said. Unfortunately, I don't think that this strategically changes Pakistan's calculus. I think this has been a really important demonstration of escalation, the ability to target the Punjab. We don't know, by the way, how Pakistan is going to respond. Just as we don't know fully what munitions were used, we don't have independent casualty assessments. We just have explosions that happen in the darkness. Quite frankly, that's not terribly elucidating. But we also have unconfirmed reports of Indian aircraft going down. The New York Times reports at least one Indian official who confirmed 3 aircraft have been down, although the reasons for the aircraft being down were not given and stated is unclear. So
and as of now, sorry to interject there. I just wanted to say, as of now, we have a formal statement from the Press Information Bureau on those fighter jets saying that Pakistan has shared old pictures. In fact, I think we have that PIB release. So as of now, that's what we have. Images that have been shared.
I'm going to say this. We also had a lot of things come out of Pulwama that weren't true either. So I'm a professor. So my job is not to take press reports at face value. My job is to wait for data to come in. So for me, this is an uncomfortable position because I don't like giving live commentary on things when so little is known. But what we do know is that Pakistan is going to have to respond. For all the reasons that Ambassador Sinha had noted, the Punjab, and as you yourself had noted, the Punjab is is really ground zero for much of what happens in Pakistan. And the Pakistan army, which I know which hasn't been discussed yet, is really at its nadir in public opinion. Many Pakistanis have soured on the Pakistan army, which is an extraordinary development, largely because of its treatment of Imran Khan. And so this is going to be used by the Pakistan army to burnish its credentials at home amidst its flagging reputation. So we're going to have to expect some response from Pakistan. And then I think the most important question for those of us that have studied the India-Pakistan, or I would say Pakistan's conflict with India, is what's going to be the de-escalation off-ramp. What we had in 2019 was the Dusre Banda Di Kahani, which allowed the Indians to say there was a second pilot, which allowed the Indians to come up with this narrative that it shot down an F-16. And that, along with the return of Abhinandan, was part of the escalation, de-escalation off-ramp. So what I'm looking for is, after Pakistan responds, what's going to be the natural de-escalation pathway to this crisis?
Christine Fair, before I get to the de-escalation, if I can just ask you to talk a little bit about the Lashkar and the Jaish. One of the things that puzzles me, and I've done some commentary on Western media in between our live programming, is how little awareness there is of the Lashkar, of the Jaish as being extensions of the Pakistan army, despite the fact that the United States, for example, recognizes the Lashkar as a terror group, as does the United Kingdom. Yet when Western media tells this story, they position this as a fight between India and Pakistan, as opposed to how Indians see it, which is that, listen, you sent your terrorists in, you killed tourists in Pahalgam, you targeted them this time for their religion, and India has a right to respond. So if you could speak a little bit about your understanding, Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar would have been taken into protection. Pakistan would have been anticipating this, and they're bound to resurface later. Correct. Why are these two terrorists so critical to the Pakistan military?
So the two organizations are distinct or are important for very different reasons. So for one, so what both have in common is that both organizations only attack outside of Pakistan. They have never conducted operations within Pakistan itself. Now, when it comes to Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is Deobandi organization, it has overlapping membership with Lashkar-e-Jaish, Sipe-Sabe, Pakistan, and the TTP. So elements of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and of course they share an archipelago of Deobandi mosques and madrasas. So there is a component of the Jaish that contributes to Pakistan instability. And the way the Pakistan army has used Jaish-e-Mohammed, it's really as a Gharvapasi movement for wayward Deobandi terrorists. Don't fight in Lashkar-e-Jaish and kill Pakistanis. Come back to Jaish-e-Mohammed and kill Indians. So Jaish is a very disciplined organization, and it also serves, as I said, as this Gharvapasi program for wayward Deobandi terrorists who are striking deep in in Pakistan. Lashkar-e-Taiba is a very different organization. Lashkar-e-Taiba has never really splintered. The splinters, if they've occurred, they've been very minimal over time. And Lashkar-e-Taiba really kills at the behest of the Pakistan army. Unlike Jaish-e-Mohammed, which has this very diffuse, it's like a network of networks with these other Deobandi organizations, the leadership chain of Lashkar-e-Taiba is very tight and is very vertically organized institution, and it exclusively kills at the behest of the Pakistan army. But just as Jaish-e-Mohammed has a domestic purpose, so does Lashkar-e-Taiba. Lashkar-e-Taiba is very much at odds with the Islamic State, very much at odds with the Deobandi institutions that engage in takfiri, and they institutionally and ideologically provide a bulwark against those organizations. So both organizations provide really important services to the Pakistani state in terms of domestic policy and domestic security, as well as external security, which is killing at the behest of the army in India and at different points in time also in Afghanistan.
Thank you. I think that was a brilliant explanation of the Lashkar and the Jaish. I'm just going to read out the two comments that you made, the quotable quotes. The Jaish is a ghar wapsi of sorts for Deobandi terrorists, and the Lashkar really only kills out at the behest of the Pakistan army. Both terror groups never kill within Pakistan. That's a critical point. Again, because public memory is so short, Ambassador Sinha, Masood Azhar was released during the hijacking of the IC-814 in exchange for the safety of the hijacked passengers on board that plane in 1999, shortly after the Kargil war. Asim Munir seems set on being a crazier version of Musharraf. And therefore, my question now becomes, India doesn't seek escalation. Pakistan needs some sort of face saver. And that brings us to Professor Fair's question. How do both countries pull back from the brink? Or is this going to step up on the escalatory ladder before it comes down? Ambassador Sinha.
No, I think Professor Fair is extremely accurate in her description of how these two organizations operate outside Pakistan and the kind of control structure that they have. The problem that I have faced, I see in our relations with Pakistan, is that when Pakistan does something wrong, for example, when Hafiz Saeed was released and there were other terror acts committed by Pakistan, then we let Pakistan off the hook, as did the Western countries. So instead of putting continuous pressure upon Pakistan to take action against these people, just because they had been released during the hijacking incident does not mean that they then could become normal citizens of Pakistan and live happily inside Pakistan. The international pressure had to continue, but not only did the Western countries release that pressure on Pakistan, we also did the same thing. We also started talking to Pakistan and then started having relations, composite dialogue. The result was that Pakistan thought that it could get away with these things. And that is the main problem that I see in our relationship with Pakistan, that we do not take into account the continuous use of terrorism as a weapon of state policy by Pakistan, both inside India, inside Afghanistan, in Iran, and the three major countries that are neighbors of Pakistan. And China also is scared of the terrorists supported by Pakistan. And yet the world lets Pakistan get off the hook. And the result of this is that then we get into incidents like Pahalgam, and then we have to retaliate militarily. Whereas if there was sustained pressure upon Pakistan politically and economically, then it would be possible to put some pressure upon the army and the civilian leadership of Pakistan to get rid of this terror machinery. But we don't do that. Pakistan was taken off the grey list and FATF. And everybody accepted that. Earlier, the fact that Hafiz Saeed is roaming freely after having been released after a hijacking meant that Pakistan should have been kept under economic sanctions by the Security Council, but nothing like that happened. We did not even move for it. So this sustained pressure upon Pakistan is extremely important.
Yeah, I just want to read out the statement from the UK Foreign Secretary talking about global response. David Lammy has said that the current tensions between India and Pakistan are a serious concern. The UK government is urging India and Pakistan to show restraint and engage in direct dialogue. I have made it clear to my counterparts in India and Pakistan that if this escalates further, nobody wins. The UK was clear in its condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam last month. Now, Professor Christine Fair, this brings us to, I think, Dilip Sinha's question. The world allows Pakistan to get off. India, too, has done sort of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, can't seem to make up its mind on whether, I think that's what Ambassador Sinha is saying, at least in the past, that used to happen. And even the Modi government initially started by sort of some kind of outreach, and then it changed, right? It changed post-Uri. I can understand previously that America in particular thought it needed Pakistan for its ops in Afghanistan. Why now? Is it ignorance? Is it a lack of priority? Do they not get it? What is the reason that Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar are able to live as openly with the impunity that they do? Because after all, 6 Americans were killed in the 26/11 attacks, and the Lashkar-e-Taiba was very clearly behind those attacks.
So I have to share your incredulity. So, going to the statement by the British, I mean, we have to sort of remember the British have always avoided blaming Pakistan. The reason for that is that there are really important Pakistani origin vote banks in the UK. The British were very loath to act against British origin Pakistan origin terror cells, for lack of a better word. So the Brits have their own domestic motivations, because a lot of the Pakistani migrants to the United Kingdom are actually Mirpuris. So we kind of have to remember that the UK has a lot of different motivations. What's more mysterious is that of the United States. For many years, the United States would also offer these milquetoast, both sides need to do this, both sides need to do that. Obama made a very serious departure from that in 2016. Obama did not encourage both sides to pursue peace through negotiation. Obama stated very clearly the American support for India's right to defend itself. And what we've seen under Trump is a retrenchment from that. And it's I don't know if it's because the Trump administration itself is so bereft of history, and it's generally clueless. I mean, what I will say, very generally speaking, about new governments coming in. There's, for example, Marco Rubio. He's there not because Marco Rubio is a distinguished, knowledgeable person when it comes to diplomatic affairs. He's there because he's a Republican, and he will basically carry out Trump's bidding. In fact, all of Trump's cabinet has been selected not because they have any professional competence, but rather because they're sycophants and they won't challenge him. So it's going to be particularly difficult, I think, working with the United States. As I said, I'm really bullish on the influence of Paul Kapoor. I'm not. I should have checked before we did the show this morning the status of his confirmation, but I'd like to believe that even if he hasn't been confirmed, that he is still providing guidance and sagacity to this administration. But if that is the case, it's not evident in the statements that we've issued, which is this both sidisms. But to your larger question, I think I'm going to state what's really obvious. Pakistan gets away with what it gets away with because of its nuclear arsenal. Pakistan has one of the fastest growing nuclear arsenals in the world. It's why it gets away with terror strikes in India. It knows that while there will be these episodic conflict slides, that their escalation to a full-fledged war is very unlikely because of nuclear weapons. And Pakistan terrorizes the international community into believing that if, for example, Pakistan were to have been put on the blacklist for FATF, as it so rightly deserved, it wouldn't have access to IMF funding, and then it would economically become insolvent, and that would usher forth or precipitate greater insecurity challenges. And this gins up, I think they're far-fetched, but this gins up breakage of the states, breakup of the Pakistan army. It raises security of Pakistan's nuclear weapons. And these are very, very low probability events, so improbable that I don't think that we should even be imagining them. But the Pakistan uses the fear around these low probability events to blackmail the international world. So the international community. So Pakistan is essentially a nuclear blackmailer.
I think that's very incisive. Ambassador Sinha, since Uri, till this moment, the attempt by India has been to call out this nuclear bluff and to show that there is space for India's military to respond below the nuclear threshold. But what Professor Fair is absolutely bang on about is that every time India seeks to do this, there will be these kind of set piece responses, like we've heard the UK Foreign Secretary say, oh, please, let this not escalate. Oh, please, India and Pakistan should talk. This is not a fight. That equivalence is hugely problematic. How concerned should we be about these kind of statements that are coming from the UK, that have come from Donald Trump?
Well, this is not new. And this is one of the reasons why I had hoped that we would not do these kinds of strikes, for the simple reason that this is how the script would play out. We would strike, and then all these countries would come in and say, no, please stop, de-escalate the situation, start talking, and then we would de-escalate and start talking. And then we would go down to some kind of a normalcy. What you said is 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I had felt that we should have used this opportunity to have a sustained pressure upon Pakistan. Pakistan constantly talks about how India is trying to break up Pakistan. That has never been India's policy. But I think now India should actually start promoting that policy of actually supporting the Baloch and the Afghans. The Durand Line is not a sacrosanct line that was drawn up by the British for the border between India and Afghanistan at that time. Now, it seems that Pakistan is not capable of living in peace either with India or with the rest of the world. So in that situation, we actually must start a sustained policy of actually questioning Pakistan's integrity. Pakistan is constantly talking about Kashmir. Now, there was Kalat, which joined Pakistan much later than Kashmir. Its annexation, its accession was as questionable, in fact, much more questionable than Kashmir's accession to India. But we have never questioned that. The Durand Line, we have never questioned that, and Afghanistan questions it. Now, why can't we start supporting these countries? Because we have to understand that there has to be a sustained pressure upon Pakistan that if it continues with terrorism, then it will not be just a few strikes on Muridke and Bahawalpur. It will be in a sustained effort by India to break up that country. That is the only way to stop this terror operation from coming. Now,
and you're saying that should be India's stated public position, that we...
Yes, I say that this should be India's stated policy, because the fear that the West keeps raking up that the nuclear weapons will fall in the wrong hands, they are already in the wrong hands. It is not as if the terror groups that, as Professor Baer mentioned, they are any different from the ISI which controls the country. So we have to have a sustained policy where Pakistan must realize that if it continues with this policy of promoting terrorism against us, then it cannot hope to see that our policy towards Pakistan will remain exactly as has been over the last several decades, which is that we will strike once in a while and then go back and start talking and hope that Pakistan will make some promises, as we had in the case of earlier when Musharraf met Vajpayee.
But I just have a thought that if India's position was to openly say, we support, for example, the Baluchis' right to self-determination, and so on, and you're saying that this should India doesn't need to be coy about this. Wouldn't they play victim, Professor Fair? Wouldn't they then play victim and say, see, they're trying to disintegrate us. They'll take that whine and whinge then to Western capitals.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously not a policy that I support for a variety of reasons. When one thinks about breaking up the Pakistani state, one has to ask, first of all, it's not possible. I spent a lot of time in Pakistan. Pakistanis are Pakistanis. And however, I will say that covert operations are part of full range deterrence and full spectrum deterrence and full spectrum compellence. And many Pakistanis believe, as do many Indians, Avinash Paliwal talks about this at length in his book, My Enemy's Enemy, that the Indians already engaged in covert operations in Balochistan with the TTP. And this is an appropriate thing for India to be doing. India has an external intelligence agencies. This is what external intelligence agencies do. And covert operations, as I said, is a part of full spectrum deterrence and compellence. So, I don't need to say anything else about this, because my strong suspicion is that India is already engaging in this. In fact, some might say that the operation in Pahalgam, the terrorist attack in Pahalgam, was a direct response to terrorism in Balochistan. This is certainly a Pakistani narrative that doesn't get a lot of play. I think that one does have to consider what are the ramifications of these covert operations. Rarely do the ramifications remain covert.
Right. I want to play out also bits of that official briefing. 2 women military officers, one of the Indian Army, one of the Indian Air Force, were tasked with the job of explaining what happened in Operation Sindur, and this is what they had to say. This is, I think, specifically about the attack on the Lashkar headquarters in Muridke. Take a look.
मुरीदके यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब और डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया।
Right. That's just a bit of the press conference. The whole press conference is there on our platform to watch. Ambassador Dilip Sinha, let's come back to something raised by Christine Fair. How does this de-escalation happen? It all depends on how Pakistan chooses to respond. And that response is likely to come, soon enough. I also see Professor Amitabh Mattu joining us. Good evening, Professor Mattu.
Good evening,
Dilip
Barkha.
Sinha. Thanks, sir. Ambassador Sinha, go ahead.
Well, the de-escalation would normally take place, one hopes, if Pakistan does not retaliate, then India would be under increased pressure to start talks with Pakistan, which would mean that somebody would offer talks to holding talks in a third place. This has happened in the past also, or there would be contacts between representatives of our governments at a track 2 level, where they can work out the details. Most likely it would be by the mediation of somebody, the Russia or some other country. And then there would be talks and some kind of restoration of diplomatic relations would take place. But if Pakistan retaliates, then all bets are off, because one doesn't know how this government will react to any kind of Pakistani retaliation, in which there may be further civilian casualties in India.
Yeah. Professor Mattu, let's bring you in. Professor Christine Fair, Ambassador Dilip Sinha, we're just talking about the import of this moment, Pakistan's nuclear blackmail, and Christine was telling us about, reminding us that the Lashkar and the Jaish never do attack within Pakistan, and they are, of course, cultivated assets of the Pakistan army. Now, your first comment on the import of what we've seen and where you think we might go from here.
Let me say that it's a great privilege to be on your program along with Professor Christine Fair and Ambassador Sinha, both whom I respect very much, especially Professor Fair, because she brings not only her great ethnographic knowledge of India, but also knows the beltway in Washington very well. Having said that, I think what has happened today has been unprecedented for 2 or 3 things. First of all, I think India did not cross over into airspace, the Pakistani airspace, and used cruise missiles with hammer bombs to target specific sites which are not military installations in a kind of orthodox sense, but installations of the LET and the Jaish, and in Bahawalpur and Muridke and elsewhere. Secondly, it targeted sites which are not just in POK, but in Punjab. Muridke, as you know, is very close to Lahore, and Bahawalpur is also a part of the Punjab. So third fact is that Pakistan seems to have, at the moment, said that it will retaliate at a time of its choosing and at a place of its choosing. But what seems to be clear is that from India's point of view, it doesn't. These attacks were planned with the idea that they're calibrated enough for not it to be escalated to either the conventional level or indeed horrifyingly at the nuclear level, but to establish deterrence at the asymmetric level, without the veneer of deniability which Pakistan intends to do, that you can subconventionally target terrorist outfits which have a deep connection with the Pakistani state, but make that fine distinction between the Pakistani state and these terrorist outfits. Now, whether Pakistan, the face saver of Pakistan claiming that it has downed the 5 Indian jets, including 3 Rafale and 1 Sukhoi and 1 MiG-29, is good enough for it to now not escalate further, or will there be public pressure and given the mindset of the army chief to retaliate in some form? We have to wait and see, and there I agree with Ambassador Sinha that what happens next will depend much on what Pakistan does. But as far as today is concerned, I think India has crossed a red line. It has said that it will not take asymmetric warfare in Jammu and Kashmir lying down, or indeed in other parts of India, and therefore targeted installations without crossing into the international border or crossing the LOC in territories which are part of Pakistan and not just POJK. So I would say that this is, if I was in some ways looking at it internationally, I think India has demonstrated that it will not take these things lying down. The whole bogey of Pakistan always playing the nuclear card, or suggesting that it can continue doing this, or that India's growth story will suddenly be undermined if it becomes involved in regional conflicts. I think it's what has been said, and in some ways the mood of public opinion in this country says enough is enough, and that is reflected in the fact that you have all spectrum of public opinion, from Jairam Ramesh to Rahul Gandhi to Manish Tiwari. Manish Tiwari, in fact, writing that we should now take over Gilgit and Baltistan as well. That kind of expansive suggestion. To, of course, the BJP and the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, to the leadership of the National Conference, which is in government in Srinagar. So even Omar Abdullah's statements. So the whole spectrum of public opinion has been behind this move. And therefore, I think it's a moment which is a watershed movement in many ways. I mean, people often use the word watershed lightly, but I think this is a watershed moment. I don't know what Christine or Ambassador have to say, but for me, it is an important rupture in terms of Indian policy, and a rupture which many will see in a positive light.
Yeah, I think there's no ambiguity about how Indians feel about it, but I think we were having a more granular discussion on how geopolitics is going to unfold and what sort of the de-escalation ladder is going to be. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because first we have to see how Pakistan will in fact respond to this, and how world opinion might work behind the scenes to contain a response from Pakistan. Since you did mention Omar Abdullah, let me just play out Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister's comments. He made a very strong statement. He said Pakistan started this. If Pakistan wants de-escalation, Pakistan has to put down its guns first. Take a look.
क्लैशेस दोनों तरफ से नहीं हुई. शुरुआत पहलगाम में हुआ, जहां हमारे 26 बेगुनाह लोग जिस तरह उनको मारा गया, वो हम अभी भूले नहीं. उसी वक्त मरकजी हुकूमत ने कहा था कि इसका हम जवाब दे देंगे और अपने तरीके से दे देंगे. जवाब देने का तरीका यही था कि पाकिस्तान में कोई सिविलियन या कोई मिलिट्री जगह नहीं, सिर्फ वो जगह जो सब लोग जानते हैं, वहाँ यही इदारे काम करते हैं जिन्होंने पिछले 30-35 साल जम्मू कश्मीर में तबाही और बर्बादी फैलाई है. उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं. लेकिन उसके बाद लगातार कुछ इलाकों में जो पार के तरफ से बमबारी की गई, उसमें तो सीधा सीधा हमारे सिविलियन जो हैं वो टारगेट हुए. शुरुआत वहां से हुई, शुरुआत यहाँ से नहीं हुई. अगर पहलगाम में लोगों को इस तरह मारा नहीं गया होता, ये दिन नहीं आता. हम बड़े आराम से रह रहे थे. यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदरूनी हालात भी ठीक थे, टूरिज्म का दबदबाव चल रहा था, एलओसी पे सीज फायर जो है वो कायम था. एलओसी के सीज फायर को कोई नुकसान नहीं. लेकिन ये हमारे बने हुए हालात नहीं हैं. हमने पहलगाम में जो हुआ उसका हमें एक जवाब देना था. लेकिन अब पाकिस्तान तक है कि वो इसको कितना उछालना चाहते हैं. हम में से कोई जंग नहीं चाहता. हम लोग जो खासकर जम्मू कश्मीर में रहते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर बेशतर हमने देखा है, चाहे वो इससे पहले जो वार हुए हो या करगिल हुआ हो, वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर को ही हिट कर जाता है. हम तो चाहेंगे कि हालात जो है वो दोबारा ठीक बने, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क है उनको अपनी बंदूकें शांत करनी होंगी. यहाँ से फिर बंदूक चलेगी नहीं.
We don't want a war, but Pakistan started this. Pakistan has to put down its guns if they're going to even talk about India de-escalating. Professor Fair, let me come to you. You heard Amitabh Mattu saying it's a watershed moment. It has widespread support politically among the public. But your question about de-escalation is something we'll come to. I want you to talk a little bit about Asim Munir. You know, India has had its shares of encounters with somewhat unhinged Pakistan army chiefs. Musharraf was the architect of Kargil. But Munir was really, as you mentioned, unpopular on home turf because of what was happening in Balochistan and because of the raging popularity around the jailed PTI leader Imran Khan. With this moment, what would Munir's doctrine be? at this moment, how much can he afford to take this forward and up?
Yeah, I don't think that the kahani of the downed Indian jets are going to be enough for an off ramp with this guy. I think this guy is going to want a Pulwama / Balakot like skirmish to occur, because the more that Pakistan can say it's threatened by India, the more there's going to be rallying around the Fauj, and that's what he's going to be looking for, is to burnish his. It's really interesting, Barkha. I've been getting texts, phone calls. I even met a random army officer in the Dubai airport where Pakistanis have been saying to me, I used to hate you because of your opposition to the Pakistan army. Now I see that you were right about them all along. And I always ask them, well, that's a really interesting about face. What was your cognitive opening? And to a person, the cognitive opening has been the way in which the army has treated Imran Khan, right? He was originally the Fauj's Banda. And when that relationship ruptured and he turned against the Pakistan army miscalculated, thinking that the people would ultimately rally around the Fauj. And what's really happened is just the opposite, is that it has just caused a deepening of the popularity of Imran Khan himself. So I think Munir is actually going to benefit from a more extended skirmish like we saw following Pulwama. I don't think he's going to be looking for an immediate off-ramp.
There's been some suggestion, briefly, Christine, before I come to Ambassador Sinha and Professor Mattu. Imran's supporters have been looking at this moment for the release of Imran Khan. That could add chaos to the mix. I don't know. I don't think Munir would do it, but that's been also spoken about in Pakistan. You think it'll happen or no chance?
No chance.
Yeah, that would be my guess too. Professor Mattu and then Ambassador Sinha. Christine was talking earlier about how the Jaish is a ghar wapsi for the Deobandi terrorists, and the Lashkar only acts at the behest of the Pakistan army. We have every reason to believe that the Pakistan army would have taken Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar into protection, and they are likely to surface, at a given point of time. Typically, Pakistan may have tried a terror attack to demonstrate that the deterrence, to challenge India's deterrence. Right now, they can't do that because they can't own the terror attack because the world is watching. What then are Pakistan's options if you consider what Christine Fair is saying, that listen, Munir, this is Munir's salvation moment. Munir is looking at this and saying, hey, country, come together, stand behind me. I'm going to take on India. So he is a kind of Musharraf redux or Musharraf into N, if you will. Professor Mattu?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I said that if you believe that Munir actually doesn't want to hide behind this veneer of deniability, it was a veneer, it was a superficial way of hiding behind terrorist attacks, then the other responses potentially are subconventional use of military force, including escalating tensions across the LOC. More firing that's happening already. You see, even in J&K and across Punch, there's been firing. So that he could heat up the LOC, as it were, or try a reciprocal attack on military installations. Already, if you notice that in parts of the social media, there were reports from unverified sources, and certainly not verified by India, that a brigade headquarters had been attacked in India, and it had suffered great damage. So those kind of attacks on military installations from within Pakistani airspace, or potentially if we were to escalate it, there would be Pakistani jets flying and actually intruding into Indian airspace. Now, obviously, if there are escalation ladder is like a ladder. It's a step. India's response has been to say that you cannot carry out these terrorist attacks because we know that you are behind them. So we will not carry out deniable attacks. We'll carry out attacks in full knowledge and with full transparency of directed at these terrorist outfits. Now, it depends whether he wants to now keep it at that lower level or ratchet it up. The personality of Munir, frankly, is frightening. Most Pakistani generals have a certain professional core to their being. Even Musharraf, his commando-like first phase when he did Kargil, had a certain rationality. Munir, I don't understand. Perhaps Christine or Ambassador Sinha know him better. But his speech, which I heard, was frightening. Frightening because it reflected a kind of Manichaean view of the world. It's a kind of view which breeds irrationality. It's a it's a kind of a jihadi mindset where you believe that all the fruits of your labor here will be given to you in heaven. That's a kind of Fida'in mentality which is bred and indoctrinated into the Fida'in. Now, if he is an irrational character, then we have to hope that there are saner forces within the Pakistani army, which may recognize, like the Bajwas of the past, recognize that here is a
that's an interesting
irrational general bordering on being a lunatic. Like not even Yahya Khan could come close to this. Yahya Khan was an alcoholic drunkard who did bad to the Bengalis, but he had his major and minor vices. Here is someone who is really comes from a different, as I said, I cannot quite rationalize him. Christine seems to know a lot more about him than I do. So it would be good to get a psychological profile of him. And if there is within the core of the Pakistani army, there might be a potential rebellion.
That's a very interesting question. And Ambassador Sinha, with your permission, Christine Fair has to leave. So I'll just get a last word from her and then come to you right after that. And I think that's the perfect question. You see, when Imran Khan, that whole clash happened, even then, Pakistanis themselves were talking about a division within the Pakistan army, that the Pakistan army wasn't cohesive, wasn't on the same page. This idea that Munir has a Fida'in mentality, his very strange speech. Every Pakistan army chief has invoked Jinnah in the two-nation theory, but nobody's gone so far as to say, oh, the Muslims of Pakistan are superior in ideology and culture, which is how Sama TV reported his speech, to the Hindus of India, completely forgetting about the millions of Indian Muslims for whom this is home. Just a last word on Munir, Professor Fair.
I'm not really sure that, I have a last word on Munir. Look, he does represent the Pakistan army. And I think anyone who thinks, what people kind of don't get about the Pakistan army is that it is an insurgent organization. The goal of the Pakistan army is not to defeat India. It knows that it can't. So how does an insurgent demonstrate that it hasn't been compelled or it hasn't been defeated by India? Well, it does so by launching these attacks. So this is actually bigger than Munir. This is a part of the Pakistan army strategic culture. And I think that the really devastating truth is that no matter how strategic, how proportionate, how important these strikes are, including the targeting of Jaish infrastructure in Bawalpur, in Muridke and Lashkar and Jaish infrastructure there, is that this doesn't change the strategy of the Pakistan army. What's going to happen, and Barkha, you've been covering this for so long, you know this as well as anyone. There's going to be an off-ramp to this crisis. Talks are going to resume. There's going to be a restoration of the ceasefire. India is going to buff up even more the counterinsurgency grid. It's already pretty buff. So people who are criticizing the Indian government for security lapses obviously haven't been to Kashmir recently because it's pretty buff and it's really hard to deter every attack. But within a couple of years, it's going to look as if the Pakistan army has been compelled by India. And how does the Pakistan army demonstrate, look, we haven't been compelled? It's by conducting these kinds of spectacular attacks. So I think the tragedy of this is that no matter how brilliant and I'm going to take all of the benefit of the doubt, give it all to the Indians, that what they've said they've done. It doesn't change Pakistan's strategic calculus. In my assessment. And this is much larger than the mindset of Munir himself.
Got it. Thank you for that analysis, Professor Christine Fair. We'll let you go now, Ambassador Dilip Sinha. Thank you so much, Christine. Ambassador
Thank you
Dilip
all.
Sinha, let's...
Thank you. It was a pleasure being with such an esteemed set of panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you so much. Dilip Sinha, Ambassador Dilip Sinha, let's bring you in. Do you see what Christine is forecasting, that eventually it's back to that deja vu, rapprochement, because the world will twist, your hand? Or with this shift, have we shown that we're not going to go down that road? But can India really walk it alone? You have the Russians supporting you. You have the Americans. I don't know if, Trump is making strange, ignorant statements, but the Americans off camera may not tie your hands. But you have the Chinese supporting the Pakistanis. You have Turkey sending ships to the Pakistanis. How do you see it playing out? Do you see it playing out like Christine said? I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, it's difficult to predict how Pakistan will play out, because as Professor Mattu said and Professor Fair said, this army chief is a little bit of an unpredictable character because of his leanings. But at the same time, we must remember that Pakistan is in deep economic trouble, and China cannot entirely bail out Pakistan. Pakistan requires the support of the IMF as well. So Pakistan will be susceptible to pressures. But China also perhaps may not want the tensions between India and Pakistan to go beyond a certain level, because China is busy right now with Taiwan and with South China Sea. So it might actually put pressure upon Pakistan to cool things down here. Now, the dilemma for the army in Pakistan is that while it wants a certain level of tension with India to legitimize itself within the country, it cannot escalate beyond a point, because it knows that any kind of open warfare would mean defeat, and then the removal of the army chief himself. So they have to maintain a certain minimum level of tension, which means it is possible that Asim Munir may decide that this is the time to hold back a little, accept the Western demand for some kind of talks or some kind of de-escalation with India. At the same time, keep the options open for another terror attack in India at a later date.
So to that extent, where do we go from here? And does it all depend? I mean, Shehbaz Sharif is, addressing his country, but why recent? I think it was yesterday, a photograph, Professor Mattu, of him and his cabinet at the ISI headquarters very clearly showed you who the boss of that country is. So Sharif's just a puppet. He isn't going to decide what happens next. Nawaz Sharif has discovered this the hard way. By every time he tried to craft some sort of policy with India, he would just get booted out or arrested or sent into exile, or so on. So let me bring you in on where you think it might go from here.
Not very far. We must remember that the political leadership in Pakistan is entirely right now the creation of the army, whether it is the PPP or it is PTI or it is Nawaz Sharif himself. They are all creations of the army. Yes, Imran Khan did later on break away from the army, but we must remember that Imran Khan has also been in bed with the fundamentalists. So it is not as if his leanings are any different from that of Asim Munir. He's a little more modern, he's a little more westernized, but otherwise he's as conservative and as radical in his religious views as Asim Munir perhaps himself. So we are dealing with a country where the leadership, whether it is political or the army, is radicalized. And all of them believe in using the jihadi elements because they realize that militarily they cannot defeat India. So the only way to keep India on the boil is through terrorism. And there the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar and Jaish are the instruments that all of them wish to use. So we have to draw up some long-term policies, because so far our relationship has essentially been on a yo-yo determined by Pakistan's behavior. So when Pakistan says, let's have Lahore, let's have talks, then we go for talks. Then Pakistan says, let's have trade, so we go for trade. And then Pakistan makes an attack on India, and a terrorist attack, then again relations go back. So the Pakistani forces realize that they cannot have improvement in relations with India beyond a certain point, because when that happens, their legitimacy or their authority, in the right for them to keep ruling Pakistan, that becomes questionable. So they would like to have a certain level of tension with India, at the same time not having an improvement in relations the kind that we would like to see a regular relationship between two countries and two neighbors.
Yeah. So, Professor Mattu, I think this point about the yo-yo is very important. But before we get into what an off-ramp may look like, we have to wait and see what Pakistan does. But one of the things, this past week, we have been in the Kashmir Valley from the Wooler Lake to the line of control. And one of the things that we need to talk about is the response of the Kashmiri people. Black flags at Lal Chowk, the local Kashmiri heroes, the Poniwala Adil Hussain who wrestled with the terrorists, Sajjad the shawl seller who left his house, the safety of his house, to go and carry an injured boy on his back, candlelight vigils, protest marches, from the line of control to the plains. You had the Kashmiris rise up like never before. What about that as a potent counter to Pakistan that has claimed to speak on behalf of the Kashmiri people? That is under challenge. I mean, we shouldn't underestimate the significance of that, Professor Mattu. Could we unmute Professor Mattu, please? Yeah.
What I'll do, Barkha, is first address the question you asked me, and then actually play out what I think might be 4 scenarios, if I may. The first, I think the greatest positive, if there is a positive in all this, is the overwhelming sentiment against violence. The collective conscience of the people of Kashmir was deeply traumatized and disturbed by what had happened in Pahalgam. It was unprecedented. So many tourists being killed. I don't remember when in the Lidar Valley, other than the kidnapping of those and killing of the foreign tourists by the Al-Faran in Aru, that this had happened before of the same scale. So to a man, woman and child, Kashmir responded with an overwhelming sense of anger, even shame, across the political divide, from the Mirwais in his Friday prayer asking for a minute's silence in the Jama Masjid, to Sajjad Lone, Umar Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti. It wasn't a single political organization or civil society outfit which did not come out. Now, I think it's important not to put Kashmiris on the hot spot all the time, which is what is happening because of the all-pervasive, intrusive media, that you want to look for a contrarian Kashmiri often, or a Kashmiri who's under so much pressure to take a stand that if he doesn't take a stand, you hold it in some ways against him. So I think it's important to nurture this sentiment, because after all, the greatest force multiplier, the greatest source of durable peace will be Kashmiris at peace with themselves and at peace with a prosperous, stable India, which will and totally integrated with that idea of India. So and I think it's good that the Prime Minister, the Home Minister have recognized that sentiment, and I hope that can be nurtured. And I hope in some ways that can be nurtured to a point where counterintuitively, statehood is granted to Kashmir. I can't think of a better moment in some ways to demonstrate the willingness of the Republic of India to move in that direction. Because look, after all, incidents like this will happen when you have Kashmir as a union territory, when law and order is a function of the Lieutenant Governor, but really of the Union Home Ministry. So you can have security failures, you can have intelligence failures, and as long as you have the larger sense of political machinery in your hands, there is no harm in giving Jammu and Kashmir statehood. So I think that is, Barkha, as you know, that you've never seen such a sentiment. I haven't seen such a sentiment.
Yeah.
And what needs to be done is to protect Kashmiris outside from becoming targeted by really, frankly, extremist marginal elements who do not represent the collective conscience of India or the voice of India, or indeed individuals who actually talk about the importance of Hindu-Muslim fellowship, including, for instance, the wife of the late naval officer being hounded in some ways, which is very, very tragic and really extremely sad. I felt extremely not just sorrowful, but almost ashamed for what had happened in the social media as far as she was concerned. But
absolutely.
Look at the scenarios. The most optimistic scenario is that deterrence is established. Pakistan, the claim of Pakistan downing 5 Indian jets is enough to satisfy uh, domestic public opinion, and Pakistan doesn't ratchet it up. So you do that, and India has achieved what it wanted to achieve, demonstrated that it will cross red lines, and also targeted the elite and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So there is in some ways a virtual ceasefire now, and it's back to normal. Then India has to play for time, because ultimately, given the social and economic and political balkanization that's happening in Pakistan, India, if it continues with its growth story, Pakistan will be too marginal to its interests in the next 10, 15 years. That's the optimistic scenario. You may not be friends, you may not be great cordial partners. The less optimistic scenario is the one in which Pakistan responds. India has to act again. And that's the unpredictable scenario for which you'll have to see what happens next. But at every level of the escalation ladder, it is important for India to demonstrate superiority, to demonstrate domination. That's easier said than done, but that is the scenario number 2. The third scenario is one which you talked about, the international community coming together. But given how President Trump, I mean, the incoherence of his policies or even his ideas, and I'm not going to America in the next few weeks, so I can say that without being stopped at immigration in JFK. But the incoherence of which he says that this is a century-old conflict, and what a shame. It's really, if that incoherence translates into policy, you don't know what is going to happen. So I don't see great hope in the international community of trying to, as someone said, as you said, or Christine Fair said, getting intervening. In any case, I think the presence is going to be marginal. The UN Security Council is going to be dysfunctional on this case. So India has to sort it out with Pakistan, and that's good that's the way it should be. Because if Pakistan has to be taught a lesson, the Pakistani army has to be taught a lesson. It is India which must do it on its own.
Let me actually welcome our new guests, Ambassador Yash Sinha and Padma Rao, back with us. I know both Professor Mattu, I think Professor Mattu, you might be able to stay maybe another 5-10 minutes, but let me get a last word in from Ambassador Dilip Sinha before I come to Yash Sinha and Padma Rao. Go ahead, Dilip Sinha, with your last thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Barkha. Thank you for having me at this very, very sober discussion on this extremely difficult issue. I entirely agree with Professor Mattu that the most important gain from the recent developments in Kashmir has been, and the response that the people of Kashmir have given, and the leadership of Kashmir across the board has given to the attacks in Pahalgam is extremely valuable, and that must be preserved. And I think one of the things that we should start doing now is to start moving towards giving full statehood to J&K. That is the development that we need to move towards within the country, and also to ensure that there is no action of the kind that social reaction of the kind that we have had of Kashmiris being targeted in the rest of the country. On that, again, the government must come down very strongly. As far as Pakistan is concerned, we have to keep our army alert so that in case Pakistan retaliates, the damage to our civilians is minimized and that we are able to defend ourselves, because we really cannot predict whether Pakistan will retaliate or not. But if it does, if the damage is kept to the minimum, then we'll be able to move on and move on towards normalization much faster than if there were to be large-scale damage within the country in case Pakistan retaliates. I think this is all that I can say at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador Dilip Sinha. Ambassador,
if I may,
you need to go as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I hope you'll invite me again, and I'll come back.
Of course. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure, Professor Amita Mattu, Ambassador Dilip Sinha. Let me get the conversation going now with Padma Rao and Ambassador Yash Sinha. Ambassador Yash Sinha, I'll start with you. You know, we had Christine Fair, Professor Christine Fair, on this segment, and she's, of course, as you will know, spent a lifetime looking at Pakistan, and she made a couple of interesting comments. She first explained that the Lashkar and the Jaish, people don't realize this, the world doesn't realize this. They only conduct terror strikes outside of Pakistan, never within Pakistan. She described the Jaish-e-Mohammed to be a ghar wapsi, these are her words, for Deobandi terrorists, and the Lashkar to be an outfit that only works at the behest of the Pakistan army. Yet she argued that the Pakistan army is an insurgent outfit. So it's not going to change even after this. If it's not going to change even after this, and Asim Munir is kind of more unhinged than Musharraf, where do we go from here? Ambassador Yash Sinha, I'll start with you, sir. I'm so sorry, I
completely
can't.
agree.
Yeah, now I can hear. Start again, sir. Yeah.
I think thank you so much for having me again on the show. I heard the previous speakers, Professor Bhattu and Ambassador Dilip Sinha, and I couldn't agree with them more. I think this is a great opportunity. We need to sort of reach out to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. I think political initiatives are required, but that is different. We're talking about a security situation, and I still maintain that the optimistic scenario that Professor Mattu outlined, I wish that actually transpires, but I doubt it because I think the Pakistanis know in the heart of hearts that they didn't shoot down 5 Rafales. And despite the fact that BBC is on its ticker is carrying Pakistani comment, I mean, I thought BBC would verify, but then BBC is BBC. But I think they will resort to some sort of retaliation. What that will be, only time will tell. But I think as far as Pakistan is concerned and the army is concerned, I had said it earlier in some other debate that the best option, the best scenario is that the army is forced to return to the barracks. For that, for that you need a popular movement in Pakistan, which is not happening. I mean, we need Munir discredited, and if there's any way we can help in doing that, perhaps we look at it, especially if Pakistan decides to retaliate with kinetic action. But I think it's very important that, and I'm not saying that, you establish democracy in Pakistan. We don't. We know what happens when democracy is established in Pakistan. It's a sham democracy. But if there is any way, and even if Imran Khan comes out of jail and becomes the prime minister again, I think policies towards India will change marginally because I think we know his attitude. So I think for us, it is imperative to look at how we can tackle Pakistan, manage Pakistan in the foreseeable future. I'm one of those people who you could call me slightly a cynic, but I think we probably should help Pakistan along the way to its own doom.
But how do we do that? By supporting the Baluchis, by supporting other insurgent movements,
I mean,
or by what?
There are various ways you can do it. Economically squeeze them as much as you can. I know we don't have all the levers with us. Our trade is minimal, it's stopped. But there are other levers that we need to exercise through the IMF, through the FATF, and seriously, because if unfortunately we've not been able to nab these terrorists who perpetrated this horrendous attack on the 22nd, but if we are able to get some sort of verifiable intelligence or verifiable evidence which we can present to the international, to the FATF in particular and the IMF, then it would help us in isolating Pakistan, getting them back on the grey list. Because once they come back on the grey list, they're going to face a very uphill task. And for that, we need the help of our friends internationally. Unfortunately, the statements emanating so far for various capitals have been at best lukewarm. Some of them, like Singapore, Indonesia, have strongly condemned terrorism. Of course, Israel is always behind us. But I think we need to see if we can drum up some support once we get some concrete or some, we won't get a smoking gun, but some sort of credible evidence, because we really need to squeeze Pakistan. We cannot let this, pass and then go on as business as usual and wait for the next terrorist attack.
Yeah, Padma, you and Yash Sinha were talking with us in the morning as well. And since then, the responses that have come in from capitals across the world, many of them are just irritating because it's the same Western trope. Oh, please restrain, please de-escalate, oh, please talk, not recognizing that this is not a fight of two equals in some battlefield. This is India's right to retaliate for a terror attack, which is an instrument of policy for the Pakistani state, right? Now, I don't think we can count. I mean, Ambassador Sinha described himself as a cynic. I'm even more cynical. I feel like the West doesn't get this. They don't get it. Till it's one of their own who's been killed, till it's one of their own bombing operations, they don't get it. So therefore, Yash Sinha has already made the point that look how America responds counts. Christine Fair was pointing out that Trump's nominee for South Asia gets Pakistan, Paul Kapoor, and therefore there's some hope there. But what do you say, Padma?
I agree. I just want to go back to what the others were saying about the various statements coming, including yourself just now, about the various statements coming out of Western capitals predominantly. Comparatively, I don't find President Trump's reaction that bad, actually. It was more non-committal than anything else. I think it's a lot better than what the UN Secretary General said, urging maximum restraint on both sides. I mean, that was really over the top, despite the fact that, as Vikram Mishri, Foreign Secretary, pointed out today, evidence of the link between this front and Lashkar had been, which is a proscribed group, according to the UN itself, has been given to them 3 times over the last 1.5 years. So there is no way that they could have just been sleeping on it. That's point number 1. Point number 2 on Kashmir's status, which was also discussed, statehood may be a good time, but right now I think the priority really should be, now that we've set about this task, to eliminate the scourge of terrorism. Nobody else is going to do it for us, as world capitals have shown, as reactions are showing, as both of you have pointed out. I think we're pretty much on our own there. And a final point, which I really want to ask Yash, actually. Yash has I think I agree with you, economic squeeze is one way. But Yash, how can we do that without global cooperation, which is evidently missing, because, and then you said that, as long as we provide them evidence and the linkages and all that. But look at what happened in the case of 2611. I mean, it could not have been a more public trial of Ajmal Kasab. It could not have been greater evidence that we provided all Western capitals. Did anything change in attitude? No, nothing changed. And just to close that subject, I'll give you a small anecdote, Barkha, of what happened to me today. As you can imagine, being with the European media for so long, I have been receiving phone calls from various papers, dailies, print media. Let's stick to the print media, asking for stories, reports on what happened on Operation Sindur, and it is routine journalistic norm. And I know that print media, when you write for the print media, you get what is known as a playback, which is a copy of your article after it's edited and chopped and everything and laid out, so that you as the author can take a final look and make sure everything's okay. Now, this was refused to me today. And I know why. It's the old story of gunman versus terrorist, one man's freedom fighters, another man's terrorists. And I, in turn, Barkha, I've just simply had enough of this. So I refuse to. It makes no difference to me. I said, in that case, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to. I offer them an opinion piece. I said, in that case, you take an opinion piece from me, not a piece which you can, do whatever you want with and refuse to show me, So we parted on mutually amicable terms, in the sense that, at least for today, and I said, I'm not doing a report. Nobody touches my copy. I mean, enough is enough. I'm tired of this freedom fighter versus terrorist.
No,
And
it's
at the end of the day, we're
highly
dealing here.
irritating. Yeah, no, it's
Exactly.
very, very, very irritating. But your question to Ambassador Yash Sinha, it's an important one. I'm not saying that the world is going to stand shoulder to shoulder with Pakistan. They will lean towards India, but not with enough granularity to understand that this is not a fight between India and Pakistan, that both countries need to sit at the dialogue table. 2 children have fought in kindergarten. If they talk, they'll make up. I mean, and this thing about dossiers, I agree with Padma. I mean, how many dossiers were furnished? Yes, the Havur Rana has been extradited, but David Headley is still sitting, rumored to be some sort of deep state asset in America. So how can it be that the world is okay with Hafiz Saeed and Lashkar Jaish chief Masood Azhar roaming around with impunity in Pakistan? After all, 6 Americans were killed in the Mumbai attacks. I mean, does America not want to bring the Lashkar to justice?
Roam around too much now.
I think start again. Yeah,
I think Masood Azhar will not roam around freely and nonchalantly from now on. I heard he's lamenting the death of 10 family members.
That's right. We have reported that. Yeah.
But as far as terror in Pakistan is concerned, everybody knows it's the terror factory. As long as they don't hit, I was in the UK, so I know the official cooperation between British intelligence and the ISI. And the whole focus was that there shouldn't be another 7/7 in London or in the UK. And to that extent, they succeeded. However, I think we have to fight our battles on our own. Now, I don't want to go on your channel and say that, yes, we must support the Baluchis, we must support the Jai Sindh, we must support the remnants of the MQM. These matters are decided by more competent people who are aware of the state of play there. But what I'm saying, we need a multi-pronged approach. Economic squeeze is one of them. You're right. We cannot, squeeze Pakistan without the help of the others. But we certainly can play a role in the room. I mean, look at this. I mean, I mentioned Turkey, but there are other countries. Our market. Can we leverage our market? Because if we continue the way we are going, can we leverage our market to change the behavior of some of these countries, at least partially? Because look at the UK. Look at what happened yesterday. When the FTA and the double contribution agreement was announced, to concluded, their statements, they've been a bit circumspect. BBC won't change, but I have to do BBC's credit. I saw someone from Chatham House who gave a very good account of what actually happened. And okay, he was of Indian origin, but it was a very good, without any biases as such, a factual account of what happened. So if BBC could interview him, I don't know whether they'll play it again, but I was surprised to see that. So I think, Padma knows, and the German papers and the German broadcasters, what their biases are, the French, etc. We can't change that overnight, but we certainly can make use what we have as leverage to try and see whether they will change. They will not change their reporting. They will still call them militants. The UN Secretary General will still make anodyne statements hyphenating India and Pakistan. And if an Unmogib office had been hit, then perhaps his tone might change. But I'm not wishing that at all. I do hope it will not happen. But what I'm trying to say is that we really need to leverage our strengths. And just one, if I may, 2611. I was very intimately involved with the follow-up action. Sometimes we ourselves shoot ourselves in the foot. I recall when an inquiry team had come from Pakistan. You might say it's a sham team, but you have to go through the motions. We didn't really entirely go through the motions in terms of the prevailing law in both countries, which is the British, what we inherited from the British. But I won't dwell on that further. That gave them the excuse to go back and throw out the case. They were waiting for that. They would have done it in any case, but they blamed us because we didn't follow due procedure. But that is only minutiae details which are not important right now. What we need to do is follow up as far as this attack is concerned, make Pakistan pay. And we've already begun it. We've hit them where it hurts, at least the terrorist infrastructure. If they foolishly respond in kind, then we are up for a more escalation. And I'm sure once the escalatory ladder is scaled, you will find all the big powers rushing in with statements and telephone calls and midnight calls, and then we are back to square one. But we in India should never treat it as square one, because it's just a process which we should carry forward to its logical conclusion.
Right. I want to get final comments from both of you now. Padma, I'll start with you. I think Ambassador Yash Sinha has painted a picture of how the escalatory ladder can be managed, might be managed. But honestly, who was saying this morning, we've spoken to so many people, this is my brain, I have some brain fog here. But one of the generals, I think, was saying that you can't impose Indian rationality on Pakistan. Like the way we think, they don't think, right? And so the way we are imagining this playing out, we're imagining that, okay, they're also not going to seek a massive escalation. But the fact is that they're not rational players. If they were rational players, Munir wouldn't have made the speech he did. Pahalgam would not have happened. We would have been fighting their deep state for decades. What might happen next? We had a cryptic comment by former Army Chief Manoj Naravane, picture abhi baki hai. That either means that there is more left in India's military plan. It could mean that. Or it could mean that Pakistan will react and then India will strike again, depending on how Pakistan reacts. Padma.
I think I said this in the morning as well, in fact, to Yash, who's here again, that I think the way they will react, I mean, Yash was also pointing out that there will be a reaction. We don't know what kind of reaction. I think that they will react in the way they know best, through another terror attack. And that can happen anywhere. It doesn't have to be within India. It can be outside India. It can be, I mean, we've seen plenty of...
But they can't own a terror attack at this moment. Padma, sorry, I'm interrupting you, but they can't own a terror. They have to do something they can own for their own people.
they won't own it. They won't own it, but everybody will know that it was done by them. I mean, this is what I suspect, and this is what I
Okay.
intuitively feel. Simply because it would be easier to carry that out rather than a conventional strike, rather than even limited strikes, because India is on high alert. And I have a question. We're talking so much about this international cooperation over economically squeezing Pakistan, or squeezing Pakistan, or support from the international community. Uh, Yash, again, and Barkha, I'd like to ask both of you this question. To what extent will sustained Western interest in Afghanistan continue to play a role in how the West approaches this operation, and this whole sort of India's determination to wipe out terror now? Either you're with us or or we are on our own, and there's a clear determination, and I think India's never been as united as before over this determination. But for me, I think the main reason why all these countries, because privately, they will all admit to you, and they will all joke about, oh yes, and you guys are the victims of terrorism in India and all this. But when it comes to the media, when it comes to official representation, official statements, there is always a reserve. And I pretty much believe that it is mainly because, especially in Europe, which doesn't have as close, ties as we do with perhaps the United States or with other countries. European countries have had a taste of a military presence in Afghanistan through NATO, and there is that vague sort of left liberal sort of dreaming of restoring democracy to Afghanistan, and removing and women's rights, and all that kind of thing. There is no pragmatism there at all as far as this region is concerned. So to what extent is that going to continue to play a role? To what extent is Afghanistan going to continue to play a role in their thinking on this region? I wanted to ask actually both of you.
It's a great question, and my own sense, but I'll defer to Ambassador Yash Sinha, is that the West is out of excuses. They cannot use Afghanistan as an excuse. You've got friction between the Taliban-led government in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The Americans have exited Afghanistan. That old trope, oh, we need the Pakistanis to manage our situation in Afghanistan, that's dead and buried. Secondly, this is the week where you're bombing the Houthis. Israel is doing what it's doing. I mean, for now, the West is just, sorry, I never talk like this on my shows, but it's galling. And I just can't imagine that Afghanistan can be pulled out of the woodworks of the past to be used as another excuse. I'll let Ambassador Sinha have the last words, but you have.
Sorry, just a quick interjection, just to say that, but there have been noises coming out of the West that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was too hasty. The fact that they left 12,000 weapons at the Bagram Air Base, which are now all over the place, they've proliferated all over the place, they've fallen into the wrong hands. So there is a rethink on that exit from Afghanistan. And there is also a rethink given the large number of refugees who are streaming into Europe, and they're creaking at the seams, and they don't want these people. There's this growing sort of antagonism against Islam and Muslims.
No, I see your,
Given all those, given all those,
I see your point. I see your point. FM Jaishankar, meanwhile, in tweet after tweet, that's former Chief Naravne's Abhi Baki had tweet. FM Jaishankar is dialing the world. I think that's what's happening right now, and you can see he's talking to all the world, his counterparts across the world. Ambassador Sinha, Afghanistan surely can't be an excuse, but nuclear blackmail of Pakistan. Yes, India has called Pakistan's nuclear bluff, but the world doesn't necessarily understand it, and the world keeps seeing it through the lens of possible nuclear conflict, and that's why Pakistan gets away. How do we call that bluff for the world to see? We've called it militarily, but for the world to see.
Barkha, if you were in their shoes, I'm not talking about the West, but extra regional power or a country outside the region, there is always this fear of a nuclear exchange. And they don't understand. Some of them do, some of them don't. But that's beside the point. What I come to Afghanistan, what Padma had asked, the shambolic withdrawal of the ISAF or the NATO and led by the US I don't see, you talk about revived interest. The only revived interest I see is occasional statements on the status of women. And these are these left liberal people who just make statements, who can't do anything to influence. They can host a Afghan women's cricket team or a football team somewhere and play a match and then make a big hoo-ha about it. But that's not helping the women in Afghanistan. And the only thing that I see is in all his statements, and I have due respect President Trump mentioned about Bagram Air Base recently, and he mentioned that the Chinese have got it. Now, I'm not aware whether the Chinese control Bagram Air Base. I doubt it, but he would have better intelligence. Now, if that is so, and he has expressed interest in criticism of the previous administration, then is there a revival, a geostrategic revival in the Trump administration on the AFPAC area? Because it's not just Afghanistan. I mean, we are again hyphenating AFPAC as we did the early days of Obama, and you know. So I think there may be an interest there, but I think right now he's got his hands full with Ukraine, with Gaza, with the Houthis, and what's happening in the United States.
All right, we will leave it there. It's been a marathon session for us, and we're going to keep going. But I will say thank you. Both of you have been with us through the day, and we've learned enormously from both of you. Ambassador Yash Sinha, Padma Rao, thank you. Our continued coverage will continue. We will have a 360-degree perspective on what happens now that India has struck not just inside POJk, but very importantly inside Pakistan, Punjab, taking out 70 terrorists, including 10 members of Masood Azhar's family. Masood Azhar is a Jaish terrorist who was released in exchange for the safety of passengers on board the hijacked plane IC-814 in 1999. Many Indians are not old enough or were born after that time, so you do not remember who Masood Azhar was. The Jaish-e-Mohammed was most recently responsible for the Pulwama terror attack, and now 10 members of his family, Masood Azhar, have been taken out. 24 missiles, 9 terror bases, Bahawalpur to Muridke, the Indian military striking at the heart of Pakistan, Punjab. It is a day to salute our armed forces. It is a day for Indians to stand as one. It is a day to think of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. I won't say that they will get closure at what's happened, but as Shubham Dwivedi's wife told me, for the first time, I think her husband was killed by terrorists, might be at peace. We offer our salutations to India's armed forces, the risks they take with their lives every day to keep our country safe. Keep watching the Mojo Story. We're not done yet. Our coverage continues from the ground, analysis, interviews, ground reports. Thank you for watching. Take care. Jai Hind. It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to click the bell icon and subscribe to Mojo Story and support independent, robust journalism.